The medicine took effect, and Sun Wukong was brought back to life. From that point, the timeline split, turning into two entirely different worlds. Thinking of all this, Sun Wukong swallowed hard, his mouth parched, and his throat feeling as if it were about to catch fire. Trunks water, Sun Wukong murmured hoarsely. Then he lifted his mummy-like leg and rubbed it against Trunks' arm. "Ah, who kicked me?" Trunks jolted awake. His eyes flew wide open as he shot upright. Then he saw Sun Wukong blinking at him. "Gohan, you're awake. That's great, that's really great." The boy's face was filled with delight, though he clearly had not heard what Sun Wukong had just said. "You brat, give Wukong some water." Bulma walked over and slapped Trunks lightly on the head in exasperation. "All right." Only then did Trunks react. He grabbed the water bottle by the bed, unscrewed the cap, and held it to Sun Wukong's lips. After 2 sips, a sip and a half spilled out, the water running down the corner of his mouth and soaking the bandages on his neck. "I'd better do it myself," Sun Wukong said. He wriggled until he was sitting upright. The bandages on his hands annoyed him. They made every movement unbearably cumbersome. He shook his right arm, sending out a faint surge of chi that shattered the bandages to pieces. Taking the bottle from Trunks, he gulped down the remaining water in a few loud swallows. Bulma sat down beside him and asked with concern, "Wukong, how are you feeling now?" Sun Wukong glanced at her and replied, "Much better already. Just really, really hungry." His stomach cooperated with a loud rumble. "Mom, I'm hungry too," Trunks added. "That's good to hear. Wukong, you rest properly and don't move around too much." "I'll go cook for you too," Bulma said with a smile. Then she turned to Trunks and tugged him by the arm. "Trunks, you're helping too." "Oh," Trunks nodded. "Gohan, I'll go cook with Mom first. I'll talk to you again in a bit," he said with a grin. "All right," Sun Wukong replied. Mother and son left the bedside and headed toward the kitchen. Now with Dr. Brief and his wife gone and Vegeta also dead, Bulma's family consisted of only the two of them clinging to each other for support. Yet Sun Wukong was even more miserable than they were. Back home, he was the only one left. Chi-Chi and the Ox King had both died more than a year ago back, when his left arm was severed. While he lay unconscious for several days, the androids attacked Mount Pozu. When Bulma and Trunks carried out plate after plate of food, they found that Sun Wukong had already changed into his bright yellow martial arts GI and was standing in the middle of the room, carefully examining a half-finished time machine. Placing the dishes on the table, Bulma exclaimed, "Wukong, why did you get out of bed? Your body isn't healed yet. You need at least another week of rest." Sun Wukong turned back with a smile. "I really feel fine now. All I need is a good hearty meal. Once I'm full, I'll be completely fine, haha." "Honestly, you're becoming more and more like Wukong. Always so careless with your own body," Bulma said in a reproachful tone. "But I really do feel fine now, just extremely, extremely hungry." "How long was I unconscious?" Sun Wukong asked curiously. "Today is the 3rd day." "All right, go wash your hands. Once you're done, we can eat," Bulma said. "No wonder I'm this hungry. That means I haven't eaten for at least 3 or 4 days," Sun Wukong muttered, patting his stomach before heading off to wash up. After they washed their hands, the three of them sat down and began to eat. As they ate, Trunks kept stealing glances at Sun Wukong. After hesitating for a long time, he finally could not hold back. "Gohan, that day, I thought you were dead. I couldn't sense any chi or heartbeat from you, and your body had gone cold, so I buried you. I'm sorry." "Yes, Wukong, what on earth happened?" Bulma asked as well. Sun Wukong glanced at Trunks, then at Bulma. He stuffed an entire large piece of bread into his mouth in one go, devouring it like a starving ghost reborn. After swallowing the bread, he said seriously, "Saiyan lives are incredibly tenacious. But at the time, I was indeed no different from dead. If my will had been even a tiny bit weaker, I truly would have died. I kept thinking that androids 17 and 18 were still alive in this world, so I clawed my way back from the brink. Trunks, the two of us can't fall so easily. Otherwise, there will be no warriors left to protect Earth. We have to train hard and strive to destroy those 2 damned androids as soon as possible. When I came back a few days ago, I felt you'd grown a bit lax." "Yeah, okay, Gohan." Trunks nodded vigorously. Truly worthy of being Gohan. Everything he said sounded so good, so inspiring. The phrase "returning from death" might be hard to accept in other worlds, but in the Dragon Ball world, it was nothing out of the ordinary. If you haven't died a few times, you can hardly call yourself a powerhouse. Bulma did not continue pressing him. Instead, she began to lecture earnestly. "As long as you understand. Don't be so impulsive in the future. Can you defeat both androids alone? Don't you know how strong they are? You're always so reckless. Last time you lost an arm, this time you almost lost your life." Sun Wukong hunched his neck and kept repeating, "Yes, yes, you're right. And you too, Trunks. You're already 12. Use your head when you act. Don't just think about killing and charging ahead. If you both die, what am I supposed to do? Trunks also shrank his neck, not daring to talk back. He snuck a glance at Sun Wufan and found that Sun Wufan was secretly looking at him too. The two of them could not help bursting into laughter. Laughing? You still have the nerve to laugh. At once they forced serious expressions back onto their faces and buried themselves in their food. With two Saiyan-blooded big eaters at the table, the food was quickly swept clean. Once they were stuffed, Sun Wufan felt a comforting warmth spreading through his whole body. He sensed his strength rapidly recovering and soon even breaking through the bottleneck he had faced before. This is the innate talent exclusive to Saiyan bloodlines. Every time we brush against death and return, our power increases dramatically. Clenching his fist, Sun Wufan savored the surging tide of strength within him, his heart racing with excitement. He knew it was something akin to a finite reservoir of potential. Once exhausted, it might never return. Otherwise, Saiyans could simply abuse this bug to grind themselves to invincibility, and what chance would any other race have? Previously, he had been toyed with by 18 like a rag doll. But now perhaps he could fight her as an equal. If he was bold, he might even press 18 beneath him and pummel her. He snorted softly, a sharp gleam flashing through his eyes as he imagined crushing 18's dog-like head in his hand. But fantasy was fantasy. Sun Wufan had no impulse to rush out now and engage the androids in close-quarters combat. He wasn't stupid. Android 17 was still standing beside her. That guy wasn't just there to look cool. Sun Wufan knew that 17's power even surpassed 18's. Charging in now would be the behavior of a reckless brute. The current Sun Wufan valued his life, without absolute certainty, he had no intention of provoking those two calamities. In the past, once he gained new power, his mentality would swell, as if part of his intelligence had been converted into strength, leaving him less rational. But after fusing with another soul, that flaw had vanished. Now he not only cherished his life, but also possessed a remarkably cool head. Wufan, stay here for the next few days. Focus on recovering and don't run around, understood? As Bulma cleared the table, she looked at Sun Wufan, and in her mind flashed the image of him as a lively, sensible child. Her heart ached and her eyes were filled with tenderness. Once such a vibrant youth, he was now left with only one arm, bearing the weight of the entire world on his shoulders. How unbearably heavy that burden was. Sigh. All right, I understand, Aunt Bulma. Sun Wufan nodded and began clearing the dishes together with Trunks. His eyes turned slightly as he added, Aunt Bulma, did Uncle Vegeta once ask you to build a gravity chamber for him? Is it still around? The old Sun Wufan naturally had no idea about this, but now no one knew it better than he did. He remembered that Bulma had modified a spaceship for Vegeta, turning it into a gravity chamber. Vegeta had usually trained inside it. But back then Sun Wufan was completely unaware and never made use of it, always wandering outside, training blindly with Trunks. It was hard to blame him. First, Sun Wufan truly hadn't known. Second, when he was 9, all the Z fighters had died. There was no one to teach him, no one to spar with or exchange insights. The fact that he managed to transform into a Super Saiyan on his own was already defying the heavens. There were simply too many things Sun Wufan did not know. Hearing his question, Bulma was taken aback for a moment. Then she said, yes, that did happen. I converted a spaceship he brought back into a gravity chamber and left it at the old site of Capsule Corporation. But because the androids attacked the company once, that ship is most likely damaged. What are you planning to do? Trunks pricked up his ears. He was incredibly curious about the past, especially anything related to Vegeta. What kind of person was his father really? Sun Wufan said, naturally, I want to use the gravity chamber for training. It suddenly occurred to me that if we train our bodies under high gravity, maybe Trunks and I can defeat the androids soon. Really? Bulma's eyes widened. In matters of technology, she was a genius, but in martial arts and cultivation, she was undoubtedly a complete novice. Of course, Sun Wufan nodded. I'll go look for it right now and be back soon. Gohan, I want to go too, Trunks said eagerly. All right, Sun Wufan agreed. Be careful. If you can't find it, I can build another one. It's just that with how few materials and pieces of equipment we have now, it'll take quite a while, Bulma reminded them. Got it. We'll just go take a look and come right back. Sun Wufan and Trunks flew off toward the old site of Capsule Corporation. Gohan, what kind of person was my dad? Trunks could not help but ask as they flew. Your dad, huh? Sun Wufan pictured Vegeta in his mind, then smiled and said he was a very proud man with an extremely strong competitive streak. Then who was stronger, my dad or Mr. Wukong? Trunks asked, full of longing. Right now he was like an ordinary child asking someone else about his father. Sun Wufan glanced at Trunks, unwilling to shatter his fantasies, and said with a smile, they were equally strong. Hearing this, Trunks brightened. Hee, I knew it. That's what Mom says too. Sun Wufan was a little surprised. Bulma said that as well. Soon the two of them reached the old site of Capsule Corporation. It had once been the most prosperous place in West City. Now all its past glory was gone, leaving only desolation. From high above, the ground below was pitted and scarred. The skyscrapers were badly damaged, many places already covered in damp moss. Sun Wufan surveyed the scene from the air and quickly locked onto his target. Found it over there. A spherical object about 10 meters in diameter lay crookedly in a fissure in the ground. Almost certainly the ship. Sun Wufan and Trunks descended and approached the sphere. It really is that ship, Sun Wufan said in delight. Though the ship was covered in moss and had a large hole torn in its hull, it was unmistakably a spacecraft. It was Trunks' first time seeing such a thing, and he was full of curiosity. He touched it here and there only to end up with his hands full of slime and moss. Sun Wufan circled the ship once and finally found a protruding button. Sun Wufan thought to himself, the ship has definitely been damaged. I don't know if this capsule button still works. I'll just bring it back and let Bulma take a look. Maybe she can repair it. With that in mind, Sun Wufan pressed the button firmly. The ship began to tremble, and with a loud boom, a cloud of smoke erupted. In the next instant, it transformed into a single capsule resting in Sun Wufan's palm. Still touching the ship a moment before Trunks jumped in fright. Gohan, you could at least warn me first. That scared me to death. Haha, your courage isn't that small. Come on, let's head back and talk there, Sun Wufan said with a laugh, pocketing the capsule. The two retraced their route. The journey back to Capsule Corporation went smoothly, and they soon arrived. In the backyard, Sun Wufan released the spaceship onto a relatively flat patch of ground. After carefully inspecting it, Bulma said, the damage isn't too severe. I should be able to fix it in about a week. Hearing this, Sun Wufan secretly let out a breath of relief. Plan 1 with a gravity training chamber and a spaceship, the number of strategies available, and the room to maneuver, would increase dramatically. That sense of security finally began to take shape. Over the next day, Sun Wufan and Trunks gave the spaceship a thorough cleaning. They scraped away all the moss and grime on its surface until it was spotless. Aside from several damaged sections, the ship seemed to be enjoying a second spring. From here on, it was up to Bulma to show her true skills. In this field, Sun Wufan and Trunks were clueless. All they could do was watch from the side. After resting another 2 days, Sun Wufan felt his body had fully recovered, so he decided to move his second plan up the schedule. Plan 2, head to the Heavenly Temple targeting the hyperbolic time chamber. In this timeline, not only Sun Wufan, but even Vegeta had no knowledge of the hyperbolic time chamber. Because of that, Sun Wufan had never made use of it. What a waste, an outrageous waste. There was, however, another problem. Ever since Piccolo was killed, the god who shared a body with him had also perished, leaving the Heavenly Temple masterless. Mr. Popo, the temple's guardian, might or might not still be there. Nor did Sun Wufan know whether the temple had ever been attacked by the androids. All of this could only be confirmed by going there in person. Sun Wufan planned to take Trunks along. On the 4th day, he roughly explained his plan to Bulma. Irma was a little surprised that Sun Wufan knew about these things, and even more puzzled that he only brought them up now. If she had known earlier, wouldn't they have started cultivating long ago? After voicing his plan, Sun Wufan had already anticipated the questions Bulma would raise. He had long prepared the answers in his heart. Sun Wufan said that he had heard his father mention it by chance when he was still very young. Too much time had passed, and it had only suddenly resurfaced in his memory now. He was not entirely certain, but perhaps it would be of some help to their cultivation. After giving Sun Wufan a serious look, Bulma chose not to press further. Having a method and a direction is a good thing. You can go with peace of mind. But wait a moment, first I have something to give you. Bulma spoke. Something for us. Sun Wufan and Trunks exchanged a puzzled glance, both wondering what it could be. Soon Bulma dug out a capsule, pressed the button, and tossed it onto the floor with a boom. It transformed into a large chest. Trunks, brimming with interest, hurried over and opened the chest, discovering that inside were sets of identical battle suits composed of blue and white. This battle suit looks really familiar. Sun Wufan crouched down, as well reaching out to stroke the fabric. Bulma spoke in a faint, slightly sorrowful voice. These battle suits were modified more than 10 years ago by me, based on the Frisia Army's combat gear. Each of our companions had a set. Unfortunately, they all fell in battle before ever using them. The size that fit Wufan back then should fit Trunks now. Sun Wufan's eyes lit up. This was a treasure. These battle suits were extremely light, close-fitting, and very breathable. Not only that, they could also withstand a certain amount of attacks and offered decent defense, far sturdier than the orange martial arts GI he currently wore. When he was a child on Namek, Sun Wufan had worn the Frisia Army's combat gear, and it had left a deep impression on him. He also remembered this very design in front of him. This was the very equipment Bulma had produced in the original events when Sun Wukong and his son first entered the hyperbolic time chamber. It could be said that the toughness of these battle suits was such that even if Sun Wufan and Trunks transformed into giant apes over 10 meters tall, they still would not tear. Their elasticity was extraordinary, making them rare and excellent equipment. Sun Wufan smiled and said, "Thank you, Aunt Bulma." Without another word, Trunks found the smallest set, changed into it on the spot, and found that it indeed fit perfectly. He jumped up and down, thoroughly pleased with the battle suit. Bulma laughed. "It really does fit. Trunks looks very handsome in it." "Thanks, Mom," Trunks replied with a grin. Feeling shy about changing in front of Bulma, Sun Wufan found a secluded spot to change, and then walked back out. Bulma took one look at him, and her eyes lit up. Sun Wufan's figure was tall and upright, his muscles solid. He was even more robust and imposing than Sun Wukong had been in those days. Having given up on further study, Sun Wufan's physique was better than that of a model. It was only a pity that the absence of his left arm marred the overall symmetry. He simply tied a knot in the left sleeve to keep the empty fabric from flapping in the wind. "Wow, Wafania, you look so cool," Trunks shouted. "Not bad, not bad. They both fit very well," Bulma said with a nod and a smile. Sun Wufan collected the remaining battle suits and put them away. He then said, "Trunks and I will be off. We'll be back soon. One day at the shortest, two at the longest." "All right," Bulma replied. Bulma nodded. "Good. Goodbye, Mom," Trunks waved. "Goodbye, Trunks," Bulma also waved back. The two brothers stepped out of the house. Sun Wufan oriented himself, then the two of them rose into the air and flew toward Karen Tower. Before long, a heavy rain poured down from the sky, dark clouds shrouding everything. Sun Wufan and Trunks cut through the rain, a blazing aura surrounding their bodies so that not a single drop could reach them. Soon a colossal pillar that pierced the heavens appeared ahead. Intricate totems were carved all along its massive surface. Sun Wufan knew that at the top of that sky-piercing pillar lay the legendary Holy Land of Martial Arts, Karen Tower. "Trunks, let's fly up." Sun Wufan turned back and spoke to Trunks. "Yes, Wafanii," Trunks replied. Their two figures executed a sharp turn and shot straight upward, bursting through layer after layer of dark clouds until they reached the top of the pillar. Karen Tower, the dwelling place of the cat hermit. Sun Wufan and Trunks halted in midair, flew inside, and landed steadily. Sun Wufan swept his gaze around and sighed helplessly. The cat hermit who had lived here for so many years was nowhere to be seen. Only a multitude of empty jars and bottles remained, everything else was gone. "Wafanii, where is this place?" Trunks asked curiously. "This is the cat hermit's dwelling. In the past, it was here that senzu beans were cultivated," Sun Wufan replied. "Oh, then where is he now?" Trunks exclaimed and immediately began rummaging through the jars and bottles, hoping to find a single senzu bean to heal Wafanii's severed arm. But unfortunately, there was not even half a bean left. Sun Wufan shook his head. "I don't know. Let's go. The heavenly temple is still above us." The two of them left and continued flying upward. As they ascended higher and higher, the sky was no longer a gloomy gray. It grew clear, and warm sunlight bathed their bodies, indescribably comforting. It felt as if they had arrived in another beautiful world. Trunks had never seen such scenery before and was extremely excited. If not for his reserved temperament, he would have shouted out loud. Soon they broke through a white cloud and came above the heavenly temple. From high above, they looked down. The semicircular heavenly temple floated close to the edge of the atmosphere. Lush plants covered it, and several buildings rose from its surface, dreamlike and illusory, truly worthy of being called a temple of the gods. Sun Wufan and Trunks descended. Trunks looked left and right, his eyes darting everywhere. He bounced twice on the temple floor, then broke into a small run, curious about everything he saw. He asked as he moved, "Wafanii, is this really where the heavenly god lives?" Yes," Sun Wufan answered. Seeing Trunks so full of joy, Sun Wufan could not help but smile. After all, he was still a child at heart. Such happiness could not be concealed. Of course, Sun Wufan was also happy. At the very least, the heavenly temple had not been attacked by the androids. Everything was intact. This meant the hyperbolic time chamber was still usable. "I wonder if Mr. Popo is still here." With this thought, Sun Wufan followed in the direction Trunks had run, heading toward the cluster of buildings. Ahead stood an archway. Passing through it would bring them into the true heavenly temple. For now, they were still in the front half on the plaza. "Wafanii, what does the heavenly god look like?" Trunks called back as he ran ahead. "Is he really tall, really handsome, super cool?" Sun Wufan thought of Piccolo and couldn't help but smile. "He is pretty tall," he said. As for handsome, that was harder to say, or after all describing a Namekian as handsome felt rather odd, especially since they had no distinction between male and female. Just then Sun Wufan's pupils contracted. He had sensed someone stepping out of the great gate of the heavenly temple emerging from the darkness. Sun Wufan stared fixedly at the gate and halted his steps. Trunks, stop. Oh. Hearing this, Trunks also came to a halt. He then noticed the figure walking out from the doorway. A figure with no discernible aura, no trace of life force at all. This. Trunks couldn't help but take 2 steps back. What on earth was this? The androids might lack energy signatures, but at least they had some sign of life. Is that Mr. Popo? Sun Wufan narrowed his eyes. At his words, the figure finally emerged fully from the darkness. Clad entirely in black, it could only be Mr. Popo. His whole body was pitch dark aside from his clothing, and that distinctive sausage-like mouth, there was hardly any other color. He was black on black, as if someone had gone down into the mines and come back twice as dark. Seeing that it truly was Mr. Popo, Sun Wufan finally let out a breath of relief. Mr. Popo looked at Sun Wufan, then at Trunks. Mr. Wufan, you have finally come. I have been waiting for you for a very long time, he said. His face was a uniform darkness, making it impossible to discern any expression. His voice carried no emotion, either, rather like that of a robot. Waiting for me? Sun Wufan asked. Mr. Popo replied, yes. Ever since the heavenly god died 12 years ago, no human has come to the heavenly temple. I have waited here for 12 whole years, and at last you have arrived, Mr. Wufan. I wish to ask you, Mr. Wufan, are you willing to become the new heavenly god of Earth? Hearing this, Trunks' eyes immediately lit up. Cool, too cool. Wufani I becoming the new heavenly god of Earth. Nothing could be cooler. But Sun Wufan's next answer felt anything but cool to him. Sorry, Mr. Popo. I don't want to be a heavenly god, Sun Wufan said, shaking his head. Mr. Popo was not disappointed. This was within his expectations. Still, he asked, oh, why? Sun Wufan answered honestly, because even if I become the new heavenly god of Earth, I still won't be able to defeat androids 17 and 18. And as far as I know, becoming a heavenly god comes with restrictions, doesn't it? For example, being unable to descend to the mortal world at will. For more than 10 years, the androids have ravaged the world, slaughtering wherever they pleased. The mortal realm has been plunged into misery, cries unanswered by heaven or earth. If I were then trapped here, would the duty of protecting Earth fall on Trunks' shoulders instead? Mr. Popo fell silent for a moment, then nodded. Saw you speak the truth. Sun Wufan gave him a sidelong glance and said with a hint of sarcasm, for so many years you might as well have vanished. I thought you were already dead. Mr. Popo was no fool. He naturally heard the gunpowder in Sun Wufan's tone. It was clearly a deep dissatisfaction with his long absence. Somewhat embarrassed, he said, I'm sorry, Mr. Wufan. Due to my official duties, I cannot arbitrarily interfere with matters of the mortal world. Sun Wufan rolled his eyes at him. Nonsense. Back then, Mr. Popo had even descended to seek out the old heavenly god spaceship. Sun Wufan remembered that clearly. How was it that later he could no longer do so? Had the old heavenly god's death caused him to shut down as well? There had been so many things Sun Wufan did not know, but after integrating another soul, he had gained a new godlike perspective. Thus he had come to understand that there were many ways left to save Earth. But what use were methods if no one would act on them? For years no one paid Earth any mind. A world full of despair riddled with scars had been thrown onto the small shoulders of a 9-year-old child. This world had become one utterly forgotten. Who could truly understand how Sun Wufan had endured these past 10+ years? No rescue. Only a hard, lonely struggle to save himself. If even one person had lent a hand, Earth would not have become what it was today. For instance, if Mr. Popo had descended, brought him to the heavenly temple, trained him, and revealed the secret of the hyperbolic time chamber, Sun Wufan believed he could have tried many things. At the very least, things would not be as tragic as they were now. Or when the disaster first began, if the KO had contacted him and told him the location of New Namek, he could have taken a spaceship there, gathered the Dragon Balls, and resurrected his companions. But none of that had happened. Nothing at all. Over a decade later, still no one had come. It was as if everyone had simply forgotten Earth. Even if they found New Namek, now those companions of the past would probably be beyond revival. What exasperated him even more were those very companions who had died. Had they grown tired of living? Did they no longer wish to be revived? Perhaps KO had too many planets to manage and had simply forgotten about Earth, always reading joke books or driving his little car around. But what about those companions? In all likelihood, they had kept their bodies and were cultivating either in the underworld or on KO's planet. So how had they managed to go more than 10 years without a single inquiry? Was it because death had severed all attachments, or was there some other reason? Thinking of this, Sun Wufan couldn't help but tighten his fists, already calculating how much force he would use when he finally got the chance to pound some sense into those beloved elders. Not hitting, not sparring with them, would simply be unreasonable. Just they wait. If they couldn't give him a satisfactory explanation, he would have to consult them a few extra times. While these thoughts churned in his heart on the surface, he merely waved a hand at Mr. Popo. Official duties. Unable to interfere with the mortal realm. With so many rules, being a heavenly god isn't worth it. I truly am not suited for it. Mr. Popo was momentarily at a loss for words. After a few breaths of silence, he finally asked, since you're not here to become heavenly god, Mr. Wufan, what is your purpose in coming this time? Sun Wufan no longer bothered with needless talk. We want to train in the hyperbolic time chamber. Is that allowed? He asked directly. Also, Mr. Wufan already knows about the hyperbolic time chamber, Mr. Popo said. Of course, that's no problem. Please follow me, both of you. As he spoke, Mr. Popo made a gesture of invitation and turned to walk into the temple. Trunks glanced at Sun Wufan. What are you looking at? Go on, Sun Wufan signaled with his eyes. Oh, Trunks said, quickly following after. Sun Wufan strode in with long steps. Wafania, you really won't become heavenly god? Trunks asked as they walked. Sun Wufan grinned. Heavenly god? Not even a dog would take that job. Walking in front, Mr. Popo was practically covered in black lines in his mind. It was clear that Mr. Wufan was still simmering with anger. His words were anything but pleasant. After a short walk, the three of them stopped before a great door. Sun Wufan looked up and noticed a clock hanging directly above the door with a gigantic hourglass to the side. Mr. Wufan, this is the hyperbolic time chamber, Mr. Popo said. Time flows differently in the hyperbolic time chamber. Spending a year inside is equivalent to just a single day outside, he explained. However, each person can only use it for 2 days in their lifetime. Mr. Wufan, you must keep track of the time yourself. Once the allotted time is exceeded, this door will vanish on its own, and you will never be able to leave. Sun Wufan nodded. I understand. Mr. Popo continued, though perhaps I'm just worrying too much. It's impossible for anyone to endure staying inside for the full 2 years. Back then, Mr. Wukong couldn't even last a few months before he ran out. Sun Wufan fell silent. All right, go on in, Mr. Popo said, pushing open the door of the hyperbolic time chamber. Could there really be such a miraculous place in this world? Trunks poked his head inside and saw a boundless white, unknown world stretching before him. Trunks' eyes were filled with curiosity as he stepped inside. Son Gohan followed closely behind. After the two entered, the door of the hyperbolic time chamber closed automatically. Trunks said, Gohan, did you hear that? A year in here equals just 1 day outside. Isn't that amazing? Son Gohan smiled and replied, yes, of course I heard. But it's not just about the slow passage of time. You'll see soon enough. Trunks asked, what else is there? You seem to know so much, Gohan. Son Gohan replied, we'll tell you later. Let's first check out our living quarters. He added, in a bit you'll experience gravity several times stronger than Earth's, along with extreme temperature differences, feeling the thrill of both ice and fire. Son Gohan decided to surprise Trunks. To the right upon entering was their living space. It was simply furnished with 2 large beds, a wardrobe, and a full-length mirror. Further inside there was a bathroom and a toilet. The bathroom had a gigantic bathtub. After a tiring training session, lying back in it would feel extremely comfortable. At that moment Trunks asked, Gohan, where does the water here come from? And where does it drain? This question truly puzzled Gohan. Use your imagination, Son Gohan replied. Trunks looked bewildered. On the left side of the door was the kitchen, which had some common utensils and several large jars. Upon opening the lid of one jar, he found water, rice, and flour inside. Want meat? Well, there isn't any. It's just enough to fill our bellies. Son Gohan knew there were some issues with these jars. They seemed to automatically refresh after a period of time. It was quite miraculous. However, Son Gohan didn't bother delving deeper into this phenomenon, as this was a world of 2 dimensions. What was possible and impossible blurred here. You probably haven't seen someone take a hammer and boldly create a spaceship. It's all just trivial. After checking the kitchen, Son Gohan waved his hand and said, Trunks, follow me. Trunks nodded excitedly and followed closely behind Gohan, though he didn't know if he would still be smiling in a bit. The two passed through the corridor between their living quarters and the kitchen, arriving at a vast expanse of white space. They stood as if on a snowy shore, gazing into the endless white. Son Gohan said with a smile, Trunks, let's go take a look. Okay, Trunks replied loudly and leaped into the white expanse. Then with a splash he fell flat on his face. Trunks glared at Son Gohan with a look of grievance as he struggled to get up. But the overwhelming gravity pulled him down, making him feel like every cell in his body was sinking. Ha ha! Son Gohan laughed heartily, pointing at Trunks. Gohan! Trunks pouted, grumbling under his breath as he ignited a white flame and slowly stood up. He realized he had been too careless with no preparation or concern at all. Otherwise, with Trunks' combat strength, he wouldn't have fallen like that. Ha, I forgot to tell you the gravity here is several times stronger than Earth's, Son Gohan said with a laugh, stepping into the vast white space. Having prepared in advance, Son Gohan faced no issues. He felt his body grow heavy, making movements less convenient. Gohan, you knew and didn't tell me in advance. You made me fall. Trunks complained angrily. Haha, what's wrong with giving the hyperbolic time chamber a hug to show respect? Son Gohan said as he felt the air around him suddenly grow hot. With every breath, it felt like inhaling flames, burning every organ within him. But soon after, the temperature dropped sharply. It was as if plunging from a furnace into an ice cave. The frigid air slowed the flow of his blood, and the breath he exhaled instantly turned to frost. Alternating between extreme heat and cold was truly tormenting. Trunks' face shifted from red to pale. I finally understand why Mr. Popo said no one can stay here for 2 years. This is really deadly. Son Gohan took a few deep breaths of the mixed air and stretched his muscles before throwing punches and kicking, moving with great vigor, stopping after a few jumps. He said, "You're right. Such an environment is indeed torturous, but training here can significantly enhance our strength. With several times the gravity and this extreme temperature, even doing nothing will enhance our combat power just by living here. So Trunks, to defeat the androids and become stronger, we should be grateful for this training environment." Trunks stood at attention and said, "Got it, Gohan. I will train hard." Son Gohan nodded, "Yes, good. Now let's begin, Trunks. Time is tight and the task is heavy. We must seize every moment. Let's start our first stage of training now. All right, come on, don't transform into a Super Saiyan. Use all your strength to attack me." Son Gohan divided this training into 3 stages. He knew that both he and Trunks had poor foundations. Therefore, the first stage would be to consolidate and enhance their basic qualities. These basic qualities included several aspects, such as basic combat power, resilience to strikes, and combat skills. The 3 could be developed simultaneously and complemented each other. Son Gohan planned to spend 6 months on this stage. A longer duration was fine. Only by solidifying the foundation could they build tall buildings on it. The saying goes, sharpening the knife doesn't delay chopping wood, and it applies here. As for the second stage, Son Gohan planned to surpass the Super Saiyan. Once the foundation is solid, they would begin attempting breakthroughs. One must not only dare to think, but also dare to act and practice. This is the only way to continuously surpass oneself. If one remains stagnant thinking that being a Super Saiyan is the pinnacle, then they will never become a true powerhouse in their lifetime. Son Gohan also planned to spend 6 months on this stage. It was a longer duration, but there was no other way. They had no teacher and could only rely on constant attempts and practice to prove feasibility, learning from failures and continually trying new methods. Although failure is frequent, Son Gohan believes that one day success will come. After all, things couldn't get worse. It's already much better than before, isn't it? 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Son Gohan and Trunks were engaged in intense combat. Compared to 6 months ago, both their hair had grown significantly. Not only that, but Trunks had also become more muscular and taller. They fought in their normal forms. The sound of their strikes echoed like thunderclaps. Their strength was astonishing. As the 6-month period ended, both their combat powers had advanced by leaps and bounds, making them incomparable to before. However, upon close observation, Trunks was panting heavily, while Son Gohan remained calm and composed, handling the situation with ease. Though he only had one hand now, he still exuded an overwhelming presence, embodying invincibility. Boom! The 2 fists collided, unleashing a formidable shockwave. They quickly separated, standing a few meters apart. Trunks, gasping for breath, said, "Gohan, you're incredible. I can't match you." Son Gohan looked at him and chuckled. You've made considerable progress too. Besides, I am your teacher. It's only natural that I am a bit stronger. But you will eventually surpass me." Son Gohan made sure to encourage him. "Come on, Gohan, stop joking." Trunks laughed heartily. "All right, let's stop for today. Rest well for a day, and we'll start the new phase tomorrow." Son Gohan smiled. "Yay? No yay." Son Gohan ruffled Trunks' hair, and they laughed as they returned to the resting area. The next day, they began attempting to break through the Super Saiyan limits. At this moment, Trunks had already transformed into a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan with his golden aura blazing. He continuously threw punches and kicks, and the sounds of ha, ha, ha echoed in the hyperbolic time chambers plaza. Son Gohan sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed, continuously contemplating and integrating new ideas. Having lived two lives, the memories from his past life, combined with those from this life, along with the powerful spiritual strength and understanding from the merging of two souls. Now Son Gohan's ability to progress and his understanding were formidable. He sat for an entire week. After a week in Trunks' astonished gaze, Son Gohan stood up. He furrowed his brows, gritted his teeth, and with a loud roar, a powerful shout erupted from his mouth. Then, centered around Son Gohan, a whirlwind formed out of thin air, spiraling upwards and expanding outward. Boom! A muffled thunder sounded in the previously empty sky, and a lightning bolt struck down. Oh! Son Gohan's long hair stood on end, his golden hair, blue eyes, and surging golden aura instantly transformed him into a Super Saiyan. His basic combat power was significantly higher than Trunks', and thus after transforming into a Super Saiyan, his combat power was stretched even further. After all, the combat power of a regular Super Saiyan increases by 50 times its base form. The gust of wind hit Trunks' face, causing him to widen his eyes in awe at Gohan's powerful aura. He felt envious, wondering when he could become that strong. But Son Gohan's transformation was far from over. His aura was still growing. 2 seconds later, Son Gohan's muscles bulged dramatically, and he grew even taller. A flash of golden light reflected from his muscular build. A tidal wave of energy surged forth, forcing Trunks to close his eyes involuntarily. This Gohan has surpassed the Super Saiyan's bottleneck and entered a new realm. Trunks was both shocked and delighted for Son Gohan. It seemed he needed to work harder. Gohan was moving further and further ahead. Trunks thought to himself. At this moment, Gohan's aura indicated that the androids were no longer a threat. He was in a crushing state. It was unbelievable that after being crushed by the androids for 12 years, Gohan suddenly had an epiphany. To gain such power and become so strong in such a short time was truly incredible. Perhaps I should let Gohan bury me once. While Trunks was lost in thought, Son Gohan was carefully sensing the changes in his body. His limbs felt powerful with immense strength continuously surging within him. Son Gohan felt his pores open wide, and the substance flowing through his veins was no longer blood, but scalding magma. At this moment, his muscles were taut, as if he had boundless strength. However, it didn't take long for Son Gohan to discover a serious issue. But he had anticipated this. This form will leak energy, Son Gohan said helplessly. Indeed, his open pores were greedily absorbing air, while simultaneously expelling his aura. Although his power was immense, the consumption was astonishing. According to Son Gohan's estimation, his current form boosted his strength by at least 70 times compared to his normal state. This was significantly stronger than a regular Super Saiyan, but the consumption was too great. He simply couldn't sustain it, or it was not suitable for prolonged battles. This could be considered a failed transformation. Yet, even so, this form was more than enough to deal with androids 17 and 18. Defeating them would require little effort. Seeing that his energy hadn't depleted much, Son Gohan decided to boldly attempt another transformation. Once again, his already powerful aura surged, rising continuously. Trunks was dumbfounded, plopping down on the ground and ignoring the pain in his backside. In his astonished gaze, Son Gohan's body grew taller and larger once more. A terrifying aura swept across the land. Although he knew it was Gohan, Trunks couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. If the previous form had a bulky, muscular look, then this one was nearing a monstrous level. Trunks gulped, shifting his position. Now Gohan looked somewhat terrifying. His muscles expanded like granite, and his entire body crackled with golden energy. Fortunately, Gohan's face still appeared manly with a scar over his eye. If it were Trunks' face, it would have been an explosive sight. The impact of that image was simply unimaginable. Son Gohan exhaled and began to move. He tested his punching and kicking speed, then shook his head and reverted to his normal form. Seeing Son Gohan's imposing aura dissipate, Trunks also breathed a sigh of relief. That previous form was still a failed transformation. While the power had indeed surged to 90 times his normal state, there were significant drawbacks. In pure power terms, this form could rival a Super Saiyan 2. It was extremely formidable. However, this form not only suffered from severe energy consumption, but also had its speed reduced by half, creating a significant imbalance. As Trunks approached, he wore an envious expression and said, "Gohan, that was amazing. You scared me. You're invincible. If I were an android, I would run the other way if I saw you." Son Gohan clenched his fist and looked at him. He spoke earnestly, "Trunks, both of those transformations you just attempted were flawed. Though they greatly amplify your power, their drawbacks are far too severe. Gohan then meticulously explained the strengths and weaknesses of both transformations to Trunks. He continued, however, I've already conceived a superior approach. Half a year should suffice. If this still falls short, we can dedicate another full year to refinement. We still have time. All right. Trunks marveled aloud. Brother Gohan truly is extraordinary. His mind shifts with astonishing speed. Hardly has one transformation failed, and already a new insight emerges. He himself hadn't conceived a single idea yet. As his disciple, he longed to learn such brilliance and felt deep admiration. This was perhaps the advantage of standing upon the shoulders of giants. Though Gohan's innate perception was already formidable, these transformation techniques were not his own invention. These forms had been previously described in the original chronicles, but knowing them intellectually and mastering them physically are two entirely different matters. For Gohan, bridging that gap, from mental comprehension to bodily mastery, took no small measure of time. Had his perception been even slightly weaker, the process might have stretched on far longer. After all, he now trained without guidance or instruction, relying solely on a hazy conceptual outline from memory. That in itself was no trivial undertaking. As for why he chose to explore these two failed transformations rather than leap directly to simulating the full-power Super Saiyan state, Gohan held his own rationale. As always, only when the foundation is laid deeply and solidly can the edifice rise ever higher and sturdier. Only by walking the path oneself can one discern where the pitfalls lie, and thus avoid them next time or fill them in. In life, no step is wasted, every stride counts. Trunks asked Brother Gohan, what exactly is this new idea you mentioned? At that moment, Gohan embodied the selfless mentor, patiently illuminating his student's path into an uncharted realm. Gohan said, Trunks, remember this above all, no matter which transformation you undertake, your physical body remains the sole foundation and the most vital element. Transformation is merely the art of discovering the body's hidden pathways and then activating them to briefly unleash immense power. Yet only when your innate physical constitution is sufficiently robust will the unleashed power reach its fullest potential. The stronger the physique, the greater the force it can channel and endure. Trunks nodded slowly, as if beginning to grasp why Gohan had insisted on this first stage of foundational training. Therefore, we must train diligently and persistently, elevating our body's overall capacity without cease. Only then will our transformed strength grow more potent, more stable, and capable of bearing ever greater power. Understood, Brother Gohan, Trunks replied respectfully. Though inwardly he mused, he's spoken volumes in circles, yet still hasn't reached the heart of it. Is every teacher destined to speak thus? Help. As for the new direction I mentioned, it naturally centers on our body's fundamental attributes and ingrained habits. Trunks pricked up his ears. Gohan continued, let us suppose, just for argument, that we treat the Super Saiyan state not as a fleeting transformation, but as our baseline condition. We train within it. We familiarize ourselves with it. We master it. Trunks, what do you imagine would happen? Gohan turned to him, eyes keen. Trunks paused, then exclaimed excitedly, would our power surge dozens of times over, just as it does when we first ascend to Super Saiyan? Gohan fell silent for a beat. You truly dare to dream. Still, he thought, his mind is finally stirring. It won't be quite so dramatic, but we will drastically reduce ki consumption and our bodies will certainly withstand vastly greater forces. Yet this path will be arduous. It demands immense time, relentless calibration, and unwavering perseverance until we conquer it utterly. Now I'm genuinely excited, Brother Gohan. I'll follow your lead. Whatever you say, we do. Trunks slapped his thigh, invigorated. Let's eat first, Gohan said. Ah, yes. Now that you mention it, I am rather hungry, Trunks replied, blinking in mild surprise. After the meal, they trimmed their hair and began their first attempt transforming into Super Saiyans, then deliberately dissipating their aura. They sought to sustain that delicate equilibrium. Alas, mere minutes later the effort collapsed. For the Super Saiyan state inherently inflames the spirit, fostering rage, aggression, and unquenchable combat hunger. Yet once the aura receded, that fury swiftly subsided, and as calm returned, the transformation dissolved of its own accord. Thus maintaining the state proved nearly impossible, let alone forging it into second nature. Time flowed like water. 1 month passed. In the courtyard of the hyperbolic time chamber, Trunks bent at the waist, hands braced on his knees. Truly difficult, Brother Gohan. I simply cannot hold it for long. Keep practicing, replied Gohan, golden-haired, moving languidly through a series of erratic, improvised martial forms. One arm struck out awkwardly, lending his posture an oddly lopsided grace. Another month elapsed. Now it's far better. I can sustain it for half a day. Trunks laughed heartily. I've held it for several days straight. Keep pushing, Trunks. Trunks deflated like a wilted eggplant. All right. I'll try harder. 6 months later. Brother Gohan. Brother Gohan. I've grown fully accustomed. Even my sleep maintains the Super Saiyan form. Trunks proudly announced. Gohan smiled warmly. Excellent, Trunks. Your progress is remarkable. I'm deeply gratified. He raised his thumb high in unreserved praise. Trunks sighed, awed to earn Brother Gohan's commendation is no easy feat. Gohan merely offered a gentle, silent smile. Half a year had passed, and Trunks had finally achieved seamless integration. As for Gohan, he'd completed his second phase of cultivation 3 months earlier. Recalling that span, he remembered pots shattering mid-kook, bowls cracking at first bite, beds collapsing beneath him in slumber. A strangely vivid mosaic of domestic chaos. Had the hyperbolic time chamber not possessed auto-refreshing mechanisms, the sheer volume of shattered furnishings would have left them disheartened. Time slipped by unnoticed. A full year had elapsed since master and disciple entered the chamber. Brother Gohan, what lies ahead? Trunks asked, lifting his gaze after their meal. Gohan replied, Phase 3 consolidation, reflection, and revisiting fundamentals to uncover new insights. Trunks blinked, confused. What on earth did that mean? Within the chamber, days and nights held no meaning. Another 6 months flowed by. Trunks had matured into a striking young man. Yet perhaps due to Prince Vegeta's overwhelmingly dominant genetics, Trunks remained of modest stature. His refined features, lean frame, and sculpted musculature gave him the charming allure of a youthful, spirited hound. Gohan, meanwhile, changed little. Having already reached his early 20s, his physique was long settled. Still, 18 months of rigorous training lent him broader shoulders and denser muscle mass. His facial contours sharpened, handsome yet edged with quiet intensity. And the scar across his cheek added a raw, untamed wildness to his presence. Lately, Gohan sensed his body nearing a plateau, power gain slowing to a near standstill as though rooted in place. He knew well the wisdom of haste makes waste. Over this year and a half, both had advanced beyond all expectation. To press further recklessly risked grave consequences. Balance between exertion and repose was essential. Sometimes rest bore greater fruit than relentless striving. So Gohan ceased forcing progress. After consulting Trunks, they departed the hyperbolic time chamber. Outside, Mr. Popo stood waiting. Though his face was pitch black, an expressionless astonishment radiated from him as he gazed upon golden-haired Gohan and Trunks. Mr. Popo, why wait for us at the entrance? Gohan greeted him warmly. Mr. Popo recovered his composure and replied, I feared you'd overstayed. Came to remind you. Yet you emerged a day and a half early. Truly impressive. You trained inside for a full year and a half. Gohan thought silently, had I not hit this plateau, I could have trained 2.5 years. Aloud he said, thank you for your concern, Mr. Popo. The chamber was fine, though the fare left much to be desired. Next time, perhaps some meat. Exactly. Trunks chimed in emphatically. On my apologies. The chamber cannot preserve perishables. I shall prepare a proper meal for you both immediately, Master Gohan and Trunks. Please wait a moment. Food. At the mention, both Saiyans' mouths flooded with saliva. For 18 months, they'd subsisted on rice balls and flatbread. They were nearly mad with craving. Meat. I must devour mountains of meat. Inside their minds, tiny versions of themselves screamed in unison. They felt capable of devouring an entire dinosaur on the spot. Moments later, Mr. Popo served a lavish banquet. The two Saiyans attacked the feast like ravenous specters, gulping, tearing, swallowing in a whirlwind of chaos rivaling a cosmic battle. Mr. Popo stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. The scene stirred deep familiarity, echoing the era when Son Goku trained atop Kami's lookout. Indeed, after countless eons, Mr. Popo's culinary mastery remained peerless. Both Gohan and Trunks ate until comfortably sated, neither overstuffed nor wanting. Thank you for your generous hospitality, Mr. Popo, Trunks said with sincere courtesy. Then with a shared leap, master and disciple plunged from Kami's lookout down to earth. Wind howled past their ears as they re-entered the ashen world. Trunks, did you eat enough? Gohan glanced sideways. Not quite, Brother Gohan. Trunks rubbed his stomach. Very well, first barbecue. Once we're sated, we hunt the androids. Gohan grinned. Yes. Trunks agreed. They landed in a dense forest, and there as ever in the Dragon Ball world, dinosaurs roamed freely. Trunks, go ahead. Gohan leaned back against a sturdy tree, nodding subtly toward the beasts. Trunks understood instantly and launched forward. Selecting a hapless dinosaur at random, he gutted it cleanly and skewered it over flames. Soon golden brown skin crackled, fragrant oils spattered, and rich aroma saturated the forest. "Here, Brother Gohan." Sweating profusely, Trunks tore off an entire hind leg and handed it over. Delicious. Let's reclaim all we've missed these past 18 months. They feasted voraciously, until only a gleaming hollow skeleton remained. At that instant, a broadcast crackled from a nearby city. Breaking news on the androids. The latest attack struck Tragically town, 200 kilometers south of the eastern metropolis. Time to move. Sated and grinning master and disciple exchanged knowing glances. Episode 009, The Terrifying Headpat. South of East City. Tragically town. Once thriving Tragically town, now choked under thick, acrid smoke. Fire raged skyward. Explosions thundered relentlessly as androids 17 and 18 enacted merciless slaughter. Within minutes, its population of hundreds of thousands lay slaughtered, down to the yapping dogs vaporized by pinpoint energy blasts. The town lay in ruins, shattered, grotesque, unspeakably horrific. Even hell could scarcely rival such desolation. Android 17 raised his hand, golden light coiled around his palm, and hurled a searing energy sphere. Boom. A 20-story skyscraper detonated violently, steel beams and concrete shards exploding outward in a deafening cacophony. Then, a black mushroom cloud erupted skyward, unleashing waves of scorching heat that rolled across the land like a vengeful tide. 17 The townsfolk are gone. No need to waste energy here. Let's move south. More people await us there, eager to play. The young woman crossed her arms, voice icy and detached. This was Android 18, the apex deer goddess of the Dragon Ball cosmos. Her golden shoulder-length hair shimmered, her flawless porcelain skin glowed with ethereal purity. She wore an unbuttoned denim jacket over a horizontally striped long-sleeve t-shirt, effortlessly sharp and commanding. Below, tight denim shorts revealed legs of perfect proportion, long shapely sheathed in black stockings and tall polished boots. She stood like royalty incarnate, radiating an aura of regal frost-kissed elegance. Glancing at her, 17 remarked, "No need to rush. What fun is there in wiping out humanity all at once? Let's savor it slowly, or soon there'll be nothing left to play with." 17 was a striking youth, uncannily resembling 18. Before their cybernetic rebirth, they had been fraternal twins, hence their near-identical features. 17's jet black hair cascaded even longer than hers. Though activated over a decade ago, their ageless forms preserved them eternally at 17. Youthful, unchanging, deceptively serene. 17 wore an orange headband, a black tunic, loose-fitting trousers, and a holstered revolver at his hip, evoking the mythos of the Wild West. Sister and brother, she an ice-cold beauty, he a brooding, magnetic charmer. Their appearance betrayed nothing of the monstrous slaughterers they truly were. Because of them, over 70 to 80% of Earth's human population had perished, a devastation deeper than any apocalyptic plague or zombie cataclysm. 18 chuckled softly. "How childish. I prefer swift annihilation." Hearing this, 17 burst into laughter. Childish? Who was it who raised an entire city last week after losing a video game? 18 turned her head away in haughty silence. Then, with a flick of her finger, she unleashed a golden beam of pure destruction. A blinding light flared at her fingertips. Another skyscraper erupted in a deafening explosion. "All right, let's obliterate this entire city in one breath. Then head to the southern capital to continue our slaughter." Number 17 spoke as he soared skyward. Simultaneously, a seething energy sphere coalesced rapidly in his right palm, its incandescent fury surging like a captive sun bathing the heavens in fierce radiance. He intended to reduce the city beneath him to absolute dust. Witnessing this, number 18 likewise ascended, lest the ensuing blast debris soil her garments. At that very instant, two figures shot across the distant horizon with blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, they materialized beside numbers 17 and 18. Before either android could react, each was struck by a crushing blow, hurled downward from the sky, crashing into the earth with cataclysmic force. The ground split wide open, shuddering with thunderous detonations. "Who dares? How utterly infuriating. You've ruined my clothes." Number 18 emerged from the billowing smoke. Her jacket and t-shirt were half-shredded, exposing a dazzling expanse of pale skin. "Damn it, this was my favorite outfit. I barely have any left." She tore off the tattered denim jacket, wiped dust from her face, and her fury burned white-hot. Number 17 likewise burst forth from the ruins, his expression frozen in glacial contempt. Meanwhile, Son Gohan and Trunks, the architects of this assault, descended from the heavens, landing silently before the androids, their faces impassive and unreadable. Trunks glanced briefly at number 18, then swiftly averted his gaze upon seeing her exposed torso. At the sight of Son Gohan and Trunks, both androids froze in unison, momentarily stunned. Son Gohan, you're still alive. What uncanny luck you possess. Number 17 remarked, genuinely astonished. If you two survived, why should I perish? Son Gohan replied coldly. I told you last time I'd vaporize him with a blast. You insisted he was dead. Looks like you were mistaken this time, 17. Number 18 retorted with scathing disdain, utterly unconcerned by her own state of undress. Number 17 chuckled dryly. Perfect timing, isn't it? We've been bored out of our minds, and now amusement has walked straight to our doorstep. His tone brightened, arms crossed. He regarded Son Gohan and Trunks with amused predatory interest, like a connoisseur observing two deluded jesters. Was this not sheer suicidal folly? Son Gohan, this time you will not walk away alive. I'll reduce you to ash, scatter your very essence into oblivion. Number 18 roared with manic glee. Die. She snarled, stomping hard on the ground. The earth fractured under the colossal impact as she launched herself forward, skimming low over the shattered terrain. The scant remnants of fabric clinging to her chest fluttered wildly in the wind. Son Gohan and Trunks stood motionless, struck by how unusually loquacious their foes had become today. Villains who speak too much seldom survive. Son Gohan fixed his gaze on number 18 and said calmly, Trunks, take care of number 17. I'll handle 18. Yes, brother Gohan. Trunks exhaled in quiet relief and turned toward the watching number 17. In the flash of lightning, number 18 closed the distance, arriving mere meters before Son Gohan. She leapt high, driving a devastating straight punch straight at his face. Her fist cleaved the air with a sharp, guttural shriek, revealing raw, terrifying power. Son Gohan watched the incoming fist with icy detachment. In his perception, number 18 moved with the sluggishness of a tortoise. Frozen stiff with fear, not even trying to dodge. Number 18 sneered inwardly. Her knuckles were inches from impact. She had absolute confidence a direct hit would leave Son Gohan either dead or broken beyond repair. But at that precise moment, Son Gohan tilted his body just slightly. Her fist sliced through empty air. Number 18 recoiled in shock. How could she have missed? Before she could regain her bearings, a searing agony exploded in her abdomen. It felt as though her stomach were tearing apart. Son Gohan's right fist had slammed into her lower abdomen with brutal precision. A deep, hollow thud reverberated through the silence. Blood spurted from her mouth. Her flawless, statuesque form rocketed backward like a cannonball. Die. Son Gohan scoffed coldly, then surged forward, palm slamming down onto number 18's skull. A terrifying, decisive head palm strike. Terror flooded number 18's eyes. The first time in her existence, she truly tasted the proximity of death. No. Brilliant light erupted from Son Gohan's palm, and number 18's head detonated in a violent, silent burst. That once luscious, seductive body crumpled lifelessly into the dust, its allure instantly extinguished. Son Gohan's eyes remained glacial. With a casual flick of his finger, even the headless corpse disintegrated into a fleeting, macabre firework. How is this possible? Am I dreaming? Number 17, locked in combat with Trunks, stared, pupils contracting violently, his vision blurring with raw disbelief at the carnage before him. God! He recoiled midair, putting distance between himself and Trunks, then unleashed a barrage of roaring energy spheres in frantic succession. The earth splintered beneath him, mountains cracked, rivers ruptured. Smoke and flames swallowed the landscape for kilometers. The ground collapsed inward, leaving nothing behind of the once thriving Taikoo town. Son Gohan rose high above the inferno, brushing aside thick plumes of smoke with his sleeve. Trunks, standing unscathed at the epicenter, had evaded every single blast with effortless grace. With a contemptuous snort, Trunks accelerated, vanishing and reappearing instantly behind number 17. Danger! Sensing the murderous aura erupting from behind, number 17's hair bristled, his palm blazing with energy as he swung backward. Yet this time Trunks did not evade. He met the strike head-on. Their palms collided, triggering a maelstrom of raw energy that detonated outward from their point of contact. In that same heartbeat, Trunks twisted his hand into a claw, seizing number 17's arm, and hurled him skyward with savage force. Then Trunks' entire being ignited in radiant golden light, a colossal energy sphere rocketing upward, streaking after number 17. Number 17 screamed, a shrill, soul-rending wail of pure terror. His shriek was instantly drowned beneath the roar of annihilation. His body vanished within the sphere, twisting, contorting, then bursting apart, before vanishing entirely in a flash of vaporization. An apocalyptic brilliance eclipsed the heavens, blinding, all-consuming, for 10 full seconds before fading. The oppressive gloom above scattered for the first time in years. Sunlight pierced through, warm, golden, and long-awaited. Episode 10: The Third Plan. Son Gohan and Trunks stood in silence for a long while, memories of the past 12 years flooding their minds. Trunks' eyes glistened with unshed tears. Son Gohan exhaled deeply, relief settling over him like a warm tide. A weight lifted from his spirit, and his body hummed with renewed vitality. His long-stagnant cultivation barrier had shifted, his strength had subtly, unmistakably grown. It wasn't much, but Son Gohan was elated. This meant the bottleneck had finally shattered. Super Saiyan second grade was no longer distant. It was imminent. Trunks wiped his eyes and whispered, "It's finally over." Son Gohan smiled gently at him. "Let's go home." "Yeah, home." Trunks beamed, radiant with joy. Brothers in blood, and master and disciple in spirit, they soared skyward together, bound for Capsule Corporation. 3 days later, a news broadcast flickered across television screens. Next, an announcement regarding the androids. To all surviving humans across Earth, reliable intelligence confirms that the 2 androids who terrorized humanity for 12 long years have been slain by an unknown transcendent warrior. As of today, we are free. The bulletin was brief, but seismic in its impact. Every living human choked back sobs. Many fell to their knees, bowing deeply, not to gods but to the nameless savior whose intervention had redeemed mankind. 12 years of pent-up despair erupted. Some wept, some laughed, others danced, sang slaughtered livestock in celebration. Inside Trunks' home, 3 sat around a table, eating, watching the broadcast. Bulma nibbled delicately on a piece of fruit, then turned to Son Gohan. "Gohan, I'm the one who informed the world government of the android's demise. But knowing how discreet you both are, I deliberately withheld your names. You won't hold it against me, will you?" Son Gohan tore off a chicken leg, stuffed it into his mouth until his cheeks bulged, and grinned around it. "Of course not. That's exactly how it should be." "Mum." Bulma nodded, smiling warmly. "Gohan, you've truly surpassed your father now." "Ha ha, still far from it. Trunks is outstanding too." He extracted a clean, intact chicken bone from his mouth and placed it neatly on the table. "Absolutely, Trunks is exceptional. These years training under you have shaped him beautifully, Gohan." Hearing Bulma's praise, Trunks instinctively puffed out his chest, beaming with quiet pride. His posture was taller, broader. 2 years inside the hyperbolic time chamber had transformed him. Bulma gazed at her son, her heart swelling with maternal awe at how profoundly he'd grown. Bulma added thoughtfully, "Still, why do you both keep those golden locks?" "It's part of our training, Mom," Trunks interjected eagerly. "Training? All right then." Bulma didn't press further. She knew better than to question what lay beyond her understanding. Son Gohan paused, then turned to Bulma. "Aunt Bulma, I'd like to ask you something." "What is it?" "Do you remember the Oracle Fish?" "The Oracle Fish? Oh yes. I met her once long ago. She dwells in the desert, within a solitary palace amidst the dunes." "Why do you ask?" "I need to consult her, Aunt Bulma. Do you recall the way? Would you guide me there?" Son Gohan's eyes gleamed with sudden luminous hope. Bulma agreed instantly. "Of course. Let's depart right after lunch." "Brother Gohan, may I come along too?" Trunks asked eagerly. "By all means, join us," Son Gohan replied. Shortly after the meal, Bulma produced a single capsule and tossed it onto the open ground with a crisp boom. A sleek aircraft materialized instantly. The trio boarded, soaring westward from West City, crossing endless dunes, descending upon a vibrant emerald oasis nestled deep in the desert. It was astonishing, a lush, teeming sanctuary blooming defiantly amid an ocean of barren sand. Neither Son Gohan nor Trunks had ever seen it before. Both gazed about, wide-eyed with wonder. At the oasis's heart rose a strangely sculpted palace, undoubtedly the Oracle Fish's abode. The 3 approached it slowly. They soon reached its towering entrance, yet the massive doors stood tightly sealed. A chill of unease prickled Son Gohan's spine. He exchanged a wary glance with Trunks. Neither could sense a single trace of life within. Either the palace was deserted, or the Oracle Fish possessed such profound mastery over her presence that she emitted no detectable aura at all. After all, she was no ordinary being. She was a denizen of the netherworld. Bulma stepped forward and rapped firmly on the door, waiting expectantly for a reply. But silence answered, prolonged, absolute. The Oracle Fish was almost certainly absent. "Looks like no one's home," Bulma sighed resigned. If only we could locate Master Roshi. He'd surely know how to reach her. Son Gohan murmured. That old lecher hasn't been heard from in over a decade. Likely slain by the android's Sai. Master Roshi was either dead or hiding somewhere impossibly safe. Given his nature, however, death at the android's hands seemed tragically probable. After waiting yet again, the three departed empty-handed. At Son Gohan's suggestion, they next visited Penguin Village, only to find no trace of the robotic girl Aral. Penguin Village existed, but lay in ruins, half destroyed and desolate. Aral and her creator Dr. Sunbei Norimaki had vanished without a whisper, erased as if they'd never been. Whether this world lacked them entirely, or whether they'd fled elsewhere, remained unknowable. The trio returned once more to Trunks' home. Bulma resumed repairs on the starship, assuring them it would be flight-ready in another day or two. Trunks was instructed to remain and assist Bulma. Under Trunks' plaintive pleading gaze, Son Gohan set off alone for the lookout. Returning to the lookout, Son Gohan stated his purpose without preamble. Mr. Popo, can you contact the Kai? The Kai was his true objective. This visit, and even the earlier search for the Oracle Fish, had all been steps toward reaching him. He sought the Kai's aid to learn the location of New Namek. This was his third planned journey to New Namek. Mr. Popo replied, yes, I can, but Mr. Gohan, you know, while I may not interfere in mortal affairs, what is it you intend? Son Gohan smiled amiably. This falls outside mortal concerns. I merely request you relay a message to the Kai. Such communication between divine beings is perfectly ordinary. Ah, quite right. Mr. Popo exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, I confess I seek the Kai's help in appointing a new guardian for Earth. Please connect me to him at once. Appoint a new guardian for Earth. Mr. Popo's spirit soared. He immediately initiated contact with the Kai. His method was disarmingly simple, devoid of artifice or technology. Yet Son Gohan understood he himself could not replicate it. Not yet. There was subtle, profound principle at work here. Mr. Popo tilted his head skyward and called out plainly into the thin air, Kaisama. Kaisama, are you there? Mr. Popo seeks your counsel. Son Gohan wasn't surprised. He'd witnessed stranger things. Though primitive in appearance, the method worked, and that was all that mattered. Sure enough, moments later, the Kai's voice resonated from the heavens. Ah, Popo, what brings you to call? Mr. Popo responded promptly, Kaisama, it is not I who summons you, but Son Goku's Son Gohan. May I grant him direct audience? Oh, very well. The Kai's voice echoed warmly from above. Mr. Popo turned to Son Gohan. Place your right hand upon my shoulder, Mr. Gohan, and you shall speak with the Kai directly. Ah, understood. Son Gohan nodded and rested his right hand upon Mr. Popo's shoulder. Instantly, a subtle sacred resonance linked him to the North Kai, ancient, luminous, and unmistakable. He could now commune with the North Kai. The North Kai said, Are you Son Gohan, son of Wukong? What do you need from me? Oh, I remember now, it's the new Namek star that you wished for from the dragon a little over 10 years ago to help find a new planet suitable for the Namekians, right? Let me look it up. Yes, that's the one. After a moment, the North Kai's voice came back. Found at the new Namek star is in the Lyra constellation, the 35th main star system, the first planet. Gohan, what do you need Namek star for? Son Gohan's heart leaped with joy as he quietly noted the location the North Kai mentioned, then replied, Thank you, North Kai. I am here to find a new deity for Earth. Oh, I see. Do you have anything else? If not, I have to get back to racing. No, I mean back to work. The North Kai hurriedly said. Son Gohan replied. I heard that, North Kai. Are my father and the others there now? Somewhat curious, Son Gohan asked, What are they doing? The North Kai responded, Wukong and the others are not here. They went to the Grand Kai's place to participate in the martial arts tournament. Is there anything else? Oh, then nothing else, thank you, North Kai, Son Gohan said. Okay, goodbye. The North Kai hurriedly logged off, busy with his racing. Son Gohan stroked his chin, pushing aside all those distracting emotions. His expression gradually became joyful. Thus everything went smoothly. Plan 3.011 Arrive at Namek Star. The androids have been completely annihilated, and the whole Earth is celebrating. In this joyous atmosphere, 2 days passed quietly. During these 2 days, Bulma finally repaired the spaceship. The repaired spaceship was as good as new. The only downside was that the energy wasn't full, only remaining at 90. In today's era, equipment and resources are very scarce, and recharging is a time-consuming task. To recharge from 90 to 100, it would take about a month. A month is too long. Son Gohan didn't want to wait at all. It was just a trip to the new Namek star. 90 energy was more than enough for several round trips. So Son Gohan didn't let Bulma continue to recharge, choosing to set off for Namek Star today. Dressed in loose casual clothes, he packed a bunch of food and drinking water into the universal capsules. Trunks on the side pleaded to be taken along. His eyes sparkled with a longing for the unknown. Gohan, can you really not take me with you? I want to see aliens explore the vast universe and discover other worlds. This is probably how a young person should be. Son Gohan looked at him helplessly and decisively rejected. No. Trunks, you can't go, because I have something more important for you to do. How, what is it? Trunks stood up straight. It's like this, Trunks. Although Dr. Gero, who created the androids, no. 17 and no. 18 is dead, the intelligent machines he created still exist. That machine is still executing Dr. Gero's commands and is creating even more terrifying androids than no. 17 and no. 18. So during the time I'm at Namek Star, your task is to find Dr. Gero's research base and destroy it. This concerns the safety of the entire Earth and even the entire universe. Don't you think this is a very important task? Such a thing exists. That is indeed quite important. Don't worry, Gohan, I will do my best to find it. Trunks became serious. Gohan actually entrusted such an important task to me. In Gohan's eyes, can I already stand on my own and be considered an adult? Trunks' little heart raced with a sense of pride from being recognized by an elder. Bulma, who was debugging the time machine nearby, also stopped her work and said seriously, Gohan, if what you said is true, then this matter is too important. I will also go with Trunks to search for this so-called Dr. Gero's research facility. Other matters can be set aside for now. Son Gohan nodded. He then continued, even though no. 17 and no. 18 are dead, there still exists a potential crisis, so we must find their lair as soon as possible and eliminate the root problem, ensuring that there will be no future troubles. Son Gohan knew that since the moment he was reborn, the trajectory of this world had inevitably changed. The future of this timeline is filled with various uncertainties. He could only grasp a general direction. As for Cell, he is naturally the most terrifying factor close to the current time in the future timeline. Therefore, he must be eliminated as soon as possible. However, the priority of eliminating Cell still ranks behind going to Namek Star. After all, the current Cell is just an egg or a larva. Thus, Son Gohan chose to go to Namek Star first, delegating the task of finding Dr. Gero's research facility to Trunks and Bulma. With everything arranged, Son Gohan climbed into the spaceship, closed the hatch, input the coordinates for Namek Star, and pressed the start button. In the next moment, flames erupted from the bottom of the spaceship, rising into the air under the gaze of Bulma and her son soaring upwards. The spaceship broke through the atmosphere and dove into the brilliant universe, quickly vanishing from sight. Looking away, Bulma turned to her son and said, Trunks, time is of the essence. We need to get moving now. Yes, Mom. Trunks nodded seriously. On the spaceship, Son Gohan activated the gravity system, setting the gravity to 200 times normal, and began his training. It was expected to take 2 weeks to fly from Earth to the new Namek Star. Son Gohan didn't want to waste time and planned to devote all of it to training. When he was hungry, he would eat. After eating, he would train. When tired, he would rest. In the monotony of training, 2 weeks passed quickly. One day, after finishing his training, Son Gohan comfortably took a cold shower in the bathing room and then went to the spaceship's cockpit. In front of the cockpit was a huge display screen showing the dazzling star river ahead. Countless star systems flashed by, and the starry sky was boundless. Soon a massive green star appeared in sight. The spaceship's intelligence system timely announced, Dear Master, the spaceship has arrived at the destination Namek Star. Would you like to land? Land, please. Son Gohan replied. Received, searching for a suitable landing trajectory. A suitable trajectory has been found. The spaceship is beginning to land. With the announcement finished, the spaceship flashed and officially penetrated Namek Star's atmosphere. 10 minutes later, the spaceship landed smoothly. Son Gohan opened the hatch, leaped down, and officially stood on the soil of Namek Star. After experiencing the long half-month standing firmly on the ground again, Son Gohan's state of mind became natural and peaceful. He opened his arms, closed his eyes, greedily breathing in the fresh air, embracing the spring breeze. A few seconds later, a presence quickly approached him. Someone was coming. Son Gohan opened his eyes. He put away the spaceship and looked up at the sky. A green figure descended from the sky, cautiously sizing up Son Gohan. Looking at the Namekian, who looked exactly like Piccolo, Son Gohan knew this was a combat-type Namekian. These combat-type Namekians excel in battle, typically responsible for guarding the safety of the Elder. They also step up to save the people when the planet faces disaster. They are the backbone of Namek. Just as Son Gohan was about to speak, the Namekian spoke first. He looked at Son Gohan with astonishment. "Oh, are you Mr. Son Wukong?" At this moment, Son Gohan, with his golden hair and green eyes, indeed bore a striking resemblance to Son Wukong. Looking at the puzzled Namekian, Son Gohan said, "Son Wukong is my father. I am Son Gohan." The combat-type Namekian appeared to understand, saying, "Oh, I see. Do you know my father?" Son Gohan asked. "Yes, I once met Mr. Wukong when he fought Frieza on Namek Star. It has been a long time, and since you resemble Mr. Wukong so much, I mistook you for him. I apologize for that." The combat-type Namekian said somewhat embarrassedly. No problem. I didn't expect to meet an acquaintance. That makes things easier. May I ask your name?" Son Gohan smiled. The Namekian replied, "Hello, Mr. Gohan, you can call me Noboru. Mr. Wukong is our benefactor, so of course his companions are our benefactors too. May I ask if you have any business here on Namek Star?" Noboru spoke with great respect. Son Gohan said, "I would like to borrow the Dragon Balls. Could you please take me to see the Elder?" Noboru glanced at Son Gohan's severed arm, understood, and nodded. "No problem, Mr. Gohan, please follow me. Thank you for your trouble." Noboru soared into the air. Son Gohan followed him as they flew. Before long, Son Gohan saw the familiar Elder. Son Gohan remembered that this Elder seemed to be named Muley. Over 10 years ago, Muley was one of the 7 ordinary Elders of Namek Star. Later, when Frieza attacked Namek Star, the previous Elder passed away. Before taking his last breath, the previous Elder named Muley, thus he became the new Elder of Namek Star. He inherited part of the abilities of the previous Elder. Elder Muley was very kind and had bright eyes, appearing exceptionally wise. "Hello, Elder," Son Gohan greeted with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Gohan," the Elder replied kindly. The Elder responded amicably, then continued, "I already know your purpose. Just now I informed the other Elders to have the Dragon Balls brought over. Dandy is also on his way here. He knows you've come to Namek Star and is very happy." Son Gohan observed Elder Muley once more. This Elder Muley seems impressive. 012, perfect body. It feels like being seen through. A little uncomfortable. Son Gohan had met the previous Elder and had the fortune of having his potential developed by him, so he remembered the previous Elder very clearly. Compared to the previous Elder, Elder Muley's abilities might not match up, but he was younger, so his brilliance was more pronounced. But that's about it. Son Gohan had no reason to be afraid of him. The overwhelming power within him was the source of his confidence. Son Gohan smiled and said, "Thank you for your trouble, Elder." Looking at Son Gohan, Elder Muley recalled the mushroom-head boy from over 10 years ago and said, It's not a bother at all. It's hard to believe that more than 10 years have passed. Mr. Gohan, you have changed so much. What happened to your hand?" Son Gohan said, "I must apologize, Elder. My hand was lost in a battle with a formidable opponent several years ago. I came to Namek Star this time to ask for the dragon's help in restoring my arm." Elder Muley replied, "Oh, that's a minor issue. A Purunga can help Mr. Gohan restore his arm. Is that strong enemy already defeated?" "Thanks to the Elder, he has been eliminated," Son Gohan said with a smile. "Oh, it seems many things have happened on Earth." Elder Muley was deeply impressed. The two of them chatted and learned about the changes in Earth and Namek Star over the past few years. Compared to the ups and downs on Earth, Namek Star has had a peaceful and happy decade. After a while, several presences approached. A few Namekians descended from the sky, bringing the Dragon Balls. Besides the young Namekians carrying the Dragon Balls, one accompanying young Namekian caught Son Gohan's attention. The young Namekian was tall and slim, but not very muscular. Most striking were his bright, piercing eyes, agile and clear. At this moment, the young Namekian was also sizing up Son Gohan. Then they both spoke at the same time. "Are you Dandy? Are you Gohan?" After saying this, both were stunned, then scratched their heads and laughed heartily. Confirming their recognition, they realized they were childhood friends. Dandy ran over to Son Gohan with a joyful expression, but when he saw Son Gohan's severed arm, his brow furrowed. "Gohan, what happened to your hand?" Seeing Son Gohan's severed arm, Dandy asked. "The dragon from Aladdin's lamp." However, Son Wukong thought that the Earth Dragon looked much more handsome than this one before him. After all, the Western Dragon resembled a giant lizard, which did not quite align with Eastern aesthetics. The dragon lowered its head from the clouds, its eyes comparable to houses glimmering with a blood-red light. Its voice, echoing with a resonant effect, thundered through the skies. "Human who summoned me, state your wishes. I can grant you 3 wishes." Indeed, just as Son Wukong remembered, the Dragon of Namek could grant 3 wishes. Furthermore, after the Frieza incident, the Elder had upgraded the Dragon Balls. Although the previous dragon could grant 3 wishes, it could only revive 1 person per wish if it were to resurrect a human. However, after the upgrade, the current dragon no longer had this limitation. Dandy turned to Sun Wukong and asked, "Wukong, is your first wish to restore your arm?" Sun Wukong shook his head and said, "No, have the dragon restore my body to its most perfect state. Just restoring a severed arm. What a joke. One must make the most of their wishes." "All right." Dandy nodded, then looked up at the enormous dragon and spoke a phrase in Namekian. "This is quite simple," the dragon hummed, its eyes flashing red. Immediately Sun Wukong felt his body starting to transform. First the scar on his face vanished, then a tingling sensation spread from his left shoulder as a complete left arm grew out of thin air. Sun Wukong felt a surge of joy. He moved his left arm, clenched his fist, and the joints crackled like popping beans, feeling the overwhelming power within. This newly grown arm felt entirely natural, perfect. Next, the hidden injuries from years of battle were healed. His facial features were slightly adjusted, making Sun Wukong appear even more handsome. He grew 10 centimeters from his original height of 176 centimeters, reaching 186 centimeters. A bushy tail also sprouted, swaying in the wind. His weight surged by over 20 kilograms. At this moment, Sun Wukong's body had transformed into its most perfect state, truly befitting the Namekian dragon. Sun Wukong clenched his fist, a powerful aura erupted from his body, and golden flames enveloped him. A torrent of energy surged forth. All the Namekians around were startled, sensing as if an ancient beast had awakened before them. A drop of sweat the size of a fist dripped from the dragon's forehead. Scary dragon, truly terrifying. What an overwhelming aura. Too frightening. The dragon in the sky hesitated for a moment before speaking again. "The first wish has been fulfilled. State your second wish." Dandy looked again at Sun Wukong, who resembled a golden war god exuding an imposing aura. Sun Wukong restrained his aura, thought for a moment, and said, "My second wish is to grant me a regeneration and recovery ability similar to Majin Buu's." All right." Dandy nodded, and once more spoke a phrase in Namekian to the dragon. The dragon's eyes flashed red, fulfilling Sun Wukong's wish again. Compared to the changes from the previous wish, Sun Wukong didn't even feel anything different in his body with this wish. But he knew he had acquired an extraordinary recovery and regeneration ability like Majin Buu. In that instant, his sense of security skyrocketed. 013 New Kai Dandy. Sun Wukong had 2 major emotional knots in his life. One stemmed from insufficient firepower. The second was death. He had actually experienced death once. Therefore, he was not afraid of death, rather feeling that every additional day of life was a gain, which made him cherish it even more. Now, having wished for extraordinary recovery and regeneration abilities, his mindset had undergone a significant change. The world needed him alive too much. Strictly speaking, his life was no longer solely his. And powerful survival abilities meant more ways to protect those he wanted to safeguard. It also meant more means and methods to annihilate enemies. Although perhaps this ability might not withstand the erasure of the Omni King or the destructive power of the God of Destruction, it could not block the powers of angels either. Nonetheless, there was no doubt that his survival ability had greatly increased. Sun Wukong felt elated, his thoughts clear. His level was about to break through. Sun Wukong had a feeling that he was just a step away from breaking through to Super Saiyan 2. With an incredibly joyful mood, he even found the ugly dragon cute. At this moment, the dragon in the sky spoke again. "The second wish has been fulfilled. Do you have any other wishes? I can still grant one more wish." While speaking, the dragon looked at Sun Wukong with eyes filled with awe. Although its size was enormous, Sun Wukong on the ground seemed like a tiny ant compared to it. However, it was very clear about one thing. Sun Wukong possessed a terrifying power. The magnitude of that power could easily annihilate an entire solar system. In the world of the strong, size is not the only measure of strength. Sun Wukong surveyed all the Namekians present, finally resting his gaze on the elder. He asked, "Elder, do you have any wishes?" "No, we rarely need Purunga's assistance." Elder Muley shook his head. Sun Wukong asked with a hint of expectation, "Oh, then I would like to ask. Is there a way to revive someone who has been dead for over 10 years? Elder Muley shook his head and said, "Purunga cannot revive those who died naturally or have been dead for too long, as they lack a physical body and their souls have reincarnated. If the physical body is still here and the soul is still attached to it, but they have already died and are currently in the underworld or training with King Kai, can nothing be done, eh?" Sun Wukong continued to inquire. "There's such a situation." Elder Muley displayed a shocked expression. This completely overturned his worldview. Thus Sun Wukong recounted the situations of Goku, Vegeta, and others to the elder. Elder Muley, after listening, was astonished. However, Purunga cannot revive those who died from illness, as those who die from sickness are also considered natural deaths. As for the other scenario you mentioned, perhaps upgrading Purunga's abilities could make it possible. I'm truly sorry, Mr. Wukong. I never expected so many things to happen on Earth, even Mr. Goku has passed away, it's such a pity. Could an upgrade perhaps make it possible? Was the dragon's version too low? Then they could consider upgrading afterward, as it was not uncommon for the Dragon Balls to eat their own settings. In fact, Sun Wukong had already guessed this outcome, so he didn't hold out too much hope when asking. Therefore, at this moment, he felt no disappointment. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. However, on the flip side, those companions who had died many years ago might not wish to be revived either. After all, they seemed carefree in the underworld, and with King Kai without any worries. Sigh. Then for the third wish. Sun Wukong thought for a moment and said to Dandy, "In that case, Dandy, my third wish is to ask for the location of Yardrat. With the address, he could go whenever he wanted. After all, he needed to find a new Kai for Earth, and then bring them back to activate the new dragon. That was the pressing matter. After all, he couldn't take the newly found Kai to Yardrat to train for a few years. He could wait, but Earth clearly couldn't. As for why he didn't directly wish for instant transmission, Sun Wukong had his own considerations. Not to mention whether the dragon could fulfill that wish. Even if he learned it, without finding the energy signature of the Yardrat people, he couldn't instantaneously teleport there. After all, he wasn't just going to Yardrat to learn instant transmission. There was more to learn there than just instant transmission. The address of Yardrat. All right. Dandy nodded and made another wish to the dragon. The dragon's eyes flashed red, and a piece of information entered Sun Wukong's mind. It was the location of Yardrat. The dragon specializes in speed. Efficient as ever. Wish fulfilled. The dragon's voice rumbled through the skies. All right, all wishes have been completed, then farewell. Immediately afterward, it erupted in golden light, the dragon's form disintegrating. The 7 petrified Dragon Balls fell to the ground, creating several deep pits. The Dragon Balls of Namek and Earth differ not only in size. After wishes are granted, the Dragon Balls of Earth fly in all directions. This is because the old Kai feared that the insatiable Earthlings would encounter bugs by continuously making wishes, thus increasing the difficulty of collecting the Dragon Balls. But he never expected that later Bulma invented something like the Dragon Radar. The Namekians love peace, are inherently kind, and rarely use the Dragon Balls, so the Elder said it, so that after wishes are granted, the petrified Dragon Balls do not fly far. These petrified Dragon Balls would be sent back to the 7 major clans to continue guarding. After the dragon vanished, dark clouds quickly dispersed, and the sky of Namek returned to clarity, within moments sunlight shining down on the land once again. Sun Wukong approached the Elder and said, "Elder, I have one more request." Elder Muley replied, "Mr. Wukong, you need not be courteous, just speak your mind. It is our honor as Namekians to assist our benefactor. It's like this Earth now needs a guardian. Therefore, I would like to ask the Elder for a person to go to Earth and become the new Kai. Oh, of course, that's no problem, but we still need to seek the other party's consent. Mr. Wukong, do you have a candidate?" Sun Wukong pointed to Dandy beside him and said, Elder, I want Dandy." Dandy, being named, looked a bit startled. Elder Muley smiled at Dandy and asked, "Dandy, would you like to go to Earth and be the Kai?" Dandy appeared dazed and responded, I. Dandy, although your combat ability is average, you are an excellent member of the Dragon Clan with very comprehensive abilities, so of course you can be the Kai of Earth," Elder Muley stated. Sun Wukong added, "Dandy, do you have any concerns about not wanting to go?" Dandy exclaimed, quickly shaking his head, No, I'm just afraid I won't be able to handle it." "It's all right, you must believe in yourself. You just heard Elder Muley say that you are a very excellent member of the Dragon Clan. That can't be false. You will surely become a very outstanding Kai," Sun Wukong encouraged. "Then I will give it a try," Dandy said. A good friend needed help, so of course he would not refuse. The feeling of being needed by others is truly wonderful. Dandy liked it very much. At that moment, he felt both a bit anxious and very happy. Ha, great. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. After some pleasantries, Dandy also bid farewell to Elder Muley and the others. For a race like the Namekians that did not need to eat, farewells were simply farewells. There was no need to fuss over eating and drinking for hours. Sun Wukong took out a universal capsule and tossed it onto the ground, transforming it into a spaceship. Everyone was astonished by his method. Sun Wukong provided no further explanation and hurriedly urged Dandy to get on the spaceship. The two of them boarded the spaceship, and Sun Wukong quickly input the coordinates for Earth and pressed the start button, causing the spaceship to vanish into the sky, racing into the vast universe. Thus another half-month passed. On this day, a spaceship arrived above Earth and landed smoothly. It was Sun Wukong and Dandy. The two jumped off the spaceship, and Sun Wukong retracted the spaceship. After retracting the spaceship, Sun Wukong first sensed the atmosphere of Earth, and confirming it was safe, said to Dandy, "Let's go, Dandy, we should head to the Kai's temple first." Okay, Dandy nodded. The two soared into the sky, flying towards the Kai's temple. Moments later, they arrived at the temple. Arriving almost simultaneously were Trunks and Bulma. This was because Trunks had sensed Sun Wukong's energy and hurried over with Bulma. Trunks ran excitedly towards Sun Wukong upon seeing him eagerly examining him. "Brother Wukong, you finally came back. This is great. Wow, your arm has grown back, and oh my god, you even have a tail. So cool, so cool." Sun Wukong raised his hand and ruffled his hair, playfully scolding, "What a kid, it's only been a month, and you've become so chatty." "Not at all, I'm just too happy." Trunks laughed. "Mr. Wukong, Mr. Bobo also greeted from the side. Sun Wukong smiled and nodded at him. "Wukong, you've become more handsome. The scar on your face is gone, your left arm has grown back, and it seems you've gotten taller too. Ha ha ha, I declare you the most handsome man I have ever seen." Bulma laughed heartily with her hands on her hips, as if she had reverted to her appearance from over a decade ago. Then she curiously looked at Dandy beside Sun Wukong and asked, "Is this the new Kai you brought back?" Sun Wukong replied, "Hee hee, yes, Aunt Bulma. Actually, you've met him before." "Oh really?" Bulma looked at Dandy with some surprise. But unfortunately, the Namekians almost all looked alike, and she couldn't recall who Dandy was. The only person she remembered was Piccolo. Dandy seemed a bit embarrassed, but did remember Bulma. Although over 10 years had passed, Bulma had maintained herself very well. Her appearance had not changed much, only becoming more mature. Sun Wukong smiled and introduced, "Let me introduce you. This is Dandy, the new Kai I specially went to Namek to find this time. Aunt Bulma, that Namekian child who shared hardships with us back then, is him. The one who could perform healing magic." "Oh, now that you mention it, I remember," Bulma exclaimed, her face lighting up. "Hello, Miss Bulma, long time no see." Dandy greeted back, "Hello, hello." Seeing an old friend, she was also very happy. "Dandy, this is Trunks, the son of Aunt Bulma, and also my disciple. This is the guardian of the Kai's temple, Bobo. Mr. Bo, from now on he will assist you in your work." Sun Wukong introduced one by one. "Hello everyone, it's a pleasure to meet you." Dandy nodded politely. Trunks also politely responded, "Hello, brother Dandy." Mr. Bo bowed to Dandy, saying, "Greetings, Divine Lord. You can just call me Bo." Mr. Bo, I look forward to your guidance from now on." As a newcomer, Dandy didn't directly call him by name, referring to him as Mr. Bo. "Divine Lord, please follow me. I will take you to inherit the position of the Divine Lord." Mr. Wukong, please wait here for a moment. "All right," Mr. Bo said. "Okay, Sun Wukong," and the others nodded. After finishing, Mr. Bo took Dandy into the inner hall for the inheritance. In the square of the Divine Hall, only Sun Wukong, Bulma, and Trunks remained. Sun Wukong asked about Salu. "Have you found Dr. Jiro's research lab?" Upon hearing this question, Trunks, who was about to touch Sun Wukong's tail, stopped his actions. Bulma replied, "Not yet. Dr. Jiro is indeed a remnant of the Red Ribbon Army, and his counter-surveillance techniques are very sophisticated. I have searched extensively online for information on the Red Ribbon Army and Dr. Jiro, speculating on many possible locations for secret research labs, but I have found none. Later, I even offered a hefty reward for clues, but few provided any leads." Sun Wukong asked, "Any useful news?" Bulma replied, "Yes, I've filtered out several leads, and I'm currently investigating them one by one." "Okay, let's check these leads first. If we really can't find anything, we'll have Shenron help us look for it." Sun Wukong nodded. Bulma nodded. Trunks, unable to suppress his curiosity, asked, "Brother Wukong, is Shenron really that amazing? Is your arm back because of Shenron's help?" Trunks often heard legends about Shenron, but had never seen the Dragon Balls or Shenron, and his curiosity reached its peak. Sun Wukong said, "Yes, my arm was indeed repaired with Shenron's help. Shenron can fulfill most wishes within its power. What is Shenron's range of abilities? How vast is this most?" Trunks continued to ask curiously. Sun Wukong scrutinized Trunks, sensing his potential to become a nitpicker. What on earth is a 13-year-old boy thinking? Sun Wukong said, "It's hard to explain, but try not to make any bizarre or outrageous wishes." "Is that so?" Mom Trunks looked at Bulma. "Yeah, more or less," Bulma nodded. The three chatted, and about 10 minutes passed. Mr. Bo walked out with Dandy from the inner hall of the Divine Hall. At this moment, Dandy was wearing an additional cloak compared to before. His aura had also become more stable. "Is that it for the inheritance?" Sun Wukong asked. Mr. Bo replied, yes, it's actually just a very simple ceremony. It doesn't take long, and the Divine Lord has great talent, which is one aspect. See, I told you, Dondi, you are more than capable of holding the position of the Divine Lord. Sun Wukong smiled. Dondi scratched his head shyly, lacking any semblance of the Divine Lord's majesty. Sun Wukong continued, in that case, Dondi, when can you start activating the Dragon Balls? Right now? Dondi said. Then he looked at Mr. Bo and asked, Mr. Bo, can you find the model of Shinron? Could you please help me find a model of Shinron? I need a Shinron model as a medium to activate the Dragon Balls. Mr. Bo said, oh sure. I had carved a model of Shinron when I was bored before, and it's currently in the inner hall. I didn't expect it to come in handy. Just wait a moment, he said, turning around and running into the inner hall. After a short while, he came out holding a wooden carving of Shinron. Divine Lord, is this okay? Mr. Bo held the wooden carving up to Dondi. The wooden carving he held was vividly shaped like the Eastern Dragon. This was a model that Mr. Bo had carved based on Shinron during his boredom. Of course it's fine, Mr. Bo. Please place it on the ground, Dondi instructed. Yes, Divine Lord. Mr. Bo respectfully nodded and carefully placed the wooden carving of Shinron on the ground beside them. Dondi walked over to the wooden carving and crouched down. The others, including Sun Wukong, had never seen such a scene and wore curious expressions. They silently watched Dondi and the wooden carving of Shinron, not blinking an eye. Dondi placed both hands over the carving, reciting an incomprehensible language, or perhaps a spell. This language was neither a universal language nor Namekian. It belonged to the Dragon Clan. It was said to be a wonderful incantation left by the dragon god Salama in this world. It was very magical. As Dandi's incantation grew faster, a faint golden light enveloped his hands. The golden light intensified, ultimately enveloping the model of Shinron. Immediately afterward, a blinding light burst forth. It was as if a small sun had exploded before their eyes, and everyone couldn't help but squint. At the peak of the dazzling light, a thick golden beam shot up into the sky, then transformed into 7 meteors that broke through the air. The crowd looked up at the light beam until it completely vanished. When they returned their gaze, they found that the wooden carving of Shinron in front of Dondi had disappeared. Dondi wiped the fine sweat from his forehead and stood up, saying, all right, the Dragon Balls have been activated by me. Now we just need to gather all 7 Dragon Balls to make a wish. What about the wishes? How many can we make? Sun Wukong asked. Dondi replied, I modeled it after Namekian Purunga, who can also grant 3 wishes, though my power is slightly weaker than that of Namekian Purunga, because Elder Muley is a superior dragon. Haha, Sun Wukong laughed heartily, patting Dondi on the shoulder. Haha, that's already impressive. Thank you, Dondi. You're welcome, Dondi replied. A moment later, Sun Wukong and the others took their leave and returned to West City. West City, at Bulma's house. Bulma was adjusting the Dragon Radar. After all, it hadn't been used for more than 10 years, and the Dragon Radar had some minor malfunctions that needed to be adjusted to work properly. Sun Wukong and Trunks watched from the side. Trunks stared at the Dragon Radar, his face full of excitement, his eyes sparkling with light. Seeing Trunks' comical expression, Sun Wukong couldn't help but tease Trunks, are you holding in a pee? Don't hold it, hurry up and go. Trunks' face turned red. No, I'm not. He quickly added, Brother Wukong, let me handle the task of collecting the Dragon Balls. Don't compete with me, okay? Fine, I won't compete with you. Alright, it's a deal. No backing out. Trunks raised his palm to slap hands with Sun Wukong as a vow. Sun Wukong reluctantly slapped his hand against Trunks. It was just collecting Dragon Balls. What was there to compete over? Since Trunks liked it, let him do it. It's finally fixed. Bulma raised the Dragon Radar in her hand. Here, take it, Trunks. Then she handed the Dragon Radar to Trunks. Trunks took the Dragon Radar, and his whole body shivered, feeling as if he had been electrocuted. Then I'm leaving. He was breathing rapidly. Go on, hurry up and come back. Bulma couldn't help but smile. Trunks nodded, holding the Dragon Radar, and left home at lightning speed. This kid, are all his cells driven by curiosity? Sun Wukong thought to himself as he watched Trunks leave. At this moment, Bulma said, Wukong, come here. I want to show you some leads I've gathered. Oh, okay, coming. 015, Trunks' wish. In the year 769 of the IGG calendar, I saw a strange robot at the Yunza Biter Highlands. The robot moved like the wind, incredibly strong, suspected to be manufactured by the Red Ribbon Army. On March 28, 776, there was an anomaly in Penguin Village. Mysterious machine wreckage fell from the sky. On August 15, 778, in the morning, strange energy fluctuations erupted 300 kilometers north of the northern capital. On July 7, 777, a self-proclaimed member of the Red Ribbon Army appeared in Paisley Town in West City. Bulma filtered out a total of 13 pieces of information provided by netizens. The Earth's population is already low. Moreover, most humans lived in hiding in the mountains and forests before the deaths of androids 17 and 18, making information very scarce. Having this much information was already unexpected. Yunza Biter Highlands, Penguin Village, Northern Capital Gobi, Paisley Town, Papaya Island, Jiang City, the Cloud Sea Desert. Sun Wukong and Bulma carefully analyzed and finally selected 3 of the most suspicious locations. They are Yunza Biter Highlands, Northern Capital Gobi, Cloud Sea Desert. On the first day, Sun Wukong and Bulma went to Yunza Biter Highlands to search. As a result, after a day of searching, the harvest was 0. Yunza Biter Highlands excluded. By the time they returned to West City in the evening, Trunks had already gathered all 7 Dragon Balls and placed them on the table ready to summon Shenron for a wish. The Dragon Balls on Earth are much smaller than those on Namek. The Dragon Balls on Namek are about the size of a basketball. The Dragon Balls on Earth are only the size of a fist. The 7 Dragon Balls were neatly arranged in front of Trunks. Trunks rested his chin on his hands, thinking about what wish he should make. Seeing Sun Wukong and Bulma return, Trunks stood up abruptly, his face filled with excitement, looking as if he was seeking recognition. Brother Wukong, Mom, I've gathered all the Dragon Balls. When shall we summon Shenron for a wish? I can't wait. Sun Wukong said, no rush, let's wait a few days and check the leads we filtered out first. Oh, okay then. Hearing this, Trunks' mood visibly dropped. Bulma curiously asked Trunks, what wish do you want to make? Yes, Trunks replied. But you mustn't waste a wish. Tell me, what kind of wish do you want to make? Bulma pressed on. Will saying it out loud make it not work? Trunks worried. Bulma chuckled. No, it's not a birthday wish. It's a wish to Shenron. Even if you say it in advance and let others know, it's okay. All right then. I want to wish to Shenron that the 3 of us can live happily together for a lifetime. Trunks said. What a wish. Bulma, Sun Wukong both fell silent. They hadn't expected that Trunks' wish would be like this. Thinking of how excited he had been all day rushing to find the Dragon Balls, both adults felt as if something had hit their hearts. Their gazes towards Trunks softened considerably. Sun Wukong ruffled Trunks' hair and smiled. Trunks, you don't need to make that wish, because we will definitely always be together. Really? The 13-year-old boy looked up. Of course. Sun Wukong nodded affirmatively. I thought you would wish for world peace. That wish might be beyond Shenron's ability to fulfill, haha, Bulma said. The next day, Bulma was adjusting the time machine at home. Sun Wukong and Trunks flew to the Mara Gobi, located 300 kilometers north of the northern capital. The area covers more than 10 million square kilometers, making it extremely vast. The vegetation here is very sparse, mostly desert and weathered stones. Although there are oases in the desert, they are few and far between. Some weathered stones stubbornly grow shrubs, showcasing their resilience. Under the scorching sun, waves of heat rose from the Gobi, making it difficult to breathe. But Sun Wukong and Trunks were not ordinary people. Having experienced the extremes of the hyperbolic time chamber, this heat wave was nothing to them. Just child's play. The 2 flew over the vast Gobi. Sun Wukong said, Trunks, let's split up. You go this way, and I'll go that way. If you encounter anything, let's signal each other by raising our energy levels, and then regroup. Understood? Understood, brother Wukong. Trunks nodded. The 2 then parted ways. They both held a circular auxiliary detector and began a carpet search. Half a day quickly passed. Sun Wukong was fully focused, flying in midair while carefully observing the ground. After flying for a while, a forest of weathered stones appeared ahead. This forest of weathered stones stretched for miles, seemingly endless. The bare trunks of trees rooted in the weathered stones grew stubbornly. Sun Wukong frowned, gripping the detector as he flew into the stone forest. After delving in about 10 kilometers, the detector in his hand suddenly vibrated. Sun Wukong excitedly raised the detector to his eyes for a closer look. The screen of the detector showed a red dot flashing with a dazzling light. 016 Android 16. This detector, which looks similar to the Dragon radar, was modified by Bulma based on the Frisia Force's combat power detector. It can detect abnormal energy fluctuations and computer network nodes. The detector in Sun Wukong's hand had just picked up nearby computer signal waves. In this desolate Gobi, the appearance of computer network fluctuations was clearly abnormal. Sun Wukong held the detector and moved closer. Dense shrubbery encircled the cave entrance, concealing it completely. Without Son Gohan's scouter, this location would have remained all but invisible. Son Gohan raised a finger and fired a blazing key beam, instantly igniting the thicket. Within moments, the shrubs were reduced to ash, leaving only a charred expanse behind. As the foliage vanished, a perfectly circular cave mouth yawned open before Son Gohan's eyes. He waved his hand to disperse the choking dust and acrid smoke, then leapt inside without hesitation. After advancing some 5 or 6 meters, he was halted by a massive reinforced steel door, impenetrable and foreboding. Its surface bore a striking emblem, a crimson backdrop framed in white shaped uncannily like a bow, and emblazoned with 2 bold capital RS. It was unmistakably the insignia of the Red Ribbon Army. A surge of elation rose within Son Gohan. What had seemed an arduous search had culminated in effortless discovery. Dr. Gero's laboratory lay just beyond this door. At that thought, Son Gohan subtly amplified his ki, a silent signal to Trunks. Sensing the shift, Trunks erupted into brilliant golden flame and shot skyward, streaking towards Son Gohan's position at blinding speed. Moments later, Trunks descended from the air, dashed into the cave, and stood beside Son Gohan. "Big brother Gohan, did you find it?" he asked. Son Gohan gestured toward the colossal steel door behind him. "Most likely, it lies just beyond this threshold." Trunks stepped past Son Gohan and approached the door, pressing his palm against its icy metallic surface. He rapped his knuckles against it. The door emitted a deep, hollow resonance. "Big brother Gohan, this is solid steel over 40 centimeters thick. How do we proceed?" "What else? We break it." Physically, Son Gohan replied. "Trunks, you handle the door. But mind your strength. Don't damage what's inside." "Understood." Trunks nodded firmly. Son Gohan stepped back several paces as Trunks extended his hand and placed it squarely upon the iron gate. His ki surged, and with a deafening boom, the cavern trembled violently. Dust and pebbles rained down from the ceiling in a soft, steady cascade. The massive steel door, 40 centimeters thick, shattered under a single palm strike. Big brother Gohan, I may have applied slightly more force than intended," Trunks admitted sheepishly. "No matter, let's go." Son Gohan swept away the lingering dust with a wave of his hand and strode through the ruined doorway. Trunks fanned the smoke aside and followed closely behind. Beyond the threshold lay a vast, high-ceilinged laboratory, brightly illuminated by luminous energy stones embedded in the ceiling, casting the space in stark, unwavering daylight. Dr. Gero had hollowed out the entire volcanic tuff mountainside to construct this expansive secret facility. Cables snaked densely across the floor and walls bundled tightly in thick clusters. Several towering mainframes stood motionless, their screens dark and inert. In the archive, stacks of Dr. Gero's handwritten manuscripts and research logs filled every shelf. In the central chamber, 3 nutrient stasis pods lay arranged. 2 already opened, one still sealed, fed by a thick energy conduit pulsing steadily with power. Beside the lone sealed pod lay a headless corpse, more accurately little more than skeletal remains clad in tattered garments. From the uniform it was clear this was Dr. Gero himself. Tragically, after awakening Android 17 and 18 Dr. Gero attempted to seize control using a custom remote, only to be brutally overpowered and killed by Android 17. His skull shattered, his body left unwhole. Across the lab, a jagged, violent breach gaped wide, undoubtedly torn open by Android 17 in his escape. That aperture led directly to the windswept desert beyond, allowing sand and grit to pour inward, carpeting the laboratory floor in fine ochre dust. Son Gohan crouched beside Dr. Gero's remains and began searching methodically. From the doctor's chest pocket, he retrieved only a single pen. Then Rose kicked the skeletal frame cleanly through the breach and sent it tumbling into the barren wasteland outside. "Trunks, collect everything useful," Son Gohan instructed. "Yes, big brother Gohan," Trunks replied promptly. Trunks nodded, withdrew a portable capsule from his belt, and swiftly stored the computer's notebooks and stacks of research documents. Meanwhile, Son Gohan approached the stasis pods. First, he sealed the 2 already open units into his capsule, then knelt beside the final intact pod for closer inspection. A numeric designation glowed on its surface, 16. Through the transparent canopy, Son Gohan beheld a towering, powerfully built android, muscular, imposing, and utterly still. His face was sharply defined, angular, austere, with short, fiery red hair. Clad in emerald armor, black bodysuit, white socks, and green boots, he wore an expression of stoic, unyielding severity. It was Android 16, crafted by Dr. Gero in the likeness of his own deceased son, a fully mechanical being of unparalleled design. Dr. Gero's son had served as a high-ranking soldier in the Red Ribbon Army, until he fell in combat, struck down by enemy fire. Driven by profound paternal grief, Dr. Gero endowed Android 16 with extraordinary strength and devastating internal explosives, yet deliberately suppressed his aggression, programming him with gentle pacifist temperament to shield him from battlefield destruction. Thus, Android 16 harbored no taste for conflict, instead cherishing nature, wildlife, and quiet harmony. To the ambitious, ruthless Dr. Gero, such serenity rendered him a failure, and so he remained dormant, untouched for years. Son Gohan rested his palm upon the pod and deliberated, then resolved to awaken Android 16. Two reasons guided his decision. First, Earth's elite warriors were critically few. Android 16 possessed formidable power, potentially indispensable in future crises. Second, his temperament was inherently peaceful, unlike the malevolent androids 17 and 18, making reactivation low risk. Android 16 was in essence a boon, far outweighing any conceivable peril. And should he defy logic, and rebel Son Gohan, now vastly superior, could subdue him effortlessly. Indeed, even Trunks, after rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber, now wielded overwhelming base power, more than sufficient to contain Android 16 at will. Son Gohan stood on the cusp of Super Saiyan 2, lacking only the final spark. Trunks, meanwhile, had mastered Super Saiyan 1 at full power, both brothers operating at transcendent levels. No matter how potent Android 16 proved, victory over him was absolute. Son Gohan scanned the pod carefully and located the activation switch. He pressed it. A sharp grinding were echoed as the pod's lid slowly retracted. Trunks, having finished his task, strode over, his footsteps heavy enough to rattle the very floor tiles. "Big brother Gohan, I've gathered everything. What are you doing?" Then his breath caught. Before him, a colossal android rose upright from the stasis pod. Trunks froze mid-step, eyes locked onto Android 16, his gaze unblinking, intense. "Big brother Gohan, is this the android you called more fearsome than 17 or 18? Though sensing no hostile aura, Trunks remained vigilant, never underestimating appearances. After all, Androids 17 and 18 had once worn benign, unassuming faces, yet concealed demons within. This towering figure might well conceal the same monstrous duality. "Let me destroy him now," Trunks declared, his ki flaring violently, winds howling through the lab, whipping their clothes into frenzied flaps, threatening to tear the ceiling from its moorings. "Trunks, hold." Son Gohan intervened sharply. A heartbeat later and Trunks would have struck. Though bewildered, Trunks obeyed, reining in his volatile energy with disciplined restraint. Android 16 stood motionless, assessing Trunks with wary scrutiny, then turned his gaze to Son Gohan. After a measured silence, he spoke in a voice low and resonant. "You are Son Gohan?" "Yes." Son Gohan nodded, studying him with quiet curiosity. Another pause lingered. Then Android 16 continued. "You differ from your recorded profile." "Of course I do. I'm over 20 now. When Dr. Gero died, I was only 9. Your database holds only childhood data, outdated and incomplete." At the mention of Dr. Gero's death, Android 16's pupils contracted, briefly, before returning to calm. "Then the doctor is gone. How regrettable." "And who is he?" he asked, turning toward Trunks. His archives contained no record of Trunks, his knowledge frozen in time, obsolete. Son Gohan replied, "He is Trunks, the son of Vegeta." Then added Android 16, "Dr. Gero is dead. Do you still intend to fight us? Or do you have other plans?" "No, I do not enjoy combat." He paused, reflecting, then said softly, "I do not know my purpose. Perhaps I shall wander, eventually settle deep in the mountains, guarding small creatures and wild places." "That is good," Son Gohan affirmed, nodding slowly. "I know you cherish peace and nature. So, if Earth ever faces crisis and within your power, will you stand with us? Will you defend this world and protect our shared home?" Android 16 met Son Gohan's gaze, solemn, unwavering, then answered simply yes. His expression remained stoic, his words few and precise. Android 16 inclined his head. "May I depart now, eh?" Son Gohan stepped aside. "You may, but Android 16, you carry a high-yield internal explosive. If you wish to deactivate it, seek Bulma. She can safely remove it. Either Trunks or I will accompany you." "Understood." Android 16 accepted the offer, then strode resolutely from the laboratory. Trunks watched him go, utterly perplexed. "Big brother Gohan, what was that?" he asked, baffled. Son Gohan explained, "He was never our target. Android 16, though powerful, poses no threat. He has no aggression, no malice toward Earth. Keeping him alive serves a greater good." "Oh," Trunks murmured, half comprehending, then pressed further, "But how do you know he's harmless?" Android 17 and 18 looked equally benign, yet were demons. Son Gohan replied, "That certainty defies explanation, but if he ever strays from this path, I will erase him myself." "Understood. And if you're unavailable, I'll handle it." By the way, Big Brother Gohan, we've searched the lab thoroughly, but where's the sentient AI computer you mentioned? The one still constructing androids. Son Gohan grinned, tapping his foot against the floor. Who said we'd finished searching the lab? Beneath us lies another hidden level. Trunks gasped in astonishment. Watch closely. Son Gohan smirked and drove his right foot downward with crushing force. Boom. The floor exploded outward in a thunderous roar, cracking open into a yawning, lightless chasm. Indeed, there's more beneath. Trunks stared awestruck. Let's go down. Son Gohan leapt first, vanishing into the abyss without hesitation. Trunks followed instantly. Within 2 seconds, both landed firmly on solid ground. Inside a dim, shadow-draped subterranean chamber, its contours indistinct. Trunks fumbled briefly, then found the switch. Click. Light flooded the room, banishing darkness in an instant. They now saw the chamber's layout, compact, austere, dwarfed by the grand lab above. At its center stood a colossal AI mainframe, 3 meters tall, 5 meters wide, its screen glowing faintly, still active, still calculating. Beside it loomed a waist-high machine crowned with an inverted cylindrical glass vessel. A thick energy conduit, thick as a human thigh, linked the two systems. Within the vessel swirled luminous green nutrient fluid, tiny bubbles rising ceaselessly from its depths to burst silently at the surface. At its heart floated a grotesque, malformed embryo, twisted, asymmetrical, undeniably Cell. Cell had grown to the size of a human forearm, curled tightly, yet his powerful rhythmic heartbeat pulsed visibly beneath translucent skin. Trunks pressed his palm against the cool glass. Cell's eyelids twitched, his awakening imminent. Big Brother Gohan. This is him, isn't it? This hideous creature. Yes, this is him. Son Gohan confirmed. Trunks frowned. Why does he feel familiar? Because he carries my cells. How could he have your cells? Dr. Gero deployed mechanical drones to harvest genetic material from Earth's strongest warriors and fuse them into Cell's genome. Among them were my cells, my father's, and yours, Trunks. Your father's DNA is woven into his very structure. Dr. Gero collected cells from nearly every elder warrior, including Frieza and King Cold. Cell is a chimera, forged from legends and monsters alike. Truly a monster, Trunks breathed, stunned. Trunks, step aside. I'll end him now. Right. Trunks moved aside instantly. Son Gohan raised his hand, 5 fingers splayed, and unleashed a pinpoint ki blast, shattering the glass vessel. Crash. Green fluid sprayed in all directions. The embryonic cell tumbled onto the floor, convulsing, emitting shrill, desperate squeaks, like a hairless rodent in its final throes. Without mercy, Son Gohan brought his boot down, crushing Cell into a shapeless, quivering mass of pulp. Then, another flick of his wrist sent a searing ki flame across the remains. A sharp crackle, and only a scorched, blackened stain remained on the floor. The Cell embryo was eradicated, utterly, irrevocably. Chapter 018, 3 Wishes. The two brothers hovered above Dr. Gero's laboratory. Gohan paused thoughtfully, then raised his hand and launched an energy blast downward. Boom! The blast detonated. Blinding light erupted, the earth trembled violently, and flames surged skyward. The entire laboratory was obliterated, giving rise to a colossal mushroom cloud that soared into the heavens, its thunderous roar echoing over 100 kilometers. Amid the deafening explosion, the fossilized stone forest vanished in an instant. The ground collapsed into a crater several kilometers wide, billowing with thick, acrid smoke. Gohan gazed down at the crater, nodded in quiet satisfaction, then flew off with Trunks toward Capsule Corporation. Bulma was still tinkering with the time machine when Gohan and Trunks unloaded Dr. Gero's entire legacy in one sweeping haul. The room overflowed. Computers, books, notebooks, manuscripts, desks, cryopods, even several lumps of pitch-black material, leaving Bulma utterly stunned. Had these two just robbed a genius vault? What is all this? Did you find Dr. Gero's lab? Bulma asked, halting her work in astonishment. Gohan nodded. Yes, we located it. We brought everything from his lab, Aunt Bulma. Please take a look. See if any of it proves useful to you. All of this came from Dr. Gero. Bulma sprang up and hurried over to inspect the trove. Indeed, Gohan replied. We thought it might help you, so we brought it all back. Bulma snatched up a notebook and flipped through it rapidly, then switched to a manuscript, her eyes widening with each page. Her astonishment deepened, her delight swelled. She sighed in awe. Dr. Gero was truly a prodigious genius. Alas, he strayed down a tragic path. Androids, perpetual energy reactors, genetic engineering. Brilliant. Utterly brilliant. These are the visions of a transcendent mind. Seeing her exhilaration, Gohan knew he'd made the right choice. Thankfully, he hadn't vaporized it all with a single blast. So, Aunt Bulma, does any of this help? Helpful. It's invaluable. Gohan, you too, did magnificently. Preserving these instead of destroying them was absolutely perfect. Though Dr. Gero was a monstrous villain, his scientific achievements bear no guilt. With these, I feel as though an entirely new brain has just blossomed inside my skull. Beyond all else, my time machine should now be completed a full year ahead of schedule. And this perpetual energy reactor, I can adapt its principles to power countless other instruments. Bulma spoke animatedly, radiant with joy. It was Trunks' first glimpse of such vibrant, unbridled energy from her, a woman reborn, rekindled with the fierce spark of her youth. Gohan grinned. Then today's harvest is truly extraordinary. Dinner tonight calls for a grand celebration. Absolutely, feast away. Bulma murmured her agreement without looking up. Half an hour passed before she finally surfaced from the ocean of knowledge. Her first command was clear. You too, lend a hand. Sort everything into the empty room next door. Categorize, meticulously arranged neatly. I'll need swift access for reference. The two young men set to work again, shuttling item after item across the hall. Once finished, they slipped into the gravity chamber for hours of disciplined cultivation. Cultivation knows no end. The following day, in an open field near Capsule Corporation, the three arranged the 7 Dragon Balls in precise formation and summoned the Eternal Dragon to grant wishes. It was the same ritual, the same sacred formula. The sky plunged into absolute ink-black night. After a storm of lightning and thunder, the familiar Eastern Dragon coiled majestically among the clouds, its twin crimson eyes blazing, its whiskers swaying, radiating regal, sovereign might. Truly the noblest symbol and totem of the East. Wow, wow, wow. This was Trunks' first encounter with the dragon, and his eyes gleamed, his voice shrill with wonder. How breathtakingly magnificent. If only I could ride such a celestial beast. Lost in reverie, Trunks' mouth watered openly. Meanwhile, Dend and Popo stood at the edge of the lookout, gazing down upon Earth. They too witnessed Gohan and his companions summoning the dragon for their wishes. The dragon's voice resonated across the heavens like divine thunder. Mortals who have summoned me, speak your desires. I shall grant you 3 wishes, any wish at all. Trunks burst forth, electrified. Truly, any wish. Indeed, any wish whatsoever. The dragon intoned. Gohan rolled his eyes, exasperated. Does he even know his own limits? Is this really the time for such bluster? Gohan tilted his head, flashing the dragon a wry, knowing grin. The dragon's massive serpentine body twitched involuntarily under that gaze. Is he mocking me? A bead of sweat, large as a clenched fist, rolled down the azure dragon's brow. Silence fell. Gohan smiled gently upward. Since you've declared it so freely, I'll make but a modest wish. Speak your wish, the dragon commanded, though unease flickered beneath its tone. Please elevate my strength to the level of a god of destruction, or an angel. 3 enormous black question marks materialized above the dragon's head. Then, silence again. Unbelievable. Is this within my domain? Were it not a being of exalted dignity, it might have unleashed a torrent of rhetorical fury. Gohan held its gaze. The dragon held his. A silent, weighty standoff unfolded between mortal and myth. After several long seconds, the dragon bowed its great head. I apologize. This wish exceeds my sovereign authority. Please choose another. Yet moments ago you claimed any wish could be granted. I meant any wish within my power. Yours lies beyond it, far beyond. The dragon added, bowing lower still. At that moment something inside Trunks shattered. The dragon's invincible aura had crumbled. He knew not what gods of destruction or angels truly were, but one truth now stood irrevocable: the dragon could not fulfill every desire. Its boast had unraveled. Its majesty shattered. So what then would their wishes be? In truth, the 3 had settled upon them the night before. First wish: revive all humans slain by the androids. Their victims numbered in the tens of billions, accumulated over more than a decade. Yet the dragon could only resurrect those killed within the past year, a limitation rooted in temporal resonance. This wish was fulfilled effortlessly. Countless humans reawakened, dazed and disoriented. Total revive 250 million. A grim testament to the sheer savagery of androids 17 and 18. To slaughter hundreds of millions in just 1 year. Such horror defied comprehension. Even demons would tattoo 17 and 18 upon their flesh. Second wish: restore Earth's cities and infrastructure devastated by the androids. This too was accomplished without difficulty. Yet with Earth's population now drastically diminished, many restored cities stood eerily vacant. Years later, wild grasses choked the streets, ivy spiraled up skyscrapers, ghost towns reclaimed by nature. Thus the world bid farewell to mortgage slaves, the ultimate warriors of desperate survival, and found perhaps a quieter kind of beauty. Third wish: fortify Earth itself, enhance its resilience, harden its endurance. Chapter 019. Trunks yearns for a tail. Earth bore its burdens silently, always wounded, always bearing the brunt. An upgrade to its latest, most robust iteration was long overdue. Post-enhancement mountains grew greener, rivers clearer, natural resources richer, and even humanity flourished anew, more striking, more graceful, more radiant. With the 3 wishes fulfilled, the petrified Dragon Balls shimmered into 7 beams of light, scattering across the globe, some vanishing into deserts, others plunging into oceans, still others descending upon cities. Only after 1 full year would these stone relics regain their luster, awaiting collection, once more ready to ignite the next saga. The dragon dissolved, the skies brightened. Gohan then requested Bulma's aid in recharging the spacecraft. Its drive energy had dwindled to merely 50% after the round trip to Namek. He planned a voyage to Yardrat and urgently required full power. Dr. Gero's notes and research ignited fresh inspiration within Bulma. Confidently, she declared she could restore the ship's energy to 100% within 30 days, earning a quiet, approving nod from Gohan. For the days that followed, Gohan visited the lookout daily to converse with Dend, while the rest of his time was devoted to rigorous training alongside Trunks. Half a month passed. After completing their daily regimen, both Gohan and Trunks returned to their natural forms. After prolonged practice, their maximum power states had approached flawless mastery, no longer requiring constant Super Saiyan transformation. Their focus now shifted decisively to cultivating raw, untransformed base power. Strengthening the foundation was, and always would be, the surest, most enduring path. Upon concluding their session, the two headed to the swimming pool for a leisurely restorative swim, wearing only loose trunks, immersed in water, savoring a rare peace and profound sense of safety. At that moment, they leaned side by side against the pool's edge, hands braced on the rim, legs submerged. Gohan's tail swayed playfully underwater, curling into shapes, even tracing numerals 1 through 9, leaving Trunks spellbound, his face alight with pure, unguarded envy. Trunks whispered, awestruck, "Brother Gohan, how do I grow a tail? I must have had one once, right?" Gohan replied, "Aunt Shishi told me yours was removed when you were 6 months old and never regrew. Regrowing it now would likely require external assistance. Are you certain you want one?" Trunks nodded emphatically. "Absolutely, it's magnificent. For Scions, the tail is a double-edged blade, both gift and vulnerability. You may not yet know this: when a Scion with a tail gazes upon a full moon, their eyes absorb the moon's unique Blutz waves and transform instantly into a great Simon ape." "Huh, a great Simon ape?" Trunks stared incredulous. This was knowledge wholly alien to him. Could Scions really become apes? Gohan continued, "Moreover, most Scions lose all rationality upon transformation, retaining only a primal urge to destroy. Though combat power multiplies tenfold in that form, the cost is total loss of self-control, a flaw both severe and undeniable. Further, the tail remains the Scion's most vulnerable point. Unless rigorously trained, a C's tail instantly cripples them, draining all strength and rendering them helpless." Gohan explained each nuance carefully. Trunks frowned deeply, his excitement now eclipsed by alarm. He'd only ever admired Gohan's furry tail as cool, stylish, never imagining it concealed such perilous flaws. What Gohan omitted was this: Trunks carried Prince Vegeta's royal blood, and as a hybrid born on Earth possessed over a 90% chance of retaining full consciousness even as a great Simon ape. Nor did he mention that his own tail had regenerated after the Namekian dragon granted his wish to restore his body to its most perfect state. Clearly the dragon deemed a Scion with tail the pinnacle of physical perfection. And indeed, Gohan felt it. His cultivation efficiency had measurably increased since its return. More still, he knew of a future transformation that required the tail. In truth, for Scions, the tail was not mere anatomy. It was a wellspring of latent power. After a pause, Trunks pressed on, "Brother Gohan, you've named only the drawbacks. What of the advantages? What benefits does it bring?" He hadn't been deterred. Gohan offered Trunks a look of genuine respect. "Advantages? Most certainly. The vulnerability to tail grabbing can be overcome with dedicated training. Once strengthened, the tail ceases to be a liability and becomes instead a potent new weapon. Moreover, Scions with tails typically cultivate faster. You carry the royal Scion bloodline. Thus, even as a great Saiyaman ape, you should retain clarity of mind. In my memory, Uncle Vegeta retained full awareness during his transformation. Your case will be no different. Trunks' expression softened into renewed delight. Then for me, the benefits vastly outweigh the risks, and I will train my tail to eliminate its weakness. Brother Gohan, I answer your earlier question, yes, I do want my tail back. Gohan nodded. Very well, wait 1 year. Then the dragon can restore it. Then a sudden spark lit his eyes. Perhaps Den could accelerate the process. If the Elder Kai could permanently remove Goku's tail, might he also possess the means to regenerate one? Healing arts, restoration techniques, limb regeneration. Even the creation of the Dragon Balls themselves drew upon the dragon's sacred power. Namekians wielded countless miraculous arts. Den surely held the key. As for the old Kai, whose methods were far more drastic and less refined, there remained no recourse but to rely on Den alone. Then let's go see Brother Den, now. Trunks leapt from the water, hastily dressed, and urged Gohan onward without pause. Brother Gohan, hurry, hurry. Gohan sighed, then sprang onto the poolside, his tail whirling like a fan to fling off droplets before dressing and setting off with Trunks toward the lookout. After hearing Trunks' plea, Den nodded solemnly. I'll do my utmost, but success cannot be guaranteed. Thank you, Brother Den. Trunks beamed. This may require time. Remain here for several days. I must study the matter thoroughly. Trunks agreed instantly. Of course, I'll stay. Upon learning Trunks would remain for days, Gohan took his leave. He asked Gohan to relay the message that he would not be returning home for several days. Gohan readily agreed, then leapt from the lookout, plummeting toward Earth like a meteor. He relished this sensation of free fall, a feeling utterly distinct from flight. The howling wind and weightlessness quickened his pulse, and only in such moments did fragments of his past life resurface. A quiet reminder that he was a reincarnated soul. Just before striking the ground, Gohan activated the flight technique and soared toward the fortune teller's palace. Upon arrival, he found the fortune teller absent, her whereabouts unknown. Gohan even wondered whether she had fallen victim to android 17 or 18. Yet he recalled she was a spiritual intermediary, surely possessing unique means of self-preservation. Still, having failed to meet her twice deepened his curiosity. Where had she gone? What extraordinary event could compel her to abandon her palace for so long? Only the fortune teller herself could answer such questions. With time to spare, Gohan flew eastward to Tokai, the bustling metropolis neighboring the fortune teller's palace. Tokai stood as one of Earth's two greatest cities, rivaling West City, the seat of Capsule Corporation. Both were Earth's largest urban centers, and its twin economic hubs. Once West City's economy had surpassed Tokai's, buoyed by the presence of the Capsule Corporation. But later the androids attacked West City, reducing it to ruins. Tokai, however, remained untouched by their assault. Thus, by every measure, economy, population, vitality, Tokai had become the most prosperous city in the Dragon Ball world, unmatched and unrivaled. Gohan descended from the heavens and landed atop a 100-story skyscraper, gazing upon Tokai's ceaseless flow of traffic and life. Streets teemed with vehicles and crowds, a tableau of tranquil abundance. This was humanity's true golden age. Gohan cherished this world deeply. Half an hour earlier, elsewhere in Tokai, 6 motorcycle gang members blasted open Tokai Bank with explosives. Boom! Fire erupted skyward, thick smoke choked the entire street. Help me. No, please spare me. I have elderly parents and young children. Bang! 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 The robbers pulled their triggers. Bullets tore from barrels, claiming lives one after another. As bodies fell, chaos escalated. One gunman brandishing a submachine gun laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. We're merely borrowing some cash. If you resist, well, apologies are unnecessary. All of you kneel. Hands on your heads. Bank staff dropped to the floor, trembling uncontrollably. The robbers approved of their compliance and began stuffing sacks with currency and gold bars. But an elderly man wept openly, hurling furious curses at the bandits. Monsters! You wretched monsters! You'll suffer eternal damnation. Monsters! His wife had just been killed by their gunfire. He no longer wished to live. Hey! One robber grinned, pressing the barrel of his submachine gun against the old man's temple. Old fool, do you truly wish to die? Why should the androids be allowed what we aren't? Aren't we already merciful enough? Monsters! You're all monsters just like them. The old man showed no fear. Since you yearn for death so fiercely, I shall grant it. Cold laughter curled the robber's lips as he tightened his finger on the trigger, ready to shatter the man's skull. At that very instant, police sirens wailed. Multiple squad cars screeched into place, sealing off the bank completely. Damn, those pesky flies arrived far too quickly. The robber abandoned his aim and glared outward at the officers, frowning. A statuesque policewoman stepped from her cruiser, raising a loudspeaker toward the bank's interior. Attention inside, you are surrounded. I am Detective Vidal, commanding officer of this operation. Release the hostages and I guarantee your safe departure. You have 2 minutes to decide. Countdown begins now. Vidal, barely 20, exuded charisma and authority, long black hair framing sharp, spirited features. Her uniform accentuated a commanding figure, broad shoulders, a striking silhouette, and legs that seemed to stretch endlessly beneath crisp fabric. Inside, the robbers swallowed hard. They exchanged hushed, frantic whispers. Damn, how did such a stunning cop show up? You've never heard of her. She's Tokai's legendary officer. Every case she handles ends in resolution. Really? That impressive? Of course. Otherwise, why would she command this unit? I've seen her fight. She's a master martial artist, terrifyingly skilled. We're doomed. We didn't expect her to lead this raid. So what do we do now, boss? What's there to fear? We've got guns and hostages. Should we really tremble before a woman outside? I doubt she has more than one head, or 2 hands. Should we surrender the hostages and let her escort us out? Can we trust her word? She's known for unbreakable promises. Her word is law. Fine, let's accept her terms. We'll release the hostages, but she must swear to our safe passage. Agreed. Their deliberation concluded. They raised their voices toward the police. All right, Officer Vidal, we'll comply with your terms. We'll release the hostages, but you must ensure our safe exit. Let me make one thing clear beforehand, we're armed to the teeth. If you betray your word, we won't hesitate to take you all down with us. Officer Vidal, what's your response? Naturally, I accept. Release the hostages now. Agreed. The robbers shouldered their sacks and emerged from the bank, dragging over a dozen hostages onto the open street. All hostages were safely evacuated. The 6 robbers tossed their sacks into waiting sedans and sped away, astonished they'd truly been set free. Their raucous laughter echoed into the distance. Ha ha ha. Vidal, that foul woman. We'll destroy you soon enough. Ha ha ha. Hearing those words, the officers seethed with outrage. How dare they insult their commander? A young officer stormed forward. Captain, when do we pursue? Vidal's eyes gleamed with icy resolve as she smirked coldly. Let them revel a little longer. What do you think? Did you install the trackers and time charges in their vehicles as instructed? He nodded firmly. Absolutely, here you go. He handed her a tablet and a remote control. The tablet displayed real-time locations of both getaway cars. Vidal studied the screen for a moment, then dropped the capsule onto the pavement. It expanded instantly into a jet aircraft. Seconds later, she shouted, "Now, chase them." Yes, Captain. Squad cars roared into motion. Vidal herself vaulted into the cockpit and accelerated skyward in pursuit. Both getaway vehicles raced at blinding speed along the broad, open highway. One robber clutched his sack tightly, grinning. Boss, where shall we celebrate tonight? With this fortune, we'll live lavishly for years. We'll decide in a few days. For now, lay low. Right, you're the boss. Boss, bad news. The police are right behind us. A robber spotted the pursuing cruisers in his rearview mirror. What a... Shit. Another pointed upward. That jet overhead. It's hers too, isn't it? Damn right it is. That treacherous woman broke her promise. She's chasing us. Bring that plane down. The robbers raised their submachine guns, unleashing torrents of fire toward both the cruisers and the jet above. Muzzles spat flame. The staccato roar of gunfire filled the air. Vidal piloted the jet with breathtaking agility, dodging most rounds, but numerous stray bullets struck the fuselage, sparking violently. Her expression hardened further. Soon the getaway cars entered a wide, desolate stretch of road. Humph, time for justice, you scum. She pressed the remote. Kaboom. Both vehicles exploded mid-speed. Banknotes scattered like confetti across the asphalt. The 6 robbers were hurled from the wreckage, tumbling and doverned across the pavement, each bleeding, bruised, and battered. One staggered upright, spitting blood. What the hell happened? Another wiped crimson from his face, snarling. That damned woman must have rigged our cars. Damn her. I've got another capsule. Let's get out of here. He reached for it. Before he could activate it, police cruisers screeched to a halt, encircling them completely, while Vidal descended from above. She leapt from the jet, strode forward with purposeful grace, and with one swift kick sent a robber sprawling. Then she planted her boot squarely on his chest. A chilling laugh escaped her lips. Was it you who just insulted me? The robber spat blood. Gone was any trace of desire. Only dread remained before those black-stockinged legs. You swore to let us go. Why break your word, you vile woman? Humph. She increased pressure. His breath seized, consciousness threatened to slip away. Vidal's voice dripped with icy disdain. Fool, I did honor my promise. Didn't I let you leave the bank? And haven't you traveled quite far since? So, what crime is there in arresting you now? The 6 robbers stared speechless. Well then, had they genuinely tried to reason with a woman? Too narrow-minded. Far too narrow-minded. Her logic was flawless. How could anyone refute it? Cuff them. All of them, Vidal ordered. Yes, Captain. Officers stepped forward, securing each robber with steel restraints. Once subdued, the weapons and stolen funds were collected. Take these scoundrels back, to face judgment under the kingdom's laws. Seek the harshest sentence possible, even capital punishment. Understood. No, wait. Get in now. Her officers barked orders, forcing the 6 into the cruisers. Sirens wailed as the convoy sped toward Tokai police headquarters. Vidal boarded her jet once more and shot skyward in a streak of silver light. As the jet ascended, Vidal glimpsed peripherally a lone figure seated atop the ledge of a towering skyscraper. A man. Did I imagine it? She hovered midair, rubbed her eyes, and fixed her gaze once more upon the rooftop. This time she was certain. There was a man, tall still, perched precisely on the building's edge. He sat calmly, legs dangling freely over the abyss, gazing down upon the street below. What unimaginable audacity! A fall from that height wouldn't merely shatter bones, it would reduce a body to pulp. Had he lost his mind? No safety harness, no rope, nothing. Was he seeking death? Or suffering from mental collapse? Either way, survival was impossible. Just picturing it made Vidal's spine prickle with cold dread. How had he even reached that ledge? Surely by aircraft. She couldn't stand by and watch someone perish. Yet, as she pondered, he turned his gaze directly toward her. Vidal guided the jet closer, leaned out the cockpit and called out, "What are you doing up there? Are you admiring the view?" She'd almost asked if he intended to jump, but she'd bitten back the question, fearing such words might ignite despair in a fragile mind. Instead, she softened the inquiry, reframing it as something harmless, even serene. Gohan regarded the beautiful officer, recalling her fierce takedown of the criminals, and smiled faintly, just catching the breeze. Vidal studied him carefully. Tall, powerfully built, strikingly handsome, radiating quiet confidence and profound mystery. And his eyes, unusually gentle. Never before had she encountered such a man. How could someone so composed possibly contemplate suicide? So perhaps his words were sincere. Perhaps he truly sought only the wind and the skyline. Yet duty compelled her to ask, "How did you get up here?" This world has moved beyond the android's shadow. Its future grows brighter each day. It is vast, full of wonders yet unseen. We are young, full of purpose. Please step back from the edge. It's dangerous there. Gohan blinked, then asked, mildly surprised, "After all that, do you think I'm about to jump?" Haha. Vidal's laugh was strained. "You're not. Of course not. I told you. Just catching the breeze." He drew his legs back from the precipice and rose to his feet. Watching him move, Vidal felt a chill cascade down her spine. At that height, was he truly unafraid? How could he remain so utterly calm? A single misstep, just one, and he'd vanish into oblivion. His composure defied reason. His courage bordered on the superhuman. She herself would have collapsed, knees trembling at the mere thought. To distract herself, she asked again, "So, how did you get up here?" "I flew." "Ah, flew." Vidal paused, momentarily stunned, then assumed he was teasing. Humans possessed no wings. Flight was impossible. Evasive. "Wait here. I'll be right back," she said, and guided the jet down onto the rooftop, approaching him with cautious steps. Gohan watched her bemused, thinking this woman is truly relentless. He has said he is not going to commit suicide, yet she still leaned closer. Is every cell in her body filled with a sense of justice? With such a strong sense of responsibility. Sun Wufan admitted that the female police officer in front of him was somewhat attractive. Her figure and looks were top-notch, with a fair and tender face. Among all the women he had seen, only Android 18 and Bulma had slightly higher looks. However, this woman possessed a charisma and sense of justice that both Bulma and 18 lacked. Especially those long legs paired with that uniform, it was simply a tremendous bonus. She could be considered a super beauty. Sun Wufan admired her, but it was merely admiration. He was not the type to be led by his lower body. If he were that kind of man, Android 18's fate would not have been as simple as just being shot. As he approached, Sun Wufan Bidalai finally felt the intense impact. She stood at 165 centimeters and weighed 50 kilograms, but her well-proportioned figure made her appear taller. However, Sun Wufan stood at a towering 186 centimeters, weighing 90 kilograms, with a perfect physique and well-defined muscles exuding explosive power. In contrast, the two formed a striking difference. Bidalai had seen giants much taller than Sun Wufan. In this world, there were plenty of humans 2 to 3 meters tall. Some even reached 5 to 6 meters in height. But she had never seen anyone as tall and handsome as Sun Wufan. This was simply striking her at the core. Then from behind Sun Wufan, a fluffy tail suddenly popped out. Bidalai was taken aback. Her heart raced and her eyes turned into hearts. So cute, just like a little cat at home. Bidalai's mind was racing. Then she instinctively blurted out, "Can I touch your tail?" Only after saying it did she realize how rude she had been, her face turning hot. What kind of nonsense did she just say? She couldn't believe it had come out of her own mouth. But that fluffy tail was so tempting to touch. Heavens, isn't this 100 times more comfortable than petting a cat or dog? What girl could resist such temptation? If it weren't for his keen ears, Sun Wufan would have thought he misheard her and firmly refused, saying, "Sorry, that's really not allowed." Bidalai's face turned bright red. She hurriedly changed the subject, saying something she believed was very reasonable. In short, just don't think about suicide. Life is long, and there are many meaningful things to do and many people who care about you. The world is vast. You should go out and see more. Ha ha. Sun Wufan couldn't help but laugh, looking at the woman in front of him with interest. How did she get it into her head that I wanted to commit suicide? Truly speechless. However, she meant well, and he didn't feel repulsed. He patiently said, "You're right, but I must clarify that I'm really just here to enjoy the scenery and have no intention of committing suicide." That's good, that's good. So when will you come down? Let's take my jet down." Bidalai showed no signs of giving up on saving Sun Wufan. Sun Wufan shook his head and said, "No need, you should hurry and leave. I told you I can fly." Bidalai was speechless. She thought Sun Wufan's mental state was definitely a bit off. He always believed he could fly. Isn't that a mental illness? Bidalai said, All right, you can fly. You flew up here yourself. Can you please sit in my jet and go down now? Don't be impulsive. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Bidalai, the captain of the first team of the East Capitol Police Department. You can completely trust me. I would never harm you," she said as she leaned closer to Sun Wufan. It seemed she was prepared to forcefully subdue him. If soft methods didn't work, was she ready to resort to heavy-handed tactics? Sun Wufan rolled his eyes, thinking that if he didn't show a hand today, he wouldn't get through this hurdle. "Watch closely," Sun Wufan said, and with a slight movement, he flew into the air. Wait, what did you say your name was?" Sun Wufan hovered in midair, staring in disbelief at the equally stunned, beautiful police officer. "Are you kidding me? She's Bidalai." 022, Sky Dance Technique. Bidalai looked up at Sun Wufan, momentarily stunned. Sun Wufan stared in amazement at the woman below. He never expected that this timeline's Bidalai had actually become a police officer. The contrast was too strong. Is it just a coincidence? Almost impossible. After learning her name, her face started to look increasingly familiar. Who else could it be but Bidalai? The iconic twin ponytails are officially on display. Sun Wufan fell into a brief silence, standing high in the air, staring at Bidalai for a while, without saying a word, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Bidalai was shocked that Sun Wufan really could fly. How could a person possibly fly? If someone had told her before that a human without wings could fly, she would have scoffed and laughed heartily. But now the reality was right before her eyes, continuously challenging her worldview. Is this magic? Bidalai still found it hard to believe. No, this is called the Sky Dance Technique. Sun Wufan circled around the rooftop and then landed again, stating, "Sky Dance Technique. What is that?" Bidalai didn't understand. "It's a form of martial arts," Sun Wufan replied. "Martial arts? How could there be such martial arts?" "Impossible," Bidalai refuted. She was a martial artist herself with considerable martial arts skills, though otherwise she wouldn't hold the position of captain in the first team of the East Capitol Police Department. Her father, Mr. Satan, was once the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. To her, she understood martial arts well. And martial arts capable of flight absolutely did not exist. Sun Wufan said, Don't use your understanding to define this world. As you said, this world is vast. Earth is merely a drop in the ocean. What does flying martial arts count as? It's just one way to use chi." Listening to Sun Wufan's words, Bidalai fell silent. Indeed, as Sun Wufan said, this world is boundless and holds too many inexplicable wonders. Not to mention the man-made beings that wreaked havoc on Earth for over a decade are one of the technological creations she cannot comprehend. Clearly just two insignificant technological people. Why do they have such devastating power? She had seen reports about androids on television. Those two androids could unleash energy waves like rocket launchers that could flatten a large city in an instant, which was terrifying. Thinking of the androids brought a deep sadness to Bidalai's heart. A few years ago, her father, Mr. Satan, the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament, did not believe that the androids were this powerful. He always thought it was magic, a trick to deceive humanity. Thus, he decided to go teach those two androids a lesson. The outcome was predictable. Mr. Satan went and never returned, turned to dust at the hands of the androids. It was tragic. Seeing Bidalai lost in silence, Sun Wufan said, "All right, you should hurry along, I'm leaving." Hearing Sun Wufan's words, Bidalai snapped back to reality. "Wait, hold on a moment," she hurriedly said. "What's wrong?" Sun Wufan asked in confusion. Bidalai hesitated for a moment and said, "Can you teach me how to fly? I want to learn this." Thinking of her earlier determination to commit suicide and how she had stopped the plane to persuade him, Sun Wufan nodded, saying, "Sure, come find me at the West Capital Capsule Corporation at this time tomorrow. It's just the sky dance technique, not some unteachable secret, a simple matter," Sun Wufan said as he flew up. "May I ask what your name is?" Bidalai shouted loudly. Sun Wufan, his voice echoed from afar, his figure turning into a meteor streaking towards the horizon. He moved with incredible speed. Bidalai watched Sun Wufan's disappearing figure lost in thought for a long time. What she had seen and heard today was too bizarre, completely overturning her worldview of 21 years. Moreover, this man named Sun Wufan had actually agreed to teach her that so-called sky dance technique. She was happy, extremely happy. Bidalai couldn't help but feel excited. Just thinking about being able to learn flying martial arts tomorrow made it impossible for her heart to calm down. Then Bidalai cautiously walked to the edge of the building and peeked down. Wow, so terrifying. She felt dizzy and her legs went weak. She stumbled back, fearfully returning to the jet, resting for a while before piloting the plane away. Meanwhile, Sun Wufan surged with energy, moving so fast that he broke the sound barrier, swiftly weaving through the clouds. Soon he arrived above Baozi Mountain and landed. Sun Wufan pushed open the door and walked into the familiar house, looking around at everything he knew, sighing helplessly, a faint sorrow flashing in his eyes. This place felt so familiar. This house almost carried the entirety of his childhood. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Ox King. Everything seemed like a distant memory, yet it felt like it happened yesterday. Sometimes he even felt as if they were still nearby, never left. That feeling was indescribable, yet incredibly precious. Sun Wufan sat on the sofa for a long time before heading out. He followed the mountain path up Baozi Mountain for over 100 meters, then stood before two graves. These two graves were the resting places of Chi-Chi and Grandpa Ox King. Sun Wufan took out a capsule, pressed it, and threw it on the ground. Suddenly, two bunches of white chrysanthemums appeared out of nowhere on the ground, along with some fruits and offerings. Sun Wufan carefully placed these items in front of the graves, then sat down on the ground in front of the graves. "Mom, Grandpa, I've come to see you. I'm doing well, so don't worry about me. I've killed the android, so consider it revenge for you." Sun Wufan sat there talking to himself for a long time. The Ox King and Chi-Chi died during the days he was in a coma after losing an arm. Their death happened just over a year ago, which is why the Dragon Balls couldn't resurrect them this time. He didn't know whether they were in the underworld now or had been reincarnated. Sun Wufan thought he should find a time to visit the underworld and ask King Yen. If there was a way to resurrect them, that would be even better. After sitting in front of the graves for a while, Sun Wufan got up and flew back to the Capsule Corporation. He relayed to Bulma about Trunks not coming back these past few days. Bulma nodded, saying nothing, and continued her research. The next day, a jet descended from the sky and landed at the entrance of the Capsule Corporation. Bidalai jumped off the plane, turned the plane into a capsule, and put it in her pocket. Then she looked around, surveying her surroundings. Today, Bidalai clearly dressed up deliberately. Her black hair was tied into two ponytails cascading naturally down her shoulders, with a light, exquisite makeup on her face. Today, she wasn't wearing her police uniform. Instead, she wore a fitted white shirt on top and snug jeans on the bottom. The white shirt tucked into her jeans accentuated her impressive figure and long legs. On her feet were a pair of small white shoes. She walked in a casual style. The Capsule Corporation was renowned throughout the world, and almost no one on Earth was unaware of its name. Although the Capsule Corporation suffered greatly after the android incident and was no longer as glorious as before, it still had a few employees left. Nevertheless, even so, who among the surviving humans today doesn't have a few capsules on them? You could say the Capsule Corporation has declined and lost its former glory, but its influence and contributions to the world cannot be denied. The Capsule Corporation is a unique existence on Earth, an absolutely top-tier enterprise. No matter who comes, it cannot shake its position on Earth. Bidalai surveyed the Capsule Corporation, speculating about the relationship between Sun Wufan and the Capsule Corporation. Just as she was troubled about how to find Sun Wufan, Bulma arrived riding a motorcycle and also stopped at the entrance of the Capsule Corporation. 023, Bulma and Bidalai. Isn't that Miss Bulma from Capsule Corporation? Upon seeing Bulma, Bidalai immediately recognized her. Bidalai hadn't lost her internet connection. Of course, she knew someone as famous as Bulma. Although Bulma was over 40 years old, she looked well-maintained and appeared to be in her 30s. Bidalai took a deep breath and walked towards Bulma. She greeted Miss Bulma. Hello. Hello. Bulma carefully examined Bidalai and, confirming that she did not recognize her, continued, What can I do for you? Bidalai replied honestly. It's like this, Sun Wufan asked me to come here to find him. May I ask if Sun Wufan lives here? Wufan. Bulma's eyes lit up, and after examining Bidalai again, her expression gradually became more animated. Oh, you're Wufan's girlfriend, right? I didn't expect this kid to keep it so secret. Come on in. Bulma warmly walked over and took Bidalai's arm, pulling her inside. Bidalai stumbled as she was pulled inside by Bulma, continuously explaining, Miss Bulma, I think you misunderstood. I'm not Wufan's girlfriend, it's just that Wufan promised to teach me martial arts, so I came here. Find him. Understood, I understand. You don't need to call me Miss Bulma anymore. Call me Auntie like Gohan does, it's fine that way. Bulma chuckled, shoving Bidalai into the couch. Just wait a moment, I'll go call Gohan. That kid should be training in the gravity chamber right now. Bulma said. Okay. Bidalai was a bit confused by her enthusiasm. Miss Bulma didn't seem as aloof as the rumors suggested. Not only was she not aloof, but she was also quite warm and friendly. It didn't match the rumors at all. Under Bidalai's gaze, Bulma hurriedly left, but returned after more than a minute. She sat down next to Bidalai and said, Gohan really was training just now. I've told him you came. He's taking a shower now and should be done soon. Bidalai supported herself with her hands on her legs, sitting up straight. Facing the legendary president of the Capsule Corporation, she couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. After all, for an ordinary earthling, Bulma's reputation was indeed enormous. I'm okay, I'll wait here, Bidalai said. Bulma replied, You don't need to be too nervous. I'm not that strict of a parent. Just think of me as a friend, and let's chat casually. Yes, Miss Bulma. Bidalai responded, but still felt extremely restrained. Hey, I told you to call me Annie like Gohan, why are you still calling me that? Bulma said discontentedly. Okay, Annie Bulma. That's more like it. Here, have some fruit first. Thank you. The two began to chat on the couch. Bulma started praising Gohan. I've watched Gohan grow up. Their family and mine are family friends, and we have a very good relationship. Gohan has been very smart since he was a child and learns quickly. He is an exceptional boy, or it's not an exaggeration to say he is the best on earth. Bidalai's head buzzed, feeling quite uneasy. Bulma continued, By the way, I haven't asked you your name yet. What is your name? Bidalai stood up suddenly, her body stiff as if she was about to salute. My name is Bidalai. I'm from East City and am currently working at the East City Police Department. I was born in the year 757 of the Age of the Gods and have never dated. Andy, please take care of me. Bulma was taken aback by Bidalai's actions. Look at how nervous she is. After a pause of 2 seconds, Bulma said, Sit down quickly, don't stand and talk. Bidalai had no choice but to sit back down. I didn't expect you to be a police officer. That's great, not bad. Born in the year 757, isn't that a coincidence? Gohan was also born in 757. Bidalai didn't expect that Son Gohan was the same age as her, and she exclaimed in surprise, Really? That's quite a coincidence. So, you should communicate more. Young people need to talk more, that way you can enhance your feelings. Just then Son Gohan walked in wearing casual clothes. Bidalai, let's go. He made a fist with his right hand and pointed his thumb towards the door. Okay. Bidalai hurriedly stood up. She said to Bulma, Andy, Bulma, I'm going out now. Let's chat again when we have time next time. Okay. You young people go on your date. Bulma replied, then turned to Son Gohan and instructed, Gohan, don't bully her. Got it, Son Gohan said helplessly. Bidalai followed behind Son Gohan, her cheeks slightly flushed. The two arrived at the Capsule Corporation's backyard. Here is fine. Son Gohan pointed to a patch of green grass. Okay. Bidalai nodded. The two stepped onto the lawn. Sit cross-legged. Son Gohan pointed to the spot across from him. Today Bidalai was wearing jeans, so sitting cross-legged was not a problem. Bidalai nodded and obediently sat down across from Son Gohan, looking very well behaved. She examined Son Gohan's face closely and curiously asked, Son Gohan, are you really from the year 757 of the Age of the Gods? That's right. Is there a problem? Son Gohan replied. No, Annie. Bulma said you were born in 757, So I was a bit curious because I was also born in 757. I was born on May 9th. When is your birthday? Son Gohan. Can't say. Bitterly pressed. Son Gohan smiled wryly and said, You weren't like this in front of Auntie Bulma, just now were you? You're not afraid of me. Bitterly laughed, because she's an elder and you're my peer, so naturally I don't feel that restraint. So when is your birthday? May 8th. Son Gohan replied helplessly. Oh really? Bitterly widened her eyes. What would I gain by lying to you? Son Gohan said. You are only a day older than me. That's too coincidental. Bitterly said happily beaming with a smile. Why did you come to see me today? Son Gohan asked frowning on purpose. I came to learn the art of flight from you. We agreed on that yesterday. Bitterly said. Son Gohan asked, so what are you doing now? Bitterly pouted and said, just gossiping. Alright, I was wrong. Please teach me the art of flight, Gohankin. Then don't speak for now. Son Gohan said calmly. Bitterly. This wasn't the first time Son Gohan had acted as a teacher. He had been teaching Trunks for over a decade, so he was quite experienced. He organized his thoughts, and then said, to learn the art of flight, the first thing you need to do is learn to use your own chi. As long as you learn how to control the energy within your body, the art of flight will naturally follow. Chi. What is that? If I don't have chi, can I not learn the art of flight? Bitterly asked nervously. Don't worry, everyone has chi in their bodies, they just don't know how to use it. Chi is a kind of energy hidden within our bodies. It's difficult for ordinary people to develop, but for us martial artists, it's much simpler. We can easily perceive control and use chi. I know you have practiced martial arts, so mastering your chi should not be too difficult. Son Gohan talked eloquently, sharing a lot of knowledge that Bitterly only partially understood. Bitterly felt as if she was listening to a heavenly book. Watch closely. Son Gohan said, extending his right hand in front of him, palm facing upward, gripping nothing in the air. Bitterly stared at his hand without blinking. At that moment, a vortex of chi rose from Son Gohan's palm, shimmering coldly, and a round energy ball formed in his palm. What is this? Bitterly's eyes widened in astonishment. Son Gohan said, this is chi. As he spoke, he flicked his hand, and the energy blast shot out, crashing into a massive rock in the distance. With a loud boom, the rock was instantly shattered into powder, and the fierce wind blew Bitterly's long hair up. Do I really have this kind of thing in my body? Bitterly was stunned. 024. Aliens, of course you do, but the chi in your body is relatively weak. Remember, chi can be strengthened through training. Son Gohan explained. It seems similar to the techniques of the androids. Bitterly said. Son Gohan said, androids are technological creations, while chi is an energy that every person possesses in their body. Although both lead to the same result, they should not be confused. If you want to learn how to use chi, the first step is to sense the chi within your body and then guide it out. What should I do? Bitterly asked. Son Gohan looked at her, explained carefully, and demonstrated once. First, relax, keep your mind calm, concentrate, and imagine guiding the chi to your palm, just like this. Son Gohan said, making a gesture as if holding something in front of him. He slowly guided a trace of energy out. In an instant, a vortex formed between his palms, quickly turning into a glowing energy ball. So amazing, Bitterly thought to herself, then closed her eyes, mimicking Son Gohan's gesture, starting to sense the chi. Son Gohan observed her movements and offered guidance. You need to keep a calm mind, concentrate, and empty yourself, not force yourself. Hearing Son Gohan's words, Bitterly's frowning brow gradually relaxed. It was evident that Bitterly had a solid foundation in martial arts, quickly entering a focused state. However, sensing chi was not an easy task. Seeing Bitterly in a meditative state, Son Gohan began to practice his martial arts. This set of martial arts combined softness and hardness, flowing naturally, expertly controlling the energy, and was precisely the Tai Chi he had learned in his past life. Naturally, Tai Chi wouldn't produce any earth-shattering effects, but practicing it casually felt comfortable and gratifying. 2 hours quickly passed. Bitterly slowly opened her eyes. She looked at Son Gohan sitting nearby and said, it's so hard. I still haven't sensed my chi. You don't need to rush. Every beginning is difficult. As long as you persist, you will definitely succeed. I hope so, but I can only stop here for today. I need to return to the police station to handle some matters. Bitterly said. Okay. Son Gohan nodded. Bitterly then asked, can I come back tomorrow? Sure. Son Gohan said. Thank you, Gohankin. Bitterly stood up and bowed to Son Gohan. Son Gohan accepted it calmly. The gratitude for teaching is like being reborn. What does a bow mean? Just then Bitterly's phone rang. Bitterly answered the phone. Hello? What? I understand. Okay, I'm heading back now. After hanging up, Bitterly's expression turned anxious, her brows furrowing deeply. Son Gohan noticed her unease and asked, "What's wrong?" Biddy Lee replied, "There was a violent incident in East City just now. The criminals have killed dozens of people and the death toll is still rising. My team has already rushed to the front line. With the speed of a jet, it will take me at least an hour to get back. That's too long. I don't know how many more people will die because of this. I have to hurry back immediately," Biddy Lee said, taking out a capsule and throwing it on the ground, which turned into her jet plane with a boom. "Oh." Son Gohan frowned, looking towards East City. Then he said, "To be frank, this might not be a case you can handle." In the direction of East City, countless powerful auras emanated. The strength of these auras was something Biddy Lee could not contend with. Such power are they aliens. In any case, there couldn't possibly be such strong beings on Earth, so they must be extraterrestrial visitors. Just when did these aliens appear? How did he not notice? After all, Son Gohan couldn't be sensing the entire Earth with Chi 247. Biddy Lee looked at him in surprise. "Why do you say I can't handle it?" Son Gohan replied, "Because I can sense the auras of those criminals. They are not beings you can deal with. You can sense the criminals' auras from so far away." Biddy Lee felt it was unbelievable. Once you learn to use Chi, you'll understand," Son Gohan said. Biddy Lee thought for a moment and said firmly, "No matter what, I have to go back. My team has all rushed to the front line. How can I hide behind? How will I face everyone in the future? Gohan, I'm not talking to you anymore. I have to go." Watching Biddy Lee hurriedly climb onto the plane's Son Gohan sighed. "The plane is too slow. Get down, I'll take you there. Relying on Earth's strength to deal with these aliens is impossible." Son Gohan decided to take action. The piece he had painstakingly reclaimed from the androids could not be allowed to be destroyed again. Biddy Lee, who was preparing to close the plane door, froze for a moment and said, "Are you saying your speed is faster than a jet?" Son Gohan nodded. "I'm a bit faster." "Oh, that's great." Biddy Lee immediately ran down from the plane, turning the plane back into a capsule and putting it away. She ran to Son Gohan's side and asked anxiously, "What do we do now?" Son Gohan squatted down in front of her and said, "Quickly get on." "Oh, you want to carry me?" Biddy Lee's face turned bright red with embarrassment. Although a bit shy, this was not the time to worry about such trivial matters. She jumped onto Son Gohan's back, wrapping her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. Son Gohan felt the warmth and softness against him and didn't think much of it, reminding her, "Hold on tight." "I've got a good grip," Biddy Lee replied. Following that, Son Gohan wrapped his arms around Biddy Lee's legs and his body erupted with a silver aura. Immediately, their figures shot up into the sky, transforming into a shooting star heading towards East City. "Oh." Biddy Lee was scared out of her mind. Is this only a bit faster than a jet? They were producing sonic booms, clearly surpassing the speed of sound. Terrifying, too terrifying. Human beings could actually do such things. In the past, Biddy Lee would never have believed it. The speed of flight was as fast as lightning. Fortunately, the aura surrounding Son Gohan enveloped her, forming a protective shield. Otherwise, with Biddy Lee's ordinary human body, the cutting winds would have left her battered. Listening to the whistling wind and the sound of sonic booms in her ears, Biddy Lee's little heart was greatly impacted. Under such tension, she had long forgotten her shyness, pressing tightly against Son Gohan's back, wishing they could merge into one. At the same time, she was constantly speculating about Son Gohan's identity, wondering what kind of person he was, her curiosity about Son Gohan reaching its peak. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at East City. Suddenly stopping in midair, Son Gohan stood there carrying Biddy Lee, overlooking the city below. At this moment, several aliens in strange combat suits were unleashing energy from their palms, mercilessly slaughtering one Earthling after another. In the city, thick smoke billowed. Police cars rushed about and officers were directing humans to evacuate. Just then, boom. Another explosion resounded. Smoke and heat surged forth as a building disintegrated in the explosion, leading to countless Earthling deaths. Son Gohan looked down at the scene and said to Biddy Lee, "Do you see? This is not a battle you can participate in at all." Biddy Lee looked at the carnage on the street, her face turning pale but filled with anger. She gritted her teeth and said, "Where did these thugs come from? Their methods are just like those of the previous androids. These bastards are truly unforgivable." Son Gohan squinted and observed the aliens, saying, "They are not Earthlings. It should be aliens from the universe." "Aliens?" Biddy Lee asked in surprise. "Yes, that's right." Son Wukong nodded and then pointed with his hand. A beam of energy erupted from his fingertip and shot towards an alien on the ground that was preparing to cause another massive explosion. The alien, who was laughing heartily, was hit directly by the energy beam and turned to dust with a loud bang. Son Wukong pointed out a few more fingers, causing several aliens to explode, instantly turning to ashes. Vitalai watched in stunned silence, her heart equally shaken, feeling that none of this was real. So you are this powerful, Vitalai said, astonished. She then recalled something and added, those 2 androids you destroyed were also your doing, right? She should have thought of that earlier. The news of the androids' destruction was leaked by the Capsule Corporation to the kingdom. Sun Wukong lived at the Capsule Corporation. Moreover, his identity was quite mysterious, possessing the ability to fly. All signs pointed to Sun Wukong. Who else could it be? Sun Wukong did not deny it, directly stating, it was me. He then added, you should find a place to hide. I need to deal with the remaining aliens now. Saying this, Sun Wukong took Vitalai to a nearby safe spot, then returned to the battlefield, punching the aliens one by one, directly exploding those space outlaws. He pressed his finger against the forehead of the last alien, coldly asking, tell me, where did you come from? The alien's face paled, and he wet himself in fear. In his eyes, Sun Wukong was simply terrifying. His companions were all killed by Sun Wukong with a single punch, without any flashy moves. His strikes were clean and swift. How could anyone compete with such a person? He stammered, his mind blank, not knowing how to respond to Sun Wukong. Speak up. If your answer satisfies me, I might spare your life, Sun Wukong said. I will. The alien's legs trembled, urine soaking his pants, releasing a foul odor. Sun Wukong helplessly pinched his nose, enduring the alien's pleading and story. According to him, he belonged to the Bojack Legion, serving in their vanguard, tasked with searching and scouting life planets. A few days ago, after arriving on Earth, they began collecting information about the planet. Initially, they found Earth to be a low-level planet inhabited by humans with combat power of only 5. Such planets generally lack resources and have little exploration value. However, yesterday they learned about the Dragon Balls from a human. The Dragon Balls, which can grant any wish, undoubtedly held immense temptation for the aliens. It was the most enticing treasure. Thus, Earth's value skyrocketed. The Vanguard immediately reported the matter regarding the Dragon Balls. Their leader Bojack instructed them to find ways to collect the Dragon Balls. Those who gathered the Dragon Balls would be heavily rewarded. The Vanguard began to interrogate Earthlings about the Dragon Balls. However, the Earthlings knew very little, let alone the methods to collect the Dragon Balls. Unable to obtain the desired answers, the aliens began a brutal massacre. They attempted to force the Earthlings to reveal the location of the Dragon Balls. The outcome was predictable. Sun Wukong. He had a curse in mind, but wasn't sure if he should say it. Indeed, the Dragon Balls were both a blessing and a curse. He wondered which Earthling had carelessly mentioned the Dragon Balls. Perhaps he should wish for their existence to fade away. But who exactly is this Bojack? Sun Wukong racked his brain, but could not recall any character by that name from the Dragon Ball world. However, he understood. Since the moment he was reborn, the wheels of history had veered onto a completely new track. Sun Wukong coldly stared at the alien before him and asked, what is Bojack's strength? When did he arrive on Earth? When Bojack was mentioned, the alien's eyes lit up, seeing a glimmer of hope. He said, Bojack is immensely powerful. You are definitely no match for him. Why don't we join forces? Perhaps we will have a slim chance of victory together. What do you think? Consider it, it might be our only way out. Sun Wukong replied, I asked you when he would arrive. With the speed of the king's spaceship, he should arrive on Earth in about 10 hours. We don't have much time left. You need to think carefully. You joining forces is our only chance. We truly don't have much time left, he repeated. Oh really? Sun Wukong laughed. You make a valid point. Then I will heed your advice. We shall cooperate. I knew I wasn't mistaken. You are indeed a wise person. The alien also laughed along, feeling that he might have saved his life. Isn't that so? Sun Wukong chuckled, and the energy at his fingertips suddenly exploded, shattering the alien's head. The alien couldn't comprehend how Sun Wukong had suddenly changed his demeanor and attacked after having spoken so amicably just a second ago. Sun Wukong kicked the alien's corpse away and then struck it with his palm, turning it into a mist of blood. The self-important alien turned to ashes, vanishing into the air. Are you foolish, or am I foolish? In the Dragon Ball world, such dark humor about my wealth and Jack Ma's combined power being able to shake the Asian economy is told. Sun Wukong complained, then flew back to where Vitalai was hiding, finding her. Vitalai looked at Sun Wukong in surprise and asked, have you finished taking care of them already? That was quick. All I heard was the sound of explosions. Sun Wukong nodded and said, yes, for now it is safe. Safe for now? What does that mean? Vitalai asked, puzzled. Didn't they deal with all the aliens? Sun Wukong said, I won't hide it from you. More terrifying aliens will arrive on Earth tomorrow. Huh, really? What should we do? Vitalai became tense again. Sun Wukong responded, tomorrow my companions and I will take action. If we win, everything will be safe. If we lose, Earth will return to the time ruled by the androids, and it may even become worse. Vidala's face turned pale. She asked, is there no other way? Can't we use the entire kingdom's military might to deal with tomorrow's enemies? We can't counter them. Let me put it this way, if I wanted to destroy Earth, all I need is a single energy wave. The power of the Earthlings is too insignificant. Even the kingdom's most powerful nuclear attack is nothing more than a mere scratch in our eyes. It has no effect whatsoever. Under the right precautions, not even a nuclear bomb could harm me in the slightest. Sun Wukong's words left Vidalai speechless in shock. It was her first time realizing that human power could reach such heights. It was also the first time she understood how terrifying Sun Wukong truly was. From Sun Wukong's words, she understood that the danger level of tomorrow's enemies was unknown. But one thing was certain: they could easily destroy the entire Earth. How could this crisis be resolved? Was it really only relying on Sun Wukong? Could Earthlings only wait for death? Vidala's mind was in chaos. She stood there in a daze, not knowing what to say for a moment. Just as Sun Wukong said, the power of the kingdom was indeed too insignificant. It was utterly incapable of influencing the outcome of the battle. The chaos caused by the androids over the past decade was the best proof of this. Humble, weak, and helpless. Looking at her, Sun Wukong said, "All right, I must be off now. Goodbye." Sun Wukong. Vidalai suddenly called his name. "What is it?" Sun Wukong turned back, ready to soar into the sky. Vidalai said, "Be careful tomorrow. I still want to learn the flight technique from you." "Okay." Sun Wukong nodded, soaring into the sky towards the Heaven Temple. He wanted to check on Trunks' progress and ask King Kai about who Bojack really was. Understanding the opponent's situation was far better than being completely in the dark. Just then, King Kai's voice echoed in Sun Wukong's mind. "Wukong, Sun Wukong, are you listening? This is King Kai." Sun Wukong was somewhat surprised that King Kai was contacting him first. This was quite miraculous. The chaos caused by the androids had lasted over a decade, and King Kai had never sought him out before. What was going on now? Sun Wukong stopped standing on the clouds and replied, "Lord Kai, I am here." King Kai's voice continued, "Wukong, you'll get straight to the point. A terrifying being is approaching Earth and is expected to arrive tomorrow. You need to be prepared for battle." Sun Wukong was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't even asked yet, and King Kai was already discussing this matter. It seemed that Bojack's identity was quite problematic. He was definitely not a minor character. Otherwise, King Kai wouldn't be so anxious. Sun Wukong said, "If Lord Kai is referring to Bojack, I have already encountered his vanguard." King Kai was surprised for a moment. "It is indeed Bojack. I didn't expect you to already know about him." Sun Wukong said, "I have wiped out his entire vanguard. Lord Kai, I want to ask what kind of background Bojack has." King Kai fell silent for a moment, lost in memories, and then began to narrate. "Speaking of Bojack, it has been a long time since that name was mentioned. About 1,000 years ago, a large evil force emerged in the galaxy, committing heinous acts without restraint. Their goal was to destroy the 4 major galaxies. At that time, the evil force led by Bojack was extremely powerful and unstoppable. Wherever they went, they left devastation, turning countless life planets into dead stars. Hardly anyone in the 4 major galaxies could oppose them. The galaxy faced immense disaster and was on the brink of collapse. Eventually, the great King Kai taught us 4 kings, a sealing method. The 4 kings governing the 4 major galaxies united and finally sealed Bojack at the edge of the universe, restoring peace to the 4 galaxies. Over 1,000 years passed. But not long ago, the South Kai was killed by an ambitious individual. With the death of the South Kai, the seal we had jointly established could no longer be maintained, and Bojack broke free once again, wreaking havoc across the galaxy. The once mighty South Kai was actually killed. It was utterly shocking. Sun Wukong suppressed his urge to complain and continued to ask, "I didn't expect him to be an ancient relic from 1,000 years ago. How powerful is this guy compared to the androids?" King Kai thought for a moment and replied, "His strength far exceeds that of the androids, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to wreak havoc across the galaxy for so many years." Sun Wukong said, "Then I have a question. Since Bojack is so strong, how were you 4 kings able to seal him?" Implying that Sun Wukong believed the 4 kings were weak and couldn't possibly seal such a powerful being. King Kai, who had lived for countless ages, could certainly detect the meaning behind Sun Wukong's words. He coughed awkwardly, trying to cover his embarrassment, and said, "It was largely due to the sealing method. Unfortunately, now that the South Kai is dead, we can no longer set up the seal from back then, and the galaxy is in chaos again." Sun Wukong. Over 1,000 years have passed, yet King Kai still remembers vividly and seems a bit fearful when mentioning Bojack. It shows how significant a psychological shadow Bojack had cast on King Kai back then. Sun Wukong asked, "Does Lord Kai have any further instructions?" King Kai said, "No, nothing more." Sun Wukong further inquired, "Then who killed the South Kai?" King Kai replied, "We're not sure yet, it hasn't been investigated." How unfortunate, they still didn't know who was behind it. "What are the kings doing?" Sun Wukong asked. "All right, are my father and the others here now? I want to talk to them." "They are not here either." King Kai shook his head. "Not here? Where have they gone this time?" Sun Wukong was curious. The last time he contacted King Kai, Goku and the others had gone to King Kai's planet for the martial arts tournament. Where had they gone this time? Why were they never at King Kai's planet? It always felt like they were busy. King Kai said, "There has been a riot in the underworld and Goku and the others went to support them." Sun Wukong was taken aback. A riot in the underworld? What on earth was going on? He asked, "What's the situation?" "A riot in the underworld." King Kai replied, "Originally the 18th layer of hell was divided between Frieza and Vegeta, and for many years they had coexisted peacefully, with no major wars occurring for a long time. However, since androids No. 17 and No. 18 were sent to the 18th layer of hell, the delicate balance in hell was disrupted, leading to a three-way conflict where no one would yield to the other. Now the entire underworld is in chaos. Half a month ago, King Yin sought help and Goku and the others have been there since then without returning." Sun Wukong felt a headache coming on. These people are so energetic, constantly fighting even when they are dead. Endlessly battling, he couldn't help but admire them. Sun Wukong also realized that after Vegeta died, he was sent to the 18th layer of hell, not living alongside Goku. But upon reflection, that made sense. At this point in time, Vegeta had killed many, contributing little to Earth, so King Yin sending him to hell was the normal course of action. Let them fight to their heart's content. Sun Wukong cut off his connection with King Kai and flew to the Heaven Temple. At the Heaven Temple, Dandy was busy casting one spell after another on Trunks, making Trunks' face glow bright red. Sun Wukong was stunned. Was Dandy's method really just to cast spells on Trunks like this? He didn't know whether it was a restoration or healing spell. As Gohan arrived, Dandy ceased his magical output. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and greeted Gohan. Trunks, filled with spirit, added, "Brother Gohan, what brings you here?" "I feel invigorated all over." Gohan laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, have you overdone it? How's your tail doing?" Trunks responded, "My rear end feels a bit itchy." "That means it must be having some effect." Gohan chuckled. At that moment, Mr. Bobo, who had been standing at the edge of the temple square, approached. "Mr. Bobo," asked Mr. Gohan, "what has happened on Earth?" He had seen the extraterrestrial chaos in East Capital from the temple, but did not know the specifics. Gohan furrowed his brows and earnestly recounted the events involving Bojack. Upon hearing this, Bobo, Dandy, and Trunks' expressions turned grave. Dandy asked, "Gohan, what are you planning to do?" Gohan smirked. "When the enemy comes, we shall confront them. We must ensure they cannot return. They'll send them gifts as they approach Earth." Trunks, somewhat excited, said, "Brother Gohan, do you have a good plan?" Gohan chuckled. "As their spaceship nears Earth, I plan to take the initiative and reward them with a few Kamehameha blasts, preferably obliterating both their ship and them together. Why wait until they land before we officially engage?" Brother Gohan, you truly are cunning." Trunks laughed. "No, this is called strategy," Gohan responded with a smile. "Huh. If we destroy their ship, even if they survive, they won't be in good shape. Then we can rush them together and catch them off guard." Trunks added, "Right, they need to know that Earth is not so easy to bully." Mr. Bobo and Dandy also felt that Gohan lacked martial spirit, yet they supported this approach. When others invade your planet, do you really expect to uphold some martial spirit? The next day, a massive spaceship slowly approached Earth. On board the spaceship, 4 men and 1 woman were intensely discussing around a large screen. All 5 wore excited expressions, talking about the Dragon Balls. They were none other than the galactic marauder Bojack and his 4 capable subordinates, Bojack, Zanya, Gokwa, Bujin, and Baido. All 5 hailed from a life planet called Helra. Their orange hair and aquamarine skin were their trademarks. Among the 5, Bojack and Baido were the tallest. Standing over 2.5 meters, their muscular bodies weighed well over 150 kilograms. Gokwa was slightly smaller than the 2 but still stood at 2 meters. He wore a purple headband and carried a large sword on his back, being a swordsmanship expert and the most handsome among the 4 men. Bojack's most trusted confidant was the only woman in the group, Zanya. Zanya had a slender and graceful figure, her curves striking and her flowing orange waves were dazzling. Her captivating eyes and 170 centimeters height added an exotic charm to her aquamarine skin. Though she was tall, standing next to the other three burly men made her appear delicate, almost like a cute girl. The smallest in the team was Bujin. Though Bujin was a male, he was short, barely over 1.5 meters. He had a frail physique, but possessed astonishing magical prowess. Each of these five was a formidable force capable of rivaling even the legendary Frieza in a direct confrontation. 1,000 years ago, these masters roamed the 4 great galaxies. They were not to be underestimated. Goku turned to Bojack sitting high in his seat and asked, "My lord, if we gather all 7 Dragon Balls, have you thought about what wish you would make?" Bojack laughed heartily and replied, "Haha, of course I have." Bujin asked, "What wish are you planning to make, my lord?" Bojack raised a glass of red wine from the table, drank it down, and said, "Although we 5 have long lives, we were sealed by those 4 old geezers for over 1,000 years. After being unsealed, I feel my physique is not what it once was. This won't do. We haven't achieved our dream yet. The task of destroying the 4 galaxies is long and arduous, requiring a lot of time. Therefore, I want to wish for eternal life for the 5 of us from the dragon. Once we have eternal life, we will surely destroy the 4 galaxies, no, the entire universe, one day, ha." "My lord is wise and invincible," Bujin complimented. Bojack shot him a sideways glance, and then instructed Zanya, contact the Vanguard team on Earth and ask about their progress in gathering the Dragon Balls." "Yes, my lord," Zanya replied, and then she began sending contact signals to the Vanguard team on Earth. However, the outcome was predictable. There was no response. A minute or two later, Bojack's expression darkened. The group exchanged glances. 2 seconds later, Bojack said in a deep voice, "There are only 2 possibilities now. Either these fools have ulterior motives and made their wishes themselves after gathering the Dragon Balls, or they encountered a formidable enemy on Earth and were wiped out. Either way, it doesn't please me." Zanya flicked her orange waves and asked, "My lord, what should we do now?" Bojack coldly replied, "Speed up, head to Earth at full throttle." "Yes, my lord," Zanya responded, and then headed to the spaceship's control room. Under her operation, the spaceship's speed reached an incredible level, racing madly towards Earth. Bojack said, "If I want to see who is ruining my good plans, they truly don't know how to live." Bido, who had been silent, rubbed his fists and said fiercely, "My lord is right. Whoever it is, we must make them pay, torment them, and kill them." He displayed a bloody smile. After Zanya accelerated the spaceship, she returned to her original position. Bojack then asked, "By the way, Zanya, what about the matter I asked you to check? Who exactly helped us break the seal?" "Report, my lord, we only know that the South Galaxy's King Kai is dead, but we haven't figured out who killed him yet," Zanya replied. Bojack said, "Good, continue investigating. This person is our great benefactor, and I want to recruit him as my subordinate." 027. The fierce battle erupts. The 5 galactic marauders continued their discussion, fantasizing about how they would slaughter Earthlings upon arrival, gather the Dragon Balls, make their wishes, and then flamboyantly leave. Soon a blue planet appeared on the spaceship screen. Earth was finally within reach. "My lord, ahead is Earth. Shall we land?" Zanya inquired. "Land," Bojack ordered. "Yes, my lord," Zanya replied as she began the descent towards Earth. On Earth at the temple, Gohan and Trunks stood at the edge of the temple square, both with piercing gazes fixed on outer space. Suddenly, a spaceship appeared at the outer edge of the atmosphere. Though it was far away, Gohan and Trunks could still vaguely see it. Above the spaceship, 5 powerful energy pressures poured down. Gohan squinted and coldly said, "Trunks, they're coming. Prepare to reward them." "Yes, brother Gohan." Boom. Puff puff. The 2 transformed into Super Saiyans in an instant. A massive aura surged upwards, golden flames swirling around them, and the overwhelming energy swept across half the sky. The surrounding air boiled. The entire temple trembled slightly. The golden-haired, blue-eyed Gohan appeared exceptionally fierce, his clothes billowing in the wind, and his fluffy tail danced in the breeze. He gathered his hands at his waist, beginning to condense the Kamehameha wave. Came. The first syllable escaped his lips, and aquamarine energy surged forth, its dazzling light akin to the sun, hanging at his waist, brilliant and eye-catching. "Ha!" The energy intensified, emitting a buzzing sound. Seeing Gohan use the Kamehameha wave, Trunks placed his palms atop his head, condensing his Masenko. Compared to the Kamehameha, Trunks was more adept at the Masenko, as he had learned it swiftly from Gohan. Kamehameha, Masenko ha. The 2 thrust their hands forward, unleashing 2 world-destroying energy waves that soared straight towards the spaceship, entering the atmosphere. Meanwhile, aboard the spaceship, the 5 were staring at the enormous screen. Suddenly, they noticed 2 points of light growing larger. Seeing the flashes intensifying, Bojack asked in confusion, "What is that?" He never imagined someone would dare attack their spaceship. This is the most perceptive magician among the five. Bujin suddenly had his pupils shrink. Then he shouted in shock, "Not good, someone is attacking our spaceship." What? The others were incredulous and then filled with rage. What was going on? They hadn't even reached Earth yet. Were the Earthlings trying to give them a warning? They were audaciously bold, truly audacious. Without waiting for Bojack's orders, Zanya rushed to the control cabin of the spaceship, attempting to maneuver the ship to evade the two energy attacks. Bujin, hurry, stop them and protect the ship. The spaceship swayed left and right as the group lurched about. Bujin activated his telekinesis, trying to alter the trajectory of the energy attacks. However, he was horrified to find that his telekinesis had no effect whatsoever. These two energy attacks were beyond his expectations in strength. "My lord, not good. The opponent's power exceeds mine," Bujin exclaimed in shock. "Damn it. Didn't the scouts say that Earth is a low-level planet? How could there be such powerful beings? What a bunch of useless fools." Bojack fumed. At that moment, Bojack realized that his vanguard team had not hoarded the Dragon Balls, but had been eliminated by Earthlings. Unbelievable. But there was no time to ponder this. The five of them simultaneously activated their energy shields. Boom. Boom. Although the spaceship kept dodging, the two energy blasts struck the sides of the ship. Their energy attacks seemed capable of curving. Boom. The spaceship erupted in a massive explosion, transforming into a beautiful display of fireworks. "Damn it, Earthlings deserve to die." The five cursed as they rushed out from the explosion, diving towards Earth. Fortunately, the Hellrans possessed the ability to survive in space temporarily, or otherwise they would have met their end right there. However, they clearly underestimated Gohan and Trunks' determination to eliminate them. The explosion hadn't yet concluded and waves of energy spheres rose into the sky again. The ruthless Earthlings were unleashing a barrage on them. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. When had Bojack and his crew ever endured such humiliation in their years of traversing the galaxy? The five, shielded by their energy barriers, continued to dodge while moving closer to Earth, but their speed had significantly slowed. Moreover, one of them had been injured, blood gushing from his mouth. Bojack ground his teeth in rage, his gums bleeding. At the temple, Gohan and Trunks had an overwhelming aura, continuously launching energy spheres, executing the essence of the prince's fighting style to perfection. "Boom, let's pound them hard." Gohan laughed heartily. Oh, Trunks also showed no mercy, outputting with all his might. The exhilaration they felt was indescribable. That day, the ozone layer was blasted open and the deafening explosions made all Earthlings tremble. In the high skies, flames engulfed the area, painting Earth in a deep crimson, as if doomsday had arrived. In East Capital, Bidalai looked up at the sky. The shock in her heart was beyond words. Gohan and Trunks were unleashing a frenzied assault, but the stamina and energy consumed by such a wide-ranging and intense attack were also astonishing. Fortunately, Dandy, the humanoid power bank, was there behind them, occasionally sending recovery spells and healing techniques, allowing the two to regain their strength. Unbelievable. Bujin and Baido were dead, killed in the barrage of explosions. Goku was also severely injured, his sword shattered into several pieces, blood pouring from his body. Zangia's complexion turned pale. One of her comrades had been blown to bits, losing her previous beauty. Among the five, only Bojack remained relatively intact, but blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, clearly sustaining some injuries. Seeing Bujin and Baido fall, the others' eyes widened in despair, feeling utterly helpless. They resented the two Earthlings for their despicable and shameless actions. They hadn't even faced the enemy yet, and had already lost two major generals. Bojack was experiencing the darkest moment of his life. He had never even contemplated such a scenario before. Even when the four King Kais teamed up, they could only seal them, not kill them. This time it was truly outrageous. As time passed, Bojack's mentality grew increasingly volatile. Yet the explosions continued, and the opponent seemed to possess endless energy, intent on annihilating them. They aimed to kill them high in the sky. Bojack's fury erupted completely. Ah! A long roar echoed. Bojack's shirt exploded, and his headband disintegrated into dust. His already towering physique swelled further, and his long orange hair turned a brilliant red. His aura surged exponentially stronger than before. Oh! He roared again, creating a massive energy shield around him, deflecting most of the energy impacts. Next, he raised his hands towards the sky, and a dark red energy sphere appeared, billowing in the wind, quickly transforming into a breathtaking spectacle, its momentum astonishing. "Earthlings, die for me," he shouted, slamming his hands down. The colossal energy sphere howled towards Earth. The enormous energy sphere engulfed all the energy blasts fired by Trunks and Gohan, clearing a path for the three. Zanya and Goku wiped the blood from their mouths, their eyes shining as they seized the opportunity to accelerate, breaking into the atmosphere. The layer surged forward, finally entering Earth's orbital sphere. Bojack advanced alongside the energy sphere, pressing toward Gohan and Trunks. As the energy sphere drew ever closer to the lookout, a bloodthirsty grin curled at Bojack's lips. "I'll bury Earth beneath your corpses. Ha ha ha." Humph. Utter delusion. Gohan scoffed coldly, fists clenching as his aura underwent a cataclysmic transformation in an instant. Full power unleashed. Instantly the heavens roiled. The sky darkened and lightning bolts tore from the void beyond the atmosphere. Trunks beside him and Dendafar watched Gohan in stunned awe. Gohan's aura now bore no resemblance to its former self, feral, volatile, unchained. "Trunks, eliminate those two vermin at once." "Yes, brother Gohan." Without hesitation, Trunks shot skyward, racing after Zanya and Gyur. Gohan locked his gaze upon the descending crimson energy sphere, drew his hands to his waist, and unleashed another colossal Kamehameha wave. The sapphire blue beams surged like a celestial dragon, ascending into the heavens, colliding head-on with Bojack's dark red sphere in a thunderous impact. Boom! For a breathless moment, heaven and earth dissolved into two blinding hues. Two titanic energy waves locked in stalemate high above the planet. The surrounding space warped violently, shuddering under deafening concussions. Veins bulged across Bojack's forehead, his teeth ground together in agony. "Aaa!" He roared, muscles rippling as he poured more power into the sphere. With each surge it descended several meters, his grotesque face flickering with triumph. Crack! 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 Beneath Gohan's feet the lookout's floor splintered, his legs sinking deep into the shattered stone. An opening. Bojack's eyes gleamed. This wretched dog below seemed marginally weaker than himself. "Damn it, then die." Ecstatic, Bojack drove the sphere downward, relentlessly aiming to obliterate Gohan and the entire lookout in one fell stroke. Gohan staggered backward as a corner of the sanctuary crumbled away. Bojack's exhilaration swelled. Victory loomed near. Then suddenly he heard Gohan's voice cutting through the chaos. Somehow Gohan's words pierced the cacophony with surgical precision. Bojack, delighted. 3 question marks flashed above Bojack's head. How did this brat know his name? And what did delighted even mean? Well, yes, he was delighted. His opponent's strength appeared subdued, overwhelmed. With triumph so close, how could he not rejoice? Gohan's voice returned, laced with quiet mockery. Heh, fool. I was lying. Bojack froze, bewildered. What game was this boy playing? Utterly disoriented, Bojack watched as Gohan's body contorted, muscles swelling violently, surging into that failed second form, the hypermuscular state. A form defined by explosive bulk, staggering visual impact, and crippling speed loss. It drained rapidly, yet landed no blows. But remember, they were locked in energy combat. This was a mutated state whose power approached, nearly touched, the threshold of Super Saiyan second grade. Its amplification soared to 80 or even 90 times his base strength. Monstrous. Ruer. Gohan's battle aura erupted, fierce, untamable. His ki surged, the Kamehameha wave swelled accordingly, exploding in raw, overwhelming force. Before Bojack could react, his crimson sphere recoiled violently, crushed utterly, leaving him defenseless. His power had been annihilated, utterly outmatched. Bojack's composure shattered without warning, without mercy. Ah! As his own sphere threatened to consume him, Bojack shrieked, bit his tongue, and lunged sideways with desperate speed. Though swift, he still grazed both beams, flesh sheared away, agony searing through his nerves. Boom! The Kamehameha and the Crimson Death Orb hurtled into the cosmic void, then detonated. Their light blazed across half the North Galaxy, countless planets vaporized in the blast. At the epicenter, absolute vacuum bloomed. Huff, huff, huff. Bojack gasped, ignoring his wounds, staring in abject terror at Gohan, the golden god of war. This boy concealed such power. So treacherous. Huff. Gohan exhaled deeply, his bulging muscles receded, reverting to his standard Super Saiyan form. Super Saiyan first grade, maximum output. Heh. Gohan grinned, golden aura flaring anew as he launched skyward, streaking toward the battered Bojack. Gohan moved like lightning, appearing before Bojack in a blink. His right fist rose high, cleaving the air with a sonic crack as it descended. Humph. Though unnerved, Bojack met the blow with his own fist, the collision detonating like thunder. Energy exploded between their knuckles, rippling outward, shattering clouds across the sky. Thud, thud, thud. They traded blows wildly, fists flying, kicks landing, blood spraying in crimson arcs. It was pure, unadulterated combat, A clash of equals, fierce and unrelenting. From the lookout den in Mr. Popo watched, hearts pounding, pupils contracted, breaths frozen in awe. Elsewhere, Trunks had already overtaken Zanya and Gyur, engaging them in brutal combat. Already grievously wounded, the pair faltered quickly under Trunks' relentless assault. Their injuries worsened, blood gushed freely, until Trunks ended them without mercy. Of the Galaxy Gang's 5 members, only Bojack remained. Meanwhile, Gohan and Bojack's duel raged on. Gohan grew fiercer, more ecstatic. With every strike, his spirit ignited further. Bojack, however, grew increasingly unsettled. He sensed something unnatural in Gohan's physiology. Though Gohan no longer assumed the hypermuscular form, his strength kept escalating, defying logic. Worse still, the boy possessed regenerative ability. Every exchange inflicted grievous damage on both. Yet Gohan healed almost instantly, as if mocking physics itself. Once Bojack recalled biting off one of Gohan's fingers. Moments later, he watched in disbelief as the digit regrew, fully formed, within mere breaths. Preposterous. Utterly absurd. How could anyone fight this? Bojack teetered on the edge of mental collapse. He knew the truth: prolonged combat would only erode his strength, while Gohan's soared ever higher. With such imbalance, the outcome was inevitable. He would perish on Earth. Yet Bojack burned with bitter defiance. He refused to die, not after enduring a millennium of imprisonment. Trunks reverted to his base form, hovering high above, observing the battle. He'd expected a legendary clash, but witnessed instead a merciless rout. Pitiful Bojack fled in panic, scarred and broken, devoid of any trace of the feared warlord he once was. Now he cowered like a terrified bear, his will to fight extinguished. Gohan, by contrast, fought with mounting ferocity, his spirit roaring within. Almost there, it's nearly here. Just a little more time. Damn it, just a little more. I'm about to break through. I must seize that fleeting spark. My foundation is solid. I am fully prepared to ascend. I will break through. Gohan struck again and again, his gaze sharp as twin icicles. Suddenly, crack them. Shatter, shatter. Thunder cracked across the heavens, serpentine lightning writhed through the clouds. Lightning bolts lanced downward. Gohan hurled Bojack skyward. Then a colossal azure bolt struck him full force. Combat. Intense, unrelenting combat. Roar. Gohan bellowed, sensing a long-sealed barrier within him shatter. A flash of insight illuminated his mind. His temples throbbed, muscles hardened further, golden hair stood erect, each strand rigid, defiant, while a slender fringe fell across his brow. His emerald eyes turned colder, glacial, lethal. Tum. FZZZT. His golden aura intensified, crackling with arcs of electricity, sparking, snapping, humming with raw power. In Gohan's pupils, the silhouette of a black giant ape flickered, then vanished as an overwhelming aura erupted from his core. Golden hair, emerald eyes, blazing aura, dancing lightning. An apocalyptic presence flooded the skies, scattering storm clouds in all directions. Super Saiyan second grade ascended. Gohan's glare alone sent Bojack's soul reeling. What are you? Bojack whispered, trembling with primal fear. He admitted it. He had never encountered a being this terrifying. That aura alone, just one glance, could freeze his blood. The one who ends you, Gohan replied, voice glacial, then vanished. No, don't. Bojack whirled and fled. I won't die here. I refuse to die here. I must escape. I must flee this accursed place. Flight was now his sole thought, until Gohan reappeared directly before him and drove a fist straight into his chest. No. Bojack screamed. No evasion possible, as Gohan's blow struck true. Then, blinding radiance. Bojack's body fragmented, cell by cell, dissolving into nothingness. Silence reigned. Clouds drifted lazily, a gentle breeze stirred. Warm sunlight bathed the world in golden peace. Gohan turned toward Trunks, Den, and Mr. Popo, and smiled broadly. Trunks and the others slowly emerged from their daze. In an instant, Gohan shimmered, reappearing upon the lookout's plaza. None of them perceived his movement. His speed had become incomprehensible. Trunks dashed over, circling Gohan in exhilaration. Brother Gohan, your aura is incredible. What is this transformation? Gohan replied, it surpasses even the pinnacle of Super Saiyan, so I name it Super Saiyan second grade. Amazing. Trunks' eyes shimmered with wonder, yearning to attain such power. Gohan had always been his idol, the luminous figure he chased across lifetimes. Gohan exhaled deeply, his golden aura and lightning fading. Though still in Super Saiyan second grade, this stabilized form minimized energy expenditure. It was his first ascension into this state, and he intended to sustain it, studying every nuance so he might guide Trunks toward his own awakening. At that moment, the voice of North Kai resonated across the lookout skies. Magnificent, truly magnificent, Gohan. I never imagined even Bojack would fall before you. You are an extraordinary warrior. Perhaps you've already surpassed Goku. Gohan, on behalf of the other Kais, I thank you. This deed was monumental. You have performed an act of boundless virtue. All 4 galaxies owe you gratitude. Gohan smiled. Lord Kai, if you're offering praise, why not offer something tangible instead? Such expectations are unbecoming. Ah, fair enough. So then, what do you desire? North Kai asked. Gohan turned to Trunks. Trunks, what do you wish for? Me. A sword. Trunks answered. Gear's long blade had looked impossibly cool, even though it shattered later. Yet his heart still yearned for the way of the swordsman. Very well, Gohan said, turning back to the sky. Lord Kai, you heard him. Trunks desires a sword. A sword? No problem. Though I don't possess one, I know where to find an exceptional one. I'll retrieve it from Grand Kai. Excellent, thank you, Gohan replied. As for me, I'd like to inquire what treasures you might offer. I'll make my selection. Selection? Ah, apologies, Gohan. I must depart urgently. Farewell for now. North Kai cut the connection, abruptly, frantically. Elsewhere, North Kai wiped sweat from his brow with a towel, then leisurely cruised his red car in slow circles across the Kai planet. Urgent? Hardly. Gohan shrugged. It could wait. Yet one question lingered once North Kai secured the sword. How would it reach Earth? Regardless, the Bojack crisis had ended. Earth emerged virtually unscathed. On the lookout, Gohan maintained his Super Saiyan second-grade form for 30 minutes before returning to his natural state, then shared profound insights on the transformation with Trunks. Trunks absorbed every word, enriched beyond measure. In this battle against Bojack, Gohan gained his first glimpse of the advantages conferred by the immortal and indestructible body, namely its extraordinary boons: supreme self-regeneration and unparalleled recuperative power. Its sheer extremity left Gohan with only one comparable being in mind: Majin Buu. Though Namekians possessed regenerative abilities, theirs paled in comparison. Realizing that half a year remained before the hyperbolic time chamber's temporal limit expired, Gohan decided without hesitation to enter it and seize every moment for rigorous cultivation. 6 months would be more than sufficient to solidify and further elevate his Super Saiyan second-grade form. Moreover, he had already devised several radical methods to push the immortal and indestructible body to its absolute limits. Consider, for instance, combining this indestructible physiology with the Scion's legendary near-death recovery trait, dual reinforcement, yielding an effect so transcendent it defied all logic, a paradox within a paradox. Trunks naturally did not lag behind. He entered the hyperbolic time chamber alongside Gohan. There the two trained relentlessly, exchanging insights and spurring each other forward. Thus another 6 months passed within the chamber. The instant the time limit elapsed, Gohan and Trunks emerged precisely on schedule. Notably, Trunks' tail had fully regrown during those 6 months. Waggling his brand new appendage with uncontainable delight, he declared he would bring Dan a mountain of delicious treats. Gohan gently corrected him. Namekians required no food, only water and photosynthesis sustained them. Trunks stood utterly stunned, speechless for an interminable stretch. The notion that any sentient being might disdain eating baffled him beyond comprehension. After all, what could possibly surpass the pure joy of savoring a meal? He simply could not fathom it, nor grasp its logic at all. Upon emerging, they found themselves beneath a midnight sky. Their garments hung in tatters, and their hair had grown long, each hastily tied back into a simple ponytail. After exchanging brief greetings with Dend and Mr. Popo, the two leapt from the lookout and soared westward toward West City. Arriving home, they discovered Bulma fast asleep on the living room sofa. Trunks fetched a blanket and carefully covered her. Then both took a hot shower before retreating to their rooms and collapsing into deep, dreamless slumber. The next morning, the brothers awoke to the irresistible aroma of freshly cooked food. Sniffing wildly, they sprang upright, only to find Bulma had prepared an entire feast in the living room waiting patiently for them. Whoa! Food! Meat! Eyes sparkling like stars, mouths watering profusely, they rushed through washing and brushing before dashing to the table. Having subsisted on nothing but flatbread for over half a year inside the hyperbolic time chamber, their stomachs now raged with primal hunger, their inner cravings rising like restless warriors ready for battle. Thank you, Mom, Trunks murmured, swallowing hard. Hey, Aunt Bulma is the very best, Gohan added with a warm smile. Enough flattery. You two dig in right now, Bulma laughed. As she watched Gohan and Trunks, her thoughts drifted to yesterday's strange disturbances across Earth, and a quiet suspicion began to take shape. And how in just a few short days had Trunks grown a thick, furry tail? Her mind whirled with questions, each more puzzling than the last. "I shall begin," Gohan said, pressing his palms together reverently. "Let's eat." Trunks echoed the gesture, bowing his head in gratitude to nature's boundless generosity. They devoured the meal with unrestrained fervor, clearing the table in a whirlwind of clinking plates and eager hands. Bulma nibbled sparingly, the rest vanished into Gohan's and Trunks' bottomless stomachs. Truly only Saiyans could possess such cosmic appetites, gullets like black holes. After the meal, Gohan volunteered to recount the full account of Bojack's incursion. Bulma listened as if witnessing the events firsthand, her pulse racing, her breath held tight, heart pounding in anxious empathy for Gohan and Trunks. As she'd suspected, extraterrestrial invaders had descended upon Earth, only to be thwarted decisively by Gohan and Trunks. Once again, Earth had narrowly escaped annihilation. How fortunate the planet was to have Gohan and Trunks among its defenders. Otherwise, who knew what unspeakable horrors might have unfolded? Recalling the earlier havoc wrought by the androids, Bulma shuddered inwardly. Next, Bulma turned her attention to Trunks' tail. To her, a human bearing such an appendage seemed neither aesthetically pleasing nor safe. She had witnessed firsthand Goku's transformation into a rampaging black-furred great ape, a terrifying loss of reason. Unsurprisingly, she harbored deep reservations. Yet even so, Trunks' persistent charm and earnest pleading eventually wore down her resistance, leaving her no choice but to accept, however reluctantly, that her son now bore a tail. After clearing the dishes, Bulma trimmed both boys' hair. Thus passed the morning. In the afternoon, Videl arrived at Capsule Corporation aboard her jetpack-whipped aircraft. Trunks, opening the door, blinked in surprise. "May I ask whom you're looking for?" he inquired politely. Videl wore a relaxed, sporty ensemble, simple yet elegant. Her makeup was light and natural, her lashes fluttered softly, evoking the gentle presence of a neighbor's older sister. Yet Trunks was certain he'd never met this striking young woman before. She studied him briefly, then offered a courteous smile. "Hello, I'm here to see Gohankin." "Gohaniasan. You're his friend then. I'll take you to him right away," Trunks replied. "Thank you," Videl said graciously. "Not at all. Please follow me," Trunks said, stepping ahead to guide her. "Yes, of course," Videl murmured, walking behind him and glancing curiously at his swaying tail. Unable to resist, she asked, "Are you Gohankin's younger brother?" Trunks grinned. "Yes, we're half-brothers sharing neither father nor mother." "Huh." Videl paused, bewildered. "Half-brothers sharing neither parent. What does that mean?" Trunks continued warmly. "Heh. He's been my elder brother and mentor since childhood. His kindness and guidance have shaped who I am today." Videl's expression brightened with sudden understanding. "Ah, I see. You must be the heir to Capsule Corporation. I know your mother. She's truly remarkable." Heir sounds far too formal. "My name is Trunks. Just call me Trunks," he said with easy charm. "All right, Trunks. And what should I call you?" "Videl." They chatted amiably as Trunks led her straight to Gohan's room. Inside, Gohan was leafing through some of Bulma's scientific notes, and to his quiet astonishment, found himself grasping fundamental concepts with unexpected clarity. A latent aptitude for science was stirring within him. So perhaps I truly belong among scholars after all. Exploring the infinite frontiers of science. That too is profoundly exhilarating. But no. Gohan swiftly banished the thought. Becoming a scholar. That idea felt utterly alien, almost terrifying. Scholarship cannot save the Dragon Ball world. Wait, someone's approaching. Gohan looked up just as Trunks ushered Videl into the room. "Gohaniasan, this lady has come to see you," Trunks announced. Understood," Gohan nodded. Trunks shot him a knowing glance, then glanced meaningfully at Videl, before slipping out with a quiet, knowing smile. "Gohankin," Videl beamed. "It's such a relief to see you well." Before her stood Son Gohan, the humble hero, the savior of Earth. Gohankin. Even now, Videl remained convinced fewer than 5 people knew the truth of yesterday's cataclysm. What was this really? Was it worth it? He remained so unfailingly modest, yet she knew beyond doubt that this man had saved Earth countless times. Indeed, an ancient saying rang true: there is no tranquil peace, only unseen souls bearing unbearable weight on our behalf. Poignant, yes, but undeniably fitting. Gohan smiled. Hear me out, I'll walk you through flight technique once more." They stepped outside, seeking a quiet corner for instruction. Gohan continued his patient explanation of flight. Videl listened intently, pausing often to ask thoughtful questions. 2.5 hours later, she departed with heartfelt gratitude. Before parting, Gohan assured her she could now practice independently. No need to journey all the way to West City. He had imparted everything essential mastery now demanded only time and discipline. Yet Gohan was surprised when Videl returned at the same hour the next day, and again the day after. By the fourth day, she finally sensed Ki for the first time. A gentle breeze stirred around her, lifting the hem of her clothes and causing her long hair to ripple softly. Then, with visible effort, she rose 20 centimeters off the ground, only to descend moments later breathless and flushed. Her Ki remained too faint to sustain prolonged levitation. Yet rather than discouragement, she felt exhilaration, pure unadulterated wonder. For before her a magnificent gate had begun to swing open, revealing a dazzling kaleidoscopic world of infinite possibility. That night the full moon hung high and luminous in the heavens. At Mount Pozu, Gohan stepped out of his house and walked onto a broad, open meadow. He gazed intently at the silver moonlight pooling upon the earth, then steeled his resolve and lifted his eyes toward the celestial orb. The instant he beheld the perfect circle of the full moon, his pupils dilated sharply, and his entire body locked rigid. Thump, thump, thump. His heart hammered violently as though struck by lightning, its deep, resonant rhythm growing steadily louder. Thump, thump, thump. Within seconds, the beat intensified into a thunderous drum roll. Clenching his fists, Gohan felt something primordial awaken deep within his soul. This beast was bloodthirsty, frenzied, volatile, wrathful, its torrent of negative emotions flooding his veins until his very blood seemed replaced by raw fury and bestial rage. Ahawk! A deafening roar tore from his throat. Every wild creature on Mount Pozu collapsed trembling to the ground. Birds erupted from the trees in panicked flight. The forest canopy exploded into chaos, feathers scattering like ash. Thump, 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 thump. His heartbeat accelerated into a frantic, unstoppable cascade. His face contorted grotesquely, bones shifting beneath his skin. Veins bulged along his arms, his clothing shredded apart. In an instant, dense black fur erupted across his entire body. Within moments, Gohan had transformed into a colossal black ape. Standing 25 meters tall, the beast was cloaked in thick, glossy black fur. Its eyes, two blazing crimson orbs the size of lanterns, radiated sheer, overwhelming terror. An aura of indomitable might radiated from its massive frame. The ape lowered its massive head, inspecting its enormous hands, then strode toward a nearby river. Gazing at its reflection, it spoke in a voice like distant thunder. Ugh, this thing is downright hideous. Its tone vibrated with deep resonance, reminiscent of the dragon god's own voice, yet saturated with seething anger. Yet speech itself proved a revelation. Gohan retained full consciousness, unshackled from the mindless fury of the classic Great Saiyaman. In truth, Gohan himself had not anticipated such lucidity, his experience diverging radically from the berserk rampaging ape he'd imagined. Soon, however, he understood why. It was the flawless fusion of his two souls, one native, one foreign, that had forged this unprecedented state. Their seamless integration had not only elevated his insight to extraordinary heights, it had revolutionized his spiritual energy and soul strength, amplifying them dozens of times beyond their former capacity. Such immense spiritual fortitude enabled him to retain clarity and composure even in the midst of the Great Saiyaman transformation. Granted, the appearance was undeniably grotesque, but the tenfold surge in combat power was indisputably real. Still, the sight of two swaying tails dangling from his lower body sent chills down his spine. Fortunately, Mount Pozu lay deserted at midnight, averting utter social ruin. Roar, oh, oh, oh. Gohan mimicked King Kong's iconic bellow, pounding his chest with booming thuds like a madman. A brief interlude of absurdity, yet soon his expression hardened anew. This transformation was no mere spectacle, it served a deliberate, urgent purpose. The towering black ape tilted his head upward, fixing his gaze on the moon, and clenched his colossal fists. Then came the roar, ahhh. A shockwave of raw ki exploded outward from his core, rippling across the land. Clouds churned violently overhead. Winds reversed direction with a deafening howl of forests rustled as though whispering in fear. Then, earth itself trembled ever so slightly. Gohan's ki surged uncontrollably. His black fur shimmered with metallic luster, and slowly, inexorably began shifting to radiant gold. Meanwhile, in West City, Trunks jolted awake, eyes wide with alarm. Ki. Immense ki surging toward me like a tidal wave. Is this Gohaniasence? What in the world is happening? This power, it's beyond anything I've ever sensed. He leapt from bed, dressed in haste, and bolted from the house. Far south, deep within the 10,000-mile mountains, Android 16 paused mid-planting and turned eastward, toward Mount Pozu. Son Gohan, astonishing power level. He fell silent for a moment, then resumed planting trees unmoved, as though the cosmos itself held no claim upon his attention. In the divine realm, the sacred world of the Kai, Kaioshin suddenly lifted his head, pupils contracting sharply in stark disbelief. Jibito noticed his master's abrupt stillness and asked, "Lord Kaioshin, what is it?" A bead of sweat traced Kaioshin's temple as he whispered, "Ki. Something unimaginably powerful has just erupted." "What? Ki?" Jibito's eyes widened instantly. For the moment Kaioshin spoke, he too felt it. An overwhelming, god-defying energy surging upward from the mortal world into the sacred domain. Stunned disbelief flooded his features. How is this possible? Such ki reaching here. Who is this being? Kaioshin and Jibito exchanged silent, awestruck glances, speechless before the magnitude of what had just awakened. A terrifying association formed in their hearts. Could it be? Could it be Majin Buu? That direction, isn't it the one sealing Majin Buu? Omaya's Majin Buu awakened. No. The Kaioshin shook his head and continued, "This energy is not Majin Buu's. I remember Majin Buu's energy not being like this. Moreover, this energy is even stronger than Majin Buu's. Who could it possibly be?" The Kaioshin's expression changed continuously, displaying great tension. Then he said to Jebit, "Jebit, let's go take a look in the mortal realm." "Yes, Lord Kaioshin," Jebit replied, placing a hand on the Kaioshin's shoulder, and in an instant the two vanished. On Baobao Mountain, Son Gohan had transformed into a golden giant ape covered in golden fur. His entire body radiated a golden aura, and an overwhelming presence spread across the 4 galaxies. Super Saiyan Giant Ape. This was a transformation beyond the giant ape form, becoming a Super Saiyan. Battle power x 10x50. A 500-fold increase. Feeling the immense power within him, Son Gohan became excited. He remembered it clearly. The increase from Super Saiyan 3 was only 400 times in its normal state. But now this form had increased to 500 times. That's a full 100 times more. Although he had transformed into an incredibly ugly giant ape, the power was truly overwhelming. Son Gohan murmured, "I wonder if I can transform further. If I can turn Super Saiyan 2, that would be a 1,000-fold increase. It's simply terrifying." He took a deep breath, thinking of contributing to the cause of global warming. Once he thought of it, he acted. He gathered his energy, preparing to strike for Super Saiyan 2. Virum. That thick golden tail shook, and Son Gohan felt as if he had been electrocuted, his fur standing on end. He felt a tingling sensation all over, but there was no significant increase in power. What was going on? At that moment, a figure descended from the sky. It was Trunks. Trunks stared dumbfounded at Son Gohan, now a golden giant ape. Stuttering, he said, "G Gohan, what happened to you?" This was the first time he had seen Son Gohan transformed into a giant ape. If it weren't for the familiar energy emanating from Son Gohan, Trunks wouldn't even dare to recognize him. This change was too drastic. Before Son Gohan could respond, Trunks suddenly realized, "Right, the moon. It's the moon, isn't it?" As he spoke, he looked up at the sky. Son Gohan was about to explain, but swallowed his words. Meanwhile, 2 figures appeared out of nowhere not far from them. The Kaioshin and Jebit had also arrived. Although there was no energy fluctuation from them, Son Gohan's senses were exceptionally sharp. He noticed their arrival the moment they appeared. Then he looked over. The Kaioshin and Jebit were suddenly stared at by a pair of blood-red eyes as large as lanterns, causing them to take a step back in fear. Perhaps feeling that this was undignified for a god, the two forced themselves to stop after stepping back. Jebit stood in front of the Kaioshin, adopting a protective stance, and frowned, saying, "Lord Kaioshin, what race could this possibly be?" The Kaioshin pondered deeply for a few seconds before solemnly saying, "If I'm not mistaken, this is the warrior race of the Saiyans." Just then a loud roar interrupted their conversation. Trunks' body transformed wildly, turning into a massive black-haired giant ape. Now before the Kaioshin were a golden giant ape and a black-haired giant ape. Both were imposing figures. Jebit's hand rested on the Kaioshin's shoulder, ready to teleport away at any moment. They both had a tacit understanding, simultaneously swallowing hard and silently staring at Son Gohan and Trunks. Son Gohan also warily watched the giant ape version of Trunks. He still wasn't sure if Trunks would retain his sanity after transforming into a giant ape. If Trunks truly went berserk, Son Gohan had already decided where to knock him out. At that moment, the black-haired giant ape Trunks turned his head to look at Son Gohan. Buzzing, he said, "Gohan, I think I've turned into a monster too, just with a different color than yours." Hearing Trunks speak, Son Gohan breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he wouldn't have to take drastic measures. Son Gohan laughed. Haha, congratulations, Trunks. You've transformed into a giant ape and managed to retain your sanity. Truly worthy of the Saiyan royal bloodline. The physique is quite impressive too. As he spoke, he glanced at Trunks' lower half. Trunks shouted quickly, covering his lower body, loudly retorting. You shouldn't talk, yours is even bigger than mine. Ha ha ha. Son Gohan laughed heartily. We should get out of here quickly. There are two perverts over there spying on us, and it's making me feel uneasy. Gohan, we both definitely have fur all over now. Son Gohan. You make a good point, but the fur I'm talking about isn't that kind of fur. Then what kind of fur is it? Shut up. Thump. Son Gohan tapped Trunks on the head. The two differently colored giant apes slipped away instantly, leaving the Kaioshin and Jebbet in disarray. Watching the direction the giant apes left, Jebbet asked, Lord Kaioshin, what should we do now? The Kaioshin replied, I've heard that Saiyans lose their sanity after transforming into giant apes, yet these two can actually communicate. This indicates they are not ordinary Saiyans. Jebbet asked, if they aren't ordinary Saiyans, then what are they? The Kaioshin responded, they could be Saiyans with royal blood. As far as I know, planet Vegeta, where the Saiyans lived, was destroyed by Frieza decades ago. Only a few Saiyans escaped because they were on missions elsewhere, including Prince Vegeta. These two Saiyans are likely descendants of Prince Vegeta. But why do these Saiyans possess such terrifying power? That golden monkey's energy was simply too frightening. Ew, I feel like a single finger from him could crush me. Saiyans are a rare warrior race in the universe. It is said they can transform into the legendary warrior Super Saiyan. Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta out of fear of the Super Saiyan's emergence. However, about 15 years ago, Frieza was killed by a Saiyan named Sun Wukong. This Sun Wukong is the genius warrior who can transform into the legendary warrior Super Saiyan. And this Sun Wukong is the Saiyan who was exiled to Earth as a child. This planet is Earth, meaning those two giant apes, even if they're not Sun Wukong and Vegeta, must have a close connection to them. I never expected that the current Saiyans would be so powerful. I, as the Kaioshin, have truly been a frog in a well. After saying a lot, the Kaioshin sighed and lowered his head. Jebbet quickly said, Lord Kaioshin, please don't say that. No matter how strong the Saiyans are, they are still mortals. You are the greatest deity of this universe. That may be true, but I feel rather useless as a god, the Kaioshin continued. Jebbet simply changed the subject. Lord Kaioshin, what should we do now? Should we continue to track those two? The Kaioshin thought for a moment and shook his head, saying, forget it. They clearly don't want us to see them, which is why they left. Following them would only provoke their resentment. I can sense that they mean us no harm. They are friends, not foes. Therefore, it's best to avoid provoking them. Jebbet, let's go check on Majin Buu's seal egg. It's been several thousand years since I last checked on it. Yes, Lord Kaioshin. Jebbet nodded and placed his hand on the Kaioshin's shoulder, and the two vanished instantly. In a hidden deep valley, Son Gohan and Trunks, now back in human form, splashed around in the river water, flying everywhere. After swimming, they came ashore, put on their strong, flexible battle suits, then each caught a giant crocodile, gutting it and roasting it over the fire. After their transformation into giant apes, they urgently needed to replenish their nutrition. Within half an hour, the fragrant crocodile meat attracted many adorable small animals. The brothers tore off some chunks of meat and tossed them to the animals. The rest went straight into their bellies. They sat on a large rock, patting their bulging stomachs. Trunks, feeling his stomach, sighed. Being full feels so good. I don't think there's anything happier than eating. Son Gohan clapped his hands and stood up, saying, since we're full, let's continue with the experiment. All right, sounds good. Trunks agreed. The two then flew out of the valley and arrived at a vast grassland. They first transformed into Super Saiyan forms with a boom, then looked up at the moon. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. The heartbeats sounded like war drums as the brothers transformed into golden giant apes once more. But unlike last time, they no longer had to worry about exposure. Bulma's battle suit is something you deserve to have. Its incredible elasticity is simply unmatched. Even transforming into a 25-meter giant ape, it fits comfortably, allowing for easy movement without any hindrance. The quality is simply unbeatable. Son Gohan and Trunks exchanged glances and then began to spar, creating a whirlwind of dust and howling winds. After a brief battle, they stopped. Son Gohan said, indeed, whether transforming into Super Saiyan first or into giant ape, the final battle power is the same, both at a 500-fold increase. Moreover, the speed after transformation was not affected at all, even faster than when I transformed into Super Saiyan 2. At the same time, Son Gohan internally compared this state with Super Saiyan 3. The increase from Super Saiyan 3 was 400 times. In contrast, the giant ape transformation's increase was 500 times. Clearly, the giant ape transformation surpassed in this aspect. As for speed, while the giant ape transformation was significantly faster than Super Saiyan 2, it likely still couldn't match the speed of Super Saiyan 3. So in terms of speed, Super Saiyan 3 is still faster. Regarding endurance, the giant ape transformation consumed relatively little energy comparable to Super Saiyan 2, offering high cost-effectiveness. Recalling Son Wukong's astonishingly draining Super Saiyan 3, Son Gohan had reason to believe that the giant ape transformation could easily outclass it. Of course, it's also possible that Son Wukong's Super Saiyan 3 was not yet proficient, which caused such a staggering drain on stamina and energy. Regarding this, Son Gohan decided to keep an eye on the situation. As for defense, the giant ape transformation was incredibly sturdy, boasting a godly level of defense. In comparison, Super Saiyan 3's small physique was simply insignificant. However, the shortcomings of the giant ape transformation were also very evident. The need for the full moon to produce blood's waves to transform is one aspect. Although Bulma was able to create devices that produced over 17 million blood's waves during the GT arc, it is clear that such conditions are not currently available. However, this idea could be communicated to Bulma, so she could create it in advance. Additionally, there is another method to solve this issue: the Saiyan secret technique, artificial full moon. Vegeta could create an artificial full moon using his energy and oxygen. Although this technique drains some of the user's energy, the effect is indistinguishable from that of a natural full moon. However, neither Son Gohan nor Trunks knew how to do this. Thus, it was also one of their shortcomings. Trunks asked, "Gohan, can you transform into Super Saiyan 2 on top of being a giant ape?" Son Gohan replied helplessly, "I've tried, but it doesn't work. At least not at this moment. I can't transform into Super Saiyan 2. Maybe my foundation isn't solid enough right now." Trunks said, "Then why not transform into Super Saiyan 2 first, and then go into the giant ape transformation?" Son Gohan replied, "We can try, but I have a feeling it won't work." Sure enough, after reverting from the giant ape form, Son Gohan first transformed into Super Saiyan 2, then looked up at the full moon attempting to transform. But that familiar sensation returned. After his eyes absorbed the blood's waves, his tail twitched as if electrocuted. Then he felt a tingling sensation all over. His heart raced, blood boiled, but he still couldn't successfully transform into the golden giant ape, and his battle power didn't noticeably increase. Transformation failed. In his past life's memories, there was a saying: when the golden giant ape retains its sanity and bears the giant ape's power in human form, that would be the day Super Saiyan 4 emerges. But now Son Gohan was born a giant ape, which was quite unfortunate. While he was indeed maintaining a conscious state, he could not revert to human form from the golden giant ape state to take on the appearance of Super Saiyan 4. He felt like he was missing something. This led to the failure of the transformation. Son Gohan did not feel discouraged. He thought it was reasonable. After all, he had just been reborn, and there was still a long road ahead. Nothing could be achieved overnight. One cannot reach the pinnacle of the universe in a single day. The outrageous male protagonist templates he had seen in his past life, who signed in while still in the womb and could punch the Omni King upon birth, were destined to have no connection with him in this life. What he could rely on were only his foresight and relentless effort. If I want to see the full moon in the sky again, I must avoid going through another transformation, otherwise I won't be able to sleep tonight. After tossing and turning for half the night, both of them were quite exhausted. Trunks decided not to go back and planned to stay overnight at Son Gohan's house. The two brothers rubbed their eyes and returned to the doorstep. At that moment, the King Kai and Jebbet, who had disappeared earlier, suddenly reappeared. Trunks watched the two strange figures warily and quietly clenched his fists. He was ready to give them a good beating. Son Gohan, on the other hand, merely yawned and showed no signs of surprise. He had anticipated that the King Kai and Jebbet would return. The King Kai, fearing that Son Gohan would immediately send them away upon meeting, hurriedly spoke up as soon as he appeared. "I apologize for interrupting you two. I am the King Kai of this universe and mean no harm. I just wish to befriend you if I may." Jebbet felt somewhat displeased at how humble the mighty King Kai was being, yet he was helpless. Son Gohan knew very well who he was. The appearance and attire of the King Kai were too recognizable to be mistaken. Son Gohan glanced at him and yawned, saying, "Oh, I see. However, I'm really too tired today. Let's discuss this tomorrow." "Is this how you send guests off?" Jebbet felt incredulous. After all, the King Kai had already revealed his identity. "You? The King Kai quickly stopped Jebbet, smiling as he said, "All right, you both rest first. We'll come back tomorrow. Just don't come too early. I'll come back in the afternoon," Son Gohan added. "Okay." The King Kai pulled Jebbet and quickly left. Watching the two vanish in an instant, Trunks, still confused, asked Son Gohan, "Gohan, who exactly are those two?" "Didn't he just say?" "He's the King Kai," Son Gohan replied. "King? Is he like my brother Dandy?" Trunks pressed. "Trunks, I'm really tired. Let's talk more about this tomorrow. Good night," Son Gohan said, ignoring him as he walked into the bedroom fully clothed and immediately fell asleep. Whose divine position is greater? Trunks pondered whether the heavenly god was greater than the King Kai. The King Kai sat silently for a moment before speaking to Jebbet. "Jebbet, go find out what has happened on Earth these years. Also investigate who those two Saiyans are." "Yes, Lord King Kai," Jebbet replied and left. The next day, Son Gohan did not wake up until 8 in the morning. Upon waking, he found Trunks still curled up on the sofa asleep. Son Gohan stepped outside and kicked him awake. "Why aren't you sleeping in the bedroom? Is the sofa more comfortable?" Trunks rubbed his sleepy eyes and after a few seconds of confusion replied, "I was thinking about something last night and fell asleep here." "Thinking? About what?" Son Gohan asked curiously. "I was wondering whether the heavenly god or the King Kai is greater. I thought about it all night." Trunks still hadn't figured out whose divine position was greater. "The King Kai is greater than the heavenly god," Son Gohan provided the answer. "Really? I thought my brother Dandy was more powerful," Trunks replied. "Stop thinking and hurry up and wash up," Son Gohan urged. The two then casually found something to eat before flying to West City. Upon arriving at Capsule Corporation, Son Gohan's first request was for Bulma to create a device to emit the Blutz wave. Bulma, however, had no idea what the Blutz wave was and looked utterly confused. Son Gohan had to explain to her the principle of transforming a Saiyan into a great ape. Finally, Bulma understood and promised to set aside time to create the Blutz wave emitter. Son Gohan then asked, "Aunt Bulma, is the energy for that spaceship fully charged?" "Not yet, but it has reached 80. It'll be done soon," Bulma replied. Son Gohan said, "Let's put the spaceship charging aside for now and focus on the Blutz wave emitter first." Bulma was taken aback. Why?" Son Gohan smiled. 80 energy is sufficient, and I've already discovered a better method. You can shift your focus to researching the emitter and the time machine." Discovered a better method? What method could possibly replace the spaceship? Bulma was puzzled, but did not ask further. Not long after lunch, Videl came again. This time, Son Gohan did not teach her anything, but allowed her to practice the instant transmission on her own in the grass. Videl said nothing and smiled at Son Gohan before happily starting her training. Son Gohan did not waste time. He dove into the gravity chamber, set the gravity to 500 times, and did 1,000 push-ups with one finger to warm up. After 2 hours of daily training, when he emerged from the gravity chamber, Videl had already left. Waiting for him now were the King Kai and Jebbet. Upon seeing him, the King Kai smiled and said, "Mr. Gohan, we meet again." "Yes, hello," Son Gohan greeted with a smile. He then took the King Kai and Jebbet to a dessert shop and ordered some sweets and cold drinks from the robot. They chatted while eating. Originally, the King Kai and Jebbet did not want to eat the food of mortals, but they couldn't resist Son Gohan's enthusiasm, so they took a small taste and couldn't stop afterward. Son Gohan watched them with satisfaction as they indulged, nodding in approval. He thought to himself, Earth's cuisine is the best in the universe. You think it's just for show? Looking at them, Son Gohan smiled and asked, "Lord King Kai, what brings you to me?" The King Kai hurriedly wiped the cream from the corner of his mouth and quickly regained his composure. He then said, "As I mentioned last night, I would like to become friends with Mr. Gohan." Son Gohan gave him a meaningful look and replied, "Lord King Kai, after returning, did you do your homework?" "Oh, what do you mean?" The King Kai was surprised. "It's simple, O Lord King. Kai didn't even know my name last night," Son Gohan explained. The King Kai's face bore a sheepish smile. Any semblance of divine authority was gone. Seeing the King Kai's embarrassment, Son Gohan did not continue to expose him, smiling as he said, "It's my honor to befriend Lord King Kai. I apologize for being so sleepy last night." The King Kai was instantly flattered. Last night, Son Gohan was not like this. That cold demeanor had somewhat frightened him. He never expected him to be so amiable today. "Oh, it's nothing. Resting is indeed very important." "Haha, isn't it? Since we are friends, I treated you to such delicious food. Want you reciprocate? How about a meeting gift or something?" Son Gohan chuckled. "Meeting gift? What is that? Do mortals give gifts when they meet?" But thinking about it, it seems reasonable. There's a saying among mortals about reciprocity and gifts. Perhaps that's what it means. But what should I give?" The King Kai found himself in a dilemma. As the King Kai, he had too many things at his disposal. Ahem. Son Gohan cleared his throat and said, Lord King Kai, to be honest, I want to learn Jebit's instant transmission. The King Kai and Jebit were stunned and simultaneously shocked. They never expected that Son Gohan actually knew Jebit's name and even mentioned his signature move. After all, he had only seen Jebit use instant transmission twice. How could this be possible? Moreover, they did not remember introducing Jebit's name. Thus, there was only one truth. Son Gohan in front of them had actually known about their existence all along. It was truly chilling to think about. Who exactly is the true God here? Despite their shock, the King Kai quickly regained his composure and said, Mr. Gohan, that might not be possible. It's not that Jebit is unwilling to teach you, it's just that his instant transmission has limitations and cannot be learned by someone without the divine aura of a King Kai. There are such things. Son Gohan was surprised. He had long admired Jebit's ability. Jebit's instant transmission was on a completely different level compared to that of the Yardrat's. The Yardrat's instant transmission required locking onto a target's energy to use. However, Jebit's instant transmission had no such restrictions. Jebit's instant transmission could be used to teleport anywhere under the King Kai's jurisdiction without needing to lock onto a target's energy, making it a truly divine skill. But to think he couldn't learn it, that was just absurd. Son Gohan felt as though he had missed out on a fortune in an instant. What a pity indeed. The King Kai said, Yes, that is the divine technique. Without the divine aura, one cannot perform it. Divine aura. Son Gohan's eyes lit up as he asked, Are you saying that possessing divine aura would allow one to learn it? He knew a method to possess divine aura, but for him at the moment, it was an insurmountable challenge. The King Kai continued, That's just one requirement. There are others. Son Gohan helplessly said, Then let's forget it. It seems our fates are too shallow. Perhaps there will be another opportunity in the future. The King Kai then said, If Mr. Gohan wants to learn instant transmission, I know of a planet where this skill can be learned. Although it's not as powerful as Jebit's instant transmission, it's still quite good. You're referring to the skill from the Yardrat planet, right? I know about that, Son Gohan said. The King Kai replied, I didn't expect Mr. Gohan to know about the Yardrat planet's existence. I must have spoken too much. Haha, do not hide it from Lord King Kai. My deceased father knew this technique, so I am quite familiar with Yardrat. The King Kai suddenly understood. I see, that explains it. Then Son Gohan called for the robot to bring some new food, and while urging the King Kai to eat, quickly continued to ask, Lord King Kai, what is the hardest metal in this world? The King Kai replied, The hardest metal? It should be thunder steel. This metal is likely the hardest in the universe. Can you show me? Of course, the King Kai said, waving his hand through the air, a fist-sized black cube appearing in his palm. Here, he handed the thunder steel to Son Gohan. Son Gohan took it and found that this fist-sized thunder steel weighed several hundred pounds. The density was outrageous. He flicked it with his finger, producing a dull thud. Indeed, it was very hard. He wondered if this metal would be useful to Bulma. It looks good. Lord King Kai, could you give me some more? I want to study this metal, Son Gohan said. Of course, I'll get some more for you later. If I take it out now, this room might not withstand the collapse, the King Kai replied. All right, thank you, Lord King Kai. No need to thank me, we are friends after all. It's just a small effort on my part. Lord King Kai, what is the sharpest sword in this world? Do you know? The King Kai thought for a moment and answered, Well, the sharpest sword should be the King Kai's sword in the sacred land. Mr. Gohan wouldn't want that divine sword, would he yet? Son Gohan laughed. Haha, you saw right through me. Your insight is impressive. I'm truly in awe. To not hide it from Mr. Gohan, even if I wanted to give you this sword, I would be powerless to do so. Son Gohan curiously asked, How so? The King Kai sighed. To be honest, although this sword is currently on King Kai's planet, it has been sealed for over 70 million years, and no one can pull it out. How is that possible? I don't believe it, Son Gohan retorted. The King Kai stated, Mr. Gohan, I truly am not lying to you. All the previous King Kais have tried to pull out this sealed long sword, but none have succeeded. Jebit chimed in. Yes, I can attest to that as well, for I too have tried to pull the King Kai's sword, but couldn't budge it at all. The King Kai also tried, and it didn't even budge. So no one can pull that sword out. Have you ever considered one question? Son Gohan said with a smile. What question? Jebit asked. Your power is too weak to pull the King Kai's sword out. Jebit and the King Kai were left speechless. Please don't be so direct. They felt as if they were suffocating. Son Gohan confidently said, I would gladly take on this task. I am certain I can pull the sword out. Just give it to him. After all, the sovereign god sword has been sealed within the Holy Land for over 70 million years. Its presence or absence makes no practical difference. More importantly, he genuinely wished to behold this legendary blade. Was it truly the supreme divine sword in all existence? Yet even now the sovereign god and Jebet remained unconvinced that son Gohan could draw it. A wager, mutually satisfying for both sides. 035, impossible to enter, utterly impossible. Son Gohan thought confidently to himself. With his current strength, he far surpassed the untrained Son Gohan, the one who struggled even to achieve Super Saiyan 2. There was no reason why that man could succeed where he failed. If such a thing were true, then what purpose would his relentless cultivation serve? He might as well abandon all effort entirely. Son Gohan smiled and said, "It's a deal." The sovereign god and Jebet happily continued their meal, their inner calculations clicking away like finely tuned gears. After a brief pause, the sovereign god asked, "When do you intend to attempt drawing the sovereign god sword, Mr. Gohan?" Why were these two suddenly so eager? Observing their expressions, Son Gohan suppressed a wry smile and replied, "I'll go shortly." Then he added, "Sovereign god, aside from the sovereign god's sword, do you possess any other exceptional blades? My younger brother also desires a sword." Recalling Trunks, the sovereign god answered, "Indeed, I have another blade. It is called the hero's blade, a weapon that bestows immense confidence and courage upon its wielder. A rare and peerless treasure, one he would surely cherish." As he spoke, the sovereign god opened his right palm, and a long sword materialized within it. Here he offered, extending it toward Son Gohan. Son Gohan accepted the blade and drew it sharply from its scabbard with a resonant shing. An extraordinary blade, truly magnificent. The sword gleamed with razor-edged brilliance. Son Gohan fell in love with it at first glance, and knew Trunks would too. Though he had previously requested a blade from North Kai, that one had yet to arrive. Moreover, anything bestowed by the sovereign god was undoubtedly superior to what North Kai could offer. There was no need to wait indefinitely for that earlier blade. Shing! The blade slid back into its sheath. Son Gohan smiled and said, "Thank you, sovereign god." He carefully stowed away the hero's blade. Moments later, the sovereign god presented him with a massive slab of lightning steel, weighing several tons. Son Gohan asked the sovereign god and Jebet to wait for him briefly at the dessert shop, then set off alone, sword and lightning steel in hand, to find Bulma. Watching Son Gohan carry back a colossal slab of metal, Bulma curiously asked, "Gohan, what is this?" He answered honestly, "I acquired it from the sovereign god. It is said to be the hardest metal in the entire universe." As he placed the lightning steel onto the courtyard ground, it sank deeply into the earth, leaving Bulma utterly stunned. The hardest metal in existence. Bulma approached, tapped it experimentally, and recoiled in sharp pain. HSS. She sucked in her breath. "I've never encountered such a material. It certainly doesn't exist on Earth. This metal is not only exceptionally hard, but also extraordinarily dense. A fist-sized piece weighs 500 or 600 gene." Bulma's eyes sparkled with the fervor of a scientist who had just discovered an entirely new continent. Novelty always ignited her passion. Entering the house, Son Gohan placed the long sword upon the table and asked Aunt Bulma, "Where is Trunks?" "This blade is for him." Unable to contain her curiosity, Bulma reached out to lift the sword, but despite her strenuous efforts, the hero's blade did not budge an inch. Panting, she replied, "Trunks went to East City to assist." "East City? What business does he have there?" Son Gohan asked, puzzled. Bulma explained, "Earlier Videl called. There was a severe incident in a town near East City. She found it extremely difficult to handle and sought your assistance. But you had guests, so I sent Trunks instead." "Son Gohan, what in the world is going on? Do you all already have contact information?" "Why don't I?" "Oh, right. I don't own a mobile phone." "Never mind then. An incident Videl couldn't resolve." "What happened?" Son Gohan frowned. Among ordinary humans, Videl's martial prowess ranked at the absolute apex. If even she could not manage it, could extraterrestrial forces once again be stirring trouble? Bulma said apparently the mayor's daughter was abducted by a 100-meter-tall gorilla. The beast had seized the girl and climbed atop a skyscraper, now confronting national military forces. "Son Gohan, this feels eerily familiar. Are we filming King Kong now?" Son Gohan rolled his eyes and said, "Since Trunks has already arrived, this little ape will cause no further disturbance. Aunt Bulma, please deliver this blade to him. I must accompany the sovereign god to the sovereign god realm immediately." Bulma blinked in surprise. "To the sovereign god realm? How soon will you return?" "At most 2 or 3 days, perhaps sooner." "All right then." And so Son Gohan departed aboard Jebet's celestial conveyance directly for the sovereign god realm. Thus Son Gohan became the first mortal in tens of millions of years to set foot upon the sacred grounds of the sovereign god realm. The sky above shimmered with crystalline azure, verdant flora thrived luxuriantly, even the gentle breeze carried an overwhelming aura of vibrant life. Son Gohan felt every pore on his body open wide, greedily absorbing the pristine air. With such potent spiritual energy permeating the realm, even mortals could extend their lifespans here, while cultivators would find their practice accelerated twofold. No wonder it was hailed as the sanctuary of divinity. In a town near East City, a 100-meter gorilla crouched atop a skyscraper, clutching a young girl in its massive hand, its gaze fierce and unyielding as helicopters buzzed overhead. To it, those machines were little more than buzzing flies, irritating beyond endurance. What was the issue? It had simply fallen for a human girl and desired her as its mate. What crime was there in that? Had not freedom of love long been championed? These backward humans, driving a gorilla to exasperation. Unfathomable. Utterly incomprehensible. The girl in its grasp appeared only 13 or 14. Her jet-black shoulder-length hair framing large luminous eyes, her delicate features radiating quiet charm. Tears streamed down her cheeks like falling plum blossoms, her expression heartbreakingly fragile. Yet she still attempted to reason with the beast. Please let me go home. Look, we're vastly different in size. We're simply incompatible. I beg you. The gorilla spoke in human tongue, its fetid breath nearly overwhelming the girl with its stench. No, I won't relent. My father taught me to pursue true love boldly. From the moment I saw you, I knew. You shall be my wife, and I will cherish you forever. I understand. You're testing me, aren't you? Could it be your father meant you should seek a female gorilla instead? I'm human. Our species differ entirely. How could we possibly be together? Please release me. We truly have no future. Though young, the girl spoke with remarkable clarity, her voice trembling with tears, yet her composure unshaken. Yet the gorilla merely shook its head. My father also said true love transcends age, and even species. I believe you'll come to love me in time. The girl rolled her eyes inwardly, calling it a foolish ape, but aloud said, You're enormous, and I'm tiny. We couldn't possibly have children. What? Why not? You're lying to me. The gorilla exclaimed, astonished. Why would I lie to you? 036. My mayor father asked for why they couldn't conceive. She herself didn't truly know, yet she recalled something from long ago. Her mentor had once told her to bear children. A man and a woman must sleep together in the same bed. Otherwise, conception was impossible. With the gorilla's colossal size and her own diminutive frame, sharing a bed was unthinkable. Thus, bearing children remained utterly out of reach. Your Majesty. Recalling distant memories, the girl's expression dimmed. At that moment, a loudspeaker crackled from above. Xiao Wu, are you hearing me? It's your father. Your father has come to save you. Don't be afraid. I'll rescue you. An elderly man with silver-streaked hair held a megaphone, his face etched with urgency. Father. Xiao Wu tilted her head upward, searching the hovering helicopters. Though she couldn't identify which aircraft carried the voice, warmth flooded her being. Suddenly fear receded. Though not her biological father, he treated her as his own, loving her deeply and unconditionally. Yes, this was her adoptive father, the town's mayor. Did you hear that? My father has come to save me, Xiao Wu declared to the gorilla. The beast ignored her words, fixated instead. Truly, you refuse to become my wife. She shook her head vigorously. No, I won't. Please let me go. If you do, I'll beg them to let you leave safely. No, that won't happen. Whether you consent or not, I shall take you. Your will holds no weight. With that, the gorilla tightened its grip and rose to its full height. Its colossal form dwarfed the entire building. As it stood, the skyscraper groaned and trembled violently, on the verge of collapse. Glaring at the circling helicopters, the beast wore an expression of pure disdain. Annoying flies. Clutching Xiao Wu in one hand, it swung the other skyward, its massive palm blotting out the sun. The helicopters, sensing imminent peril, scattered instantly. Then, with a thunderous leap, the gorilla descended from the rooftop and strode away. Thom. Tum. Each step carved deep craters into the earth, shaking the very mountains. Several humans perished beneath its feet. The helicopters refused to let it flee with its hostage, immediately giving chase. Enraged by their audacity, the gorilla's fury erupted. Rule war. It roared, swatting wildly at the aircraft. One struck in the tail, spiraling downward in a trail of thick black smoke. Oh no. Watching the burning craft plummet, Videl paced anxiously atop a nearby rooftop. Though she had mastered flight, her speed remained modest, and her power paled before the behemoth. Even if she pursued it, she stood no chance against such overwhelming force. Strange, why hasn't Trunks arrived yet? Could something have delayed him? As the smoking aircraft crashed, Vidal's anxiety mounted. Just then a blazing figure streaked across the horizon, engulfed in searing aura, plunging straight into the battlefield. Trunks had finally arrived. Phew, about time. Vidal exhaled in relief. In a flash, Trunks appeared beneath the stricken aircraft, lifting it effortlessly with both hands, guiding it safely to the ground. Then with a single motion, he tore open the cockpit door, before vanishing once more. The pilot leapt out, staring dumbfounded at Trunks' fading silhouette, his awe bordering on disbelief. Was this man, or God? Vidal raised her microphone and commanded clearly, all response units, this is critical. Our reinforcement has arrived. Cease all rescue operations immediately. Full authority is hereby transferred to him. She knew both Son Gohan and Trunks were superhuman warriors, capable of feats beyond rational comprehension. Attempting to assist them would only hinder the operation and risk greater casualties. Their sole duty was to stay clear. The rescue teams complied without hesitation, withdrawing to the periphery, having been assigned only to buy time anyway. Truth be told, the sheer scale of the beast had left them trembling inwardly. Trunks blurred into a streak of white light, appearing instantly before the advancing gorilla. Seeing a human no larger than a mouse dare stand before it, the charging gorilla's eyes flared with murderous intent, its colossal hand swinging down like a fly swatter. No, Xiao Wu screamed. But the gorilla paid her no heed, striking with merciless full force, intent crushed the intruder where he stood. Boom. A staggering sight unfolded. The gargantuan gorilla hurtled backward, its rear end flipping skyward as it tumbled helplessly across the ground. Huh. How? The 100-meter beast staggered upright, shock plastered across its face as it stared at Trunks, who floated motionless in midair, utterly unscathed. This youth hadn't perished beneath its palm. Instead, its own arm bones had shattered completely. How was such a thing possible? Its hand alone dwarfed the boy many times over. This defied all logic, completely nonsensical. His father had never warned him of such a possibility. Rule war. Instinct overrode reason, the beast's excruciating pain igniting primal fury. It roared, baring fangs at Trunks. Dazed and nearly unconscious from the violent shaking, Xiao Wu gaped at Trunks, stunned that the boy remained unharmed while the mighty gorilla lay injured. It was utterly incredible. This scene evoked memories of Son Goku decades past. Right, Son Goku. This youth even bore a tale. Wasn't he cut from the same cloth as that legendary warrior? Instantly hope blazed anew in Xiao Wu's eyes. Trunks hovered high above, his voice cold and unwavering. Giant, you roar in vain. Your scent reeks of blood. You've killed. Therefore, I shall kill you. Die, die. Enraged beyond reason, the beast charged again, heedless of his words. Yet even now it clutched Xiao Wu tightly, its obsession inexplicably unbroken. The colossal gorilla charged forward, each thunderous stride shaking the earth, clouds of dust billowing behind it. Trunks raised two fingers, index and middle, focused energy and fired. A searing energy beam lanced from his fingertips, striking true. The gorilla's skull detonated. Its legs buckled, collapsing forward lifelessly. It tumbled forward, propelled by its own momentum, and seized Xiao Wu's hand, flinging her violently ahead as if hurling her through the air. Ah! Xiao Wu squeezed her eyes shut and shrieked in terror. Trunks blurred into motion, intercepting her midair in an instant. Stop screaming. Ah! Xiao Wu opened her eyes to find herself cradled in Trunks' arms, and her cheeks flushed crimson on the spot. You're safe now? That giant ape is dead, Trunks said. Thank you, Xiao Wu stammered, stealing a shy glance up at his face. No need to thank me. I'm only here to assist my sister. With that, Trunks lifted Xiao Wu and soared toward Vidal. Soon Trunks located Vidal and gently set Xiao Wu down. Sister Vidal, mission accomplished, just as promised. Trunks smiled. Vidal glanced at Xiao Wu, unharmed and whole, then returned his smile. Thank you, Trunks. Without you we wouldn't know what to do. It was nothing at all. How about this? I'll treat you to a grand feast, and then I'll file for a reward from the police department. I know you certainly don't need the money, but it's the least I can do. And besides, it's yours, earned fair and square. All right, I'll eat until I burst. Trunks laughed. Yum, may I join you for dinner? I'll pay. Xiao Wu murmured hesitantly from the side. Chapter 37, The Supreme Kai Sword, Supreme Kai Realm. Son Gohan, the Supreme Kai, and Jibi flew shoulder to shoulder toward the sealed site of the Supreme Kai Sword. Jibi floated at the center, hands clasped behind his back, voice laced with quiet pride. The Supreme Kai Realm is the sacred heart of the divine realms. Even the Grand Kais and Great Grand Kais have never set foot here. As for mortals, utterly unthinkable. You, Mr. Gohan, are the first human ever to enter this hallowed domain. Son Gohan smiled silently, letting Jibi finish his flourish. After all, what better way to underscore his own extraordinary stature? The Supreme Kai gliding to Jibi's right added, Jibi speaks truly, yet Gohan is no ordinary mortal. Gohan hovering to Jibi's left chuckled softly, indeed, the Supreme Kai realm lives up to its title as a divine sanctuary. Its scenery is breathtaking, its spiritual energy profoundly abundant, its expanse boundless. Yet there remains one regrettable flaw. Regrettable? What is it? Both Jibi and the Supreme Kai exchanged baffled glances. The Supreme Kai voiced their shared confusion. What exactly is regrettable? Gohan grinned. Such vast fertile land, so saturated with potent spiritual energy, yet entirely barren. How splendid it would be to cultivate it. Under such rich spiritual nourishment, crops would grow exceptionally flavorful, and even livestock would yield tender savory meat. Just imagining it makes my mouth water. Supreme Kai, might I suggest you consider it? The Supreme Kai, Jibi, had Gohan just proposed they abandon divinity to become farmers and herdsmen. After all, they were the Supreme Kai himself and his exalted attendant, the noblest, most revered deities in the cosmos. Farming. Preposterous. This was no jest, it was sheer absurdity. The Supreme Kai replied awkwardly, No, let's not bother. Ah, I knew it. That's precisely why I call it a pity, to waste such a magnificent realm. Mr. Gohan, cultivating sacred ground would be an act of sacrilege against the divine. Not at all. It's strategic resource optimization. A bold new venture. They flew onward, and soon beheld a colossal lake stretching beneath them. At its center rose a solitary mountain peak, soaring dozens of meters above the water's surface. Descending from the heavens, the three landed atop the summit, a flat grassy plateau no larger than 5 or 6 square meters. Gazing across the crest, Gohan spotted the Supreme Kai sword, sealed deep within the earth. Only its hilt protruded above the soil. The blade itself remained wholly buried, utterly invisible beneath the ground. They stepped lightly across the soft grass toward the hilt. The Supreme Kai pointed to the hilt and stated the obvious, Mr. Gohan, this is the Supreme Kai sword. Gohan knelt, parted the grass, and examined it closely. The Supreme Kai continued, This sword has lain sealed here for over 75 million years. To my knowledge, no one has ever drawn it. Since you seek it, Mr. Gohan, test your strength. See whether you can pull it free. Legends say whoever draws the Supreme Kai sword shall awaken unimaginable power and ascend as the universe's mightiest warrior. And should you fail, our agreement stands. Gohan gave a casual thumbs up, gazing at the hilt with wry admiration. 75 million years, and yet the hilt gleams as if freshly forged. Clearly the former Supreme Kai cherished cleanliness. What? The Supreme Kai blinked, utterly nonplussed. Very well. Please step aside, both of you. I'll give it a try. Gohan rose. Understood. The Supreme Kai and Jibi replied in unison, retreating politely, watching with amused anticipation. Gohan knew his base form would almost certainly fail, so without hesitation he transformed into a Super Saiyan. With a thunderous surge, golden hair blazed, emerald eyes flashed, and a vortex roared to life at his feet. So this is a Super Saiyan. An overwhelming aura. Though less immense than last night's Great Simon transformation, it's still formidable. The two observers gasped in genuine astonishment, their first glimpse of a Super Saiyan. A thrill of wonder surged through them. Gohan grinned, planted his feet before the hilt, stretched his limbs casually, then bent low, gripping the hilt firmly and driving his arms upward with explosive force. In less than 2 seconds the earth cracked, and the sword rose over 20 centimeters from the ground. This? The Supreme Kai stared dumbfounded. Impossible. Jibi gaped. A blade untouched for millions of years, pulled so effortlessly. Did dignity mean nothing anymore? The Supreme Kai and Jibi stood frozen, as if trapped in a waking dream. Gohan pressed on, heaving with both arms, until the entire sword tore free from the earth. Far lighter than anticipated, yet undeniably massive. If the sword the Supreme Kai had gifted Trunks weighed 1 unit, this Supreme Kai sword surely exceeded 10,000. Even Gohan's prodigious strength struggled to wield it smoothly. It truly came free. Unbelievable. The Supreme Kai whispered, stunned, his very sense of reality trembling. Jibi rushed forward. Mr. Gohan, how do you feel? Have you sensed that legendary power? Not a trace, though I must say this sword is astonishingly heavy. Gohan answered bluntly. How heavy could a sword possibly be? Jibi retorted. Doubt me? Try it yourself. With a mischievous grin, Gohan grasped the blade in one hand and extended it toward Jibi. Fine, I'll try. Unhesitating, Jibi reached out and gripped the hilt. The moment Gohan released it, the sword's colossal mass crashed onto Jibi's arms. Jibi cried out in agony as the blade slammed into the ground, cratering the summit, shaking the entire mountain and threatening imminent collapse. His face paled, his arm dislocated outright. The Supreme Kai stood utterly stupefied. What impossible weight is this? It defied reason. Jibi instantly cast a healing spell upon himself, resetting the joint, restoring full mobility. Staring at the sword now half buried in the earth, he trembled, not daring to lift it again. Was heavy even the right word? His eyes welled with tears. Gohan laughed. I warned you it was heavy. You didn't believe me. Bending down, he lifted the blade, lest the mountain crumble beneath its weight. Supreme Kai, would you like to try? Gohan asked, turning toward him. The Supreme Kai shook his head wildly. No, absolutely not. Preposterous. His strength matched Jibi's, and he'd just witnessed Jibi's humiliating defeat. He had no intention of becoming the next spectacle. Ha ha ha, very well. Gohan laughed heartily, hoisting the sword onto his shoulder, and added, Supreme Kai, I have a question for you. What is it? Gohan gestured toward the mountain beneath their feet. You couldn't draw the sword. Why not simply demolish the mountain? Shatter the peak, and the sword would emerge unimpeded, wouldn't it? The Supreme Kai shook his head. Impossible, Mr. Gohan. Earlier generations attempted precisely that, yet this lake is shielded by a divine array guarding the Supreme Kai sword. Any attempt to destroy the mountain triggers the lake's retaliatory assault. Ah, I see. Gohan stared in awe at the vast, tranquil waters below, astonished to learn such a profound secret lay hidden beneath its surface. Chapter 38, The Sword Shatters, Potential Awakened. Indeed, that made perfect sense. After all, countless Supreme Kais had passed through millennia. None could possibly have been fools. Let us depart this place, Gohan said, rising into the air. Yes, agreed, the Supreme Kai replied, ascending beside him. Jibi followed close behind. As the trio soared higher, curiosity stirred, and Gohan gathered a sphere of energy, hurling it downward toward the sealed site. Before the Supreme Kai or Jibi could react, the energy sphere rebounded with eerie precision. Oh, now that's intriguing. Gohan laughed, swatting the sphere aside. It screamed across the sky, then detonated in the distance, blooming into a colossal mushroom cloud. The Supreme Kai, Jibi, simultaneously both thought Saiyans, truly terrifying agents of annihilation. Had they already begun dismantling the Supreme Kai realm? Mr. Gohan, please exercise restraint. This sanctuary cannot withstand such devastation. The Supreme Kai winced. Understood. Landing upon an open plain, the Supreme Kai and Jibi burned with eagerness to witness the fabled greatest sword in the cosmos. Gohan now swung the great sword with breathtaking speed and power, leaving the Supreme Kai and Jibi breathless and unsettled. They had just witnessed its unfathomable weight, yet here Gohan wielded it as if weightless. To them, Saiyans were nothing short of monstrous. After a time, Gohan grew bored, then erupted into transformation once more. With a thunderous roar, he became a Super Saiyan, then gripped the hilt in one hand and the blade in the other, wrenching with titanic force. Watching his grimacing effort, the Supreme Kai asked curiously, Mr. Gohan, what precisely are you attempting? Gohan paused, turned, and replied, I'm testing whether I can twist it in half. The Supreme Kai and Jibi stood speechless, buffeted by the wind of revelation. Their earlier judgment held true. Saiyans were indeed terrifying agents of destruction. The universe's greatest divine sword, barely in his possession, and already he schemed to snap it in two. What a travesty! I refuse to believe it won't break. Gohan muttered, and clenched his fists, surging into Super Saiyan 2. Instantly his aura exploded skyward, golden hair spiked upright, lightning crackled across his body with sharp, sizzling bursts. His presence hardened, cold, commanding, and utterly transformed. His very essence radiated a new, overwhelming dominion. The Supreme Kai and Jibi had intended to speak, but at the sight of his transformation, they swallowed hard, silencing themselves completely. Gohan seized the Supreme Kai sword once more, veins bulging across his arms, then twisted with cataclysmic force. Clang! The sound sent both deities leaping backward in shock. Be broken. Truly broken. Is he mad? The Supreme Kai sword, the strongest blade in the cosmos, shattered like glass. How is this possible? Isn't this the most revered weapon in the sacred realm? Heavens above! Mouths agape, the Supreme Kai and Jabi stared at the two severed halves lying at Gohan's feet, their jaws slack enough to swallow an egg whole. "Oh, perfect," Gohan declared, cheerfully tossing both fragments onto the ground. "Supreme Kai, your famed strongest sword in the cosmos leaves much to be desired." "No, I never claimed that." The Supreme Kai stammered, his mind still replaying the shattering moment. Was it the sword that broke? No, it was faith itself that splintered. At that instant, Gohan caught sight of the elder Supreme Kai, materializing silently behind the Supreme Kai and Jabi. Gohan nearly burst into laughter. At last, the long-awaited destiny, the ultimate boon, had arrived. The elder Supreme Kai spoke, voice drifting like a spectral whisper. "That is not how it is." A voice from behind sent chills down their spines, causing both to yelp and freeze rigid in place. They whirled around and beheld the elder Supreme Kai skeletal draped in the formal robes of his ancient office. Uncertainty flickered across their faces. The Supreme Kai ventured timidly, "Elder Sir, who are you?" The elder Supreme Kai clapped his hands, stretched stiff limbs, and wheezed, "I am the Supreme Kai of 15 generations past." 15 generations ago. They stared dumbstruck. 15 generations ago spanned 7 to 8 million years, ancient beyond measure. Such history lay far beyond their knowledge. And who, or what, was this elder claiming lineage from such depths of time? That remained an unsolved mystery. The elder Supreme Kai continued, voice echoing with distant memory. "Long, long ago, a fearsome and malevolent being, terrified of my power, sealed me within this very sword." The Supreme Kai asked, voice trembling, "Elder ancestor, is it Majin Buu?" The elder Supreme Kai sighed, lost in recollection. "No, not Majin Buu. He was far older and far more terrible. So there are evil beings countless times more terrifying. Is there really someone more fearsome than Majin Buu? What happened next, ancestor?" The Supreme Kai of the West said in surprise. The old Supreme Kai coughed and said, "Later he sealed me in the sword, and after that I don't know what happened." After hearing the conversation between the two Supreme Kais, Jebet became excited. So ancestor was a very powerful Supreme Kai and was sealed because the bad guy feared him. Doesn't that mean ancestor is much stronger than Majin Buu? The old Supreme Kai put his hands behind his back, looking quite impressive. "He wasn't afraid of my power, but of my ability. I possess a very terrifying ability." "What is it? What kind of terrifying ability?" The Supreme Kai and Jebet looked at him with sparkling eyes. "Ancestor is powerful," and they felt honored by association. The old Supreme Kai snorted coldly, looking somewhat displeased with them. "I won't tell you. You have truly disappointed me. You couldn't save me after sealing me in the sword for over 70 million years. In the end, it was a human who set me free. It's simply outrageous." The Supreme Kai and Jebet stood like obedient children, lowering their heads in shame. The old Supreme Kai was right. It was their inadequacy that couldn't save him. The old Supreme Kai tilted his head, looking at Son Gohan, who was a source of amusement, and waved. "You were the one who let me out, right? Come over here." Son Gohan smiled and walked over, saying, "It was me. I accidentally broke the sword." "Was that really an accident?" The Supreme Kai and Jebet glanced at him, and when they saw the old Supreme Kai looking over, they hurriedly lowered their heads again. The old Supreme Kai looked at Son Gohan and sighed. "Impressive. I didn't expect humanity to become so powerful after tens of millions of years. Not bad, really not bad." Son Gohan pretended to ask, "Old sir, what is that terrifying ability you mentioned?" The old Supreme Kai replied, "If those two ungrateful descendants asked me, I wouldn't tell them, but since you are my savior, it doesn't hurt to share. My terrifying ability is that no matter how strong a person is, I can awaken their potential, allowing them to surpass their own limits and become the most powerful warrior in the universe. How can you help me awaken my potential? It sounds amazing. I wonder if it's true." The old Supreme Kai looked Son Gohan up and down and said, "How could there be any doubt? You actually doubt my ability. I'm fine. Since you saved me, I will reluctantly help you. All right, just stand still and don't move. You two hurry up and get away." He glared at the Supreme Kai and Jebet, scolding them. "Yes, ancestor." The Supreme Kai and Jebet walked away in shame, whispering to each other. Meanwhile, the old Supreme Kai began to perform a strange and peculiar ritual around Son Gohan. The awakening ritual was a solo celebration for the old Supreme Kai. For a full 5 hours, watching the old Supreme Kai jump around him, Son Gohan felt numb all over. He was somewhat worried that the old Supreme Kai would fall apart after jumping for 5 hours. This really didn't seem like an easy task. The old Supreme Kai, who gasped for breath with every movement, indeed faced a huge challenge in jumping continuously for 5 hours. After 5 hours of watching, the Supreme Kai and Jebet were dazed, but they felt it would be very rude to just leave. After all, this was the ancestor from 15 generations ago. Finally, the Supreme Kai couldn't take it anymore and asked, "Ancestor, how much longer will this ritual take?" The old Supreme Kai continued to move around Son Gohan, responding irritably, "Shut up, this is a very important ritual. Don't interrupt. The whole process takes 5 hours, and enhancing power takes 20 hours. Ancestor, if it's 5 hours, I think we've already exceeded that time," the Supreme Kai said somewhat nervously. The old Supreme Kai immediately stopped. "Has it been 5 hours already?" "Yes, Ancestor," the Supreme Kai nodded, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Jebet also chimed in, "Yes, Ancestor, it has already been more than 5 hours. The old Supreme Kai scratched his head and laughed. "I didn't realize the time had passed. I'm getting old, and I can't keep track of time anymore." Son Gohan. The old Supreme Kai would seem quite young if he weren't old. "Ahem, young man, please sit down." "Old man, my name is Son Gohan. You can just call me Gohan," Son Gohan said, feeling a bit dry in the mouth. He shook his numb legs and sat down on the spot. Having been silent for 5 hours to avoid disturbing the awakening ritual, he was extremely thirsty. It was torture. He even had a slight urge to urinate. "Sit properly and don't talk," the old Supreme Kai said, sitting cross-legged opposite him, mumbling an incomprehensible incantation. At this moment, Son Gohan missed the elder Namekian's simple way of awakening potential. It was truly easy, just a hand on the head would do. Compared to now, it felt like a difference between simple and hellish difficulty. The Supreme Kai and Jebet also didn't dare to speak. They stood beside him like two javelins, neither sitting nor leaving, feeling even more tormented than Son Gohan. Thus they lost track of how many more hours passed. Son Gohan felt drowsy and closed his eyes, falling into a deep sleep. The old Supreme Kai's marvelous incantation seemed to turn into a beautiful lullaby, making him sleep exceptionally soundly. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of water droplets falling into a lake echoed in his mind. Ripples began to spread in his heart. Son Gohan opened his eyes, awakening from his slumber, feeling unprecedented comfort in his body and an unparalleled sense of relaxation and tranquility. He looked at the old Supreme Kai, who was still sound asleep in front of him, and smiled as he stood up. He turned his head and saw the Supreme Kai and Jebet also looking at him. Son Gohan walked over to them. Upon seeing him approach, the Supreme Kai softly asked, "Mr. Gohan, how do you feel? Is there any difference?" "Difference?" Son Gohan clenched his fists. In fact, Son Gohan didn't feel any difference. He just felt relaxed all over, as if his soul had been cleansed and he had undergone a transformation. Son Gohan said, "I can't really say what the difference is. If I had to say, I feel more at peace and natural with a sense of freedom." I don't quite understand either. "Let's ask Ancestor when he wakes up," the Supreme Kai said with a smile. Jebet observed Son Gohan in silence, feeling that he seemed particularly mysterious and ethereal. It became increasingly difficult to see through him. Clearly, Son Gohan was right in front of him, yet it felt as if he were far away. "Mr. Gohan, here, this is for you," the Supreme Kai said as a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. The Supreme Kai's sword, and he extended it towards Son Gohan. "Lord Supreme Kai, you repaired it." Son Gohan took the long sword in surprise, saying, "Why is it so light?" The Supreme Kai's sword felt much lighter than before. The Supreme Kai smiled and said, "While you were awakening your potential, I had some free time and reforged the Supreme Kai's sword. I didn't expect that after releasing the old Supreme Kai from within, the sword became much lighter. After being reforged, it has returned to its original state, and it's even sharper than before. Our previous wager still stands, so I am returning this sword to Mr. Gohan now." Thank you, Lord Supreme Kai." Son Gohan accepted it without hesitation. Perhaps due to their conversation, the old Supreme Kai slowly woke up. He looked around in confusion and then wondered, did I actually fall asleep? I didn't expect to sleep for tens of millions of years in the sword and still feel so tired. My body is really poor." "Lord Ancestor, you were just too tired," the Supreme Kai immediately said. Son Gohan walked in front of the old Supreme Kai, bowed, and sincerely said, "Thank you, old sir. This kindness will forever be remembered in my heart." The old Supreme Kai stood up, placing his hands behind him, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, saying, "You all just know how to say pretty useless words. I'm old and I don't have many days left to live. Alas, helping you awaken your potential has cost me quite a bit of lifespan." He said this with a gloomy expression, and a suppressed aura began to spread. Son Gohan knew this old actor was putting on a show, but the Supreme Kai and Jebet took it seriously, suddenly worried. The two repeatedly urged the old Supreme Kai to take care of his health and not to overexert himself. Son Gohan grinned and whispered to the old Supreme Kai. Old Sir, I originally planned to give you some magazines with beautiful women, but since your body can't handle it anymore, it seems these magazines are out of the question. What? Is there such a thing? The old Supreme Kai's eyes lit up, instantly becoming spirited. However, remembering his own status, he straightened his face. Cough, I'm not interested in those magazines with beautiful women. If I wanted to see them, I could use my divine powers to observe the beauties of the mortal realm at any time. Son Gohan shrugged his shoulders, looking quite regretful. Well, that's fine then. I also wanted to give you some DVDs. This? The old Supreme Kai frowned, looking quite conflicted. Since you insist on giving them, I can reluctantly accept them. All right, hand them over. Next time, old sir. To show my sincerity, I want to collect the best ones to give you. I certainly wouldn't hand you something ordinary that doesn't match your status. You young man, fine, remember to bring them next time. Respecting the old and cherishing the young, do you understand? I understand, I will remember. The Supreme Kai and Jebet completely couldn't understand what this old and young man were talking about in such high-level terms. They only knew the ancestor looked invigorated and very happy. They had to say that Mr. Gohan really had a way with people. He could even coax the old man. Remarkably impressive. Old sir, how do I now draw out that powerful energy? Son Gohan asked. The old Supreme Kai looked at him and said, Fool, why ask? How do you usually transform into a Super Saiyan? Just use that method to gather your energy. Son Gohan. If I gather my energy like that, wouldn't I directly transform into a Super Saiyan? Can this be overridden? Son Gohan didn't think much about how the old Supreme Kai knew he could transform into a Super Saiyan. He must have sensed it when he was drawing the sword. Although the old Supreme Kai was sealed in the sword, he could still perceive what was happening around him. That point is not surprising. The method to transform into a Super Saiyan. Son Gohan murmured, tightening his fists, gathering energy with anger. Ha boom. A powerful energy wave immediately surged forth, sweeping in all directions. Wah. The old Supreme Kai was the first to be blown away by the energy wave. Next it was Jebet and the Supreme Kai. The three of them tumbled in the air, landing like falling geese dozens of meters away into the grass, leaving behind a series of wails. As Son Gohan unleashed his energy, a massive tornado appeared for the first time in the history of the Supreme Kai realm in tens of millions of years. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, white mist rose and thick smoke spread, quickly shrouding an area of several kilometers. Son Gohan's aura spread from the Supreme Kai realm to various star systems. Fool, transforming so suddenly, in such close proximity. The old Supreme Kai was helped up by the Supreme Kai and couldn't help but curse. Wow, such a powerful aura. This is too terrifying, the Supreme Kai exclaimed, feeling Son Gohan's energy. Jebet also said, Indeed, it is a very powerful aura, but it is entirely different from the brutal aura of a Super Saiyan. This aura is filled with righteousness, more like a divine aura. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Oh, I didn't expect this kid's potential to be so terrifying, hiding such powerful energy. Although it's not as strong as that guy, it's still quite fearsome. The old Supreme Kai rubbed his backside. Hearing the old Supreme Kai's words, both the Supreme Kai and Jebet were shocked and recalled the evil being who sealed the old Supreme Kai. Is it that terrifying senior who sealed you in the sword eye? The old Supreme Kai slapped his backside and said, Of course. The Supreme Kai and Jebet were dumbfounded. As the smoke began to dissipate, Son Gohan's figure became visible. At that moment, he was surrounded by swirling lights, yet was still so unpretentious. If the transformation into a Super Saiyan was flamboyant and domineering, then this transformation was introverted and low-key, giving off a sense of returning to simplicity. At this moment, Son Gohan appeared slightly more robust than usual, his facial features sharper, more mature, and composed. Aside from that, he didn't seem too different from his normal self. Son Gohan waved his fist, stretching his muscles, carefully feeling the changes within his body. At this moment, his mindset was different from when he transformed into a Super Saiyan. During Super Saiyan transformations, whether in Super Saiyan Form 1 or 2, his blood would surge, his aura would be violent emotions, excited, domineering, combative, and cold. But now it was entirely different. He felt peaceful and natural, free and easy. That feeling of being light all over, wanting to go wherever he pleased, was incredibly intoxicating. To fight freely, to live freely, to cultivate freely. Everything was free and unrestrained. This is what people call the mysterious Gohan. Son Gohan murmured. Speaking of this state's name, Son Gohan felt strange. After all, this state was named by netizens, and now he had truly become Gohan. Of course, calling it the mysterious realm might be more fitting. Ha! Son Gohan shouted, releasing his energy. In an instant, a silver-white aura surged from his body. With this, Son Gohan's understanding of his own power deepened. He quietly made comparisons in his heart. This state is far stronger than Super Saiyan 2. Moreover, like Super Saiyan 2, this state represents a balanced development across all attributes, making it a true hexagonal warrior. The energy consumption in this state is even less than that of Super Saiyan 2. If I don't attack, it won't consume energy at all, making it almost equivalent to my normal state. This is amazing. In terms of intensity, it is surprisingly not much weaker than the Golden Great Ape. It's about a 450-fold increase compared to the normal state, and it's an all-around enhancement. Is this my potential? The transformation of the Golden Great Ape can reach 500 times, but its speed is only about 300 times, and it consumes a lot of energy. Super Saiyan 3 can only boost to 400 times, and its endurance is extremely poor, presenting significant flaws. Therefore, if Super Saiyan 3 cannot improve its energy leakage issues, I will almost have to abandon it. The mysterious state has more advantages. It's a complete and overwhelming crush. Son Gohan felt very calm, his mind clear and focused, analyzing everything logically. At this moment, the old Kaioshin and the other two approached. Son Gohan snapped out of his thoughts, looking at the somewhat disheveled trio, scratching his head awkwardly, and saying, "Ha ha, sorry, I didn't mean to. You little brat, you have no respect for the elderly. My old bones will eventually be shattered by you. Ouch, that hurts," the old Kaioshin said somewhat angrily. Son Gohan suppressed his overwhelming aura and returned to normal, saying, "Sorry, Grandpa. Can we increase the magazine's volume? What do you think?" That's more like it," the old Kaioshin nodded in satisfaction. Kaioshin looked up and down at Son Gohan, saying, "You haven't even transformed into Super Saiyan. I can't see any significant changes, yet your energy is incredibly powerful. It's truly unbelievable." The old Kaioshin scoffed. What does transforming into Super Saiyan even mean? It's a misguided approach. I merely guided the power within Gohan's body. This power was originally his, so he can control it perfectly. Super Saiyan is different. This transformation is a misguided approach using techniques to enhance power, which is harmful to the body. The Kaioshin was taken aback, awkwardly saying, "Oh, I see." Cough, cough. Son Gohan coughed, and then said, "Grandpa, do you have any ultimate techniques left? Teach me, so I can carry them forward." "Don't even think about it, no." "Alright, I know you have them. You just don't want to teach." No. Kaioshin. Jebbit. Is it just my impression, or does it feel like the ancestor is a bit childish? Fine, no. Son Gohan interrupted. He turned to the Kaioshin and said, "Lord Kaioshin, I've heard you mention Majin Buu several times. What kind of being is he? Could you tell me about him?" Son Gohan knowingly prodded, wanting to guide the Kaioshin to bring the sealed egg of Majin Buu to the Kaioshin realm. Having that thing on Earth feels like a ticking time bomb. Majin Buu. The Kaioshin's gaze deepened as he recalled painful memories. That was a long time ago, when humans on Earth had just begun to learn to walk upright. At that time, deep in the universe, there was an evil sorcerer named Bibidi. One day, the evil sorcerer Bibidi accidentally created a terrifying life form which later became Majin Buu. Majin Buu had no emotions, only knowing slaughter and destruction. He was a monster whose existence was defined by creating terror. In the thousands of years that followed, countless planets became death planets. Son Gohan was actually aware of this, treating it as a retelling of the story. There's nothing much to say, a plus version of Android 17 and 18. Moreover, he knew that Majin Buu wasn't actually a life created by Bibidi, but a terrifying being that had existed since ancient times. It just so happened that Bibidi had a method to control it. Yet the Kaioshin thought of it as a monster created by Bibidi. The Kaioshin continued, "At that time, besides me, there were West Kaioshin, North Kaioshin, South Kaioshin, and the Grand Kaioshin, who led us. I was the youngest back then, following behind them in everything I did. They all possessed remarkable power, especially the Grand Kaioshin, who could kill a master like Frieza with just a finger. However, later Majin Buu invaded the Kaioshin realm, and all four of my predecessors were killed by Majin Buu, while I, being the youngest, escaped by chance out of fear." A look of pain appeared on the Kaioshin's face, seemingly hating his own cowardice and incapacity at that time. He took a deep breath to calm himself before continuing, "Majin Buu is simply terrifying. Later, even Bibidi, who created Majin Buu, became fearful of him. So, taking advantage of Majin Buu's need to rest, he temporarily sealed him away, preventing him from moving. Years passed, and the ambitious Bibidi sought to invade Earth, bringing the sealed Majin Buu with him. Just as Bibidi was unsealing Majin Buu, I took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack and killed the evil sorcerer. At the time, I was worried that excessive stimulation would awaken Majin Buu, so I didn't dare destroy it. I thought only the sorcerer Bibidi could unseal Majin Buu, so I hid him in a very secluded place on Earth. It has been several million years since then. Having finally finished the story, Son Gohan felt the Kaioshin was nearly exhausted. A feeling of fatigue spread throughout him. It seemed Majin Buu had indeed become the Kaioshin's nightmare, making it hard for him to sleep just thinking about it at night. Son Gohan organized his thoughts and said, Lord Kaioshin, have you considered changing Majin Buu's hiding place? The Earth now is no longer the same Earth from millions of years ago. The current Earth has a much larger human population than before and is not as dull as it used to be. Hiding Majin Buu there is no longer safe. The Kaioshin looked at him and said, Mr. Gohan's concerns are not without reason, but where should we put him? I really worry that if he is stimulated he will break the seal and awaken. Son Gohan smiled and said, you don't need to be so afraid. Even if Majin Buu is unsealed now, I can handle him. I'm just worried about him being on Earth where no one is watching over him, and he might be stolen by someone with ulterior motives at any time. If that happens, you Lord Kaioshin will bear the undeniable responsibility. I can't just stay on Earth all the time to watch over him, can I? The Kaioshin frowned, pondering for a moment before saying, so Mr. Gohan, do you have any ideas? Son Gohan smiled and said, actually I do. I want to transfer Majin Buu to the Kaioshin realm. What do you think? What? The Kaioshin and Jebet changed their expressions drastically upon hearing this. Absolutely not. Son Gohan raised his hand to interrupt them, saying, please let me finish my words. That Majin Buu sealed egg on Earth is indeed unsafe. Not to mention various unstable factors. Lord Kaioshin, have you not thought about whether Bibidi has descendants? What if his descendants secretly go to Earth and steal Majin Buu? Then Lord Kaioshin, you would have a huge problem on your hands. Don't you think I'm right? This is what I think. Isn't there a sealing magic circle here in the Holy Land? Exactly the place where the old Kaioshin was sealed before. We can put Majin Buu there and you can check it any time. This way we can ensure absolute safety. Kaioshin, Jebet. Although Son Gohan's words are not wrong, who would feel at ease sleeping on a landmine at night, let alone burying a Majin Buu? The Kaioshin immediately fell into a dilemma. The main reason is that Majin Buu had invaded the Kaioshin realm in the past and killed the 4 Kaioshins there, leaving the Kaioshin with a very painful memory. Just as the Kaioshin was hesitating, the old Kaioshin, who had been silent all along, spoke up. All right, let's do as Gohan says. Since the old Kaioshin has spoken, the Kaioshin and Jebet dared not voice any other opinions and had to agree. Yes, Ancestor, the Kaioshin said weakly. Seeing this, Son Gohan patted his chest and assured Lord Kaioshin, don't worry too much. I promise that if Majin Buu shows any unusual movements in the future, you can contact me anytime and I will return immediately to deal with him. That's good. The Kaioshin breathed a sigh of relief. It's best not to delay. Shall we set off now? Son Gohan asked. All right, Jebet, I'll have to trouble you to take us again, the Kaioshin said to Jebet. Jebet replied, Lord Kaioshin, you're being too kind. This is my duty. As he spoke, he placed his hands on Son Gohan and the Kaioshin's shoulders. Whoosh! Son Gohan felt a flash in front of his eyes, and everything around him changed. The 3 had already arrived on Earth. This is truly amazing. Son Gohan's eyes sparkled, eager to learn Jebet's instant transmission. They were in a vast ice field, the biting cold wind creating an endless white expanse. Is this the ice field deep in the Yunza Bit Highlands? Son Gohan surveyed the area for a moment and recognized the place. Exactly, the Kaioshin nodded. And where is the sealed ball of Majin Buu? Son Gohan asked in confusion. The Kaioshin pointed to the ground beneath them and said, right under your feet. Son Gohan squatted down, brushed away the ice chips on the ground, and squinted to look down, indeed, seeing a walnut-sized object beneath over 10 meters of thick ice. That must be the sealed ball of Majin Buu. Son Gohan smiled and said, this poor child has been freezing and starving here for so many years. This used to be a desert, but after several tectonic shifts, it has transformed into its current state, the Kaioshin explained. Okay, please step aside. I'm going to take it out now. Son Gohan said, gathering a blue energy ball in his hand and striking it against the ice surface. Oh no! The Kaioshin and Jebet were shocked, but it was too late to stop him. They couldn't even imagine such a violent method of unsealing the ball. Boom! The ice exploded, shards flying everywhere, the sound startling the Kaioshin and Jebet. At the same time, the huge walnut soared into the air and then crashed heavily onto the ice, rolling a few times before coming to rest at the feet of the Kaioshin and Jebet. Hissed, the Kaioshin froze. Damn it, it's way too cold today. Jebet also shuddered. What is going on here? They were all afraid that a slight movement would awaken Majin Buu, yet Son Gohan just smashed the energy blast down to unseal it. Their bodies stiffened, nearly brought to tears. To be honest, they were somewhat scared. Jebet stammered, Mr. Gohan, could you move a bit more gently? The Kaioshin echoed, yes, if Majin Buu awakens it would be troublesome. Hey, don't worry. Son Gohan walked over and picked up the sealed ball of Majin Buu, tossing it lightly in his hand like a ball. Jebet and the Kaioshin's gazes remained fixed on the sealed ball of Majin Buu, not leaving it for even a second, looking as if they were nodding crazily. Son Gohan continued, Majin Buu has been sealed inside for several million years. If he could easily break free, he would have done so long ago. Without the unsealing spell and energy, he can't get out. Really? The Kaioshin and Jebet asked nervously. Of course, don't worry, let's go, we should head back. Son Gohan urged. The sealed ball of Majin Buu fell from the sky, and he securely caught it in his hands. Oh, okay. Jebet nodded, placing his hands back on Son Gohan and the Kaioshin's shoulders. The three of them once again whooshed back to the Kaioshin realm. Son Gohan placed the massive sealed ball on the ground. The old Kaioshin walked over, circling it, and exclaimed, wow, this thing is indeed filled with ominous energy. Let's hurry and secure it. Yes, Ancestor, the Kaioshin replied. Then Jebet carried the old Kaioshin on his back. Son Gohan held the sealed ball, and the Kaioshin flew solo. The group returned to the place where the Kaioshin's sword was sealed. Son Gohan placed the enormous sealed ball on the mountaintop, which was almost completely filled. He clapped his hands and smiled. All right, we finally got it sorted out. The Kaioshin circled the sealed ball again, confirming that it was undamaged, and he felt relieved. Then the group returned to the ground. Son Gohan said, the Kaioshin realm is after all a holy land of the divine. Mortals cannot easily reach here. In the future, Lord Kaioshin and Jebet should remember to conduct regular checks to ensure safety. The Kaioshin replied, we will definitely conduct regular checks, otherwise we wouldn't feel at ease. Son Gohan nodded, and then looked at the old Kaioshin, saying, Grandpa, how will we contact each other in the future? I can't use instant transmission, it's too inconvenient. If I find something good, I won't be able to send it to you. Can you teach me Jebet's technique? Son Gohan asked, somewhat unconvinced. The old Kaioshin waved his hand, saying, no use, I really can't teach that. Son Gohan sighed. How about this, you take this instead? The old Kaioshin thought for a moment, pulling out a glass orb the size of a fist and handing it to Son Gohan. What is this? Son Gohan took the glass orb and examined it closely. The old Kaioshin explained, this is called a communication orb. In the future, when you find something good, just speak into it, and we can. Understood. He'll have Jibito pick you up. Great. This is perfect. Gohan grinned, tucking the communication orb neatly into his universal capsule. Thank you, Elder Kaioshin, Gohan said with a warm smile. Off you go, the Elder Kaioshin replied, turning away and waving dismissively. Gohan turned to Jibito. Jibito, I'm afraid I'll need you to take me back to Earth once more. Certainly. A simple favor, Jibito replied flatly, his expression unchanging, as if laughter were foreign to him. Farewell, Lord Kaioshin. And thank you for the sword. Gohan smiled at the Kaioshin. The Kaioshin waved back with a chuckle. Haha, he doesn't need to stand on ceremony, Mr. Gohan. Do visit often. Of course, I certainly will. Gohan replied cheerfully. Let's go, Jibito. Yes, right away. Jibito nodded, placed a hand on Gohan's shoulder, and in an instant, whoosh, they vanished. The next moment, they materialized before the Capsule Corporation. Mr. Gohan, we've arrived. Goodbye, Jibito announced promptly upon arrival, preparing to depart. Hey, hold on a moment. Gohan gently caught his arm. Why not stay for a bite first? I promise it's something entirely new to you, and absolutely delicious. This is quite all right. Jibito's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. Truth be told, Earth's cuisine was remarkably flavorful. Why ever not? We're friends. Friends don't stand on formalities. Come along, come along. Unable to refuse such heartfelt hospitality, Jibito reluctantly devoured 15 ice cream scoops, 10 rampaging lobster dumplings, 8 glacial snowplume chicken legs, and 1 cup of Mimi milk tea. Ahem, Jibito, how was it? Gohan asked. Absolutely superb, Mr. Gohan. Nothing on Kaioshin's star compares to this. Jibito spoke plainly. Naturally, it's Earth's exclusive fare. Nowhere else in the cosmos offers such delicacies. Visit freely. You'll never go hungry and portions are generous. Gohan laughed warmly. But that's truly too kind of you, Jibito murmured, his face softening with sincere humility. Waving a hand lightly, Gohan said, it's nothing, hardly costs a thing. What matters is joy and sharing. Between friends, such trifles needn't be weighed. Well then, thank you, Mr. Gohan. Jibito smiled. I'm quite full. I should return now. Wait a moment. Gohan gestured to the waiter, who instantly appeared bearing 2 bulging food bags. Gohan took the bags from the waiter and pressed them firmly into Jibito's hands. You've eaten your fill, but Lord Kaioshin and Elder Kaioshin haven't yet. Please take these back for them. Thank you, Mr. Gohan. Jibito felt a sudden warmth behind his eyes. Truly, Mr. Gohan is an extraordinary soul. To remember even the distant Elder Kaioshin and Lord Kaioshin, while he himself had only thought of his own appetite. He felt deeply ashamed. A quiet warmth spread through Jibito's chest. He was genuinely moved. By the way, Jibito, I plan to visit planet Arlia tomorrow. Gohan added. Instantly, Jibito snapped upright. I'll arrive precisely tomorrow. Shall I come in the morning or afternoon? No need to be so formal. Morning will do fine, Gohan chuckled. Very well, we'll come in the morning. Jibito gave a firm nod and vanished by instantaneous transmission. Back at the Capsule Corporation, Gohan carried a food bag inside to find Bulma examining the large slab of lightning steel. Trunks, sensing Gohan's presence, dashed out from the gravity chamber. At first sight, he launched into an animated retelling of events from 2 days prior. After listening, Gohan raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. So you rescued a girl named Videl? Yes, what's wrong? She even treated me and poured a dinner, Trunks added. Ah, nothing at all. Congratulations. Gohan clapped Trunks on the shoulder and continued. You reek. Go shower immediately. Then come with me. Are we going out to play? Trunks' eyes lit up, promptly ignoring Gohan's earlier remark. Well, are you coming or not? I'm going. Wait for me, brother Gohan. It'll be quick. Trunks bolted off like a streak of lightning. Bulma glanced over. Gohan, where are you two headed? I promised Elder Kaioshin I'd fetch some local specialties for him. Gohan smiled. Oh, I see. An elder gentleman, is he? Are you buying health supplements? Exactly, health supplements. Gohan nodded earnestly. 043, sword supplements, Odinda advancement. Precisely, sword supplements. They were Elder Kaioshin's lifelong passion. In his youth, he traversed countless star systems, gathering wisdom, broadening horizons, amassing unparalleled experience. Trunks swiftly rinsed away his sweat, donned fresh clothes, and hurried out with Gohan. Moments later, Gohan returned, laden with parcels. Beside him, Trunks brimmed with curiosity. Gohan kept stopping at oddly themed shops, ordering Trunks to stand guard outside, while entering alone, shrouded in secrecy about what had purchased. During their meal, Trunks could no longer contain his curiosity. Brother Gohan, what did you buy? Gohan lifted a finger to his lips. Shoo. The celestial mechanics must remain veiled, else Elder Kaioshin may grow displeased. Elder Kaioshin, you bought it for him? Indeed. Ask no further, and under no circumstances attempt to sneak a peek. Elder Kaioshin treasures his privacy above all. Oh, got it. Trunks nodded solemnly. From then on, he carefully bypassed those very stores, never pausing, never lingering. Trunks had always been a man of his word. Yet recalling the contents of his capsule, Gohan himself stood utterly stunned, speechless. Perhaps as retribution against the androids, Earth scientists, leveraging cutting-edge AI, had produced an entire photo series of Android 18, including glossy magazines and high-definition video albums. The shop even featured dedicated display sections. Photo album, HD video collection. Gohan indulged, then secured every volume. Diligence bore fruit. Elder Kaioshin's expectations had been richly fulfilled. After a brief rest, Gohan and Trunks ascended to the lookout. He sought Dend to discuss upgrading Earth's Dragon Balls. Current specifications were far too primitive. A radical overhaul was imperative. At minimum, the new version should revive those deceased less than a year ago, provided both body and soul remained intact. Reincarnation was irreversible, but those still untransmigrated, that was well within reach. It must happen. Time had come for the next generation Dragon Ball system to launch. Hearing Gohan's request, Dend furrowed his brow in visible concern. Gohan, I wish I could upgrade the Dragon Balls, but my inner power falls drastically short, be it spiritual energy, soul strength, or draconic essence. I simply lack the capacity, for now. Gohan paused in thought, then asked, is there any path to strengthen your power? Dend replied, only rigorous cultivation, ideally within an optimal environment guided by a venerable master. Would the hyperbolic time chamber suit you? Gohan asked. No, it imposes tenfold gravity designed primarily for physical conditioning. I couldn't endure it. Moreover, without expert guidance, advancement in spiritual energy, soul strength, or draconic essence would remain nearly impossible. Then where could he go? Gohan frowned, pondering deeply. Then a predicament seemed profoundly daunting. Just then Trunks interjected, Brother Gohan, have you forgotten someone? He might help. Denda brother. Who? Gohan asked, puzzled. Lord Kaioshin. Didn't you say his divine rank surpasses Din brothers? Surely then his knowledge runs deeper, and guiding Din would pose no challenge. Ah, that's right. How could I overlook this? Lord Kaioshin may be unreliable, but Elder Kaioshin, he truly possesses profound mastery. Gohan's eyes brightened, head grown lost in the fog, blinded by proximity, while Trunks standing apart saw clearly. Ha! Trunks, this victory belongs to you. Gohan laughed, slapping his shoulder heartily. Who? Lord Kaioshin. Din gasped, startled, certain had misheard. Yes, Lord Kaioshin. Might he assist you? Gohan asked. Perhaps Din hadn't known Lord Kaioshin before, but since inheriting the title of Earth's Guardian, had learned the celestial hierarchy. Lord Kaioshin ranked among the universe's supreme deities, countless tiers above him in divinity. An incomparably mighty god. Wiping sweat from his brow, Din murmured, if he were willing, perhaps my cultivation could advance. Haha. Gohan broke into a broad grin. Then all is settled. He pulled out a universal capsule and retrieved the communication orb. He contacted Elder Kaioshin immediately. Soon the Elder Kaioshin's visage shimmered onto the orb, vibrant, alert, his narrow eyes stretched wide with eager anticipation. He asked hopefully, Gohan, what is it? Have you succeeded? All listeners held their breath. This exchange was clearly sacred beyond speculation. Gohan nodded confidently, of course. I've kept your matter foremost in my thoughts. The moment I returned, I rushed straight to fulfill your request, before even breaking my fast. You'll be thoroughly satisfied. Haha. By the way, did Jibito deliver the food? Elder Kaioshin chuckled, his eyes crinkling further. Yes, delicious. I never imagined Earth's cuisine could be so exquisite. Naturally. Elder Sir, you must watch over Earth closely henceforth. Otherwise the loss would be incalculable, not merely of food I mean. Agreed, no problem. Elder Kaioshin thumped his chest resoundingly. And the item, eh? Gohan smiled. Tomorrow Jibito will deliver it directly into your hands. Guaranteed safe and sound. Good, excellent. Elder Kaioshin beamed. Elder Sir, I have one small request. Speak. His mood remained buoyant. I'd like Earth's Guardian, Din, to train at the Sacred Realm. Would you kindly guide his cultivation whenever your schedule permits? Gohan patted Din's shoulder. Ahem. Din greeted him properly. Din leaned forward, face reverent, eyes wide with awe. Lord Kaioshin, I am Din, Guardian of Earth. Silence fell on the orb. Din nervously swallowed, heart pounding. After a pause, Elder Kaioshin replied, acceptable. But let me state clearly, I won't teach him much. My duties leave me exceedingly busy. Gohan smiled, unfazed, perfect. No need to instruct him broadly, just occasional guidance on his innate cultivation path. Agreed. He'll dispatch Jibito immediately to bring him here, and have him collect the item en route. True to form, Elder Kaioshin acted with swift, decisive grace. His efficiency was legendary. If a cosmic award existed for promptness, Gohan would cast his vote without hesitation. Very well, send Jibito now. Gohan said. Yes, understood. Jibito now. Instantly, whoosh, Jibito materialized atop the lookout. Gohan handed him the universal capsule with solemn care, demonstrated its use, and stressed repeatedly, deliver this only into Elder Kaioshin's hands. Thus Jibito departed with Din for the Kaioshin realm, embarking on his journey of advanced cultivation. 044, Planet Arlia. With Elder Kaioshin's mentorship, Din's progress would surely accelerate. Should rapport deepen and latent potential awaken, he might ascend with breathtaking speed. Gohan found himself quietly anticipating it. Next, Gohan turned toward his and Trunks' future. Their destination was clear, Planet Arlia. There they would master instant transmission and other wondrous techniques. Yet this journey wouldn't last mere days. Gohan remembered vividly. His father's son Goku spent over half a year mastering just instant transmission, plus travel time totaling a full year. Leaving Earth unguarded for so long troubled him deeply, yet most threats had already been neutralized. Cell was destroyed. Majin Buu had been relocated to the Kaioshin realm. Both paramount antagonists had been preemptively eliminated. As for Zamasu, who knew whether he even existed yet, his interference was highly unlikely at this stage. Thus Gohan felt reasonably assured. Still, to guarantee absolute safety, the ever-prudent Gohan entrusted surveillance of Earth to both Lord Kaioshin and North Kai. Should any fool dare disturb the peace, Gohan had Jibito at his command. Across the Milky Way no corner was unreachable. Head strike until reality itself trembled. Trunks knew Gohan intended to take him to another planet. Trunks beamed with excitement as he trained. Bulma, however, lingered fondly beside Gohan and Trunks, fussing over each boy, in turn holding them in long, affectionate conversation. Gohan, since you'll be gone for so long, shouldn't you say goodbye to Videl? She's been asking about you every day at my place. She must have fallen for you. Bulma said. Gohan paused thoughtfully, then replied, No need. I'll see her when I return. You're not worried she'll be heartbroken? Bulma sighed, exasperated. Huh. No danger there. I've barely seen her more than a handful of times. Her interest is pure curiosity, not love, not romance. Nothing to fret over. Then teasingly Gohan turned to Trunks. What about you? Want to visit launch before we go? Trunks' face flushed crimson. No, absolutely not. Gohan, you marry Videl first, then we'll talk. Haha, blushing already. Gohan pointed and roared with laughter. That night, perhaps too electrified by anticipation, Trunks lay awake, counting Dragon Balls until dawn. Yet despite the restless night, he rose early, bright-eyed and brimming with energy. After a hasty wash, the brothers found Bulma had already instructed the robot to prepare a sumptuous breakfast. Just then Jibito arrived at Capsule Corporation. At Gohan's warm invitation, he reluctantly joined them for the meal, yet ate with a Scion's legendary appetite. Under Bulma's wistful gaze, Jibito teleported Gohan and Trunks away from Earth. Alone in the sudden quiet of her home, Bulma sat motionless on the sofa for a full hour before dragging herself listlessly to test the time machine. North Galaxy, planet Aradra. 3 figures materialized with a soft whoosh: Gohan, Trunks, and Jibito. Thank you, Jibito, Gohan said. Trunks added earnestly, We're deeply grateful, Mr. Jibito. Jibito remained impassive. No thanks are necessary. Mr. Gohan, should you need anything, simply contact the Elder, my master. I will come without delay. Understood, Gohan nodded. Farewell, Mr. Gohan. Mr. Trunks. Jibito waved. Goodbye. Goodbye. Flattered at being addressed as Mr. for the first time, Trunks waved back eagerly, just as Jibito vanished in an instant. Gohan and Trunks surveyed their surroundings with quiet intensity. Before them stretched an endless metropolis, towering spires of breathtaking design pulsing with advanced technology, rivaling, and even surpassing, Earth's greatest cities. By comparison, Namek seemed like a barren primordial world, and beyond those gleaming towers stood countless Eridrans, motionless, watchful, as if they'd been observing the newcomers for some time. Then the leader stepped forward. As he moved, the crowd surged inward in unison. A rhythmic drumming of footsteps filled the air, over 200 beings converging in silent precision. Tension thickened. Trunks tensed, whispering, Gohan, what are they planning? Are they going to swarm us? Relax. They bear no killing intent. Gohan's gaze swept calmly over the assembled Eridrans. He recognized their attire, the very same garments his father Goku had worn decades earlier upon returning from this planet. The crowd comprised 2 distinct types. One bore pink skin, bulging lifeless eyes, and a scalp speckled with dense black spots, uncanny, alien, reminiscent of Earth's fictional E.T. The other possessed enormous green bulbous heads, simple features, gelatinous, almost slime-like skin. If forced to choose, Gohan found the latter more agreeable, round-head, minimalist, oddly endearing. Their leader was a bulb-headed Aradran. He halted a few paces from the brothers and spoke softly, Greetings, visitors from beyond the stars. Hello, friends of Aradra. We hail from Earth. As you see, we come in peace, to learn your arts. Gohan smiled warmly, projecting sincerity. The bulb-headed Aradran blinked, astonished. What? You're from Earth? Then, you know Son Goku. A spark of delight flared in Gohan's chest. Ah, a familiar face. Gohan grinned. Yes, he's my father. I'm Gohan. Ah, no wonder you resemble him so closely. Welcome, welcome. How fares Goku? The Aradran beamed. Though his simple features conveyed only muted joy, Gohan's expression softened. My father passed away over a decade ago. What a... Master Goku has perished. The Aradran recoiled in shock. Yes, just 1 year after returning from Aradra, he succumbed to a sudden viral cardiopathy. Gohan answered plainly. How profoundly tragic. Please accept my deepest condolences, Mr. Gohan. Through further conversation, Gohan learned why the Eridrans held Goku in such high esteem. Years earlier, the Ginyu Force had invaded Aradra, but were abruptly recalled by Frieza mid-assault. Goku defeated the Ginyu Force instead, earning the eternal gratitude of the Eridrans. The green bulb-headed Aradran introduced himself as Alam and proved a remarkably enthusiastic host, regaling Gohan and Trunks with tales of Aradran history and lore. Gazing at the teeming crowd, Trunks asked curiously, Alam, does Aradra have such a vast population? Huh. Oh, no. Apologies. There's actually only me. Alum scratched his head sheepish. At his words, the entire throng dissolved into thin air, leaving only Alum standing alone, blinking blankly. What? How did they vanish? Trunks recoiled in shock. Gohan narrowed his eyes, studying Alum intently. Alum explained, "Our people are physically weak and few in number. To project strength and deter underestimation, we often multiply our visible presence." Trunks stared dumbfounded. Gohan murmured, "So, all those figures were your clones." I sensed genuine spiritual energy emanating from each one. They felt utterly real. Truly astonishing. I call it the proliferation technique. What an incredible ability. Trunks' eyes shone with wonder. He'd never encountered anything so ingenious. In battle, such a technique would prove devastating. Capable of perfect deception, even fooling masters attuned to spiritual signatures. Gohan asked, "Alum, we've come specifically to master these techniques. Could you introduce us to your Grand Elder?" "Of course, follow me." Alum beamed, leading them up a spiraling staircase. After a short ascent, Alum guided them into a spacious, sunlit chamber. "Step inside. The Grand Elder awaits within." Alum pushed open the door. Inside, only a handful of Eredrans stood quietly. Alum gestured toward a towering figure. "Allow me to present our Grand Elder, Master Pibara." It was Elder Pibara who taught Goku instant transmission. Beside the massive elder stood two attendants, real or clones no one could tell. Pibara, whose skin shimmered a deep cerulean, regarded them calmly. "Indeed, I taught Goku instant transmission. Welcome to Aradra." Gohan studied the elder, immediately reminded of Namek's former Grand Elder, both colossal, both bearers of immense wisdom. Yet while the Namekian elder had been ancient and frail, Pibara's taut, plump, slime-like form betrayed no age, only serene, timeless vitality. Still, Gohan suspected he was exceedingly old. Smiling respectfully, Gohan said, "Honored Elder Pibara, we traveled all the way from Earth to learn instant transmission from you." Pibara studied Gohan for a moment, then said, "You are Son Goku's son. Your resemblance is unmistakable." "Yes, Goku is my father." Pibara smiled gently. "What you call instant transmission is but one application of Spiritro, our term for spiritual energy. Once you master Spiritro's control, extraordinary abilities arise naturally." "Then what precisely is Spiritro?" Trunks asked. "Spiritro. In Earth's tongue, it is what you call ki." Ki. A wave of profound familiarity washed over Gohan. Hadn't he once explained flight to Videl using nearly identical words? Ultimately, it all came down to mastering ki, then harnessing it to manifest miraculous feats. Precisely ki. Pibara demonstrated with a soft whoosh. He vanished, reappearing instantly across the room. Proliferation technique. A cascade of identical Pibaras shimmered into existence. Gigantification. His massive frame shrank rapidly, until he stood barely over a meter tall. "Whoa, that's incredible!" Trunks exclaimed, awestruck. Gohan too suppressed a low whistle. Aradran mastery of ki was truly unparalleled. Pibara continued, "These abilities are fundamentally simple, merely applications of Spiritro movement division expansion. Any Aradran can perform them. Master Spiritro structure, and you'll command the skills you seek." "Indeed, what you might call K-structure." Gohan conceded silently. Aradran comprehension and manipulation of ki bordered on the divine. Scions and Earthlings alike typically used ki solely for flight or energy blasts. Few ever unlocked such wondrous applications. Master Roshi, who devoted his life to martial arts, had devised the evil containment wave, a rare potent technique enabling the weak to overcome the strong. Yet such innovations remained scarce, nowhere near Aradra's rich, diverse repertoire of ki techniques. Gohan placed a hand on Trunks' shoulder. Together they bowed deeply before Elder Pibara. "Please, Grand Elder Pibara, guide our training." "Very well. Remember, the Master opens the gate, but cultivation lies entirely in your own hands. Your progress depends on insight and perseverance." "Yes." Both brothers nodded firmly and exchanged a determined, hopeful glance. Thus began their rigorous apprenticeship. The Eredrans provided them with a modest residence, where they settled in for the long road ahead. Each morning they sought out Elder Pibara, studying the intricate architecture of ki, posing questions, fearlessly receiving meticulous, patient instruction in return. 1 month slipped by. Gohan and Trunks grasped the foundational principles of K-structure. In the 2nd month, they delved deeper, consolidating knowledge and refining control. By the 3rd month, Gohan successfully executed instant transmission, for the first time, though still unsteady and imprecise. In the 4th month, Trunks finally grasped the core principle, and performed instant transmission himself for the first time. By the 5th month, Gohan's instant transmission flowed with fluid confidence. He now advanced to a new discipline: separation. Forced separation technique, a method to forcibly extract energies previously fused or absorbed, proving unexpectedly vital in certain dire circumstances. In the 6th month, Trunks began mastering Spiritro division, the art behind proliferation capable of generating numerous autonomous clones. Then in the 7th month, North Kai arrived, with troubling news. The underworld, the netherworld. Yema, a mountainous figure seated upon his judgment throne, adjusted his oversized black-rimmed spectacles, beads of sweat rolling steadily down his cheeks, his thick beard soaked through. For over a decade, the harried King Yema had labored ceaselessly, burdened by relentless duty and unending paperwork. The beleaguered ruler had not known rest, not for a single day, since that fateful year. For Yinma Wang, the notorious Lord of Hell, a 996 work schedule was nothing extraordinary. 007 was his daily reality. After over a decade of relentless labor, he stood on the precipice of utter mental collapse. Clutching a crimson seal in his right hand and sifting through the records of the deceased with his left, he gazed helplessly, eyes bloodshot, expression weary, at the endless sea of souls before him. His solemn duty was to decree which spirits ascended to paradise and which descended into the abyss. Yet for more than 10 years the influx of souls had surged beyond measure. Even with ceaseless overtime, 7 days a week without rest, the backlog remained insurmountable. The very souls now awaiting judgment had lain dormant in limbo for years, stockpiled remnants of an overwhelmed bureaucracy. There simply weren't enough hands to bear the weight. The underworld suffered a dire shortage of qualified personnel. To cope, Yinma Wang recalled every dispatched agent and every provisional soul steward from distant posts. Together they bore the crushing burden. The Oracle Crone, for instance, now maintained order along the soul conduits, her duties swelling in tandem with the mounting pressure. Yinma Wang had no time even to weep. He felt less like a sovereign deity and more like an emotionless engine of judgment, endlessly grinding as ranks of pale, translucent souls stretched into infinity before him. Yet exceptions exist, even in the immutable laws of the afterlife. Certain beings defied categorization, terrifying entities who retained their mortal forms upon entering the underworld. To delay their judgment would risk the very roof of the grand hall of Yinma Wang being torn asunder. The virtuous ascend to paradise, the wicked descend into hell. Let Yinma Wang reflect. Recent interlopers who bypassed protocol and plunged straight into hell included Bojack, Zanya Gohan Birder Baido, and the artificial humans 17 and 18. Looking further back, one finds Vegeta, Frieza, and King Cold among them. Ascension to paradise is simple: board the sacred train, its whistle echoing like a mournful sigh, and rise. Descent into hell, however, demands rigor. Souls must first pass through a purgative machine to purge their malevolent aura before enduring eternal retribution. Some profoundly evil spirits require repeated purification, yet still retain traces of darkness. Such souls are condemned to perpetual damnation, no rebirth, no reprieve, only endless suffering. The extracted malevolence is collected in sealed vessels meticulously managed by designated attendants. When full vessels are replaced, thus transforming soul cleansing into a grim, unceasing assembly line of death. Work here is monotonous, soul-crushing. In the depths of hell, tyrants who once ruled empires refuse, even in death, to kneel before another. Thus no hierarchy endures, only defiance. Daily hell erupts in violent clashes, a state of chaos now prolonged for over a year. Boom! Energy blasts plummeted into the river of sighs, detonating with thunderous fury. Waves of yellowish water erupted skyward, scattering across the infernal realm like rain. This spectral downpour corroded souls on contact, searing them with unbearable agony. Countless minor demons shrieked in torment as the acidic rain struck their forms. On the scorched earth below, Frieza clenched his fists, teeth grinding audibly as he glared upward at the airborne combatants. Kukuku, die, you wretched monkey! You accursed scion! Strike him down now! Above, Sun Wukong unleashed his divine might, single-handedly battling the Bojack squad, 5 foes at once. Roars of cataclysm echoed incessantly. Energy projectiles streaked wildly, shaking the foundations of hell itself. Hiya! After a swift exchange, Sun Wukong erupted with power, golden aura, blazing hair, blazing gold eyes, piercing emerald, as he ascended to Super Saiyan. Then in one fluid motion, he swept his leg horizontally across the void, aiming squarely at Bojack's skull. At the sight of Sun Wukong's transformation, Bojack's pupils contracted violently, terror blooming within him until it eclipsed all thought. He froze, unable to dodge, and took the blow full force. Boom! Bojack hurtled backward, crashing into the river of size with a colossal splash, water surging over 10 meters high. "My lord!" Gohan cried out, drawing his long sword and slashing towards Sun Wukong. Zanya and Baido lunged simultaneously. Berter extended his palms forward, attempting to ensnare Sun Wukong with arcane bindings. "Your techniques hold no power over me." Sun Wukong laughed, golden energy erupting from his palm to seize Gohan's blade mid-swing, while his other hand and foot effortlessly parried Zanya's and Baido's assaults. Berter's binding magic dissolved against him like mist. With a thunderous cry, "Ha!" Sun Wukong unleashed a shockwave of sheer force, sending all four flying backward in disarray. They tumbled through the air before barely stabilizing. Gohan stared stunned. Who are you?" That golden hair, those emerald eyes, they stirred deep, unsettling familiarity. "I am Sun Wukong," he declared. From the river, Bojack burst forth, breath, ragged eyes locked upon the radiant golden warrior. He demanded, "What is your connection to that man from Earth?" "Ah, you mean Goten. I see. So you were slain by him." "Goten has grown truly formidable. He stands now among the strongest." "Ha ha." Sun Wukong scratched his head, laughing heartily. "Goten, that's his name." Bojack blinked in surprise. "Yes, he is my son," Sun Wukong replied, arms crossed confidently. "Damn it. So that explains the golden transformation." Bojack gritted his teeth, hatred flaring in his gaze. "Red-haired warrior, if you fought Goten, then face me now. Here in this hell, I believe you are the strongest among us." Sun Wukong turned to Bojack and instantly ignited a storm of fury. Frisia's eyes burned with venomous resentment. From the shadows, Vegeta erupted onto the scene, boom, transforming instantly into a Super Saiyan. Yet his aura betrayed only the nascent stage of that form. "Kakarot, your opponent is me," he roared. "Vegeta, I'll fight you shortly. First I must settle this." Sun Wukong pointed firmly toward Bojack. "You insolent fool. How dare you dismiss me?" Vegeta's temples throbbed, golden aura surging violently as wrath consumed him. "Vegeta, I meant no disrespect. I simply wished to confront him first," Sun Wukong said calmly, meeting his gaze. "You bastard. Take this." Enraged, Vegeta blurred forward, fist aimed with lethal precision at Sun Wukong's chest. Sun Wukong raised a hand, effortlessly blocking the strike. At that moment, a deafening explosion shook the deepest recesses of the underworld, followed by a rising tide of pink smoke. All eyes turned in alarm. Within moments, an overwhelmingly sinister presence erupted, spreading like poison, engulfing the entire realm of the dead. To everyone's astonishment, Frisia, Bojack, King Cold, and others felt their long-lost physical bodies reforming whole and vital. Spirits and specters alike stood agape. Every soul, yet unreincarnated, now stood clad in flesh, their death halos vanished without trace. Some malevolent beings even grew stronger, amplified by the maelstrom, radiating terror that thickened the very air. In an instant, the veil between life and death inverted. The dead walked anew, order shattered, utterly, irrevocably. Frisia, Bojack, and King Cold could not sense ki, but danger required no such perception. A violent energy fluctuation pulsed from the pink haze. Its origin lay near the palace of Yinma Wang. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Sun Wukong, both masters of spiritual awareness, paled simultaneously. They sensed it, an aura of staggering malevolence and overwhelming power, rising wave upon wave, growing ever more potent. What catastrophe had befallen the underworld? Neither knew. Yet the Saiyan blood within them surged, not with fear, but with battle lust. Such immense power, I must witness it. Sun Wukong exclaimed, eyes blazing with exhilaration. Golden energy exploded around him as he shot skyward, toward the source of the dread aura. Vegeta's expression darkened, but he hesitated only a heartbeat before surging after him. Below, Frisia flexed his newly restored limbs, knuckles cracking sharply as he turned to King Cold. "Kukuku, Father, the underworld stirs. This is our chance." "Indeed, Frisia, our strength has returned, enhanced even. Perhaps we can slip through the chaos, return to the living world. I have endured this hell long enough." "Kukuku, tread carefully. Those warriors are no trifles." "Understood, Father." But Kakarot's humiliation remains unfinished. King Cold sighed inwardly. His son's resolve was admirable, if tragically misplaced. In a shadowed alcove, artificial humans 17 and 18 materialized. Cold died silent, watching Sun Wukong and Vegeta vanish into the distance. Hey 17, something's happening. They've both left. Yes, a massive explosion occurred moments ago. See how the air itself has shifted hue? Huh, it really has. Shall we investigate? Wait, let them clash first. What's that up there? Rocks. Colorful ones. The two veterans retreated deeper into the gloom, a hard-won lesson in patience forged in the crucible of past defeat. Above, the Bojack squad formed a tight circle around their leader. My lord, what shall we do now? Zhangya asked. Bojack narrowed his eyes. That son Wukong possesses less power than his son. If we unite, our chances of victory are not negligible. As for that arrogant, spiky-haired rival, our enemy's enemy is our ally. Follow them. Seize the moment. Yes, my lord. For voices chorused. 5 figures ignited their auras and soared toward the churning vortex of smoke. The heavens shimmered, prismatic surreal. Purple mist, rose-hued vapor, and dense black smoke from the blast coalesced, veiling the underworld in eerie shifting hues. A translucent barrier shimmered into existence around the palace of Yinma Wang, severing its connection to the realm's spiritual currents. Within, the Lord of Hell lost dominion over the netherworld's very essence. Thus, the cosmic balance fractured between the mortal world and the realm of the dead. Every soul yet unreincarnated surged back into corporeal form, resurrected not by grace, but by chaos. And atop the grand hall sat a colossal, grotesque figure. 30 meters tall, its form was spherical, blunt-headed, rotund, with multiple orifices along its arms and chest exhaling plumes of vapor. It chanted endlessly, "Evil wave, evil wave," with the vacant grin of a child prodigy gone mad. Above, the sky birthed enormous iridescent stones, beautiful, alien, volatile. Son Wukong and Vegeta arrived in succession above the palace. The milky behemoth sensed them, tilting its head upward, smiling innocently, and chanting once more, "Evil wave, evil wave." Son Wukong stared incredulous. The source of that apocalyptic malice was this absurd, grinning mass. Vegeta recoiled. Such overwhelming power. What monstrous aberration is this? I don't know, but its aura is terrifying, Son Wukong murmured, eyes locked on the entity, voice grave. Evil wave, evil wave, evil wave. The giant bellowed again. Suddenly, the celestial stones plummeted, hurtling downward in a torrential barrage towards Son Wukong and Vegeta. What technique is this? Rainbows of stone rained from the heavens. Both warriors darted, dodging frantically, yet the deluge was too dense, too relentless. They vanished beneath the cascade. Thud, 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 thud. Beneath the crushing weight, Son Wukong and Vegeta strained, each impact reverberating like a death knell. These were no ordinary stones. Their touch seared flesh and spirit alike. Soon a towering kaleidoscopic mound buried them completely. Then, BOLM, a blinding golden light erupted from the mountain, shattering it into 1,000 shards that scattered like shrapnel across the sky. Son Wukong and Vegeta burst forth, disheveled, gasping, faces etched with disbelief and dawning alarm. Both bore wounds, proof that mere stones could wound warriors of their caliber. Son Wukong's injuries were superficial, mere abrasions. But Vegeta's lip bled freely. Damn, what is this monster? Wiping crimson from his mouth, Vegeta stared at the being in stunned silence. One exchange, and they were wounded. Unthinkable. The evil wave turned its gaze upon them, chanting, evil wave, and charged forward. How dare it underestimate us? Vegeta roared, golden aura blazing, as he launched himself headlong into the assault. Son Wukong followed, both warriors striking in perfect synchrony, one blow to each side of the colossal form. But the instant their fists connected, both warriors recoiled in horror. A devastating backlash hurled them backward, every ounce of their power reflected, magnified, and returned. Vegeta's face contorted. This humiliation dwarfed even his battles against the artificial humans. This foe transcended comprehension. Vegeta, let me lead this charge. You've just reclaimed your body. It's still unstable. Son Wukong clenched his fists, gathering his chi. Vegeta's gaze flickered between Son Wukong and the evil wave, torn between pride and pragmatism. Ha! Son Wukong's roar split the air, veins pulsing, golden aura surging violently as he prepared to unleash his ultimate power. The atmosphere was boiling and the aura was crazily rising. But just then the voice of Yinma Wang appeared. Wukong, first find a way to break the barrier of the Yinma Palace, hurry, or it will be too late. Barrier. Vegeta and Sun Wukong simultaneously looked at the transparent shield enveloping the entire Yinma Palace. 048. The human passage is opened. Vegeta, let's attack the barrier first. Sun Wukong said, gathering an energy ball in his hand, bypassing the evil thought wave and smashing it toward the barrier. You little brat, no need for you to say that, Vegeta retorted angrily, also launching several energy balls toward it. But they soon found themselves dumbfounded. Their energy balls upon hitting the barrier were instead absorbed by it, causing not even a hint of damage. Not only that, but their energy balls actually made the barrier's defense even stronger. Sun Wukong and Vegeta couldn't believe it and frantically unleashed energy balls one after another. But without exception, the energy balls were like a drop in the ocean, all absorbed by the transparent barrier. How is this possible? Both were astonished. At that moment, the evil thought wave, which had been left aside, also grew angry. Did you not see this big, adorable baby of mine? A massive fist of the evil thought wave suddenly appeared beside Vegeta and Sun Wukong. With one punch, it sent the two of them flying away. Yes, indeed, it just appeared out of thin air. The evil thought wave, as if tearing open a spatial passage, could throw a punch while standing still, and the fist would emerge right next to Sun Wukong. Suddenly struck hard, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were sent flying dozens of meters, crashing to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The two rolled on the ground and jumped into the air. But just then the colorful stones on the ground suddenly erupted, crashing toward them. Wow! Sun Wukong quickly grabbed Vegeta, and in a moment of teleportation, they flashed behind the evil thought wave, dodging the assault of those colorful stones. After distancing themselves from the evil thought wave, Sun Wukong said solemnly, Vegeta, the task of breaking the barrier is up to you. They'll hold him off. Sun Wukong exclaimed, letting out a long howl of ah. Golden flames erupted, a powerful aura surged into the sky, surrounded by lightning, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. What transformation is this? Vegeta stared wide-eyed in shock at Sun Wukong's transformation. The image of Sun Wukong at that moment was deeply etched in his mind. But Sun Wukong had already charged toward the evil thought wave, no longer answering his question. Vegeta clenched his fists until they turned white, grinding his teeth in frustration as he cast a reluctant glance at Sun Wukong rushing toward the evil thought wave before turning his head to punch the barrier. At this moment, Vegeta felt both gloomy and constrained, even extremely angry. Over the years, due to his lack of a physical body, he only had his soul left and could not cultivate or grow stronger. His power at the time of his death was what it was when he regained his body, although just now he was suddenly enhanced by the evil energy. But it was clear that his combat power was still very far from Sun Wukong's. The proud Saiyan prince could not accept that his former rival had surpassed him by so much in strength. Damn it! Vegeta turned his anger into power, punching hard at the barrier. After transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Sun Wukong teleported beside the evil thought wave and kicked out. The sound of sizzle arose, the sound of the air being broken. But a strange thing happened. He clearly kicked the evil thought wave, but his leg actually passed through the evil thought wave's body, feeling no resistance, as if he had kicked into thin air. Sun Wukong was greatly shocked and quickly distanced himself from the evil thought wave. Kamehameha? A powerful Kamehameha wave was launched toward the evil thought wave. This beam of blue light, piercing through heaven and earth, instantly reached in front of the evil thought wave, seemingly about to crash into it. But another strange scene unfolded. A dark crack suddenly appeared in front of the evil thought wave, swallowing Sun Wukong's Kamehameha. The Kamehameha thus disappeared into thin air. This was simply outrageous and unheard of. What kind of technique is this? Sun Wukong was taken aback, his face filled with disbelief. After exchanging several rounds, he could not comprehend the opponent's strategy at all, causing no damage whatsoever. Even if he hit the evil thought wave, the force would be bounced back, leaving the opponent completely unharmed. A barrage of attacks resulted in 0 damage, and he was even injured by his own power. How could he fight like this? Sun Wukong soared into the air, floating above, and shouted loudly toward the palace of Yan Mo Wang. Lord Yan Mo Wang, what kind of monster is this guy? The voice of Yan Mo Wang sounded. Wukong, it's called the evil thought wave. The underworld has accumulated a lot of evil energy over the years, and it hasn't had the chance to be purified. Today, a little red ghost had an accident while working, accidentally breaking the jar containing the evil energy, and then many jars storing evil energy exploded as well. These evil energies took the little red ghost as a host, attaching themselves to him, thus transforming into the enormous evil thought wave before your eyes. In other words, the evil thought wave is the embodiment of the evil energy accumulated by the underworld over the years. I see, but does it have any weaknesses? Sun Wukong pressed for details. Yen Mo Wang replied, I don't know. This is the first time something like this has happened in the underworld. Sun Wukong was left speechless. Although he still had his trump cards, the guy in front of him was completely inscrutable, making combat extremely difficult. Vegeta was still forcefully striking the transparent barrier, but it was of no use. The resilience of this barrier was terrifying, seemingly indestructible. However, the seemingly silly evil thought wave no longer gave Sun Wukong time to think. It puffed colorful bubbles and rushed toward him. Sun Wukong intentionally led the evil thought wave away to give Vegeta more time to destroy the barrier, making a face at it and sticking out his tongue. La 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 la. Seeing Sun Wukong make such a strange move, the evil thought wave surprisingly stopped its attack, showing a simple smile, then shouted, Evil thought wave, evil thought wave. It looked like a huge child. Childlike innocence. Did it actually work? Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned, then turned around and raised his, but playfully slapping it. Come chase me, you fool, la 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 la. Evil thought wave, wow, evil thought wave. Vegeta was completely stunned. Fool, come chase me. Sun Wukong suddenly shouted loudly, then burst with energy and dashed away. The evil thought wave was momentarily taken aback, then shouted, evil thought wave, and crazily chased after him. Vegeta, shocked for 10,000 years. What kind of battle method is this? Kakarot, that fool. The stupid-looking evil thought wave was also a fool. However, thinking of Sun Wukong currently risking his life to hold off the evil thought wave, Vegeta quickly regained his focus and continued attacking the transparent barrier. Meanwhile, some revived souls discovered that the passage from the underworld to the human world had been opened. Countless freed souls squeezed into the passage, wishing to return to the human realm. In just a moment, the passage was filled with souls, a vast crowd. Oh no, Vegeta, hurry up. Yen Mo Wang urged. Shut up. Vegeta shouted angrily. You bastard, you sent me to hell, and now you dare to urge me to work. He simply stopped hitting and stood still. What's wrong? Why have you stopped? Yen Mo Wang's anxious voice rang out again. No kidding, I can't break it. Vegeta growled, flying around the barrier, unable to find any solution. Yen Mo Wang was nearly driven mad. After working tirelessly for so many years, he still failed to secure the underworld. Now the Yen Mo Palace was sealed by the barrier, causing him to lose control over the underworld. With the dead reviving and the passage to the human world wide open, countless souls that should have already perished were returning to the human realm. Wasn't this a grave sin? All his years of hard work were going down the drain. Yen Mo Wang was now like an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth in the Yen Mo Palace. Countless resurrected souls passed through the passage, successfully returning to the human realm. Observing for a while, Frieza and King Cold rushed out. But the passage was already blocked, and they couldn't get through it all. You ants do not block my path. Saying this, he launched an energy ball which exploded and killed countless resurrected souls. Who would have thought that androids 17 and 18 were actually mixed in among the crowd? They inexplicably received a heavy blow from the king. Damn it, are you two lizards tired of living? The two androids were not pushovers either. They angrily fought back against Frieza and King Cold. After being resurrected, Frieza and King Cold had gained a significant boost in power. In a 1v1 scenario, they were surprisingly locked in a fierce battle with the two androids. Android 18 was riding on King Cold's shoulder, pulling at the horns on his head. Android 17 punched Frieza's head sideways. At that moment, Bojack and his group had already stealthily passed through the passage. 049, Super Saiyan 3 Sun Wukong vs. Evil Thought Wave. Bojack and his team cautiously crossed the passage, returning to the human realm. The exit connecting the underworld and the human realm was near the fiery mountain. Upon emerging, the surrounding air felt a bit hot. However, compared to the extremely harsh weather of hell, this place was undoubtedly a dreamlike paradise. After experiencing the beatings from Son Gohan and Trunks, they understood the principle that there are always greater powers beyond their own. They no longer shouted about destroying the universe as their lofty dream. Death had long dulled the edges of their dreams. Now all they wanted was to keep a low profile and find a spaceship to escape this devilish planet. Keeping a low profile was a must, because they still didn't know where Son Gohan was. What if they ran into him again and he turned them to dust? They never wanted to return to that hellish place again. Watching those little ghosts walking out from the passage, swaggering and arrogant, Bojack shook his head secretly. These little ghosts were truly unaware of the danger. When that golden-haired demon king appears, they should just wait to become fireworks. Let's go, hurry up. He waved his hand, leading his four subordinates stealthily into the dense forest. Just then a loud shout blocked their path. "Hey, you guys shouldn't be here, hurry back to hell." Huh. Bojack and the others were startled and looked up. They were shocked to find a green figure nearly blending into nature appearing before them. That Namekian? Bojack, well-versed, quickly recognized the identity of the newcomer. Indeed, the one who appeared was Piccolo. With the upheaval of the underworld, the dead had been revived and the passage to the human realm was wide open. Piccolo had also arrived in the human realm. Staring at Piccolo, Bojack frowned, looking displeased as he said, "That Namekian, if I'm not mistaken, you seem to have a halo of a deceased on your head. You've just come from the underworld, right? What business do you have here?" Piccolo snorted coldly, standing there without replying, but it was clear that he was indeed here to block their path. Meanwhile, in the heavenly realm, the old Kai and Mr. Popo stood side by side at the edge of the Kai's palace, overlooking the human realm. Mr. Popo looked at the old Kai and asked, "Kai, what is going on? Why have you come back to life again?" The old Kai's gaze was deep as he looked down at the lower realm, saying, "Mr. Popo, do not call me Kai anymore. I am no longer the Kai of Earth. I am just a Namekian who suddenly died and came back to life. In Mr. Popo's heart, you will always be the Kai of Earth. This upheaval in the underworld, the reversal of yin and yang, has allowed me to be reborn, but this is definitely not a good thing, for I was originally a dead person. Please do not say that." Below the fiery mountain, after a brief standoff, the battle erupted. Piccolo had preserved his body and trained in the underworld for years, so his strength was quite decent. But no matter how strong he was, his overall strength was probably only on par with Zanya, so he was no match for the four hands of Goku and Bujin, who were pushing him back step by step. Zanya, Baido, and Bojack hadn't even made a move yet. Seeing this, Bojack sneered coldly. "Even if you want to act like a hero, you should at least consider your own strength. With your kind of strength, how dare you stand against us five? You're already dead, don't you know how to write the word death?" Humfu said he is alone. At that moment, a giant man rushed down from the forest. It was Android 16. Having observed the situation, Android 16 knew that trouble had arisen on Earth and decisively stepped in to help. "Oh, there's actually a helper. You're simply seeking death. Zanya, Baido, go. Finish this quickly, be fast." "Yes, my lord." Zanya and Baido approached Android 16, also in a unknown situation. However, Android 16 was somewhat stronger than Piccolo, so it wasn't so difficult to handle. Piccolo was momentarily stunned when a giant rushed out to help him. He assessed the situation and found that he didn't recognize the person. But in that instant of distraction, his arm was cut off by Gogeta's sword. In the underworld, the battle between Frisia's family and the android siblings continued. In fact, this wasn't their first encounter. When Android 17 and 18 first arrived in Hell, they had fought once, and it ended with Frisia and King Cold suffering a crushing defeat. Now the situation was similar. Android 17 and 18 were overpowering the father and son. Frisia and King Cold were beaten black and blue, suffering miserably. Vegeta watched coldly, clenching his fists tightly as he sneered, "These bastards better take each other out." He hadn't noticed that after he said that, a barely noticeable crack appeared at the top of the transparent barrier. Meanwhile, the battle between Sun Wukong and the evil thought wave had reached a boiling point. After transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Sun Wukong was trading blows with the evil thought wave. However, while the evil thought wave could automatically heal after being injured, Sun Wukong could not. After some time, the evil thought wave remained unscathed while Sun Wukong was already covered in wounds. Sun Wukong flipped several times in the air, jumping out of the evil. Gasping for breath, he stared at Xian Yinbo, unscathed, unmarred, his brow furrowed in deep concern. At that very moment, Xian Yinbo's right hand blazed with light, and he slammed it down onto the ground. Instantly, countless miniature Xian Yinbos materialized. Though dubbed miniature, each stood over 2 meters tall. Hundreds, perhaps 200 or 300, rose in perfect identical formation. Fortunately, Sun Wukong suffered no fear of crowds. Had he done so, defeat would have claimed him long before this moment. "Xian Yinbo, Xian Yinbo," they chanted as their forms flickered, blurring into streaks of motion, racing towards Sun Wukong with impossible speed. A thunderous roar erupted. 200 or 300 doppelgangers surged forward, engulfing Sun Wukong beneath a tide of crimson flesh. Yet he would never yield passively. A piercing, defiant howl tore from the mountainous heap of writhing flesh. Then, a flash of gold. A wave of overwhelming aura blasted outward, hurling the miniature Xian Yinbos skyward before they detonated into wisps of smoke. Mighty energy rippled outward in concentric waves. Golden flames soared over 10 meters into the air. Amid guttural roars, Sun Wukong's hair lengthened, golden and blazing, while his face underwent a terrifying metamorphosis. Within seconds, his golden locks cascaded to his waist, his eyebrows vanished, entirely sharpening his visage into something feral merciless. As the transformation completed, his aura surged, multiplied several times over. Razor-sharp pressure lanced through the air, lightning crackled across his body, leaving Xian Yinbo utterly stunned. Clenching his fist, Sun Wukong fixed Xian Yinbo with cold glacial eyes and spoke softly. "I'm still unfamiliar with this form. I'll use you to test its limits." Whoosh! He vanished and reappeared in an instant, driving a devastating punch that sent Xian Yinbo hurtling backward. Meanwhile, Vegeta stared dumbfounded toward the battlefield. What is happening? Kakarot's ki has surged. It now surpasses Xian Yinbo's. What the hell is he doing? After a moment's hesitation, Vegeta's aura erupted, and he shot toward the clash. What is this transformation? His jaw dropped in disbelief at Sun Wukong's sinister, villainous countenance. Super Saiyan, yet possessing so many forms. Vegeta seethed inwardly. This was treachery disguised as humility. Was Kakarot truly playing the fool all along? And once Sun Wukong ascended to Super Saiyan 3, Xian Yinbo stood no chance. Fists rained like hail, each strike booming like thunder against Xian Yinbo's bloated frame, forcing him staggering backward, helpless, saliva flying wildly. Damn you, Kakarot. You could have transformed from the start. Why delay so long? Are you insane? Amid Vegeta's furious muttering, Sun Wukong launched skyward, golden radiance erupting from his form, as two colossal energy spheres coalesced in his palms and surged towards Xian Yinbo. Before Xian Yinbo could react, the blast reduced him to crimson mist. Episode 050, Sun Wukong's Desperation. Vegeta's eyes gleamed. Did it work? Sun Wukong hovered high above, like an invincible golden war god, his gaze fierce, his presence overwhelming. Wait, his flesh is scattered, yet his aura remains, unchanged, unweakened. Then from the gore, Xian Yinbo stirred, rippling, contracting, reforming. In moments, a new figure emerged from the smoke. What has Xian Yinbo evolved? Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta stared stunned. This Xian Yinbo bore no resemblance to the one before. If the prior form resembled an innocent child, this one embodied pure, unadulterated malevolence. His stature had shifted dramatically, from over 30 meters down to just over 2, his body now sheathed in hardened, fleshy armor. His hue, transformed crimson, dominated, accented with soft pink. His dark gold eyes oozed malice, a cruel, knowing smirk played upon his lips, an unmistakable arch-villain. Feeling the shift in his aura, Vegeta gasped. His ki has surged again. Sun Wukong's brow tightened. He knew this foe was no longer the same. This Xian Yinbo possessed perfect combat physiology, and with such a vast increase in power, another grueling battle loomed ahead. No time to hesitate. Huh? Sun Wukong roared, golden aura erupting as he lunged forward. Instant transmission carried him behind Xian Yinbo, his fist crackling with electricity shot forth. The punch shattered the air, nearly tearing space itself, before striking Xian Yinbo. Hey-ya! Xian Yinbo grinned, and dissolved into shimmering, multicolored particles. Sun Wukong's blow struck only empty air. Danger! He snapped alert, leapt back, instantly putting distance between them. But Xian Yinbo reassembled beside him in a blink. Palm thrust forward, a violet red energy sphere pressed hard against Sun Wukong's chest. Boom! Before Sun Wukong could react, the sphere detonated, ripping his tunic to shreds, scarring his torso with deep, bleeding wounds. Yet it wasn't over. Xian Yinbo opened his mouth and fired another gleaming sphere, striking Sun Wukong hidden. Boom! Sun Wukong spat blood, hurtling backward, crashing into dust, limbs trembling, unable to rise. Kakarot! Vegeta cried out. Xian Yinbo turned, eyes locking onto Vegeta with chilling intent. Vegeta sensed peril, but pride flared. Fool! Why stare at your elder? Haha! Xian Yinbo sneered, and slammed his fist into the earth. Instantly, a colossal fist erupted beneath Vegeta, launching him skyward. Voila! Vegeta vomited blood, his golden hair faded to black, his battered body collapsing out of Super Saiyan form. Vegeta! Sun Wukong staggered upright, hands drawn to his waist, energy coalescing into a Kamehameha wave. Brilliant blue light flooded the realm, blinding absolute. Hey-ya! Xian Yinbo watched coldly, his right arm stretching dozens of meters to seize Vegeta by the throat. In that heartbeat, Sun Wukong vanished, reappearing directly before Xian Yanbo, and unleashed the Kamehameha at point-blank range. At such proximity, escape seemed impossible, yet fate intervened. A rift tore open across Xian Yanbo's chest, swallowing the beam whole. The Kamehameha erupted elsewhere, curving unnaturally, hurtling straight toward Vegeta. Sun Wukong teleported again, grabbed Vegeta, and yanked him aside. The beam struck the ground instead, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. The earth fractured violently. Nearly 1/3 of the underworld crumbled into ruin. Ha. Sun Wukong heaved, body torn, breath ragged. Vegeta swayed, barely able to stand. Damn it! How can such a monster exist? Vegeta wiped blood from his lip, defiance warring with despair. He was too weak. Too weak to withstand even a single strike. The gulf in strength was insurmountable. Vegeta, flee. I'll hold him off for now. Cough, cough. Vegeta spat more blood, staring at Sun Wukong in disbelief. Flee. You're telling me to flee. Kakarot, you underestimate me, you bastard. Vegeta, listen. Xian Yanbo is too strong. Your staying changes nothing. Sun Wukong replied. Kakarot, do you hold some final technique unrevealed? Sun Wukong offered a bitter smile. None. Truthfully, he retained one last option, the Metamorph fusion technique, but Vegeta's current state rendered it impossible. Both were grievously wounded. Fusion demanded flawless synchronization, and Xian Yanbo would never grant them time to perform the intricate dance. Vegeta fell silent. Then, Xian Yanbo picked up a slender rod from the ground. With metallic clicks, it reassembled into a crimson longsword radiating palpable bloodlust. With a single slash, pink-hued energy cleaved the air, ripping open jagged fissures in reality itself. Sun Wukong's pupils contracted. He seized Vegeta and hurled him aside. Aid. Vegeta's cry faded into the distance, lost somewhere beyond sight. Hey. More slashes followed. Sun Wukong dodged, yet exhaustion slowed him. Dense energy waves overwhelmed him, leaving a deep gash across his chest, blood gushing freely. SSS. Agony seared through him, nearly toppling him into unconsciousness. He forced another surge, but his reserves were nearly spent. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 energy blasts launched from his palms, hurtling towards Xian Yanbo. Unflinching, Xian Yanbo cleaved them cleanly in two. Still, they detonated nearby, yet against Xian Yanbo's overwhelming might and Sun Wukong's fading strength, the blasts were meaningless. Hey. Xian Yanbo emerged from the smoke, unharmed. Sun Wukong's heart sank, irrevocably. Despair, absolute, inescapable. In all his battles, Sun Wukong had faced doom, but always found a way back from the brink. This time, no path revealed itself. Xian Yanbo stood like an invincible demon god, hopeless, terrifying, omnipotent. Then, his energy finally ran dry. His golden hair receded, returning to black. Super Saiyan 3, still raw, still taxing, had pushed his body beyond endurance. Episode 051, Dad. This time I'll protect you. Beneath Mount Flame, Piccolo, outmatched, blinded the Bojack squad with a solar flare, then urged Android 16 toward the lookout to fuse with the Elder Kai. On the path to hell, Shishi and Ox King walked slowly, bewildered by their sudden resurrection, moving only because the tide of souls carried them forward. Along the way, Shishi overheard whispers, "This leads to the mortal realm." Her heart leapt. I wonder how Gohan is faring. Dad, let's hurry. We must see him. Yes. I hope Gohan is safe. And Shishi, please stop pressuring Gohan to study. Shishi's gaze dimmed. Later, she murmured. Will there even be a later? She lifted her eyes to Ox King. Dad, do you remember what wish Gohan made on his 4th birthday? No, I don't. He wished to become a great scholar. Ox King fell silent. Let's go. Meanwhile, within Yama's palace, others paced in panic. Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, the Oracle Fish, and Krillin, all trapped inside Yama's barrier, unable to break free. They'd been assigned to maintain order, but Xian Yanbo's barrier sealed them in, leaving them helpless spectators. Krillin scratched his head. Damn it, what do we do? Goku's ki is fading. Can anyone go aid Goku? Vegeta's ki is now feeble, like a candle flame about to snuff out. Yamcha suggested, Oracle Fish, could you fetch Gohan from Earth? He defeated the androids. He could turn the tide. I can't leave either. It's over. All of it. Sun Wukong pressed his right hand to his chest, breathing heavily, eyes locked on Xian Yanbo, mind racing for answers. The spirit bomb. Impossible. This was the underworld. No ambient energy remained to gather, and its charging time was prohibitive. Amassing enough power to overwhelm Xian Yanbo would take far too long. Neither condition permitted its use. Then, Xian Yinbo chuckled again, raising his sword for the final strike. But the blade's energy flickered, then disintegrated into shimmering particles, vanishing into thin air. Xian Yinbo glanced at his empty palm, unconcerned, and resumed his eerie chuckle, spreading his fingers wide, aiming directly at Sun Wukong. Light flared in his palm. A massive energy sphere screamed towards Sun Wukong. He clutched his chest, heart sinking into darkness. His stamina was gone. His ki, utterly depleted. He couldn't lift a finger, his eyelids weighed 1,000 jin, slipping shut. So this is where I fall. He had died once before. Though his body remained, a second death would scatter his soul, erasing him completely, without trace. Was this truly the end? Whoosh. In 0.0001 seconds, the searing sphere filled his vision. Sun Wukong stared, resigned, unafraid. At the precipice of annihilation, a figure appeared, materializing between him and oblivion. He blinked once. Who's there? Boom. A figure kicked violently, sending the energy sphere hurtling away. The sphere detonated in the distance, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave. Xianbo froze mid-step, warily scrutinizing the sudden arrival of Son Gohan. The newcomer turned his head. Dad, this time I'll protect you. His resolute, hauntingly familiar face came into view before Son Goku's eyes. Dad, you're Gohan. Son Goku blinked, his pupils slowly refocusing. Gohan now stood tall, taller even than his father, his fluffy prehensile tail whipping defiantly in the wind, radiating overwhelming, almost unbearable power. In Son Goku's memory, Gohan had remained forever a child of 6 or 7, so much so that he hesitated, unable to recognize him at first. Gohan knelt down and smiled. It's me, Dad. It really is you, Gohan. How did you get here? Son Goku strained weakly against his injuries. Gohan replied, North Kai? Dad, no time now. We must leave immediately. With that, he swept Son Goku effortlessly into his arms. This key, it's Mom's. Whooshed. In an instant, Gohan vanished, carrying Son Goku with him via instant transmission. Stunned, Xianbo watched them disappear, then erupted into furious rage, hurling wave after wave of energy spheres as he laid waste to the underworld. The underworld crumbled beneath the bombardment, the sky darkened again into apocalyptic crimson. Elsewhere, Gohan reappeared, Son Goku cradled in his arms, before Chi-Chi and Ox King. All except Gohan recoiled in shock. Gohan and Goku, what on earth? Chi-Chi and Ox King cried in unison. Son Goku murmured, Hey, Chi-Chi and Uncle Ox King, how did you end up here? Oh, and Gohan, was that instant transmission just now? Yes, I've just returned from planet Yardrat. Gohan affirmed. My Gohan, my precious son. Chi-Chi rushed forward, clutching his hands and staring at his tail. What happened to you? Gohan embraced her warmly. Now Gohan held Son Goku across one shoulder while cradling Chi-Chi in the other. Reunited at last, a family whole once more. He gently patted Chi-Chi's back. Let's not speak of this yet. Mom, Grandfather, I'm overjoyed to see you both alive. Don't worry, since you haven't reincarnated yet, I will find a way to restore you. Wah, Gohan. Enough. We must face Xianbo now. That creature has lost all reason. Gohan turned toward the direction of Inma Palace, where Xianbo raged unchecked. Chi-Chi slowly released him, gazing up through tear-blurred eyes. Gohan, don't push yourself too hard. Promise you'll come back. Yes. Gohan nodded firmly. Son Goku, eyelids nearly sealed shut, spoke gravely. Gohan, Xianbo is no ordinary foe. Tread carefully. If things turn dire, use instant transmission to escape. He'd never fled in battle himself, but seeing his grown son, the words slipped out instinctively. A quiet ache stirred within him, the weight of years unspent, promises unkept. Understood, Gohan replied calmly. Here, let me take Goku. Ox King offered nearby. No, I can't risk sending you to Earth now. Mom, Grandfather, hold on tight. I'll first secure you somewhere safe, then return. Gohan frowned. Yes, right away. Chi-Chi and Ox King obeyed, gripping his sleeves tightly. Gohan pressed his index and middle fingers to his brow in a sword finger gesture, sensing North Kai's presence, and vanished in a flash to North Kai's planet. After setting Son Goku down, he instantly departed once more. The others stared silently at the empty space where he'd stood. Son Goku whispered, Gohan has truly grown. He protects us now. Chi-Chi. She met his gaze, tears flooding her vision. Goku. Gohan bore such hardship all these years. So much has transpired. You always had comrades beside you. But Gohan, he faced those monsters alone. My heart aches. I'm sorry, Chi-Chi. Meanwhile, chaos reigned, not only in the underworld but across Earth as well. Gohan thus dispatched Trunks back to Earth to quell the disturbances. Trunks drew the hero's sword from his back, and with a single decisive slash felled each aggressive undead revenant, like wheat before the scythe. Suddenly 5 figures materialized before him, striking bizarre theatrical poses. Raikou, Jeez, Birder, Guldo, Captain Ginyu. In unison they declared the Ginyu Force. Boy, you shall fall by our hands. Captain Ginyu, his violet skin gleaming, pointed imperiously at Trunks. Oh, how impressive. Trunks replied coolly, then lunged forward, his blade flashing forth in an instant. A streak of lightning split the air. Thwip, thwip, thwip. 5 bodies collapsed, 6 severed pieces scattering across the dust. Without glancing back, Trunks sped toward his next target. A Scion's key. Trunks teleported, just in time to witness a bald Scion demolishing a village. You fiend. Trunks sheathed his sword, resolving to crush the brute bare-fisted. The bald warrior turned, then locked eyes on Trunks' furry tail. You're a Scion too. Are you Kakarot's son, or Vegeta's? The man demanded. He was Nappa, once Vegeta's subordinate slain for disobedience. Trunks regarded him with icy disdain. Judging by your face, you're Vegeta's boy. Then I shall have my vengeance at last, by killing you, Vegeta's heir. Ha ha ha. Nappa charged, only for Trunks to intercept him, delivering a single devastating punch that reduced him to crimson mist. Trunks vanished once more. Meanwhile, the Bojack squad traversed a barren desert, when suddenly Trunks appeared high above, gazing down upon them. So it is Bojack. They truly returned. Trunks murmured, then erupted into Super Saiyan form with a thunderous surge. Silently, he gathered immense energy, coalescing a colossal sphere of raw power. Then he roared, Bojack. Who? Startled, Bojack and his team jerked their heads upward, only to meet the blinding glare of the incoming energy sphere. Kerkum. Explosion tore the sky. Blinding light seared the horizon, a monstrous mushroom cloud billowing skyward. Instantly 4 of the 5 lay grievously wounded. Only Bojack remained unscathed. Trunks' combat prowess far surpassed theirs, and his ambush yielded devastating results. Die! He flashed into the smoke, reappearing beside Bido in the blink of an eye. Before Bido could react, Trunks drove his blade straight through his heart, ending him instantly. Bido! Zhongya screamed. Her cry cut short as her head soared skyward, severed clean. D-damn you, filthy golden-haired bastard. Enraged, Bojack leapt backward, then unleashed relentless barrages of ki blasts into the smoke. Trunks emerged unharmed, but his own underlings Gokwa and Bukin perished in the crossfire. Ha ha ha. You truly are mad, slaughtering your own men. Trunks laughed aloud, ascending to hover before Bojack. You wretch, I'll show you no mercy. Bojack snarled, launching a massive energy sphere directly at Trunks. Oomph! Trunks scoffed, raising a hand to catch it, only to be hurled backward hundreds of meters by its force. Huh! With a thunderous shout, Trunks twisted aside, the sphere whistling past him before detonating in the distant void with deafening fury. Trunks locked eyes with Bojack, alert, vigilant, unwavering. He knew Bojack dwarfed his 4 subordinates in power, and without hesitation unleashed his full ki, peaking in a blazing aura. Bojack too recognized the youth's terrifying might, having suffered defeat at Son Gohan's hands before. Now he fought with absolute unrestrained intensity. They clashed midair, fists and feet colliding like titans, each impact echoing like thunderclaps. The heavens themselves trembled. Back in the underworld, Gohan and Zenyaambo's battle had long since begun. In his mysterious awakened state, Gohan exuded razor-sharp ki, his body wreathed in silvery energy. Every strike carried lethal intent, each blow inflicting grievous damage. What's that cackling for? I'll smash you, ugly wretch. Ugly freak. Disgusting. Makes me want to vomit. Die already. What are you staring at? Starved? Then hit harder. Can't even speak. Go eat shit instead. Flailing fool. Shame of the monster realm. Garbage incarnate. Beast, kneel before me. They fought from sky to earth and back again. Yet Gohan's torrent of biting mockery defied all precedent, utterly unlike his usual stoic composure. On the colossal screen of Enma Palace, their battle played out in vivid detail, leaving Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and Yamcha utterly stunned. They marveled both at Gohan's astonishing power and transformation, and at his uncharacteristic vitriolic conduct. None could fathom why he would so relentlessly berate Zenyaambo. The 3 exchanged bewildered, speechless glances. Krillin swallowed hard. Could it be? Gohan's endured too much pressure, and cracked. Yamcha ventured, possibly. After all, we died when he was still a child. He faced those 2 horrors alone. Mental strain is only natural. Exactly, childhood trauma. Wait, shouldn't we be awestruck by his power? He's trading blows with Zenyaambo, clearly surpassing even Goku now. Just now Goku couldn't land a single hit, while Gohan strikes him cleanly. Tien mused. Gohan truly is magnificent, Kaiatsu added softly. And he avenged us, slaying those androids. Yamcha wiped cold sweat from his brow, voice trembling. Once he defeats Zenyaambo, will he come see us? Of course he will. If he wins he'll come without delay, Krillin affirmed. Do you think he'll curse us too? We haven't spoken in years. Huh? Yamcha chuckled awkwardly. Why fear it? Gohan reserves such language only for enemies. I remember. He was always gentle, obedient, unfailingly kind. Tien's right. Kaiatsu raised both hands in agreement. Krillin sighed. We had no choice. Lord Enma and the Kais forbade contact with the living. Interference meant grave punishment. We are dead. We had no alternative. Well then, let's watch the fight. Gohan slammed an energy sphere squarely into Zenyaambo's chest. Zenyaambo merely cackled, dissolving into shimmering motes of prismatic light, then reassembled elsewhere and fired a retaliatory blast. You foul-mouthed wretch, spewing filth. I dare not catch it. It's pure excrement. Shouting, Gohan vanished, reappearing behind Zenyaambo, and delivered a crushing overhead fist straight onto his skull, leaving him dazed and starry-eyed. Note: verbal assaults weaken Zenyaambo, not because Gohan has become crude, but due to the unique nature of this foe's vulnerability. Zenyaambo blinked stars from his vision, then dissolved once more into swirling particles, vanishing entirely. Truth be told, he was insufferable. This was Gohan's first encounter with such an irksome adversary. He recalled clearly insults sapped Zenyaambo's strength, and he just confirmed it. Yet the effect proved marginal. Helpful, yes, but hardly decisive. Almost instantly Zenyaambo coalesced anew, not far off, detected immediately by Gohan's heightened senses. In a heartbeat, Gohan unleashed barrage after barrage, energy spheres raining down like hail. Zenyaambo hadn't fully reformed before being shattered once more, dispersing into radiant motes. Suddenly, a circular rift tore open behind Gohan. A sinuous arm lashed forth like lightning, grasping for his nape. Gohan sensed danger, dodged sideways, the elongated limb slamming into the ground, fracturing it with sharp, splintering cracks. In that fleeting moment of evasion, Zenyaambo completed his reformation, his two prehensile arms now striking repeatedly, relentless as serpents. Gohan danced across their tips, evading blow after blow with flawless grace. On North Kai's planet, Son Goku, revitalized by North Kai's elixir, regained strength and ki. Now he placed a hand upon North Kai's shoulder, eyes closed, observing the underworld battle through divine perception. He watched and marveled. Gohan is extraordinarily powerful. But why doesn't he transform into a Super Saiyan? Strange. Yet even without it, his ki rivals Zenyaambo's. Can Gohan truly be this strong without ascending? That's simply incredible. Chi-Chi asked, voice hushed. Goku, is Gohan really this formidable now? See for yourself, Chi-Chi. He truly is. In the sacred world of the Kais, the two supreme Kais, Dabura and Den, gathered around a basketball-sized crystal orb, watching the underworld clash unfold within its depths. The orb displayed Zenyaambo and Gohan locked in combat. Behold, that is the power unleashed when latent potential is fully ignited, the Elder Kai proclaimed with quiet pride. Go, Mr. Gohan. The Supreme Kai clenched his fist, cheering from afar. Cheer up. Go, Gohan. Den shouted fiercely. Gohan was his dearest friend. Regaining consciousness after a brief lapse eased his discomfort, his stamina and ki had recovered considerably. Upon waking, he immediately sensed two terrifyingly immense auras clashing violently in the distance. Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply as he gazed toward the battlefield where Gohan and the evil contamination fought. Who is it? Who dares battle the evil contamination and matches its aura strength for strength? Kakarot's ki has vanished entirely. Could he be dead? Damn it. He had to investigate. Curiosity propelled him slowly into the air, drawing him closer to the epicenter of Gohan and the evil contamination's duel. Suddenly, whoosh, two blurs shot past him, grazing his sides. They were none other than Gohan and the evil contamination locked in combat. The violent gust hurled Vegeta off balance. He nearly tumbled from the sky. See, cursed fool. Who is this? This ki. It feels hauntingly familiar, like a seance. No, impossible. Utterly impossible. The only seance left are me, Kakarot's brat Gohan, and Trunks. Gohan. Vegeta's eyes widened in shock. At last recognition struck. He knew precisely whose aura this was. Who else could it possibly be but Kakaroto's son? That little boy with the mushroom cut. Had he truly grown this formidable? He'd known something momentous had occurred on Earth when he saw androids 17 and 18 arrive in Hell. Surely Gohan or Trunks had eliminated them. Yet even so, he'd never imagined Gohan's ki could swell to such staggering heights. Inside Vegeta, awe erupted like a cataclysmic magnitude 12 earthquake. Ah, Trunks too. Had Trunks arrived as well? Let's see. He must be 14 or 15 by now. He couldn't recall, truly couldn't. Unnoticed decades had slipped away. Elsewhere, Gohan drove a crushing fist straight into the evil contamination's face. The evil contamination retaliated with a brutal kick to Gohan's abdomen. In turn, Gohan lashed out with his tail, splattering blood from the creature's eyes. For over half an hour, they'd waged war with reckless, life-abandoning fury, their mouths spewing torrents of crimson. Soon the battle drew near Yema's palace. Their android 18 straddled King Cold, pummeling his face with relentless punches. Android 17 ripped off Frieza's tail, eliciting shrill panicked shrieks. Boom! Gohan was kicked skyward by the evil contamination, hurtling like a blazing meteor straight toward the four figures below. The evil contamination hovered high above, arms crossed, chuckling darkly, "Hey yeah." Gohan crashed down with earth-shaking force. Frieza and the others were flung backward by the sheer shockwave. Ha 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 ha, exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Rising from the billowing smoke, Gohan roared with laughter, then vanished, reappearing instantly before Frieza and delivering a devastating straight punch to his skull. Frieza froze, eyes wide with disbelief, before his head exploded beneath Gohan's blow. Gohan vanished once more, re-emerging midair to stomp King Cold cleanly in two, then finishing him with a searing energy blast that reduced him to ash and vapor. Gohan. Androids 17 and 18 recoiled in horror, spinning to flee. But they barely escaped before Gohan hurled twin energy blasts, detonating them into shimmering fireworks. Having dispatched them, Gohan gathered colossal energy in both palms, then blinked behind the evil contamination in a flash. His dual energy waves erupted forward, engulfing the evil contamination in a blinding explosion that shattered it once more into iridescent particles. Spectators within Yema's palace stared dumbfounded. Even Goku, watching from the North Kai's planet, stood speechless. What is this? Is this martial artistry forged in pure, unrelenting violence? Yet the battle was far from over. For the evil contamination regenerated, cackling coldly as it lunged anew at Gohan, its body twisting with uncanny flexibility, coiling like a living knot. Caught off guard, Gohan was sent flying. "Damn you to hell," he roared, vanishing and reappearing in a blink, closing the distance to grapple the evil contamination once more in a desperate mortal struggle. Both possessed astonishing regenerative abilities. After nearly an hour of combat, their ferocity remained undiminished, as fierce as at the first clash. The onlookers grew numb, yet gradually sensed something amiss. As time passed, the evil contamination's aura began to wane. Meanwhile, Gohan's aura sharpened, growing ever more piercing and commanding. "What is that?" Krillin pointed urgently at the glowing orb high above the screen. Others turned their gaze upward. "The spirit bomb. It is the spirit bomb." Yamcha gasped, eyes wide with astonishment. High in the heavens, a radiant sphere of energy pulsed with dazzling brilliance. "No, it's not the spirit bomb," Tien shook his head. "The spirit bomb radiates pure righteous energy, but this orb reeks of malevolence. How could it possibly be the spirit bomb? Could it be the evil contamination's doing?" Krillin cried in alarm. "Gohan, watch out." Their voices trembled with shared dread. Goku, observing from the North Kai's planet, noticed the same anomaly, yet his interpretation diverged radically. This isn't the spirit bomb. Gohan has extracted the evil contamination's own ki. He's torn it free. That's why the evil contamination's aura is fading. The scene shifted. Gohan ripped both of the evil contamination's arms clean from its body. Gohan's palms ignited with roaring ki, searing the evil contamination's severed limbs to ash. This time the evil contamination no longer chuckled calmly. Its visage twisted into a grotesque mask of agony and rage. A surge of grim satisfaction flooded Gohan's heart. Lightning fast, he delivered a devastating roundhouse kick, shattering the evil contamination's chest inward with a sickening crunch. A torrent of blood erupted from its mouth. Staggering backward, thud thud thud, Gohan surged forward, fists hammering like a furious storm upon the evil contamination's frame. Each impact thundered like muffled rolling thunder. High above the malevolent energy sphere swelled ever larger. The evil contamination retreated repeatedly, its severed arms regenerating anew. Yet its ki had dwindled too drastically, even the ability to dissolve into shimmering particles had failed it. Ugh! It spat a gout of blood, nearly striking Gohan square in the face. Gohan sidestepped fluidly, his left hand snapping out to seize the evil contamination's throat. Then with ruthless precision his right fist hammered again and again, sending the creature careening wildly through the air. The spectacle turned brutally visceral, so visceral that Vegeta shuddered, memories of long-buried horrors resurfacing. 10 minutes of unrelenting punishment followed. Die! Gohan hurled the limp, broken form of the evil contamination skyward, then unleashed a titanic Kamehameha wave. A colossal cerulean beam, charged like a lightning-wreathed azure dragon, engulfed the evil contamination in an instant. Its final scream tore through the air as its body rapidly vaporized, vanishing utterly into nothingness. Gohan exhaled deeply, then lifted his gaze to the luminous malignant orb still hovering overhead. His right hand rose, palm open, fingers curling inward with deliberate, decisive force. Boom! The evil sphere detonated, purified in a brilliant flash. Countless glittering motes rained gently from the heavens, refreshing the entire underworld, its air turning crisp and cool. With the evil contamination's annihilation, the barrier sealing Yema's palace crumbled into dust. At last Yema regained dominion over the netherworld. He acted swiftly, wandering spirits yet unclaimed on Earth dissolved into mist and returned to the underworld. Order between the realms was restored, harmonious and seamless once more. Yet exceptions existed. Shishi and Ox King, still stationed on the North Kai's planet, remained untouched, their physical forms intact, halos gleaming softly above their heads. Even Vegeta, deeply unsettled, questioning reality itself, wore a halo yet retained his corporeal form. Within Yema's palace, Yema smiled faintly, sealed his decree, and withdrew, leaving no trace of his quiet triumph. Before the gateway between Hell and Earth closed, Piccolo, the successful fusion of the former Supreme Kai, returned to the underworld. Gohan in a single flash materialized within the grand hall of Yema's palace. Before him loomed Yema himself, vast as a mountain yet radiating warmth and benevolence. Seeing Gohan, Yema rose with a gentle smile, welcoming him warmly. Thank you, Gohan. Without your intervention, the underworld would have fallen, and Earth faced certain calamity. This is a monumental deed. Name any request, you have earned it. Then I'll speak plainly, Gohan replied with a modest smile. Might the merit accrued today be credited to my mother and grandfather? Could they be restored to life? May they return to the living world? Direct resurrection is beyond my authority. I possess no such power. But rest assured I've preserved their physical bodies. With flesh intact, they are for all practical purposes already alive. Then thank you, Lord Yema. You're most welcome. It is only fitting, Yema replied, smiling warmly. With matters settled, Gohan found himself regarding Yema with newfound respect. Yema wasn't nearly as rigid as legend claimed. He'd anticipated Gohan's wish and acted before being asked. Connections indeed wielded formidable influence. Then again, hadn't he always been connected, long before this very moment? Gohan glanced again at Yema and cleared his throat. By the way, Yema added, Vegeta, though lacking formal credit, delayed the evil contamination significantly, and Trunks purged countless malevolent spirits on Earth. Thus I've also preserved Vegeta's physical form. Oh, Gohan nodded indifferently. He cared not whether Vegeta retained his body. It held no consequence for him. Come to think of it, Vegeta had thrashed him several times as a child. Still, retaliation seemed unnecessary, especially out of deference to Bulma and Trunks. Yet having arrived in the underworld, Gohan resolved to seek Vegeta out. His purpose was clear. He sought to learn the technique Vegeta possessed, the artificial full moon. Gohan fixed Yema with a steady gaze. Lord Yema, may I visit the underworld again in the future? Absolutely. Of course you may, Yema replied promptly. The prohibition against the deceased returning to Earth is absolute, but no law forbids the living from entering the underworld. So long as you withstand the spiritual corruption of netherworld energies, you're welcome anytime. Very well then. Gohan nodded, then turned toward his former comrades standing quietly nearby. Their faces were at once achingly familiar and strangely distant. Joy flickered across their expressions, yet tension lingered, puzzling Gohan. Why joy, yes, but why tension? Then he spotted the oracle fish. Oracle fish. So you are here after all. Gohan's sudden greeting startled her. She studied him, thinking, I don't even know this young man. Yes. What is it? She asked cautiously. She knew he was Son Goku's son, but they'd never met. Gohan said, "It's all settled now. I visited your palace twice before, but never found you." "Oh, I see. The underworld has been overwhelmed with work. Lord Yema pressed me into service years ago. I've been assisting here ever since." Gohan paused. "By the way, Master Rashi, is he gone? After all, the Oracle Fish was Rashi's sister. Surely no one knew his fate better." "Kami, not at all. That old rascal along with Puar and Oolong is hiding aboard a submarine in the East China Sea. I recall that much, though it's been years. Whether they've relocated I cannot say." Gohan fell silent again. He'd assumed Rashi had perished, only to learn he'd gone into hiding. Did Rashi remain unaware that the androids were destroyed? He hadn't appeared, not once. Then again, did Rashi even possess key sensing ability? Uncertain. If not, perhaps his seclusion posed no issue at all. "And Master Shenron?" Gohan asked next, unburdening every unanswered question in his mind. Clarity, he believed, nourished the spirit. The Oracle Fish sighed. "Ah, he's gone. A tragic case of gluttony. One day, craving fish, he descended to Earth, and there encountered the androids. Beyond that, I'm uncertain how exactly he fell. Master Shenron's misfortune truly knew no bounds." Gohan silently wished may Master Shenron reincarnate with the bloodline of a god of destruction. Then he approached his uncle generation comrades, men he hadn't seen in over a decade. Each wore identical halos, a testament to the underworld's standardized craftsmanship. "Gohan." Piccolo rushed forward elated. Unlike the others, he'd missed the brutal footage of Gohan's battle with the evil contamination, so his relief was lightest, his expression purest with genuine affection. "Uncle Piccolo," Gohan greeted warmly, a soft smile gracing his lips. Piccolo stepped closer, studying Gohan intently, his face alight with wonder. "You've grown, Gohan, and grown immensely powerful. Even from Earth, I felt your overwhelming ki. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Uncle Piccolo has grown stronger too, far beyond my memories." That was undeniable. Piccolo now emanated power nearly equal to that of Bojack, an unmistakable sign he'd trained relentlessly in death. "I confess, it's because I fused with the former Supreme Kai." Piccolo recounted his defeat against Bojack's faction, his subsequent retreat, and his fateful union with the Elder Kai. "Ah, I see," Gohan nodded. "That explained everything. By the way, Uncle Piccolo, during the fight, a large red-haired warrior aided you. Yet he emitted no ki whatsoever. Do you know who he is?" Piccolo asked the red-haired. "The giant. Of course I know him. He's artificial human, no. 16. I sensed his innate compassion, which is precisely why I spared him. I never imagined he'd truly intervene when Earth faced peril. I was right about him after all. It was unexpected yet entirely fitting. Such selflessness was simply who no. 16 was. An artificial human. No wonder he emits no ki." Piccolo's expression flickered with surprise. "It's truly a joy to see you again, Uncle Piccolo." Gohan extended his arms and enveloped Piccolo in a warm, exuberant hug. The sudden gesture left Piccolo visibly flustered. His face turned an unmistakable shade of green. "Gee, Gohan." He stammered, utterly discomfited. Gohan had indeed grown. How daring he'd become. In the past, he'd never dare such bold gestures. "Haha. Uncle Piccolo, are you blushing?" Gohan released him, laughing. "And no, I'm not." Piccolo refused to admit it outright, though his flushed, awkward expression betrayed him completely. All right. Let's just say there's nothing to blush about." "Huh." Gohan beamed, then strode toward Yamcha and embraced him without hesitation. "Hey, Uncle Yamcha, you filled out nicely. Looks like the other world's cuisine agrees with you." Haha, really?" Yamcha scratched his head sheepishly. "Actually, I once bore a scar identical to yours, a true badge of coolness. Alas, Shenron erased it later." Gohan loosened his embrace and added wistfully, "A real shame it's gone." Watching Gohan's easygoing warmth, Yamcha exhaled quietly in relief and laughed heartily. "Haha. Scars only look cool on others' faces. On your own, you'll do anything to get rid of them." Fair point." Gohan chuckled, turning his gaze toward Tien Shinhan. Though famously stoic, Tien broke his usual reserve with a rare, genuine smile at the sight of Gohan, whom he hadn't seen in over a decade. Ha. Gohan, you've grown astonishingly powerful." Gohan pulled him into a firm embrace, then stepped back, grinning. "Haha. Uncle Tien, I rarely saw you smile before. I half joked you'd look dreadful, but look at you now, radiant, commanding, unforgettable. Smile more often, won't you?" Is that so?" Haha. Tien flushed faintly under the teasing. "Absolutely," Gohan affirmed, unwavering. Then he approached Krillin and crouched down. The height difference left no other choice. Krillin's eyes welled with tears as he wiped them hastily. "Gohan. Why the tears, Uncle Krillin?" Let me clarify up front, my romantic orientation is perfectly conventional. Ugh, this isn't sorrow. It's pure unadulterated joy. Krillin's retort dissolved his tears mid-fall. Instead, he landed a light, affectionate punch squarely on Gohan's chest. It lacked real force. Uncle Krillin, seeing you brings me genuine joy, Gohan said warmly. Truth be told, among all his elders, besides Piccolo, Krillin had always been the closest to him. And so his happiness ran deep. Gohan, these years must have been unbearably hard for you. Krillin dabbed his eyes again. Gohan's face glowed with serene cheer. Not at all. Indeed, not at all. Merely balancing his head atop his belt for over a decade. A trivial matter. You're lying. How could a child endure 2 colossal demons alone without suffering? You're deceiving me, aren't you, Gohan? Gohan fell silent. Behind him the others froze, stricken mute. Krillin, oh Krillin, your emotions ran high and you just pried open the very wound none dared touch. A bitter hush settled over them. Yet they knew deep down this reckoning was inevitable, inescapable. Gohan paused, then sighed softly. Yes, how could it ever be easy? I'd assumed you'd never fathom what I endured, that you pictured me idling away on Earth singing, dancing, gaming with the androids. His tone remained calm, unruffled. Yet those listening felt icy dread crawl up their spines, especially as memories surged Gohan's blistering tirades, his brutal takedown of Evil Bu. We're sorry, Gohan. King Yima and North Kai both declared us deceased, bound by law from interfering in the mortal realm. So we truly are sorry. Krillin bowed his head, remorse etched across his features. Yes, Gohan. North Kai and King Yima assured us you'd prevail. And you have. You stand before us now, victorious. Piccolo echoed the sentiment. Others nodded in solemn agreement. Ridiculous, Gohan thought bitterly. He knew full well in another timeline a certain haloed warrior had stormed the Tenkaichi Budokai and laid waste to Earth. Gohan fell quiet once more, then spoke, voice low and edged with irony. Uncle Piccolo, you're meant to be the sharpest among them. My father's a fool, fine, but why have you 2 abandoned reason alongside the rest? Yes, you're dead, barred from earthly affairs, but please use your minds. Just once. North Kai oversees countless planets. He hasn't glanced Earth's way in years. Truth is, he spends his days racing across dimensions. Am I mistaken? Did any of you consider asking him, just once, to relay a single message to me, to seek the Namekian Dragon Balls and revive you? That wouldn't violate celestial law. It's merely passing along words. The act itself falls to the Kai. If even that breaches protocol, then disregard me entirely. So tell me, have zombies devoured your brains? How did such capable people transform overnight into utter fools? They exchanged stunned glances, internal storms raging. Why hadn't they thought of it? Was some cosmic force suppressing their thoughts? Scene 056. Refuse to teach. You may die. WWE simply didn't think of it, Krillin confessed anxiously. We were frantic, but this solution never crossed our minds. Oh. Yamcha stepped forward, hand raised to pat Gohan's shoulder, then hesitated. Gohan, we were wrong. Piccolo affirmed. Gohan rose, his gaze sweeping slowly, deliberately across each of their faces. Shame weighed upon them, but this time they met his eyes without flinching, standing ready to bear his rebuke. Gohan drew a slow, measured breath. Enough. I've spoken my piece. We're even now. He turned toward Kaiatsu, smaller even than Krillin, yet hovering effortlessly in midair. Kaiatsu spared Gohan the need to crouch. Kaiatsu, long time no see. Indeed, Gohan. It has been far too long. Gohan, wasn't your tail severed years ago? Kaiatsu tilted his head, studying the thick furry tail swaying behind Gohan. It grew back. I think it suits me, so I kept it. I think so too. Excellent taste. Gohan gave him a thumbs up, then asked the group, so, do you serve under King Yima now? Piccolo answered, they came to assist. The other world's spirit influx has overwhelmed its capacity. I declined remaining a free agent. Otherwise I'd still be trapped within Yima's palace. I see. Gohan nodded, then continued. One question for you all. If hypothetically resurrection were possible, would you choose it? Resurrection, a word both alien and achingly ancient. Krillin reflected first. At first desperately, yet lately that longing has faded. Wherever we are, it's all the same. Death grants immortality. We remain exactly as we were a decade ago. Still, if they all return, then I shall too. Yamcha added, same as Krillin, huh? Kaiatsu followed, I'll follow Tien's choice. Gohan turned to Tien, who replied, if revival is possible, I choose it. And you, Uncle Piccolo? Piccolo paused, then said firmly, I will return. Death imposes unbearable limits, like Well, suffice it to say I've already missed too much. I refuse to miss more. Good. Gohan nodded. Then it's settled, you all wish to return. Wait for my good news, it won't be long now. He glanced toward King Yema, eagerly awaiting, and the endless serpentine queues of spirits stretching across the horizon. You may resume your duties. I still have someone else to meet. Understood. They dispersed. Only Piccolo lingered. Piccolo asked Gohan, You're seeking Vegeta? Yes. As ever, Uncle Piccolo, brilliant. Gohan smiled, eyeing Piccolo's 2 remaining antennae. Go ahead then. Goodbye, Uncle Piccolo. Farewell. Gohan sensed Vegeta's aura and vanished in an instant, reappearing directly before him. Vegeta drifted aimlessly through the desolate skies of the other world, little more than a hollow shell. The realm lay eerily vacant. His old rivals, gone forever. A profound loneliness settled over him. What purpose would his days hold now? Whoosh. Gohan materialized abruptly, squarely in Vegeta's flight path. Vegeta nearly collided, jolted backward several meters before recognizing him. Who goes there? Startled, Vegeta recoiled sharply, then narrowed his eyes. Gohan, what do you want? Vegeta demanded loudly. First law of the prince, let your strength reign supreme, but never yield your pride. Gohan folded his arms, gazing calmly. Oh, such hostility, Uncle Vegeta. Have I offended you? Have I? Speak plainly, if you have business. Vegeta fixed him with a cold, unblinking stare. I'll call you uncle out of courtesy, but don't mistake it for deference. I wish to learn the artificial full moon technique. Gohan stated. Vegeta glanced at his tail, then replied aloof, Why should I teach you? A muscle twitched at Gohan's jaw. He raised his palm. Energy surged violently, coalescing into a cataclysmic sphere that hummed with world-ending might. Refusal may prove fatal. Gohan's eyes narrowed, gleaming with quiet menace. Vegeta stared at the swirling energy mere inches from his face, his thoughts a whirlwind of disbelief and reluctant acceptance. Recalling Gohan's upbringing. Fine. This temperament makes sense. Damn you, Kakarot. You sired a prodigy beyond reckoning. Fine. I'll teach you. Vegeta conceded. Gohan lowered his hand, face brightening into a dazzling, guileless smile. Thank you, Uncle Vegeta. They descended onto a stretch of dark crimson earth. Vegeta began explaining the principles of the artificial full moon. The technique was elementary, practiced by every Saiyan raised on planet Vegeta. It held no secrets, no mystique. Its principle was simple: fuse one's own energy sphere with atmospheric oxygen to fabricate a luminous moon-like orb. This construct emitted the Blutz waves, exceeding 17 million watts, necessary to trigger the Great Saiyan transformation. Vegeta explained once, and Gohan grasped it instantly, conjuring a flawless artificial full moon with effortless grace. At that moment, a brilliant shimmering orb hung, suspended above the otherworld's scarlet sky. Gohan gazed upward, his heart thundering like war drums. Beside him, Vegeta's soul nearly fled his body. He'd been hunted, terrified by Gohan's Great Saiyan, and knew full well the boy lost all reason upon transformation. To attempt this here, who wouldn't tremble? As Vegeta braced to flee, he watched stunned as Gohan crushed the orb midair, aborting the transformation. The metamorphosis halted. Vegeta stood speechless, relief and bewilderment warring within him. Gohan, restored to normal, turned to Vegeta. Now that I possess a physical form, Uncle Vegeta, you must strive to grow stronger too. At least set a worthy example for your son. Vegeta scoffed. Needless to say. Well then, farewell. Gohan smiled and vanished in a flash of instantaneous movement, leaving Vegeta frozen in bewildered silence. Moments later, Vegeta gritted his teeth. Damned Kakarot and his accursed offspring. He whirled and shot off, determined to train. North Kai's planet. Gohan appeared without warning, finding Shishi and Ox King gasping for breath on a bench. Tenfold gravity remains taxing, even for them. Though martial artists, neither Shishi nor Ox King yet mastered movement under such crushing weight. Spotting Gohan, Shishi struggled upright, yet faltered, unable to approach. Gohan, you're finally home. Yes, mother, I'm home. Gohan hurried over gently, guiding her back onto the bench. Rest here. It's too exhausting to stand. Thank you. She sank gratefully into her seat. Then Goku burst from the house, eyes alight with excitement. Whoa, Gohan, you're incredible. When can we spar? His eagerness was palpable, already vibrating with anticipation. Oh, sure. Gohan smiled warmly. Scene 057. Trunks has also ascended. North Kai rushed out, wringing his hands. Oh dear. Please take your fight elsewhere. I beg you, don't battle here. He was genuinely terrified. Should those two truly clash on his planet, he'd soon be homeless, doghouse included. Huh, Goku, your body isn't healed yet. No fighting. Shishi's glare hardened into fierce command. Goku wilted instantly. Okay, I'll wait until I'm fully recovered. He turned to Gohan, hopeful. Gohan, may I? Of course, I'd love to spar with Dad. The radiant young man cracked his knuckles, brimming with enthusiasm. Perfect. Once I'm healed, we'll go all out. Agreed. Shishi and Ox King watched the exchange, utterly speechless. What torment? What kind of father and son scheme to pummel each other? Only Saiyans, whose logic defies sanity, could conceive such madness. Then North Kai produced a sword and handed it to Gohan. Gohan, this is the blade I promised you. I pleaded with the Grand Kai for ages before he relented. Oh, thanks. Son Gohan spoke with little enthusiasm, taking the sword without even glancing at it before sealing it away with a storage capsule. A belated gift is worth less than grass. Trunks' sword of the hero far surpasses this one in quality, not to mention Son Gohan's own Kaishin blade. For now he'd keep it as a toy, perhaps to slice fruit. Seeing Son Gohan's indifference, North Kai hesitated, a quiet bitterness stirring within him. Nearby, Son Goku could no longer contain his curiosity. Gohan, can't you transform into a Super Saiyan anymore? Yes, I can. Why do you ask, Father? Because I saw you fight Janemba without transforming, yet your power was extraordinary. How is that possible? Ah, that's because the Elder Kai unlocked my latent potential. Even without transforming, I can unleash immense strength. Son Gohan replied truthfully. The Elder Kai, is he a formidable figure? Son Goku asked. He's not human, he's a deity. You might say he's the superior of the Kais. Is that so, North Kai? Son Goku turned toward him for confirmation. North Kai nodded vigorously. Yes. He's the direct superior of my direct superior. I never imagined Gohan would come to know the Kaishin himself. It's truly remarkable. Son Gohan smiled. It was merely a matter of chance. North Kai silently marveled. This Gohan is truly extraordinary now, to have met the Kaishin himself. After all, even he had never laid eyes upon the Kaishin. Hearing North Kai's affirmation, Son Goku's eyes sparkled. Wow, so impressive. Does the Kaishin have any delicious food? Well, not particularly. When it comes to delicacies, Earth reigns supreme. The flavors here are simply unmatched. That's true. I find Earth's cuisine exquisite too. The fare here, North Kai, leaves much to be desired. North Kai's lips twitched faintly. What? You're complaining after eating and drinking for free. If it weren't delicious, would I be so plump and round? Son Goku continued. Gohan, next time you visit Earth, could you bring me some treats? Of course. I'll bring them without fail. I'd love braised pig trotters, toasted bread, giant roasted geese sprinkled with sesame, and those springy bursting beef balls. Oh, and sushi wrapped in nori is splendid too. Father, you don't know. There's a new style of whole roasted lamb now. Its aroma carries 10 kilometers. Absolutely intoxicating. Is that so? You sound rather exaggerated. Father and son sat shoulder to shoulder, their conversation drifting entirely into the realm of gastronomy, drooling profusely. Chi-Chi, Ox King, and North Kai could only listen, mouths watering incessantly. Those dishes truly sound delicious. I want them so badly. After a while, fearing Son Goku might dehydrate himself from drooling, Son Gohan escorted Chi-Chi and Ox King to the other world. North Kai's planet, with its tenfold gravity, was utterly unsuitable for them. By contrast, the other world, though dim and shadowed, mirrored Earth's gravity and teemed with familiar companions who could offer mutual support. It proved an excellent choice. Upon learning of their arrival, King Yema promptly arranged 2 spacious chambers in Yema's palace, granting them premium VIP treatment. Once everything was settled, Son Gohan bid farewell and prepared to return to Earth, but an invisible barrier separated the mortal realm from the other world. Ordinary energy signatures barely pierced it. Only beings of Janemba's caliber could breach it and project their presence outward. No such barrier existed between Earth and the sacred world of the Kais, or between the sacred world and the other world. Thus, Son Gohan could sense no trace of Trunks while in the other world. He first had to teleport to North Kai's planet, locate Trunks' aura there, then instantly return to Earth. Unwittingly, North Kai's planet had become an indispensable transit hub, a vital way station. Whoosh! Son Gohan materialized beside Trunks, who sat cross-legged on a sun-dappled meadow, the sword of the hero resting across his thighs. He resembled a serene, aloof swordsman, strikingly handsome and effortlessly cool. At 16 years of age, Trunks' violet hair and refined features echoed his first appearance in the original timeline. His brow furrowed faintly as he sensed Son Gohan's approach. Then his eyes snapped open. Brother Gohan, It really is you. Trunks leapt up, joyfully tossing the sword of the hero skyward. As if sentient, it spun twice midair before landing perfectly in its sheath across his back. Incredible. Truly magnificent, Trunks. Son Gohan applauded enthusiastically. In swordsmanship, Trunks unquestionably surpassed him. The boy seemed born to wield blades, his grace and flair breathtaking. Not bad, I suppose, Trunks murmured, scratching his head bashfully. Son Gohan stepped closer, studying him intently, then burst out astonished, Trunks, you've broken through. Yes, I slew countless spirits and battled Pui Pui. During that clash I ascended to Super Saiyan 2. Son Gohan clapped his shoulder, grinning. Impressive, Trunks. That Pui Pui truly is our lucky charm. First helping me achieve Super Saiyan 2, then enabling yours after resurrection. What else could he be? Indeed, we must thank him properly. Did you express your gratitude? I reduced him to ash with a single energy blast. Fair enough. Though he perished, he lives eternally in our hearts, merely in a different form. Brother Gohan, tell me about the battle in the other world. I'm eager to hear. All right, let's walk and talk. They soared skyward, heading westward toward West City. With no urgency pressing them, they drifted homeward slowly, savoring the landscape receding beneath them, a tranquil delight. Son Gohan recounted his confrontation with Janemba swiftly. Trunks paused, then asked quietly, Brother Gohan, did you see my father? I did. He remains as proud as ever. Recalling Vegeta's endearing stubbornness, Son Gohan deliberately inverted the word. Oh, is that so? How strong is he now? Trunks leaned forward, curious, his unseen father occupying a sacred place in his heart. Son Gohan sighed softly. Trunks, without a physical body, your father's strength stagnated over these years. Today his power falls short of yours. Oh, I see. Trunks' expression dimmed. Then Son Gohan asked gently, Trunks, do you wish to meet him? I can take you. Oh. Trunks lifted his head, startled, his eyes flickering with nervous uncertainty. What's wrong? Don't you want to see him? No, it's not that. I'm just nervous. I haven't quite gathered my courage yet. TCH, look at you. What's there to fear? Summon the same valor you wield when cleaving enemies with a single stroke. Brother Gohan, I'll let you know when I'm ready. Very well. Mid-conversation, they descended onto Trunks' estate. Capsule Corp had fully resumed operations, thriving once more, echoing its former zenith. Greeted warmly along the way, they soon found Bulma immersed in her laboratory. Mom, we're home. Aunt Bulma's son Gohan added politely. Bulma didn't look up, merely waved a dismissive hand. Sit quietly over there. Don't disturb me. 2. The brothers tiptoed to the sofa and sat stiffly, breath held. 30 minutes later, Bulma stretched languidly and rose. I knew you'd be back. I saw the bizarre news reports this morning, then sudden silence. It had to be you two handling it. Am I right? She strode over and settled onto the sofa opposite them. More or less. Son Gohan nodded. More or less. Did something differ from my guess? Bulma asked, surprised. Trunks interjected, actually, Brother Gohan assisted in the other world. Most of Earth's anomalies were resolved by me. Gohan went to the other world. Did you see them? Bulma leapt up, eyes alight. Her them, of course, meaning Son Goku and the others. Yes, I did. Son Gohan spoke calmly, recounting the other world's events in meticulous detail. Bulma listened, stunned. So much transpired. Unbelievable. Regaining her composure, she turned to Trunks. By the way, you've grown taller, haven't you? A proper young man now. Absolutely, Mom. I'm a full-fledged adult. Trunks thumped his chest proudly. Son Gohan asked curiously, Aunt Bulma, what were you working on just now? Clearly she'd been deep in critical research. Otherwise she wouldn't have made them wait so long. Bulma replied, fine-tuning the time machine. It's entering final calibration. Coupled with the new energy cell development, completion is projected within 6 months. Son Gohan blinked in surprise. That fast? It was accelerating by 2 or 3 years ahead of the original timeline. Remarkable progress. Bulma planted her hands on her hips, beaming. Just consider who's engineering this. The genius herself, Bulma. And your retrieval of Dr. Gero's data was invaluable, of course. Yet reflection revealed logic. This timeline diverged profoundly. The androids were eradicated, resources flowed freely, Bulma no longer labored alone, and with Dr. Gero's breakthroughs, swifter advancement was inevitable. Still, Bulma juggled multiple projects: the time machine, next-gen capsules, proto-steel, and the Bruz wave emitter. Her schedule brimmed with relentless innovation. Aunt Bulma, you're incredible. Son Gohan raised a thumb in admiration. Ahem. She cleared her throat, sank back onto the sofa, and studied both young men with narrowed, gleaming eyes. They shivered under her gaze. Mom, you're staring like you want to devour me. I'm terrified. Trunks stammered, shuddering. Brat. Bulma scolded, then chuckled slyly. You too. Your romantic fortunes have surged dramatically this past year. Huh? What do you mean? Son Gohan blinked, bewildered. Bulma continued, while you were gone, 2 girls visited constantly, every few days, asking after you. Quite the sensation, wouldn't you say? Videl. Was it Goten's sister? They spoke almost in unison. Bulma grinned. Who else could it be? Gohan. It's high time you settled down, started a family, and expanded the Saiyan lineage. The androids are gone. This is the perfect moment. And frankly, you're no longer young. Aunt Bulma. I'm only 22. 22. I recall you'll turn 23 soon. You're dodging reality. You're practically 30, Gohan. Wait, how is 22 practically 30? Your arithmetic seems suspect. You dare question a scientist's math? That's preposterous. Ha ha ha. Trunks couldn't hold back his laughter at their banter. Trunks, you're next. You're 14, but accounting for the hyperbolic time chamber, you're effectively 16. It's time to consider matters of the heart. And no, Trunks clamped a hand over his mouth, wide-eyed. Silence is survival. All right, we surrender. The brothers yielded, defeated. Brother Gohan, what makes a good gift for a girl? Trunks asked, genuinely perplexed. Why not ask your mother? I can teach martial cultivation, but romance, that's beyond my expertise. Son Gohan shrugged helplessly. I'd feel too embarrassed to ask her, Brother Gohan. Ha! Son Gohan pointed and roared with laughter. Trunks ignored the mirth, pressing on. You'll see Videl soon, won't you? She's visited you so often, you should return the gesture. Have you decided what to give her? How about a sword? Son Gohan produced the blade North Kai had gifted him. Trunks fell silent for several seconds, then stared aghast. Brother Gohan, seriously, who gives a girl a sword? I think sweets would be far more appropriate. You're certain? Discussion concluded, no definitive answer emerged. The brothers parted ways. Son Gohan purchased an enormous snack basket and sealed it within a storage capsule. Trunks pondered deeply, then chose the most elegant jet plane capsule from his collection. Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, 1st Tactical Unit Lounge. The officers were deployed. Only Captain Videl remained seated alone. She rested her chin on her palms, gazing blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. After a moment, she regained her senses and picked up her phone to send a message to Bulma. Aunt Bulma, has Gohan not returned yet? The message was sent. Half a minute passed, no reply. A minute went by, still no reply. After 5 minutes, Biddy Lee kept glancing at her phone, then sighed and rested her chin on her hand. Her mind was filled with chaotic thoughts. Is Gohan not coming back? It's been so long, it feels like he's been gone for years. He wouldn't have forgotten about me, would he? Her thoughts were so jumbled that she didn't even notice Son Gohan standing behind her for quite a while. Son Gohan reached out and tapped her shoulder. Biddy Lee. Who? Biddy Lee was startled and bumped her forehead against the table. Ouch, that hurts. She rubbed her forehead and turned around, ready to scold the person who scared her. Then she saw Son Gohan smiling behind her. Biddy Lee was taken aback for a moment, then exclaimed, her large eyes widening. She hurriedly stood up, tugging at her clothes. Gee, Gohan, when did you come back? Have you been standing here for a long time? She recalled sending a message to Bulma and her dazed expression, as she hoped Gohan hadn't seen it. How embarrassing. Thinking of this, Biddy Lee's face turned red and hot. No, I just got here. Phew, that's good. Biddy Lee secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Son Gohan took out a long sword and a storage capsule and placed them on the table. I didn't know what you liked, so I brought these for you. What's in here? Biddy Lee curiously pointed at the storage capsule. Oh, snacks. I didn't know what you liked, so I bought a little of everything. Son Gohan smiled. Soon Biddy Lee realized what he meant by a little of everything. She opened the storage capsule and pulled out hundreds of assorted snack packages, filling half the large office. She stared in astonishment at the snacks, shocked. After a moment, she said, Gohan, I can't possibly eat all this by myself. Ha ha ha, if you can't finish it, you can share with your colleagues. Son Gohan awkwardly scratched his head. Help. He would rather fight the evil thoughts again. He was so embarrassed that he felt like he could dig a 3-bedroom apartment with his feet. Having been single in 2 lifetimes, he had no experience with romance. In this life's memories, it was all about studying, cultivating, fighting, fleeing, and killing. He had no experience dealing with girls. In his previous life, he grew up in an orphanage, barely managing to finish college, while working part-time only to be taken away by a truck right after entering society. His experience was equally zero. Biddy Lee happily gathered up a bunch of snacks and smiled. Gohan, you really don't need to give me gifts. Just seeing you makes me very happy. But I have something to give you too, she said as she took out her own storage capsule and handed it to Son Gohan. I bought you some clothes, but I couldn't find you, so I never got to give them to you. I don't know if you'll like them. Son Gohan felt very complicated receiving a girl's gift for the first time. Then I'll accept it, thank you. Son Gohan didn't even know how he left the East Capital Police Station, vaguely remembering that Biddy Lee confessed to him when they parted. Gohan, I like you. I want to live with you. This sentence kept echoing in Son Gohan's mind until he left the East Capital, still bewildered. Flying in the air, Son Gohan frantically shook his head, trying to shake off this sentence. After a while, Son Gohan flew to the East Sea. He remembered the fortune teller saying that Master Rashi Pure and Oolong were hiding in a submarine in the East Sea. But in the vast East Sea, where could he find that submarine? He couldn't sense any aura either. The search difficulty was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Son Gohan circled over the East Sea several times and then dived into the water. He didn't find the submarine, but he did find a heavy treasure chest. Upon opening it, he exclaimed, "Wow, this is amazing. It's full of valuable treasures. Gold, silver, and jewels. Everything was there." It seems that in the future, if he ran out of money, collecting jewels would be a good option. After putting away the treasure chest, Son Gohan reluctantly left the East Sea. He then went to the East Capital and packed several tables of delicious food from a local restaurant before instantly teleporting to North King Star. His father, who had been drooling for a long time, had already devoured 2 tables and was about 80% full. Son Gohan also sent a table of food to the underworld, ensuring that Chi-Chi the Bull Demon King and others were not left out. Afterward, he searched for Dandy's aura on North King Star for a long time and finally succeeded in locating it. With another instant teleport, he went to the King Kai's realm. Soon after, Son Wukong tracked Son Gohan's aura and followed him to the King Kai's realm. The father and son arrived at the King Kai's realm one after the other, surprising King Kai and Jebet. Once he recognized it was Son Gohan, King Kai breathed a sigh of relief and greeted, "Gohan is here. This is Mr. Son Wukong, right?" "Yes, he's my father," Son Gohan nodded. Then he looked around and noticed that the old King Kai was teaching Dandy nearby. Only King Kai and Jebet were idly playing with ants. King Kai and Jebet exchanged glances at the halo above Son Wukong's head, understanding everything. "Hello, Mr. Wukong, it's a pleasure to meet you." King Kai extended his hand. "Ah, hello. So you are the King Kai. I have heard Gohan speak of you. I am Son Wukong." Son Wukong extended his hand as well and shook it lightly. "Yes, I am King Kai Xin." King Kai Xin nodded, a smile never leaving his face. "Haha, King Kai, this planet is so big and the air is so fresh, it's more comfortable than Earth. Of course, this is the holy land of the gods, incomparable to the mortal realm," King Kai said with a hint of pride. "By the way, Mr. Wukong seems to be injured. Jebet, why don't you help him heal?" King Kai turned to Jebet. "Yes, King Kai." Jebet nodded in agreement and stepped forward. "Wow, King Kai is indeed impressive, able to tell that I'm injured." "Of course. Just don't move," Jebet instructed. "Oh, okay, sure." As Son Wukong looked on curiously, Jebet placed a hand on his chest and instantly released a healing spell. Son Wukong was enveloped in a glow, feeling warm and incredibly comfortable. Soon the light dissipated. Son Wukong jumped up. "Wow, this is great. I feel light as a feather. Gohan, let's have a spar." "Everyone else." King Kai had a bad feeling. 060, a loving father and son. Should I not have let Jebet heal him? In that moment, King Kai felt like he might have done something wrong. "Haha, since Dad wants to fight so badly, I guess I have to oblige." Son Gohan laughed heartily. "King Kai, please help me take care of these things for a moment," he said, pulling out a few capsules and handing them to King Kai. They contained food and new clothes that shouldn't get damaged. Okay, King Kai reluctantly accepted Son Gohan's capsules. Although he could create and repair planets, it was still a troublesome task. So he was rather hoping these two wouldn't fight on his planet. However, seeing the current situation, it was impossible to stop them. He could only pray they would hold back a bit. Noticing King Kai's worry, Son Gohan reassured him. "Don't worry, King Kai, we will control our strength. Look, he's quite nice." King Kai relaxed. Seeing Son Gohan and Son Wukong get ready to fight, the old King Kai and Dandy also decided to stop their lessons and come watch. Such battles between strong fighters were rare. Son Gohan and Son Wukong soared into the air, standing 10 meters apart. Son Gohan looked at Son Wukong and said, "Dad, I won't hold back, so don't underestimate me." "Alright, I won't hold back either." Son Wukong's eyes ignited with fierce battle intent. The Science warrior genes were at play, and the blood flowing in his veins was boiling. Boom! Son Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his entire body engulfed in golden flames surrounded by crackling lightning. Son Gohan grinned, instantly entering a mysterious realm, and then disappeared in a flash. Son Wukong was taken aback, sensing an intense danger behind him. His hair stood on end, and he attempted to dodge quickly. But it was too late. Son Gohan appeared behind him in an instant, delivering a heavy punch. With a loud thud, Sun Wukong was sent flying like a cannonball, plummeting rapidly from the sky and crashing into the hard ground. The ground of the King Kai realm cracked and a mountain peak shattered. A massive mushroom cloud shot up and dust flew everywhere. King Kai's eyebrows twitched. This is bad if things are getting worse. Huh. Sun Wukong erupted in rage, stones flying everywhere and then vanished in an instant. But how could that escape Son Gohan's keen eyes and sensing abilities? Trying to sneak attack me with my own techniques. No way. Son Gohan dodged to the side, and sure enough, Sun Wukong appeared out of thin air. With a sinister grin, Son Gohan kicked Sun Wukong away. Then Son Gohan teleported again and blocked Sun Wukong's falling trajectory, delivering another flying kick that sent Sun Wukong soaring into the sky. He suddenly spread his fingers, and an energy ball shot up into the sky, exploding on Sun Wukong, showering sparks everywhere. The whole sequence flowed seamlessly like a flowing river. Although Son Gohan said he wouldn't hold back, he had actually been careful, otherwise Sun Wukong would not just be injured. He said he would go all out, and still dared to transform into Super Saiyan 2. How dare he? Son Gohan did not pursue the attack further. This wasn't a life-or-death struggle, it was merely a sparring match. Moreover, on the other side was his father. He crossed his arms, watching Sun Wukong, who was panting and looking somewhat disheveled as he floated in the sky. "Dad, are you alright?" Son Gohan shouted. "Ha ha ha, I'm fine, but Gohan, you really hit hard." Sun Wukong's hearty laughter echoed, as if the injuries weren't his. "Dad, we agreed to go all out. If you hold back, you'll definitely suffer." Son Gohan laughed. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his gaze resolute, and shouted, "Alright, I'll show you my Super Saiyan 3. Huh. This time Sun Wukong didn't hesitate and began to transform. A long howl rang out, and the sky became turbulent. With Sun Wukong at the center, waves of golden energy rippled outward. Lightning flashed in the sky, and the sound of crackling thunder filled the air. Son Gohan was witnessing Sun Wukong's transformation into Super Saiyan 3 for the first time, watching closely. If it were any other opponent, he would have taken the chance to attack. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Son Gohan vaguely saw a shadow of a giant black ape appear behind Sun Wukong. Then Sun Wukong's hair began to grow long. Soon his golden eyebrows vanished, his face twisted in ferocity as the Super Saiyan 3 manifested with waist-length golden hair. The surging energy waves whipped up winds, making the clothes of the gods watching from the ground flutter wildly. They shielded their eyes from the wind, struggling to keep them open. "Dad, your aura is impressive," Son Gohan shouted, his own silver flames roaring to life. Huh. The two of them dashed towards each other, both extending their right fists, and the two fists collided with a loud bang. Sun Wukong was once again sent flying, while Son Gohan stood firm. However, this time Sun Wukong seemed much more relaxed. After flying back, he began to counterattack. He used instant transmission to suddenly appear, kicking towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan had already seen through his attack, raised his right arm to block the lightning strike, then turned his body, extending his left arm to firmly grasp Sun Wukong's ankle. Ha ha ha! Son Gohan swung his arms vigorously, causing Sun Wukong to spin around like a windmill. Ah! Sun Wukong yelled, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Ha ha, take this body shockwave. Son Gohan laughed heartily, releasing light from his hands, immobilizing Sun Wukong before forcefully throwing him down from the sky. Sun Wukong crashed like a burning meteor towards the earth. With a thunderous boom, the ground shook. Two more mountains collapsed, causing the earth to tremble, sending the nearby gods into a panic. In a flash, Son Gohan's figure vanished. The next second, he appeared hovering above the place where Sun Wukong had fallen. He placed two fingers on his forehead, his body igniting with surging energy. The flames shifted from silver to silver-purple, distorting the air with an intense heat, threatening to tear the void apart. It's the magic convergence light cannon, the strongest single-target attack technique. Its damage can surpass levels. Dad, do you still want to fight? Son Gohan shouted, his aura reaching its peak. The silver-purple flames blazed fiercely. The surrounding space was continually distorting. His fingertips were already charged with world-destroying power. Sun Wukong, his clothes tattered, crawled out from the cracks in the earth, looking up at Son Gohan in the sky with a gloomy expression. Upon seeing that Son Gohan had finished charging the magic convergence light cannon, he was alarmed. With his hands on his hips, he pouted in frustration. "No more fighting, Gohan, you're too strong now. Oh, it's impossible for me to win. Let me train, and then we can fight." Hearing Sun Wukong say he would not fight anymore, Son Gohan immediately retracted the magic convergence light cannon and his imposing aura. Gohan, you can do this technique from Piccolo. I had a hard time with it before. Hee, I learned it secretly before, Son Gohan thought with great satisfaction. Sun Wufan stepped forward to greet Jia Wangshan. Sun Wufan assured Jia Wangshan that he had only destroyed 3 mountain ranges. The elder Jia Wangshan breathed a sigh of relief, for the damage was far less than feared, and he silently thanked Providence. Yet the elder Jia Wangshan's smile was a little strained. He handed several capsules to Sun Wufan. Sun Wufan thanked him and took the capsules. Jebite looked at the disheveled Sun Wukong and decided to change his clothes, but refused to tend to his injuries. With a single gesture, the tattered orange martial uniform on Sun Wukong was instantly restored to pristine condition. Such a marvelous bit of magic left Sun Wukong astonished. Sun Wufan smiled and asked Jia Wangshan to teach him how to open an extra-dimensional space for storing items, explaining how inconvenient it was to retrieve things now. He complained that he always feared the capsules might break in battle. Jia Wangshan hesitated for a few seconds, and then replied that it was possible, but the skill involved some arcane knowledge, and he did not know whether Wufan possessed the necessary aptitude. Sun Wufan said lightly that one only discovers aptitude by learning. Jia Wangshan promised he would find the time to instruct him in opening an extra-dimensional space. Jia Wangshan finally agreed. Dandi approached, greeting Wufan warmly after a long absence. Sun Wufan put an arm around Danda's shoulder and asked how his studies were progressing. Dandi did not mind the embrace at all, and answered that the elder Jia Wangshan had taught him much and unlocked potential within him, and that he would soon be able to upgrade the Dragon Balls. Sun Wufan laughed heartily and teased that it was a triple blessing, which made Dandi curious to know what 3 blessings he meant. Sun Wufan produced a capsule and pressed it. With a loud boom, it transformed into a huge packed meal box. Sun Wukong, who had just been pale and listless, suddenly brightened and hurried over at the sight of food. Sun Wufan told his father to eat less, noting he had already finished 2 tables by himself. Sun Wukong protested that he was still hungry. Sun Wufan gestured to the halo above Sun Wukong's head and remarked that since he was dead, now he could forego food if he wished. Sun Wukong shook his head vigorously, refusing the notion and saying it would be dull not to eat. Sun Wufan turned to Jia Wangshan and Jebite in mock reproach, asking why they did not manifest a large table and chairs. They were a little short-sighted, he teased. The 2 complied at once. One waved a hand to produce a large table, the other conjured 6 chairs. Sun Wukong exclaimed that Wufan was so strict, then hurried to help place the meal boxes on the table. Dandi also helped, and soon the great table was piled high with delicacies. Someone teased their grandfather to stop reading his magazine and join them at the table. They settled around the table, delighted by the sight and aroma of the food. Dandi, however, had no appetite. He did not need to eat, subsisting on water and photosynthesis instead. Sun Wufan handed Dandi 2 bottles of a specially prepared drink and urged him to try a flavor he had never experienced. Dandi accepted the drink, moved by the gesture. The feeling of being cared for warmed him. He thought to himself that this was what true friendship felt like, and admired Sun Wufan greatly. During the meal, Sun Wufan asked Jia Wangshan if he could help find someone on Earth who had hidden his chi, since Wufan could not locate him, and hoped Jia Wangshan might have a way. Jia Wangshan nodded and said he could certainly help. The elder Jia Wangshan interrupted, suggesting that Dandi should do the searching. As the god of Earth, Dandi could locate someone far more easily than a Jia Wangshan, and it would be a waste of the latter's talents. Sun Wufan agreed that he had not considered that, and decided to ask Dandi to search when he returned to Earth. Dandi promised readily. Sun Wukong stuffed his face and mumbled something incomprehensible through his mouthful of food. 6 characters, and only one of them was correct. Sun Wufan explained that he had searched for Master Gui Xianren because the fortune teller said he was hiding with Wulong and Puer in a submarine in the East Sea, but Wufan could not find him. Master Gui Xianren must have concealed his chi. Someone stuffed another duck leg into their mouth, and the food skirmish lasted half an hour, ending in victory for Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan. Surveying the chaos, Jia Wangshan waved his hand and swept away all the trash and chairs. The father and son sat on the grass, patting their round bellies and savoring the simple pleasures of life and food. Before long, Jia Wangshan offered to teach Sun Wufan how to open an extra-dimensional space. Sun Wukong board sat nearby to listen. Jia Wangshan sat cross-legged opposite them and began to expound upon arcane knowledge of space magic. He said that to create an extra-dimensional space, one must first learn the basic principles of spatial magic, for only with a foundation in spatial arts could one open such a pocket realm. Sun Wukong listened in a drowsy haze, utterly lost in the lecture. It all sounded impossibly abstruse, and clouded beyond his comprehension. Sun Wufan, however, was enthralled. The concepts Jia Wangshun described reminded him of the structure theories Elder Pabala on Yadalate Star had once explained. He wondered whether all things shared a common root and ultimately converged. He had forgotten that his current body was a fusion of two souls, and his mental, spiritual, and perceptive faculties far surpassed what they had been before. It was therefore natural that he could understand Jia Wangshun's teachings. In the past, he might have sat there, as bewildered as Sun Wukong. After half a day, Jia Wangshun finished the fundamentals. Sun Wufan pondered the key points with furrowed brow for several minutes. He then rose, entered a focused state in an instant, and struck the air with a full-powered punch. The void cracked open with a sharp sound, and Sun Wufan's fist punched into an unknown pocket of space, leaving everyone present dumbfounded. Sun Wufan crouched to inspect the dark fissure, considering where that rift might lead. The rift closed quickly, but Wufan had gained a clearer understanding of what an extra-dimensional space could be. During their rest, Sun Wufan had Sun Wukong teach him the Mitamo star fusion technique, which proved very simple. It consisted mainly of a set of fusion steps that Wufan learned at a glance. Secondly, the two fusion partners had to synchronize their breaths, which was not difficult. Combine the two correctly, and fusion succeeds, producing a warrior who surpasses ordinary limits. The fusion lasts 30 minutes. The skill rated 1 star in difficulty and was essentially a bug in the system. For the next month, whenever he had time, Sun Wufan returned to Jia Wangshun's realm to study extra-dimensional space creation. After a month of study, Sun Wufan succeeded in opening an extra-dimensional space of roughly 2 cubic meters. He stored capsules and other important items inside, so he could retrieve them at will far more convenient than before. In the second month, he took Tai Lang Si to the underworld to see Baijita. Baijita remained cold and aloof, as if forever turned away from the world. Even his own son Tai Lang Si could not move him from his austere bearing. Sun Wufan sensed that Baijita's physique had grown stronger than before, likely from intense training after regaining a physical body. Tai Lang Si appeared crestfallen after seeing his father, but as they prepared to leave, a single remark from Baijita brightened him again. Baijita told Tai Lang Si he had done well these years. In the third month, Sun Wufan and Tai Lang Si returned once more to Yadalate Star to learn a technique they had not yet mastered. They came to learn the gigantification art. The Yadalate version differed from the Nameite warriors' innate enlargement. Nameite enlargement was a racial talent inborn and not teachable. On Yadalate Star, gigantification was a learned application of Sippolito technique and could be taught and replicated. The art divided into whole body gigantification and localized gigantification. For instance, one could suddenly enlarge a single fist to the size of a casserole, or even a truck, or the entire body could swell to immense proportions like an enhanced version of Luffy's third gear. Learning the gigantification art took them a full month. When they returned to Earth, Dandi had already been returned by Jebite. On the plaza before the Celestial Temple stood 4 figures: Sun Wufan, Tai Lang Si, Dandi, and Mr. Bobo. They were deep in discussion. Dandi told them that the Dragon Balls had been reactivated and asked who would retrieve them so he could perform an upgrade. Sun Wufan turned to Tai Lang Si and asked him to take care of the task. Tai Lang Si nodded obediently and immediately teleported home to fetch the Dragon Ball radar. With the radar in hand, Tai Lang Si began collecting the Dragon Balls. Sun Wufan moved to the edge of the plaza and reminded Dandi of the matter he had mentioned in Jia Wangshun's realm, asking Dandi to help locate someone. Dandi said he remembered and concentrated his power to peer into the mortal world. After a moment, Sun Wufan asked how it had gone. Dandi frowned and looked puzzled. He reported that he had found Pure and Wulong, but had not been able to locate Master Gue Xianren. Sun Wufan was surprised, saying it could not be, for the seer had insisted Master Gue Xianren was not dead and had not gone to the underworld, so he should still be among the living. Dandi suggested asking Wulong and Pure, who might know the old man's whereabouts. He asked Sun Wufan for their address. Dandi instructed Sun Wufan to place a hand on his shoulder so that he could sense their location. Sun Wufan agreed and placed his hand on Dandi's shoulder, marveling at how all gods seemed adept at this technique. As soon as he touched Dandi, Sun Wufan felt as if a new godlike vantage opened within him. He quickly discovered Wulong and Pure hiding inside a submarine in the East Sea. Sun Wufan frowned. Wulong and Pure emitted no martial chi. They carried only the faint breath of life, for they were not warriors and had no surging energy within. With Dandi's godly perspective, Sun Wufan still managed to sense Pure's life signature and instantly teleported to the submarine. In the East Sea, in a submarine resting on the seafloor, Wulong and Pure looked utterly dejected. The android calamity had raged for more than 10 years. In the early years, they had hidden with Master Gui Shinran, moving from place to place. Later, they found a decent submarine and used it as a refuge for several more years. They came ashore only occasionally to resupply, then returned to hide. But more than a year ago, Master Gui Shinran went ashore and never returned, leaving his 2 pets alone in the submarine. They had no idea what had happened outside and dared not stray far when resupplying, taking only a little fresh water and seafood before hurrying back. Now their greatest worry was that the submarine's power source was nearly depleted. Normally, they did not dare use the radio for fear of draining energy, but despite their frugality, the reserves had finally run dry. If they could not find a new source of power, they would be forced to abandon the submarine and could no longer hide there. Wulong lay listless on the sofa and asked bleakly whether they were destined to die there. Pure considered, and then boldly suggested they go ashore and hide in the mountains, change their location, and try a new refuge. Wulong worried that Master Wutian would be unable to find them, and Pure acknowledged the problem, leaving them anxious and uncertain. At that moment, Sun Wufan flashed into the submarine. Wulong screamed like a slaughtered pig and fainted on the spot. Pure bristled all over and let out a high-pitched scream like a girl before she too fainted from fright. Sun Wufan called them cowardly, and with a sigh scooped up the 2 pets and instantly teleported away. He dumped them unceremoniously on the Celestial Temple Plaza, and a bucket of water was poured over them, which produced 2 shrill screams that made Sun Wufan cover his ears in helpless exasperation. Sun Wufan told them to stop making a fuss and to open their eyes, introducing himself calmly. Someone called out Sun Wufan's name. Another voice asked who Sun Wufan was, and someone else began to say, "Idiot, isn't that Wukong?" But the sentence trailed off. "Is that the empty child? That little brat is named Sun Wukong." They saw Sun Wukong standing in front of them. From their perspective, he appeared to be a towering giant. Over a decade had passed, and Sun Wukong had undergone significant changes in both appearance and stature, yet they could still vaguely recognize his former self. Especially that fluffy tail, it couldn't deceive anyone. Wulong and Pure jumped up, shaking off the droplets of water on their bodies, and looked at Sun Wukong with confusion. Sun Wukong said irritably, "No need to guess, I am that little brat you talked about. I ask you, where is Master Rashi?" After confirming Sun Wukong's identity, Wulong and Pure breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had escaped death. Wulong, still shaking off the water droplets, said, "Master Mutant Rashi went ashore to look for supplies over a year ago, and then went missing. Pure and I also don't know where he went." Sun Wukong was taken aback for a moment, not expecting to hear such an answer. He then looked at Pure with a questioning expression. Pure hurriedly affirmed, "What Wulong said is true, Master Mutant Rashi has disappeared." Sun Wukong and Dondi exchanged puzzled glances. Since Master Rose's soul did not go to the underworld, it meant he was still alive, but now he was not on Earth. What could this mean? Could the old man be wandering through the stars? Or has he been reborn? It's simply unbelievable. "Wukong, what is the situation with the androids now, eh?" Pure cautiously asked. Sun Wukong, not wanting to scare them, replied honestly, "Don't worry, the androids are dead, so you don't need to hide anymore." Wulong and Pure's eyes slowly widened, revealing looks of shock. "Dead, Daddy." "Yes, that's right. It was Trunks and me who killed them. By the way, you probably don't know Trunks. He's Bulma's son. You'll meet him shortly." Wulong and Pure exchanged glances, then suddenly grabbed each other's hands and started dancing. A strong dose of two-dimensional artistry hit Sun Wukong off guard. After a while, upon hearing the news that Yamcha might be revived, Pure began to cry uncontrollably. The shift in atmosphere was incredible. The 2 pets and 1 person chatted for about half an hour when Trunks finally returned with 7 Dragon Balls. Trunks curiously examined Wulong and Pure. Wulong and Pure also curiously looked at Trunks. Wulong quietly asked Sun Wukong, "Why does he also have a tail? Is he your brother?" "No, because Trunks' father is Vegeta." "Ah, Vegeta." Wulong and Pure screamed in shock again. In their memories, Vegeta was a particularly brutal Saiyan who constantly shouted about destroying Earth and taking down Goku, and others, never forgetting to make threats even while covered in blood. He was simply the second most terrible villain after the androids. Bulma actually had a child with such a ruthless and terrifying guy. The shock was only second to the news of the androids being eliminated. However, on the other hand, it seemed that Miss Bulma was also quite formidable. Meanwhile, Dondi had already updated the Dragon Balls and completed the upgrade. Dragon Ball version 3.0. After the upgrade, the Dragon Balls appeared to be a whole lot larger, although there weren't any particularly noticeable changes. Sun Wukong couldn't help but ask, "Dondi, how is it?" Can we revive them now? As long as the physical body and soul are intact, it should be fine. Dondi replied with a smile. Great, then hurry and contact King Kai. Let him notify them that we are ready to revive them. Dondi nodded, immediately contacting King Kai. After King Kai said, okay, Sun Wukong began to summon the dragon. Come forth, dragon, grant my wish. With Sun Wukong's loud shout, the sky darkened. The 7 dragon balls emitted a rich glow, then converged into a thick golden lightning bolt shooting up into the sky. Crack! Thunder rumbled in the high sky. The golden lightning quickly materialized, transforming into a blue dragon over 100 meters long. The dragon's head poked down from the clouds, its lantern-sized eyes glowing red, and it said in a deep voice, Human who summoned me, please state your wish. I can grant you 3 wishes. Was there a slight change in the dialogue? Sun Wukong tilted his head, looking at the dragon with confusion, then said, Dragon, please revive those humans who were killed by the androids. The dragon looked at Sun Wukong and slowly spoke, Very well, as you wish. Then the dragon's enormous eyes flickered with red light, beginning to fulfill Sun Wukong's wish. On King Kai's planet, the light above Piccolo's head gradually dimmed and finally disappeared. Next was Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Chi-Chi, Dend, and Ox King. Their halos all disappeared. This meant they had successfully revived and become normal humans. Only Goku still had a halo above his head, looking a bit lonely. In hell, Vegeta's halo also disappeared. However, King Kai forgot to notify him, and he couldn't see his own halo. Therefore, he still didn't know that he had been revived by the dragon. On Earth, on King Kai's planet, the dragon said in a deep voice, All right, your first wish has been granted. Please state your second wish. Upon hearing the dragon's words, Dondi immediately communicated with King Kai to confirm the news that everyone had been revived. Then he walked to the edge of the King Kai's platform and looked down at Earth, observing humanity. He found that almost no humans had revived on Earth. With such results, Dondi couldn't help but sigh. After all, the time span was too long. Those humans killed by the androids had either reincarnated or their corpses had long since decayed, leaving no possibility of revival. As for the second wish, Sun Wukong looked up at the dragon in the sky and said, Dragon, can you revive Goku? The dragon did not hesitate, responding, I'm sorry, Goku died naturally and can no longer be revived within my abilities. Is there another way? Sun Wukong stubbornly asked. So the second wish is to inquire about the method to revive Goku, is that correct? Yes, Sun Wukong nodded. All right, please wait a moment. The dragon's eyes flashed red, and after a while it finally spoke. There is a powerful super dragon above me, a dragon that can do anything. It must have a way to revive Goku. Of course, there is another method. Goku died of natural causes. If you can find an energy with strong life force to infuse into his body, he may have a chance to be revived. Oh, is that all? Sun Wukong looked at the dragon. Yes, the dragon said in surprise, then added, All right, the second wish has been granted. Please state your third wish. Sun Wukong directly said, Then please give me a treasure with powerful life force. The dragon looked down at Sun Wukong, recalling that Sun Wukong had previously pulled a trick on him like this. No way, absolutely not. He couldn't let himself be belittled like this. Otherwise, what dignity would he have in the future? The dragon gritted his teeth and drew a strand of life essence left by the dragon god Salama, infusing it into an emerald jade bottle. The dragon would fall into a deep sleep for a year after drawing out a strand of life essence. But it didn't matter. After granting wishes, he would also disappear into slumber. The timing was just right. It was equivalent to being unharmed. After all, it was just an investment in his own prestige. It wouldn't be a loss. The dragon's eyes flashed with red light. Sun Wukong now had an emerald jade bottle in his hand. He examined the bottle closely and asked, How do you use this? But the dragon in the sky did not answer his question. Suddenly he vanished. The 7 dragon balls flew in all directions, and the sky turned clear again. Trunks asked curiously, Why do I feel like the dragon seems to have escaped? Probably has to pee. Sun Wukong toyed with the emerald jade bottle in his hand, planning to ask the old Kai before using it, as that would be more prudent. The green bottle, about 5 centimeters long, felt cool to the touch. Even though it was encased in jade, one could still feel it was filled with vibrant life energy. In short, it felt very comfortable to touch. Sun Wukong tossed it into the dimensional space. Then with a flash, he went to King Kai's planet. On King Kai's planet, everyone was immersed in the joy of being reborn. Goku was no exception. He felt happy for everyone's revival. But he had forgotten that he had not yet been revived. Sun Wukong appeared. Dad, you should be revived soon and we'll send them back to Earth first. Haha, no hurry, I don't mind. Goku laughed heartily. In fact, over a decade had already passed, or another day or two wouldn't matter. Wukong, can Goku really be revived? Shishi asked quietly. Don't worry, no problem, Sun Wukong nodded. After all, now he could only try everything he could. If the life essence from the dragon didn't work, then it was no big deal to negotiate a deal with the old Kai. If luck ran out, and the deal fell through, then he would find a way to look for the Super Dragon Balls. After all, living people couldn't die from holding their pee right. That was impossible. Hearing Sun Wukong's answer, Shishi felt relieved. Haha, Goku, then we'll leave first. Yamcha said something that seemed carefree but secretly wiped away tears. Goodbye, Goku, goodbye, King Kai. Everyone bid farewell. All right, everyone hold hands, and then grab onto me, Sun Wukong said, grabbing Shishi's hand. Shishi held Ox King's hand, Ox King held Yamcha's hand, Yamcha held Tien's hand, and Din rode on Tien's neck. Tien tried to grab Piccolo's hand, but was swatted away by Piccolo with a claw, bringing laughter from everyone. Tien had to reach out and grab Krillin's hand. Krillin laughed heartily as he grabbed Tien's arm. Piccolo walked up behind Sun Wukong and placed a hand on his shoulder. All right, let's go, Sun Wukong said with a smile, his fingers touching his forehead. He successfully sensed Trunks' energy and activated the teleportation. Whoosh. Everyone disappeared, and the next moment appeared in the King Kai's plaza. Wow, this air. I haven't inhaled this in over a decade. Great, we really are back. Earth is the best. Trunks stared blankly at the crowd. Actually, among these people, he only knew Shishi and Ox King. Of the others, he had only heard about from Sun Wukong. Now that they had all been revived, it felt surreal. Yet he still politely approached to greet them. Master Yamcha, you are really revived. Pure flew over with teary eyes. Pure. The master and servant embraced. According to authoritative dragon scholars, this master-servant relationship is quite extraordinary. Intriguing. Everyone was shocked to hear that Trunks was the child of Vegeta and Bulma. However, they quickly regained their senses, understanding in their hearts. This was very much in line with Bulma's personality, nothing to say. After that, Sun Wukong pulled Trunks aside and quietly said, Trunks, I suspect your father has also been revived by the Dragon Balls, but he might still be unaware in hell. How about you go fetch him back? Huh, I should go fetch him. Otherwise, that's a good opportunity for you and your father to strengthen your relationship. Sun Wukong was speaking sincerely. He fully understood Trunks' thoughts, he just sometimes didn't know how to express them. Sending Trunks to fetch Vegeta would be the best option. All right, Trunks nodded and vanished with a teleport. By the way, there's also Aunt Bulma. Sun Wukong teleported to bring Bulma to the King Kai's planet. Seeing her revived companions, Bulma's eyes turned red. This scene felt like a dream, one she had waited over a decade for. After that, Sun Wukong told his companions something, then teleported to King Kai's planet. Dad, let's go. We're going to King Kai's realm for a while. Going to eat? No, we're going to search for a way to revive you. But because he couldn't sense King Kai and the others' energy, Sun Wukong had to pull out the communication pearl to contact the old Kai, asking Jebbit to take a trip. Soon Goku and Sun Wukong arrived at King Kai's planet. Sun Wukong recounted the whole incident to the old Kai, then took out the emerald jade bottle given by the dragon and handed it to the old Kai. The old Kai was surprised as he took the jade bottle and looked at it, exclaiming, such pure life essence, this must be life energy from some advanced being, right? I don't know about that. Sun Wukong shook his head repeatedly. The old Kai continued, although it's just a tiny strand, it's still life essence. This could be like a spark of fire. Perhaps it could really revive Goku. So how do we use it? Sun Wukong asked. The old Kai pondered for a moment and handed the jade bottle back to Goku, saying, drink it. Okay. Goku took the bottle, pulled out the cork, and tilted his head back to drink it all in one go. He smacked his lips, looking unsatisfied. Dad, how do you feel? Several pairs of eyes were fixed on Goku, not blinking. Before Goku could answer, a green light erupted from his body, instantly enveloping him. Goku had to sit cross-legged, closing his eyes to guide the energy. The surging life energy surged out from his body, causing the surrounding grass to grow wildly, with countless flowers blooming. Seeing this spectacle, Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, thinking there was hope. Sure enough, not long after, the halo above Goku's head dimmed and then disappeared. This indicated that Goku had indeed successfully revived. Goku opened his eyes, looking at the suddenly transformed grass and blooming flowers, and said to Sun Wukong, Wukong, I feel so hungry. Oh, what's happening? Dad, you are revived, haha. Sun Wukong rushed forward, grabbing Goku's shoulders and shaking him vigorously. Chapter 065, Departure. To the past. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. You're truly resurrected. Could there be any doubt? The halo above your head has vanished. Wow. I'm heading back to Earth for food. I'm starving. Farewell, lords of the universe. Farewell, Dabura. Gohan, Dad must return first. Sun Wukong raised a hand and touched 2 fingers to his forehead, murmuring an incantation. Piccolo's key. Piccolo's key. Piccolo's key. Found it. Whoosh. He vanished instantly. Silence. X4. Gohan offered an awkward smile. Haha. My father is simply like that. Please don't find it strange, he's quite reliable more often than not. The 2 lords of the universe and Dabura nodded in agreement. I must depart as well. I'll bring more delicacies next time, Gohan said. The elder Kai waved his hand. Go on. This is a moment for reunion, don't waste time. Oh, and isn't the latest issue of the magazine due? The author updates far too slowly. Please urge him for me. Alright. I'll check when I have time, Gohan replied. He waved farewell and teleported instantly back to Earth. By then Trunks had already retrieved Vegeta. Yet Vegeta remained aloof, leaning silently against a towering tree, observing the others from afar. Occasionally he clenched his teeth and tightened his fists, itching to strike Kakarot. In the end, everyone decided to hold a long-awaited celebration, a joyous reunion. The following day, the Eastern Ocean. A colossal cruise ship glided serenely across the azure waves. Gohan stood on the deck, hands resting upon the railing, breathing in the sea breeze, savoring a rare moment of tranquil peace. Beside him stood Videl, elegantly dressed, her eyes shimmering, her pupils reflecting Gohan's image. The 2 stood quietly side by side, gazing into the sea breeze, dreaming silently of their shared future. Meanwhile, on another part of the deck, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien enjoyed barbecued meats and icy drinks, laughing heartily. Oolong and Puar chased each other across the deck, while Trunks and Goten surfed the ocean waves. The 2 lords of the universe and Dabura savored shrimp sushi with unrestrained delight. Sun Wukong grilled an entire butterfly pig. Piccolo and Din sipped sodas, reminiscing about Namekian history and current affairs. Under Bulma's firm insistence, Vegeta had reluctantly donned new attire, then collapsed onto a rocking chair, staring blankly into space, as if contemplating the meaning of existence. Shishi and Bulma whispered animatedly, glancing now at Gohan and Videl, now at Trunks and Goten, giggling uncontrollably. Ox King took charge, directing the chefs to serve meals without delay. A scene of quiet warmth unfolded, serene, harmonious, utterly perfect. Master Roshi remained missing, his whereabouts still unknown. The group resolved to consult Shenron 1 year hence for answers. And even now the true assassin behind the Southern Kai's death remained shrouded in mystery. Even though the Southern Kai continued serving posthumously, still crowned with his celestial halo, he himself could not recall who had betrayed him. Yet all this felt distant to Gohan. For now Gohan only wished to expand his home, transforming the ancestral residence atop Mount Pozu into a grand estate. He acted without hesitation. Within half a day, Gohan enlisted Bulma's help and secured the world's finest architectural team, tasked with realizing his vision in full. Funding was secured. Construction erupted the very next day. During the building phase, Sun Wukong, Chi-Chi, and Ox King temporarily relocated to West City. Most dwellings there stood abandoned, ownerless relics of the past. Had it not been for their deep emotional bond with Mount Pozu, they might never have rebuilt the estate at all. On the third day after completing his cultivation, Gohan was summoned by Bulma. She pointed proudly to the completed time machine, hands planted firmly on her hips, her cheeks flushed with triumph. Gohan, the time machine is complete. Impressive, isn't it? Gohan smiled, noting her radiant complexion. Indeed impressive. But Aunt Bulma, haven't you grown noticeably younger? Your skin glows with renewed vitality. Ah, really? Is that so? Bulma snatched up the mirror on the table and scrutinized herself from every angle. Huh, I see. It's because Uncle Vegeta has returned. You're overjoyed, aren't you? TSK. You've even regained that youthful vigor of 10 years ago. Ha ha ha, cough cough. Bulma cleared her throat and continued, voice now solemn. Let's return to the time machine. Her expression turned serious. Truth be told, even without returning to the past to deliver the cardiac remedy to Goku, things would likely resolve themselves given your presence, Gohan. Everything would realign. Yet those 10 years were unbearably harsh, unimaginably cruel. Though Earth has healed, billions of ordinary people perished, lost forever. So Gohan, now that the time machine stands ready, please deliver the remedy to your father. I refuse to witness such tragedy again, or watch you and Trunks endure such suffering once more, never again. Gohan fell silent, then gave a slow, resolute nod. Here, this is the cardiac remedy, a medical breakthrough yet undeveloped in that era. Also, these 2 batteries power the time machine, fuel reserves for emergencies. Take them both. Gohan glanced at the glucose-like pills, then banished them into a pocket dimension. He lingered longer on the 2 battery canisters, each the length of a human arm. Though labeled batteries, they resembled translucent blue liquid fuel, crystalline amber clear, and strikingly beautiful. A rather elegant pair of batteries, he mused, then likewise cast them into the dimensional void. Aunt Bulma, how does one operate the time machine? Gohan asked. Bulma lifted the machine's hatch and demonstrated its functions. Simple. This is the activation key, this the return key. I've preset the temporal coordinates, 1 hour before Frieza's arrival to exact vengeance upon Earth. Back then Goku's delayed arrival forced the Z-Fighters to suffer grievously beneath Frieza's wrath. Had Frieza not indulged in cruelty and sport, Piccolo and Vegeta might never have survived to await Goku's arrival. Understood. Gohan nodded and retracted the time machine. Where's Trunks? He's taken Vegeta to the hyperbolic time chamber at Kami's lookout. Vegeta became obsessed with it the moment he learned of its existence, so Trunks escorted him today. Bulma replied. Very well, then I shall journey to the past alone. After departing Capsule Corp, Gohan paused, then flew to the nearest city to purchase several crates of multi-flavor fish snacks. Chapter 066, The Secret of the Senzu Beans. Depart. Gohan suppressed his aura and pressed the launch button. Whoosh. The time machine soared skyward, vanishing instantly. Year 764 A. Afternoon of August 18th. A desolate desert expanse near East City. Gohan materialized midair aboard the time machine, then landed gracefully upon the barren ground. He opened the hatch and leapt out, shrinking the machine into a capsule. Then he extended his ki sense outward. Gohan detected the auras of Cat, Hermit, Master Roshi, and Kami. At last, he confirmed it. He had truly returned to the past, 16 years earlier. The earth beneath his feet, the trees, the mountains, each grain of sand, was all 16 years old. The sensation was profoundly uncanny, like standing within the river of time itself, bearing witness to history. This year Gohan had just celebrated his 7th birthday. This year Vegeta had not yet achieved Super Saiyan transformation, and Frieza remained far from Earth, his ominous approach still undetected by the Z-Fighters. Gohan drew a deep breath, inhaling the air of this era. A soft light flared in his palm as he retrieved the cardiac remedy, examined it briefly, then returned it to storage. 1 hour remained. What to do? No deliberation was needed. He would first visit the venerable Cat Hermit. Gohan touched 2 fingers to his forehead, locked onto Cat Hermit's ki, and teleported instantly to the summit of Karen Tower, arriving at the Hermit's abode. At that moment Cat Hermit was playing hide and seek with Yajirobe. Gohan appeared with a soft whoosh, and Yajirobe, blindfolded with a cloth, slammed headfirst into him, clutching his skull and howling in pain. Who's there? Yajirobe yanked off the blindfold, saw a stranger, and instantly unsheathed his katana, holding it defensively before him as he demanded Gohan's identity. Cat Hermit watched warily, then narrowed his eyes upon spotting Gohan's fluffy tail. A Saiyan. Yajirobe also noticed the tail, and suddenly his blade felt less formidable. His voice trembled as Saiyan. Truly. Gohan smiled. No need to panic. I'm merely a passing Kamen Rider. I've come seeking Senzu Beans from Master Karen. Behold, I've brought gifts unlike this stout fellow who freeloads endlessly. With that, Gohan produced several crates of multi-flavor fish snacks and stacked them neatly on the floor. The feat astonished both Cat Hermit and Yajirobe. Spontaneous manifestation of matter was exceedingly rare. Yet the aroma of the fish snacks made Cat Hermit involuntarily swallow, his mouth watering. Master Karen, where are the Senzu Beans? Gohan asked. Cat Hermit gestured towards several earthen jars tucked in the corner. There, but supplies are scarce. Gohan approached, lifted the lids, and finally grasped the true meaning of scarce. He upended all 3 jars. Plink, plink, plink. 10 solitary beans tumbled onto the floor. 10. Just 10. Utterly absurd. Absurdity incarnate. Did that fatso eat them all? Gohan grimaced as if swallowing something foul. He knew the universes will sought to eliminate the Senzu Bean, a narrative anomaly, using Yajirobe as its unwitting instrument. Yet none of that tempered his resentment toward the glutton. Such waste. 10 beans could nourish a family for days. Yet he devoured them like mere candy. Cat Hermit sighed helplessly. Yajirobe eats whenever he's idle. I simply cannot stop him. Gohan glared. 1 Senzu Bean sustains hunger for 10 days. Why haven't you burst yet? Startled by Gohan's glare, Yajirobe stumbled backward several paces. Well, what else is there to eat? Only these beans. Gohan ignored him, gathering the 10 beans. Then he turned to Cat Hermit. Master Karen, these are pitifully few. Might you reveal the secret of cultivating Senzu Beans? Cat Hermit hesitated. Gohan gestured to the crates of fish snacks. Observe, I arrived with sincere intent. And surely you sense I bear no ill will. Had I meant harm, neither of you would stand unscathed now. Would you agree? His tone remained calm, yet Cat Hermit heard the unmistakable edge of threat. Very well. It's no great secret after all. Cat Hermit yielded. If he tolerated Yajirobe, who'd freeloaded for years without offering even a single fish snack, what else could possibly shock him? Moreover, Gohan's aura radiated purity, no trace of malice. Gohan listened intently as Cat Hermit continued, cultivating senzu beans requires no arcane ritual. The crux lies solely in the soil. Ordinary earth cannot nurture senzu beans. Only sacred soil from the divine realm satisfies their growth requirements. Do you mean that pot contains divine realm soil? Gohan asked, astonished, pointing to the planter. Correct, Cat Hermit affirmed. I acquired this divine earth by chance long ago, and thus began cultivating senzu beans. Yet over time its sacred nutrients have depleted, hence the dwindling harvest. I trust you speak truth. Gohan restacked the jars neatly. He hasn't lied. But acquiring divine realm soil, that's no simple feat. It's the divine realm after all. Cat Hermit licked his paw, an old habit, then added, indeed you're right. Gohan nodded, acknowledging the logic, though inwardly dissenting. Then farewell, Master Karen. Gohan leapt from Karen Tower, leaving Cat Hermit and Yajirobe staring speechlessly at each other. Once Gohan vanished entirely, Yajirobe ventured, so, who was he really? He called himself a passing Kamen Rider, Cat Hermit replied. But he's a Saiyan. Meow, never mind. At least we're still alive, aren't we? Yajirobe. Cat Hermit's voice dropped low. Yes, sir. Open the crates. He pointed to the fish snacks. As time advanced, Frieza drew ever closer to Earth. Across the planet, the Z-Fighters began sensing the terrifying auras of both Frieza and King Cold. After brief shock, they gathered, frowning deeply, exchanging grim strategies. Unsurprisingly, despair weighed heavily upon every soul. Frieza's current power dwarfed their collective strength, and beyond him loomed another force equally fearsome. An overwhelming dread settled over them all. Chapter 067, Another Trunks. They deduced Frieza's landing site and moved stealthily toward it. Soon a colossal disc-shaped vessel descended from the heavens, its descent slow, deliberate. Many experienced Frieza's oppressive aura for the first time at such proximity. Their bodies stiffened with terror. His legs stiffened, his steps leadened, and terror flickered across his face. Watching their cowardly demeanor, Vegeta, clad in a pink shirt, let out a cold, mocking laugh. Hey, want the truth? The end of Earth has arrived. Silence fell upon the crowd. No one dared to object. Meanwhile, Gohan had long stood atop a mountain peak, observing every detail of the unfolding catastrophe. Indeed, it unfolded exactly as he remembered, unchanged in the slightest. Everyone had arrived. The colossal saucer-shaped vessel descended toward the ground, its underside extending dozens of gleaming metallic claws that plunged deep into the earth. Then it settled steadily onto the surface. Moments later, the hatch groaned open, and over a dozen low-tier warriors marched forth in formation, lining up directly before the ship. Soon after, Frieza and King Cold emerged from the vessel. Frieza first issued a chilling ultimatum, then raised a hand and commanded those warriors to slaughter humanity across Earth. He vowed that when Son Goku returned, he would be consumed by unbearable anguish. Perched atop the mountain, Gohan extended his right hand, aiming his energy blast at Frieza's entourage, ready to obliterate them in an instant. But just then, a figure soared upward from the opposite slope, landing squarely before Frieza and his forces. Gohan's pupils contracted sharply as he slowly withdrew his outstretched arm. The newcomer bore violet hair, a long sword slung across his back, and wore loose workwear, none other than Trunks. Yet Gohan knew instantly this Trunks was not the same youth who once trailed behind him, calling him Brother Gohan, with boyish devotion. This Trunks carried a colder, more austere air, his brow unlined by youthful naivety, etched instead with hard-won maturity. His icy composure evoked the stoic heroes of legend, carved from myth and cinema alike. Gohan watched intently, eyes narrowed, murmuring softly to himself. So he truly came. Below, Trunks unleashed his might, his blade flashed free, and a single devastating strike felled all the arrogant warriors in an instant. From behind the mountain, Vegeta, Piccolo, and others were stunned, utterly baffled by what had transpired. So many battle auras had vanished in a single breath. Next, Trunks clenched his fists. Golden aura erupted around him, transforming him into a Super Saiyan, golden-haired, emeraldade, radiant with power. In that instant, his presence pierced the heavens. Frieza recoiled violently, stumbling backwards several paces, haunted anew by the dread of the Super Saiyan who had once ruled his nightmares a year prior. From the rear slopes, voices erupted in alarm, buzzing with speculation over the sudden, overwhelming surge of energy. Gohan sensed Trunks' aura and began assessing his current strength. Trunks' current power level roughly matched his own strength from over 2 years ago, before he was buried alive. It was undeniably formidable. After all, he had been 21 at the time, yet this Trunks stood only 17. Clearly, after his death, Trunks had endured grueling solitary cultivation to ascend to this height. Still, his path of training remained imperfect. As Gohan pondered, the clash between Frieza and Trunks ignited without warning. Seeing Trunks transform into the very Super Saiyan he loathed most, Frieza lost all composure, launching a searing energy sphere straight at him. A deafening explosion shook the canyon, thick smoke billowing skyward. Yet in the world of Dragon Ball, the timeless law held true: smoke meant no injury. Could such an attack possibly harm Trunks? The answer was unequivocally no. Instead, Trunks shot skyward, landing gracefully atop a towering peak. Yet his retreating heel nearly trod upon Gohan, who sat cross-legged there unmoving. Danger! Instinctively, Trunks felt a primordial dread coil behind him, as if some ancient lethal predator crouched unseen, poised to strike him down with a single blow. Was someone there? Trunks whirled around, and there, seated calmly on the mountaintop, was Gohan. For the first time in his life, composed, refined, ever-reserved, Trunks uttered his first curse. Damn! And reflexively, he slashed his sword toward Gohan. As Trunks' blade flashed toward his eye, Gohan surged with power, silver aura wreathing his arm as he lifted it and seized the blade barehanded. Trunks strained to wrench it free, but the sword would not budge. Terror gripped him, far greater than any he'd felt facing the androids. He felt utterly paralyzed beneath that crushing pressure, his body locked in place, incapable of even the smallest motion. Then, as his gaze met Gohan's features, Trunks froze. This man bore an uncanny resemblance, 8 or 9 parts, to his long-deceased elder brother Gohan. His aura only erupted during combat, otherwise it remained utterly imperceptible, even to Trunks' senses. That was why he'd landed here unknowingly, nearly stepping upon him. Why was brother Gohan here? Was this truly him? Before his confusion could deepen, Gohan spoke his name. Trunks, go deal with Frieza and King Cold first. Finish what you came to do. Trunks' mind reeled. Fear and uncertainty surged instinctively. Yet he steadied himself swiftly and replied, understood. Trunks set aside his doubts, for now. Below, Frieza, seeing no sign of Trunks emerging from the smoke, assumed he'd perished in the blast, and laughed triumphantly. Ho ho ho, what a fool. King Cold praised him warmly. Well done, Frieza. Suddenly, a thunderous roar split the sky. Frieza. Both Frieza and King Cold jerked their heads upward, just as an energy sphere screamed down and detonated beside them with a deafening boom. You wretched Saiyan monkey. Frieza snarled, launching himself skyward, only to confront the unimaginable. Trunks materialized above him and brought his sword down in a single brutal arc, cleaving Frieza cleanly in two. Amid Frieza's look of utter disbelief, Trunks flickered, sword flashing again and again, reducing the tyrant to scattered fragments of flesh. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, Trunks fired a ki blast, incinerating every remnant of Frieza into ash and oblivion. The entire sequence flowed like liquid lightning, bone-shattering, dust-scattering final. King Cold stared dumbstruck as his beloved son dissolved into gray motes. Beyond him, Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, and others, hidden behind the mountain, witnessed the aerial carnage and stood frozen in disbelief. They simply could not fathom that Frieza, the indomitable, terrifying Frieza, had just been erased in an instant, and by someone so young, barely 16 or 17, utterly defying comprehension. Unable to contain themselves any longer, they ascended toward the battlefield. King Cold then attempted to seize Trunks' sword, convinced victory was his. He too fell, dispatched in a single decisive strike. Events unfolded precisely as foretold. The Z-fighters gathered near Trunks, but dared not speak. Trunks turned toward the mountaintop, only to find Gohan gone. Chapter 68, A Dialogue Between Two Worlds. Where had he gone? Trunks searched in vain, puzzled by Gohan's disappearance. Yet far more urgent matters demanded his attention. He exhaled deeply, dispelling his Super Saiyan aura centering his thoughts, and turned to Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others with a warm smile. I'm off to meet Master Son Goku. Would you like to join me? What a... The group gasped in unison. That a youth would address Son Goku by name was beyond their expectations. Observing their astonishment, Trunks added, Master Son Goku's ship should have landed nearby. Follow me. With that, he launched himself skyward, charting his course, and sped away. Krillin, Vegeta, and the rest hesitated, briefly torn between caution and curiosity. Yet their fascination soon overcame restraint, and they followed. 3 hours later, Son Goku's vessel descended from the heavens, crashing into the earth with a thunderous impact, carving a deep crater. Son Goku stepped forth clad in the distinctive garb of the Yardrat people. Their story continued. Trunks and Goku exchanged sparring blows. Then Trunks revealed the grim future and presented the life-saving medicine for Goku's heart condition. While they spoke, Gohan sat comfortably in a restaurant in East City, a table laden with delicacies before him, eating with unrestrained delight. Truth be told, he knew this eatery well. He'd visited it countless times in his own world. Every fixture remained identical, even the staff. Only the proprietress appeared markedly younger, a woman in her early 20s, vibrant and lovely. In his memory, she had been a graceful 40-something matriarch, making this dissonance profoundly uncanny. Gohan observed her with quiet amusement while eating, his mind still turning over Trunks' arrival. So, the timeline must have branched the moment I was reborn. In that world where I died, Trunks fought the androids alone, and delivered this very medicine to save Earth. Everything changed, yet nothing did. Time itself is perhaps the most intricate tapestry in existence. Within his mind, Gohan wove endless hypotheses, refining, discarding, recalculating. Had he known a Trunks would arrive bearing medicine, he'd never have come here. Why bother? Savoring fine food in leisure, then cultivating in peace. That was true bliss. Why wade into this turbulent river? Frankly, he had little desire to meet the familiar faces of this world, chiefly because he dreaded the explanations. Worse still, he risked entanglement in needless complications. All in all, exhaustingly inconvenient. Now that Trunks had taken charge, Gohan was content to remain a serene, detached observer. Peaceful indeed. By the time his contemplation ended, not a single dish remained. Each had found its rightful home. The young proprietress, seeing such an exceptionally hearty eater for the first time, marveled, silently stealing glances at Gohan with growing fascination. "Ma'am, I'll settle the bill." "Right away, sir." Her voice was soft and melodious, though her figure lacked the subtle grace she'd possess a decade hence. Gohan paid cheerfully and departed. At that very moment, he sensed Trunks' aura receding from Goku's group, crisscrossing the skies as if searching for him. Finally finished, Gohan thought, and in a flash of instantaneous movement, he teleported to Trunks' side. High above a mountain peak, Trunks scanned the horizon anxiously. Strange, did he leave already? Recalling the profound sense of familiarity and warmth that Gohan had evoked, Trunks yearned desperately to see him again, to unravel this mystery once and for all. Whoosh! Gohan materialized beside him. Super instantaneous movement. Trunks leapt backward, startled. Upon recognizing Gohan's face, Trunks' pupils constricted violently. His hands trembled uncontrollably. His lips quivered as he stammered, "Gee, Gohan. Brother, is it really you?" He rubbed his eyes fiercely, tears reddening them. "Yes, it is me," Gohan affirmed with a calm nod. Silence. Trunks studied him, then slowly shook his head. "No, you're not, brother Gohan. My Gohan isn't like this." His expression shifted rapidly, from elation to desolation, then to bewilderment, and finally to raw shock. Such mastery of emotional nuance would earn him an Oscar if he chose acting over battle. "Master Gohan, did you also arrive from the future?" Trunks was brilliant. Once lucid, he deduced Gohan's origin with startling accuracy. Gohan nodded. "Yes, let's find somewhere quieter to talk." "This way," he said, pointing toward a flat grassy clearing atop the mountain. "Of course," Trunks replied, his gaze never leaving Gohan's face. They descended and settled onto the grass, Trunks carefully suppressing his aura. His eyes brimmed with awe and unanswered questions. This Gohan stood taller and broader than the brother he remembered, his arms whole, his face unmarked by old scars. Most astonishing of all, there swaying gently behind him was a thick furry tail. Only that deep, unmistakable resonance, and the striking similarity of his features, gave Trunks the courage to believe. Recalling the suffocating pressure Gohan had exerted moments earlier, Trunks blurted out the question burning within him, "Master Gohan, what is happening here? Are you truly from the future too?" Gohan nodded. "Yes. Now, tell me about your world first." Of course. Without hesitation, Trunks recounted his world's history, truthfully, fully. It matched Gohan's memory precisely. In age 778, he died. 4 years afterward, Trunks waged a desperate solitary war against androids 17 and 18, living in constant flight, and concealment. Later, Bulma succeeded in building the time machine and sent Trunks to deliver the life-saving medicine to Son Goku in this timeline. A familiar tale, unchanged in any detail. That is my story, Master Gohan. And yours? Trunks asked, gazing intently at him. Gohan's gaze grew distant, steeped in memory. In age 778, I crawled out of my grave. Huh. Trunks' eyes widened in disbelief. What an impossibly audacious beginning. Chapter 69, Guiding Trunks. Then, what am I, Gohan? Why hasn't he crawled out yet? Trunks stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend that Mr. Gohan in front of him had such an extraordinary start. He had thoroughly checked before, and Gohan had no aura left. He was indeed dead. But the Mr. Gohan before him was not dead. Son Gohan waved his hand, and a barrier enveloped the two, isolating them from sound and aura. Son Gohan continued, "There's nothing strange about this. Time changes in an instant, and every second can create a different life. Just like in this world, who would have thought that such a powerful father would suddenly die from a heart attack? Many things happen suddenly. It could be a heartbeat, a mosquito bite, or even a difference in the temperature of the soil. In any case, I suddenly woke up. The divergence of our two worlds likely started from here. Later, Trunks and I found a spaceship at the old site of the Capsule Corporation, and your mother successfully repaired it. This spaceship was equipped with a gravity system to make training more effective. Later, I remembered that my father had mentioned a wonderful room of spirit and time at the sacred temple when he was very young. So Trunks and I went to find it, and luckily the sacred temple hadn't been destroyed by the androids, and we successfully found that room of spirit and time. Trunks couldn't help but ask, "Room of spirit and time. What is that?" It's a place very suitable for training. The gravity inside is several times that of Earth, and 1 year inside only counts as 1 day outside. Unfortunately, each person can only enter for 2 days in their lifetime. But that's enough. Trunks and I trained inside for 1.5 years, and when we came out, the androids were no longer our opponents. Trunks and I successfully killed the androids. Listening to Son Gohan's story, Trunks was extremely shocked. Although Mr. Gohan spoke quite casually about it, he knew better than anyone how terrifying the androids were. Mr. Gohan must have gone through life and death struggles to emerge victorious. So what happened next? Trunks continued to ask. He looked at Son Gohan's intact left arm, knowing there must be more to the story. Later, through Mr. Popo, the guardian of the sacred temple, I contacted Lord King Kai and learned the location of the new Namek. I flew to the new Namek in the spaceship repaired by Aunt Bulma. There I successfully used the Dragon Balls to restore my severed arm. And I brought a new guardian of Earth, Dend, who once again created magical Dragon Balls, bringing new peace to Earth. That was enough. Son Gohan decided to conclude his tale here. After hearing Son Gohan's story, Trunks exclaimed, "I never expected such a huge difference between the two worlds. I had no idea about all these things, including the spaceship, the room of spirit and time, and the new Namek. I knew nothing. If I had known this earlier." Sigh. Mr. Gohan, after going back, you can give it a try, but I don't know if the sacred temple still exists. Trunks nodded heavily, then thought for a moment, and continued, "Mr. Gohan, can I ask you for a favor?" "Go ahead," Son Gohan said. "Can you guide me in my training? I can feel that you are extremely powerful now, even many times stronger than the Mr. Goku I encountered earlier. I want to become stronger and defeat the androids to bring peace to Earth." "Sure, but I thought you would ask me to help you kill the androids instead." Son Gohan couldn't help but laugh. "After all, that was something that happened in my timeline. I want to solve it myself. Oh, I want to personally kill those 2 demons, avenge all my companions, and avenge Brother Gohan." Trunks clenched his fists, his words resonating with determination. "Very good, very ambitious." Son Gohan smiled and patted Trunks' shoulder. He continued, "Trunks, you also heard my path to becoming stronger, so I won't repeat it. Now I want to share some insights about Super Saiyans. Let me ask you, Trunks, do you think Super Saiyans can achieve further transformations?" "Further transformations?" Trunks was a bit surprised. He had never thought about that. Can Super Saiyans achieve further transformations? "Incredible," Son Gohan said. "By the look on your face, I can tell you definitely haven't thought about it. Now let me tell you, the power of Saiyans knows no limits. Similarly, the transformations of Super Saiyans do as well. In my view, Super Saiyan is not the end, it's merely the beginning. There is still a very long way to go, and one can continuously break through their bottlenecks and grow stronger. First, we must break through the bottlenecks in our minds. With this mindset, we can find new methods and directions for breakthroughs and continue to grow stronger. If you think that Super Saiyans are all there is, then your achievements in this lifetime will likely be limited to the initial transformation stage of Super Saiyan. Remember to constantly surpass yourself and break your limits. Trunks nodded heavily, feeling a bit tingly in his mind, as if a new way of thinking had opened up for him. This is the benefit of having someone guide your training. Exploring on your own, under the same talents, you will always be a step behind. Mr. Gohan, I have learned a lot. Trunks stood up and deeply bowed to Son Gohan. The debt of teaching is akin to being reborn. Trunks was immensely grateful. Although Son Gohan had only spoken a few words lightly, the help he provided was truly substantial. Sit down, sit down. Son Gohan waved his hand and Trunks sat back down. Trunks, you need to pay attention to what I'm about to say. You say. Trunks sat up straight. Son Gohan said with utmost seriousness. Actually, besides the androids, no. 17 and no. 18 Dr. Jero's computer created an even more dangerous android. This guy is probably already awakened in your timeline, so you need to stay alert and be cautious of his sneak attacks. There are actually such things. Trunks was greatly shocked, feeling even more urgency to improve his strength. Strength is the foundation for facing all difficulties. And if one day you acquire the Z sword, remember to break it at the first opportunity. Do you understand? I understand. Trunks nodded heavily, committing everything to memory. He had always been a very prudent person and would never be careless. After talking for a while longer, Trunks boarded the time machine and vanished into the sky, returning to his own timeline. Watching the direction Trunks disappeared, Son Gohan remained silent for a moment. He knew that the words he had shared with Trunks would surely change some history in that world. But what does it matter? That kind of tragic history is better left untouched. 070. This is called time travel. Son Gohan also took out the time machine and returned to his own timeline. He informed Bulma about the appearance of another Trunks, leaving her in a state of shock. This back and forth only took half a day. Nothing happened, it was just nearing the next meal time. The next day, Son Gohan went to Korin Tower and planted a senzu bean in the pot, where Master Roshi originally cultivated them, watering it slightly. After completing this task, he took another trip to King Kai's planet, planting 5 senzu beans and instructing Jebet to water them regularly. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. The new manor on Mount Payaz had completed its final inspection. The Sun family moved into the spacious new house. Notably, Shishi was once again pregnant. The laws of nature state that after a long drought the rain brings forth growth. This saying is not false. One day after finishing his training, Son Gohan came to Korin Tower to check on the planted senzu beans. However, the result disappointed him. 2 months had passed, and there were still no signs of germination. Could it be that this senzu bean seed died? Son Gohan felt the urge to dig it up and study it. But in the end he held back. He then went to King Kai's planet. Seeing the 5 senzu bean seedlings breaking through the soil, Son Gohan smiled broadly. He felt a deep sense of accomplishment akin to a proud father marveling at how his child has grown. Since they had sprouted, it meant they had succeeded halfway. Jebet, well done. Son Gohan praised Jebet, the great contributor, with a big thumbs up. And he rewarded him with delicious food as a treat. A year quickly passed. Vegeta, thinking he had made a significant breakthrough, confidently came to challenge Son Goku. However, he was thoroughly outclassed when Son Goku transformed from his normal state to Super Saiyan, then to Super Saiyan 2. Shortly after their battle, Shishi successfully gave birth. It was a chubby little boy. Shishi named him Goten, Son Goten. Looking at this younger brother who was nearly 25 years younger than him, Son Gohan marveled at how his parents were still so vigorous. In summary, it was quite impressive. Trunks poked Son Gohan from the side, quietly telling him that he also wanted a younger brother or sister and envied him greatly. Go tell your mother, Son Gohan chuckled. During this year, they also summoned the dragon and invited Master Roshi. Through Master Rose's account, they learned that he had accidentally wandered into the demon realm in recent years and couldn't find his way back. Thankfully, with the dragon's help, otherwise he would have been trapped in the demon realm forever. This was a very bizarre experience, and Master Roshi stated it was quite painful. The demons there were too liberated, and he found it a bit overwhelming. Speaking of senzu beans, the beans planted on Korin Tower had taken root and sprouted to over 10 centimeters in height after a year. But it was uncertain when they would bloom and bear fruit. As for the 5 senzu bean seedlings on King Kai's planet, they were far ahead and had already bloomed with beautiful purple buds, yielding gratifying results. Time flew by. Another year had passed. During this year, Son Gohan and Videl successfully entered the halls of marriage, beginning their happy life as a couple. After countless nights of anticipation, Videl became pregnant. Months later, after a checkup, it turned out to be a pair of twins. After 10 months of pregnancy, she successfully gave birth. A boy and a girl. Both adorable children had delicate features, big eyes, and long eyelashes. One could imagine they would grow up to be handsome boys and beautiful girls. The family was filled with joy, throwing a grand feast. Son Gohan was so excited that he went several days without sleep, happily forgetting how to write the word tired. Finally, the names of the two children were decided. The girl was named Xiao Fong by Videl. The boy was named Sun Wu by Son Gohan, with Wu meaning martial arts. This had a hint of nostalgia for his previous life. After becoming a father, Son Gohan felt his responsibilities had increased greatly. He practiced diligently every day without any slack. His strength also grew day by day. One day, Shishi curiously asked Son Gohan, "Gohan, don't you want to be a scholar anymore?" Son Gohan replied with a smile, "Mom, the academic research I'm doing now is martial arts." Shishi smiled gently, not saying anything more. Gohan had grown up, he was now a father, and had his own considerations, so Shishi naturally wouldn't interfere too much. Moreover, their lives were going great, they weren't worried about food or clothing, and had become what others viewed as a wealthy family. This was definitely cooler than being a scholar. It was all because Son Gohan provided a new concept and invested in the Capsule Corporation. Now every year, just from dividends, they had a very considerable income. Wealth had piled up to the point where it couldn't be spent. Nowadays, Piccolo resided in the sacred temple, spending every day either training or meditating. With him, living their den seemed less bored. Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu had taken on the role of ascetic monks, traveling around the world on foot to undergo rigorous training. Yamcha became a fitness coach, using his exaggerated muscles to attract young female students. At Videl's recommendation, Krillin took a job at the East City Police Station and became the captain of the second squad. Master Roshi and Oolong continued to live on Turtle Island. They spent their days reading magazines, watching television, and doing some exercise, enjoying a very leisurely life. One day, Son Gohan was playing with his babbling son, Son Goten. Trunks descended from the sky and landed beside Son Gohan. At this moment, Trunks had truly grown up, becoming the real deal, Trunks. Moreover, his strength was incredibly formidable, making him the third strongest on Earth. His power was only below Son Gohan and Son Goku. With the full power of Super Saiyan 2, even Vegeta would be unable to compete with him. "Haha, Goten, call me brother Trunks, brother." Trunks lifted Son Goten above his head and laughed heartily. Son Goten waved his arms and laughed nonstop. "Call me Goten." Trunks twirled with Son Goten in his arms. "Trunks." Son Goten pronounced each syllable carefully before bursting into laughter, imitating Trunks. Son Gohan watched the two of them, feeling as though he was witnessing a scene from another lifetime. "You must call Trunks brother, Goten. You can't just call him Trunks." Trunks refused to give up. He also wanted to enjoy the feeling of being called brother. Just imagining it seemed really cool. But Son Goten wouldn't comply. In the end, Trunks had no choice but to let him go and placed him back on the ground. Trunks, feeling a bit discontented, said to Son Gohan, "Gohan, why doesn't Goten want to call me brother? I really can't understand. Next time, remember to give him some candy first, then try again." "Oh, really?" Trunks' eyes lit up, thinking it might work. "Hey, that goes without saying, Trunks. I'm not bragging, I'm now a father, and I never lie," Son Gohan said proudly. A special news bulletin interrupts regular programming today. Terrorists have appeared across the globe wielding strange devices designed to pierce human bodies and drain their energy. Authorities believe these assailants belong to a single clandestine organization. Citizens are urged to remain vigilant and report any suspicious activity to local authorities. Shown next are distinctive tattoos borne by the group's followers. The images depict heavily muscled men, each bearing an identical black mark upon his forehead, the letter M. Hearing the broadcast, Gohan abruptly turns toward the television screen and frowns deeply upon seeing the images. That symbol, it is hauntingly familiar. It belongs to the malevolent sorcerer Babidi. So he has finally arrived. As Gohan broods, a voice calls out, "Gohan. Gohan. Huh, what is it?" Videl, noticing his sudden distraction, repeats his name twice. "Why are you so absent-minded?" Shishi asks, glancing at him as well. It is lunchtime, and Goku, as usual, is nowhere to be found. Seated around the dining table are Gohan, Chi-Chi, Videl, Ox King, and two nannies hired to care for the three children. Ordinarily, servants would not dine alongside the family. But in Gohan's household, such formalities are disregarded. Adding 2 extra sets of chopsticks is all it takes. "Something's happened," Gohan says, gesturing toward the television, still replaying the news. "Surely this isn't serious?" Shishi asks. "No, it likely isn't. Let's eat first," Gohan replies with a smile, returning his attention to his meal. The orb is gone. What chaos could Babidi possibly stir now? After lunch, Gohan vanishes in an instant, reappearing atop the lookout. "Then help me locate someone, quickly." As Gohan's aura flares, Piccolo opens his eyes midair and descends gracefully. "What's wrong?" Piccolo and Den ask in unison. A bizarre faction has emerged on Earth. potentially threatening the planet's very survival. Gohan recounts the televised report in full. I intend to confront their leader, but his presence is shielded by some arcane method. Such a thing is possible. No alien vessels have approached Earth recently. Din remarks incredulously, then steps to the edge of the lookout to survey the mortal world below. Could this be the work of humans? Piccolo frowns, standing shoulder to shoulder with Din as they gaze downward. Though Piccolo merged with the former Guardian and no longer serves as Earth's Kami, his ability to observe humanity from the lookout remains intact. There are 38 of them, each armed with a unique energy siphoning device. Thousands of civilians have been drained, though none have perished. I rest should restore their vitality. Damn it, I simply failed to patrol the mortal realm today. Din clenches his fist, consumed by remorse, chastising himself for allowing such evil to infiltrate unnoticed. At that moment, North Kai's voice resonates through the air. Hey Gohan, are you listening? Yes. Please speak freely. Gohan surmises North Kai's calm must concern Babidi. There can be no other reason for such urgency. Do you recall South Kai's assassination? Yes, that occurred years ago before Bojack's invasion of Earth. Exactly. We've finally identified the killer. A chill runs down Gohan's spine. He knows Babidi is surely behind it. A sinister sorcerer has gathered legions of dark warriors across the galaxy, harvesting energy. For years he operated in the southern galaxy. South Kai's death was his doing. Gohan's heart lurches. Just as feared, the grotesque Babidi is indeed responsible. His name is Babidi, a descendant of Bibidi, the ancient sorcerer who created Majin Buu. I suspect his energy collection aims to resurrect Buu. Gohan, I bear even graver news. Babidi is already on Earth. Gohan exhales slowly. Then you're likely correct. I'm currently asking Din to pinpoint his location. Suddenly, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures arrive in rapid succession atop the lookout: Goku, Supreme Kai, Shin, and his attendant Kibito. Goku teleported here directly from North Kai's realm. Shin and Kibito sensed Babidi's arrival and rushed to Earth without delay. Shin greets Gohan with rare praise. Gohan, you displayed remarkable foresight when you relocated Majin Buu's containment sphere. And now Bibidi's heir has truly surfaced. Gohan nods. Our immediate priority is locating Babidi and his cohort. Din bows respectfully before Shin. Supreme Kai, may I pose a question? No extraterrestrial vessels have entered Earth's orbit recently. How then did Babidi appear so suddenly? Shin smiles gently. Din, you misunderstand. Babidi masters forbidden sorcery, surpassing even his father Bibidi. He likely crossed dimensions using a spell akin to instantaneous movement. Found him. Shin's eyes gleam brightly. He has located Babidi's hidden lair. Excellent. Truly worthy of your title, Supreme Kai. Din exclaims. Nearby, Goku's excitement ignites. Gohan, is Babidi formidable? Ah, his old habit resurfaces. Gohan replies calmly, uncertain, but as a sorcerer his magic demands utmost caution. Enough talk. Gohan, Goku, Piccolo, follow me. Shin leaps from the lookout's edge without hesitation. Why not teleport directly there? Gohan quips, yet follows closely. Piccolo and Goku leap after him in perfect unison. Because we must brief everyone en route. Many still know nothing of Babidi. Shin explains. At that moment the air shimmers. Trunks and Vegeta materialize via teleportation. Brother Gohan, what's happening? I sensed our combined auras converging and assumed something urgent was underway, so I came immediately. Trunks explains before falling into step with the group. Vegeta merely grunts, turning his head away with characteristic aloofness. Gohan glances at the perpetually proud Vegeta and silently worries he'll develop chronic neck strain. Chapter 72, Babidi is fuming mad. Since you've all gathered, allow me to recount the history of this vile sorcerer, Babidi. Turning to face the assembled warriors, Supreme Kai Shin begins his account. Fortunately, Gohan's foresight spared us catastrophe by relocating Majin Buu's containment sphere to the sacred world of the Kai. Babidi will never recover Buu now. Our mission is clear: eliminate Babidi and every dark warrior he commands. Vegeta scoffs coldly. They are already doomed. This gathering comprises the universe's greatest warriors. They have walked willingly into their own annihilation. Shin chuckles softly. Do not underestimate Babidi. He may have summoned horrors beyond imagination. Humph. Vegeta folds his arms, dismissive. Ha ha ha. Supreme Kai, I'd love to see Majin Buu myself. Just how monstrous is he? Goku grins, eagerly, eyes sparkling. Shin recoils in alarm. Absolutely not. Under no circumstances. He refuses outright. Though all Saiyans, their temperaments diverge starkly, Gohan and Trunks embody calm resolve. while Goku and Vegeta embrace reckless bravado. A curious role reversal, whose demeanor truly reflects paternal wisdom. Meanwhile, deep within a basin of the unyielding highlands, a colossal spacecraft lies buried beneath the Earth, its only visible feature a narrow surface aperture, serving as entrance and exit. In the vessel's lowest chamber, Babidi, a diminutive grotesque figure resembling a repulsive insect, rages violently. What in blazes is happening? Where is Majin Buu? Where is his sealed orb? Ayakak. Standing barely 50 centimeters tall, his putrid green skin evokes a dung beetle, and now enraged his shrill voice spatters saliva, amplifying his revolting appearance. Beside him stands Dabura, a towering pink-skinned warrior draped in azure robes, the demon king of the netherworld. Dabura bows low. Master Babidi, could someone have tampered with matters before our arrival? Yes, precisely. It must be East Kai, the only one who knew Buu's whereabouts. That wretched fool. This makes me sick. Babidi gasps, veins bulging at his temples, fury reaching its zenith. Dabura soothes, my lord, even without Buu you possess me. I shall conquer the cosmos unopposed. None can rival my might. Babidi casts him a disdainful glance. Humph. You pale beside Majin Buu, the flawless masterpiece of my father. Though Dabura bristles inwardly, he dares not protest. Though sovereign of the demon realm, he now bears Babidi's dark sigil, an M branded upon his brow, and is bound by sorcerous compulsion, incapable of defiance without excruciating agony. He bows again. Yes, yes, Master Babidi. Then what shall we do? Babidi smirks, bitterly drain every human's energy, and obliterate this planet. One day I shall find Buu, and slay East Kai, avenging my father. Yes, Master Babidi. I await that day with fervent anticipation. Babidi suddenly asks, is that one still asleep? Yes. Go wake him now? But Master Babidi, he refuses to act upon waking, and his temper is volatile. I despise his laziness. Wake him immediately. Dare he defy me? Yes, master. Dabura bows and departs for the upper deck. Meanwhile, Gohan's party lands atop a mountain peak overlooking the unyielding highlands. Shin points toward a depression in the basin. Babidi's ship hides there. See the entrance. Yes. All nod. Their vision far surpasses mortal limits. Distance holds no barrier. At that instant, a hulking warrior descends from the sky, energy collector in hand, and disappears into the ship's aperture, returning from his grim harvest. Looks like he's just finished collecting energy. Brother Gohan, what's our move? Trunks asks. The others turn to Gohan, instinctively deferring to his leadership. Indeed, Gohan stands unrivaled in power. Even Vegeta, ever gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, cannot deny the staggering magnitude of his strength. None fully comprehend the depth of Gohan's current cultivation. The enemy is exposed. We are concealed. This is an ambush. So what else is there to do? Strike before they notice. Disable their ship, capture or eliminate as many as possible. The others blink in stunned silence. A master strategist, stealthy, calculating, lethally efficient. Leave it to me. Gohan grins and hurls a brilliant cerulean energy sphere toward Babidi's ship. Whoosh. Light cleaves the heavens. The sphere detonates upon impact with the ground. Boom. The earth convulses, a fire erupts skyward. A colossal mushroom cloud billows upward, choking the valley in thick smoke. Sand and stone whirl violently. The entire unyielding highlands loses a vast swath of terrain. The warriors stare breathless and awestruck at the apocalyptic blast. At its epicenter, Babidi, battered and bleeding, clings to a flickering barrier, spitting crimson blood. Curse you! Who dares destroy my ship? Monster! You've annihilated years of painstakingly gathered energy, you filthy beast. Ayakak! Another gout of blood stains his lips, his face drains of color. Dabura shakes dust from his cloak, wipes blood from his mouth, and reports cough, cough, cough. Master Babidi, besides the lost energy, Pui Gu and dozens of warriors perished in the explosion. And him? Babidi snaps. He was still sleeping. I hadn't awakened him yet. Likely. Forget him. Let's go. Find whoever did this. I will tear them limb from limb. Yes, Master Babidi. Dabura bows, and together they rise into the air, spotting Gohan's group instantly. Curse them. Dabura, teach them a lesson. Babidi points a trembling finger, his entire frame shaking, not from fear, but from incandescent rage. His life's work, reduced to ash. This devastation, wrought entirely by those standing before him. Unforgivable. Only their deaths can quench his burning wrath. Yes, Dabura roars, and descends with Babidi landing before the warriors. Who are you? How dare you destroy my master's vessel? You court death. Babidi peeks from behind Dabura's massive frame, so furious that several of his sparse remaining hairs fall out. Then, his gaze locks onto Shin. Damn you, East Kai, you scheming fiend. I will see you dead. Babidi was furiously hiding behind Dabura, spouting arrogant words. Dabura, kill that Kai-shin. Yes, Lord Babidi, Dabura replied loudly, stepping forward, his eyes fixed menacingly on the 7 people ahead. If it is you who will die here today, Babidi, said the East Kai-shin, retorting sharply. Yet his gaze towards Dabura was filled with wariness. He knew of Dabura's origins and explained to the others nearby. This big guy is Dabura, the king of the demon realm, and his strength is unfathomable. Be careful. After finishing his words, he quickly retreated behind the crowd. Dabura then let out a cold laugh, saying, Since you know my name, will you still struggle in vain? You big fool, what nonsense are you talking? I will be your opponent, Vegeta said with a cold laugh, stepping forward. Seeing Vegeta trying to take the monster's son, Goku couldn't allow that, quickly saying, Vegeta, I want to have a workout too. Then let's decide with rock, paper, scissors who goes first. Alright, let's go. Son Goku said fiercely. Thus the first round of their intense competition began. Scissors, rock, paper, the scene was quite intense. Dabura and Babidi were left speechless. Dabura taunted, stop fighting over it, you can both come at me together. Shut up. Vegeta glared back. Dabura's forehead was twitching with anger, secretly vowing to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. After a minute, the game of rock, paper, scissors came to an end. Ultimately, Vegeta emerged victorious and would face Dabura. Vegeta snorted coldly, lifting his chin, clenching his fists, and in an instant his black hair transformed into a brilliant golden hue, engulfed in a burning golden aura. In that moment, the powerful aura surged outwards from him, whipping up fierce winds. Son Gohan looked at Vegeta in surprise. He was astonished that Vegeta had achieved such a level in just a few years. Such momentum. It couldn't be wrong. It was similar to the strength he and Trunks had when they first emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. In just 2 or 3 years, Vegeta had progressed from the initial form of Super Saiyan to this level. This indicated that the effort Vegeta had put in during these years was beyond what ordinary people could imagine. This level of strength was far superior to that of the original Z timeline during the battle against the fully formed Cell. With a loud shout, Vegeta pushed his energy to its peak, exploding with power, and rapidly moved towards Dabura. Seeking death, Dabura sneered, grasping at the air with his right hand, a large sword suddenly appearing in his palm, slashing towards Vegeta. The swiftly moving Vegeta flickered, dodging Dabura's slash, then appeared at Dabura's right side, delivering a powerful punch to his face. Clang! The sound echoed as Dabura blocked Vegeta's heavy strike with his sword. The two shouted as they exerted force against each other, shockwaves radiating outwards in ripples. The fierce battle was about to erupt. Seeing the situation, Babidi hurriedly retreated. Boom, boom, boom. The clash ended with Vegeta and Dabura's fists and feet colliding countless times, producing violent booms. Following that, the two executed a full-force collision, their fists crashing together. The surrounding rocks exploded, shattering into dust, and the ground sank deeply around them. Boom. Vegeta's mouth bled slightly as he was sent flying, tumbling through the air several times before barely stabilizing himself. In truth, his strength was still considerably weaker than Dabura's. In a direct contest, it was hard to come out on top. But with Vegeta's character, how could he possibly give up? He soared into the air, hands waving rapidly, making a da-da-da-da-da sound as energy spheres rained down on Dabura. A classic tactic, the prince's strategy. Yet it was well known that while this move seemed overwhelmingly fierce against an opponent of superior strength, it was merely like scratching the surface. It could be said to have no real effect. It only caused destruction to the ground and various light pollution. Sure enough, Dabura emerged through the smoke, instantly appearing right in front of Vegeta, the large sword descending from the sky, slashing down fiercely. But defeating Vegeta this way was unlikely. Vegeta clasped his hands above his head, seemingly activating a skill to catch a blade with bare hands, stopping Dabura's sword in its tracks. Following that, Vegeta erupted with energy again, his hands ablaze with aura, and he forcefully twisted to the side. Dabura's sword immediately shattered into 2 pieces, rendered unusable. However, Vegeta was left panting heavily, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Dabura tossed the broken piece of the sword to the ground. With a knee strike, he unleashed a lightning-fast attack that struck Vegeta's abdomen, sending him flying. Following that, a furious barrage of punches and kicks rained down. Vegeta could only be forced to defend, retreating repeatedly, suffering greatly. Dabura's strength was superior to his, making it difficult to handle. Huh. Vegeta once more unleashed his aura, brilliant light, forcing Dabura back. At this moment Son Goku called from afar, "Vegeta, isn't it my turn to step in now?" Huff huff huff, cockroach, shut your mouth. Vegeta glared at Dabura, angrily retorting to Son Goku, his breathing increasingly labored. Yet his resolve was unwavering as he turned to Dabura, saying, "Humph, is this all you can do, Dabura? Just this much?" Dabura's eyes turned cold as he raised a hand, launching an energy blast towards Vegeta. Vegeta jumped high, avoiding Dabura's energy attack. Dabura's energy blast flew directly towards the spectators, and it was moving at an incredible speed. All this. The Kaioshin and Jebbet were both taken aback. However, seeing the other warriors remain calm, the two had no choice but to endure the tension, trying to appear nonchalant. The energy sphere whistled as it approached, getting closer. At this moment, Trunks flew up and transformed into Super Saiyan 2 in an instant, punching the incoming energy sphere away. The energy sphere exploded in the distance, creating another mushroom cloud. Vegeta, soaring high into the air, burst into laughter, his hands shimmering with energy as if he were gathering a radiant sun. "Haha, Dabura, dare you take on this move?" Vegeta laughed arrogantly, initiating a provocation. "Vegeta, that energy will destroy the earth." The Kaioshin and Jebbet were filled with dread as the Kaioshin shouted urgently. Yet Vegeta couldn't hear him. Even if he did, what difference would it make? No one could change Vegeta's resolve except himself. Vegeta was that proud a man. Here it comes, final flash. With a loud shout, a destructive blue light descended from the heavens, striking at Dabura. In an instant, the world changed color, as if only Vegeta's energy attack remained in existence. The speed of the final flash was incredibly fast, and Dabura had no time to dodge. In desperation, he could only push his power to the limit, grabbing hold of Vegeta's overwhelming strike. "Bastard, am I supposed to fear you?" Dabura stubbornly retorted, pressing against the final flash, the palms of his hands crackling and emitting wisps of white smoke. The heat from the energy scorched his palms, emitting a scent of grilled meat. His feet, planted on the ground, sank into it, leaving long trails as he was pushed back. After being pushed back several dozen meters, Dabura shouted, "Aw," as veins bulged on his arms, finally swatting the final flash aside. The overwhelming energy, trailing a long tail, whistled past, shattering several mountain peaks before piercing through the atmosphere, exploding in the vast universe. In an instant, intense light enveloped half the earth. Where the light shone, everyone covered their eyes. 074. The transformed Vegeta and the third person. The final flash seemed to have drained Vegeta's last bit of strength. He landed on the ground, resting his left hand on his right shoulder, his breathing heavy like a bellows. At this moment, Vegeta was utterly exhausted at the end of his rope. The intense light finally faded. Dabura was constantly puffing air into his burnt palm. He looked at the wobbling Vegeta, sneering. "Good job, you actually managed to hurt me. Are you the strongest among them?" "What a pity," he said, stepping closer to Vegeta. Vegeta's eyelids felt heavy, and as he looked at Dabura approaching, he saw double. "Damn it, how could I, Vegeta, possibly lose like this? I haven't lost yet." "Haha, too bad your strength isn't as tough as your mouth." Dabura laughed heartily, quickening his pace, bursting forth with energy as he charged. Was this the end? Vegeta felt deeply unwilling. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere, kicking Dabura, who was rushing forward off into the distance. Dabura rolled through the air several times before crashing into a weathered rock, which instantly shattered into fragments, scattering everywhere. Dabura leapt back up, his face filled with shock. Who was that? What immense power! He looked up to see a golden-haired boy appearing to be only 17 or 18 with a sword on his back. That kick earlier made him sense the breath of death. This guy, he couldn't have such overwhelming strength. "Dad, Senzu bean." Trunks pulled out a Senzu bean and tossed it to Vegeta. Son Gohan had given Trunks 2 Senzu beans which he had kept with him. Though the Senzu beans planted had not yet matured, there were still 4 seeds left, hence Son Gohan had given Trunks 2. Vegeta hadn't expected Trunks to have Senzu beans, but now was not the time to think about that. He took it and ate it immediately. Son Goku, watching from the sidelines, suddenly grew anxious. Trunks, that's against the rules, but it's my turn now." "Shut up, Kakarot, I'll take care of this guy, though I haven't lost yet." "Vegeta, you're cheating," Son Goku said discontentedly. Trunks frowned and said, "Dad, let me take him out." It had already taken too long to let Vegeta have a 1v1 fight. Trunks couldn't bear to watch any longer. "Trunks, you go sit to the side." "Trunks." "Never mind, he is my father." Trunks, self-hypnotized, suppressing his anger as he returned to his original position. Just then Vegeta suddenly contorted his face, clutching his head, then knelt down. Oh. In an instant, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, displaying an expression of immense pain. At that moment, Vegeta's veins bulged, and he was drenched in sweat. Dad, what's wrong? Trunks saw something was off and flew over trying to support Vegeta. Unexpectedly, he was punched away by the suddenly rampaging Vegeta. Vegeta stood trembling, then burst into laughter, his aura swelling and rising. He soon broke through the limits of Super Saiyan 1. After a few breaths, he was enveloped in crackling lightning, successfully advancing to Super Saiyan 2. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. His laughter was wild, as if his primal instincts had returned. Watching from the sidelines, Piccolo and Son Goku seemed to see the Vegeta from when he first invaded Earth. What's happening? What happened to Vegeta? The Kaioshin exclaimed in surprise. Piccolo also seemed stunned, saying, did Vegeta really break through to Super Saiyan 2 on the spot? Unbelievable. Wait, Vegeta's aura is off, but it's too violent. Son Goku frowned. As for Son Gohan, he naturally knew what was happening. Vegeta had been corrupted by Babidi. By using that corruption, he enhanced his strength, forcibly breaking through the limits of Super Saiyan 2. It could be said that he turned misfortune into fortune. This battle was not in vain. It had forged his battle prowess and allowed him to surpass his limits. Moreover, Vegeta was not so easily controlled. Now the M-shaped mark on Vegeta's forehead became increasingly distinct, signifying his corrupted state. At this moment, a sharp voice rang out. Vegeta, stop fighting Dabura and go kill that Kaioshin. It was Babidi, who had flown back, hiding behind a weathered stone. Shut up. Vegeta struggled to turn his head, looking in Babidi's direction. What? How dare you not obey my orders? Babidi found it incredulous. Logically speaking, a person he had corrupted should not be able to defy his orders, otherwise they would suffer from intense headaches or worse, cerebral hemorrhages, making it impossible for them to act normally. Go kill the Kaioshin. Babidi, still unwilling to believe, commanded Vegeta again. Ugh. Vegeta knelt down again, pounding his hands against the ground. Shut up, you shut your mouth. How could I possibly obey your orders? I am the noble prince of the Saiyans, you lowly insect. Oh. Vegeta suddenly stood up in rage, releasing his full Super Saiyan 2 aura, causing the ground to shatter like a spider web. Babidi was left dumbfounded. It was his first time encountering such a being. Nearby, Trunks looked at Vegeta with a complicated expression. His father's pride was beyond his expectations. Meanwhile, the Kaioshin's pupils contracted as he said, Babidi. It was Babidi who controlled Vegeta. Son Goku shot him a glance, implying that even he could see that Kaioshin. There was no need to state the obvious. Kill him, I will go kill Babidi. The Kaioshin declared, already soaring into the sky towards Babidi. Son Gohan called from behind, Kaioshin, be careful. Just then the battle between Vegeta and Dabura resumed. After transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Vegeta's power had significantly increased. Dabura found himself at a disadvantage, barely escaping. Pak! Dabura suddenly spat at Vegeta, who raised his hand to block, getting spit on his white glove. He stared in shock as his glove rapidly turned to stone. Humph, filthy thing. Vegeta swiftly tore it off and hurled it to the ground. A sharp crack echoed. The glove shattered into fragments. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai, who had rushed to assault Babidi, suddenly erupted in blood and hurtled backward through the air. What happened? Lord Supreme Kai. Jibito cried out in disbelief, catching the fallen deity and instantly casting a healing spell upon him. The Supreme Kai quickly recovered, but his face paled with lingering dread as he gazed toward Babidi's hidden lair. Bah, Babidi has another accomplice. An accomplice? Aren't Babidi's remaining henchmen only Dabura? Jibito asked, astonished. Indeed. I sensed an unusual aura earlier. Never imagined there was someone skilled enough to conceal their presence entirely. Father Piccolo, we must go see for ourselves. Gohan soared skyward. Son Goku and Piccolo followed closely behind. All three flew toward Babidi's location. Watching them depart, Jibito turned to the Supreme Kai. And what of us? We shall remain here, still and silent. Let us not hinder them. At last the Supreme Kai had come to a sobering reckoning with his own limits. Gohan, Goku, and Piccolo hovered high above, gazing down upon Babidi's hiding place, only to witness Babidi lifted aloft by a single hand, his throat gripped in an unyielding grasp. Babidi thrashed wildly in midair. Frieza. Piccolo's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared downward. No, it isn't Frieza, Gohan said, shaking his head. 075, a warrior more brilliant than Frieza. On the ground below, Babidi dangled, his face purpling from suffocation. His tiny legs kicked frantically as terror flooded his gaze, fixed upon the man who should have been his puppet. The man gripping him bore a striking resemblance to Frieza, some 60 to 70%, but stood taller, his body composed of stark white and regal purple. Where Frieza exuded delicate menace, this warrior radiated raw, overwhelming power. This was Cooler, the elder brother of Frieza, renowned across the Frieza clan as its most prodigious warrior. With trembling fingers, Babidi clawed futilely at Cooler's massive digits. "See, Cooler, what are you doing? Let me go." "Kikikiki. Why, I'm going to kill you, Babidi. A useless tool has no right to exist." A glint of frosty malice flashed in Cooler's eyes as he smirked coldly and tightened his grip further. Babidi choked breath, failing utterly. "See, Cooler, you dare betray me? Release me. Not only do I dare betray you, I dare destroy you, Babidi. Did you truly believe you could control me?" Recalling Vegeta's earlier defiance, then gazing upon Cooler's chilling, mocking grin, Babidi's very soul froze in terror. Then why? Why had this man willingly submitted to him all along? What truly was his purpose? But Babidi would never find the answer. "Die!" Cooler roared, and his eyes flared wide. Babidi's skull exploded in a grotesque burst, splattering foul crimson across the earth, while his lifeless body collapsed limply, utterly devoid of vitality. Filthy blood. Cooler discarded the headless corpse, then tilted his head upward, locking eyes with the three warriors hovering in the heavens, and smiled unsettling and enigmatic. With Babidi's death, the shaped mark on Cooler's forehead vanished. So too did the dark enchantments afflicting Vegeta, Dabura, and the Earth's corrupted energy collectors. All were restored to their true selves. Their enslavement had ended, yet Vegeta and Dabura's battle raged on, now reaching its fiercest crescendo. Though their power waned slightly with the loss of demonic augmentation, their clash remained ferocious and unrelenting. Vegeta, however, retained his Super Saiyan 2 form, unbroken by the curse's dissolution. Yet he now embodied a tempered version, a diluted Super Saiyan 2 roughly equivalent in strength to the younger Gohan of the Z timeline. Still, he held his own against Dabura, his decades-honed combat instincts gradually turning the tide in his favor. Trunks stood nearby, guarding his father's flank. Piccolo's ears, keen beyond measure, had caught every word of Cooler and Babidi's exchange. Without turning, he addressed Gohan and Goku. "That one is Cooler." "Cooler. He does look uncannily like Frieza," Goku mused, stroking his chin, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, at first glance, Cooler stirred memories of his old nemesis. Gohan, however, frowned deeply. Cooler's appearance defied chronology. If memory served according to the theatrical film's timeline, Cooler should have arrived only after Goku contracted viral heart disease. He came to chastise Goku, only to be humiliated twice in succession. Then Goku suddenly transcended, awakening as the legendary Super Saiyan, and blasted Cooler into the sun with a single Kamehameha. Yet even that cataclysm failed to erase him entirely. Later he returned, reforged as Metal Cooler, and nearly annihilated Namek, bringing both Goku and Vegeta to the brink of annihilation. A formidable adversary indeed. Yet as Gohan sifted through his recollections, one truth emerged unmistakably. This Cooler had never set foot on Earth a decade prior. In other words, this was his first true appearance. Had Goku's fatal heart condition prevented Cooler's arrival in the original timeline? Or had Trunks' temporal intervention in the Z timeline accelerated his emergence? Either way, the chronology was askew. You've watched long enough. Shall you not descend? Cooler raised a palm toward the trio suspended in the sky, his palm surging with volatile energy, poised to unleash devastation at any moment. Gohan, Piccolo, and Goku exchanged glances, then descended together, landing a short distance from Cooler. Seeing them alight, Cooler withdrew his seething energy and regarded the three with amused scrutiny. "Oh, so you're Son Goku, the Super Saiyan who slew my younger brother." Cooler's smile was thin, sardonic as his gaze settled upon Goku. "Yes, I am Son Goku. And who precisely was your brother?" Goku stepped forward, cracking his knuckles with a sharp, eager rhythm, the thrill of confrontation alight in his eyes. "My foolish little brother always grinned just like that. Kikikiki. Ah, I see. It's Frieza. Never imagined Frieza had an elder brother. So, you've come for vengeance." Goku's expression brightened with sudden understanding. No wonder Cooler bore such resemblance to Frieza. Wait, no, Frieza resembled Cooler, not the other way around. Humph. My idiotic brother and brainless father fell to inferior skill. That's their due. Why should I avenge them? But judging by your stance, you intend to slay me, yes. You Saiyans truly embody villainy. Oh no, I meant no such thing. I simply wish to fight you. And if I wish to kill you, Super Saiyan. Cooler's gaze sharpened, suddenly lethal. Ha ha, I'm not so easily slain. Goku planted his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. Oh, is that so? In an instant, Cooler vanished, reappearing before Goku in a blur, and delivered a thunderous punch that sent Goku rocketing backward. His airborne body shattered an entire petrified forest, stone splintering with deafening booms. "Goku," Piccolo shouted, bracing himself defensively. "He's fine, he's tough." Gohan replied calmly, though his brow furrowed faintly. This power level. Something felt profoundly off. Far surpassing Frieza, even more so. And Gohan knew this Cooler was not yet at his peak. He possessed another transformation beyond Frieza's, stronger, more terrifying. In fact, that transformation was rather impressive. Shaking off the thought, Gohan fixed his gaze upon Cooler, who stood mere inches away observing him with detached curiosity. "Cooler, was it you who killed the South Kai?" Cooler studied Gohan, taller by half a head, and sneered coolly. "Humph. And who, pray tell, are you?" "I am Gohan. The man you just sent flying is my father." "Humph." Gohan lunged without warning, a lightning-fast strike to Cooler's abdomen that sent the tyrant hurtling backward in perfect mimicry of Goku's earlier flight. A thunderous boom shook the earth as Cooler's impact pulverized another petrified grove, dust and debris billowing skyward in a deafening roar. "Ha ha ha ha. How delightfully amusing." Cooler shot back into the air, reappearing several meters before Gohan. Goku too soared back into formation. Each had landed a blow, and each bore no injury. Instead, exhilaration burned fiercely in their eyes. Goku bounced lightly on his toes, cracking his neck. "Gohan, stand aside. Let me handle him." Gohan sighed, spreading his palms in resigned acquiescence. "By all means." Cooler glanced between Gohan and Goku, then tilted his chin up with a disdainful smirk. "You seem rather weak, Goku. I am no fool like Frieza. I hold no interest in fighting you as you are." "Ah, so I've been underestimated." Goku scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. "Then how about this?" "Huh." With a roar, Goku transformed, golden aura, blazing hair rising upright in radiant electric spikes. Cooler folded his arms, still shaking his head with contempt. "So this is the fabled Super Saiyan. Underwhelming. Fit only to defeat trash like my brother. Oh, then this. Huh." Goku surged again, power erupting in violent waves. His golden aura intensified, crackling with lightning pressure rippling outward like shock waves. "Super Saiyan 2. Now it grows interesting. But these past 10 years haven't been spent idly, eating and sleeping, I assure you." "Ha ha ha ha. Come then. Let me crush you, Super Saiyan son Goku." Cooler threw back his head and laughed, a booming, defiant challenge, before unleashing a torrent of violet energy and launching himself at Goku. 076, Cooler's Ascendant Transformation. Their first collision sent Goku hurtling backward. Cooler's strength now bordered on the incomprehensible. Even in Super Saiyan 2 form, Goku was marginally outmatched in sheer brute force. Boom, 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 boom. Blinding flashes lit the sky. Those were the two warriors, clashing, vanishing, reappearing, moving faster than sight. Boom. Another petrified mountain exploded. The earth itself fractured. Gohan and Piccolo leapt clear, watching from a safe, distant vantage. Piccolo whispered, awestruck, "Cooler, far stronger than Frieza, able to match Goku." He immediately corrected himself. "No, impossible. He's holding back." Gohan replied evenly, "It's natural for an elder sibling to surpass the younger. And we're not the only ones who've grown. Perhaps he was once comparable to Frieza, but over a decade has passed. Something must have transpired, something that forged him anew, stronger than ever." "True," Piccolo nodded. "But Goku still conceals his full power. Super Saiyan 3 remains unused. Cooler stands no chance against that." "Let us hope so." Suddenly, a ki blast streaked toward them. "Shit, stray fire." Gohan swatted it aside with one fluid motion. Whoosh, whoosh. Goku and Cooler blurred across the heavens. Yet Cooler always arrived a fraction sooner, cutting off Goku's path. Huh. Da-da-da-da-da. Then came the storm, fists raining down like meteors. Goku strained to defend, forced backward, searching desperately for an opening. Elsewhere, Vegeta's battle concluded. Dabura was obliterated by a single Kamehameha. His life force extinguished, his spirit surely ascending to Otherworld. Trunks and Vegeta now joined the onlookers. "Who was that? He's overpowering Uncle Goku," Trunks exclaimed, stunned. By his own estimation, even his Super Saiyan 2 power lagged behind Goku's. Thus this opponent, who bested Goku, must also surpass him. How could he not be astounded? Vegeta's expression darkened. Having barely forced his way into Super Saiyan 2, his current strength still trailed behind Trunks. Gohan explained, "He's Frieza's elder brother, Cooler." Vegeta blinked, genuinely taken aback. He'd never known Frieza possessed an unseen, formidable elder sibling. Trunks, however, remained unperturbed. He'd never met Frieza. He knew of him only through childhood stories told by Gohan. As they spoke, Cooler raised 2 fingers, light coalescing at their tips, and unleashed rapid-fire beams of violet energy, slicing the air toward Goku. This technique echoed Frieza's death beam, infamous for its brutality. Piccolo bore its scars on Namek. Frieza's second form had reduced him to helpless despair with that very attack. Goku dodged frantically, darting through the barrage, but the beams came too thick and fast. At last he was struck. Deep gashes opened across his arm, blood streaming freely. Even his cheek was slashed, stinging, burning. Enraged, Goku seized his chance, vanished via instant transmission, and created critical distance. Clutching his fists tight, he roared, "Hi-ya!" A sonic shriek split the heavens. His aura exploded, his hair lengthening, thickening, flowing like molten gold. Oh, so the vicious Saiyan still harbored deeper power. Cooler crossed his arms, watching with theatrical amusement. Lightning cracked across the sky. The entire planet trembled. Shockwaves pulsed outward in concentric rings. Super Saiyan 3 complete. Golden hair cascaded past his waist. His eyebrows had vanished. His pupils gleamed emerald green like polished jade. Sun Wukong's face bore an unsettling aura. Fierce, untamed, almost sinister. The visage of a villain. Sun Wukong himself. Indeed, he murmured, "You now resemble the antagonist far more than I do." Gura sneered coldly. "Humph. Then let us begin the next round." Sun Wukong retorted, his voice edged with icy disdain, his expression only deepening the chill. In a blur of motion, he vanished from sight, only to reappear instantly behind Gura, driving a brutal elbow strike into the base of his neck. A precision strike to a vital weak point. Ah! Before Gura could even react, he was hurled violently through the air. Sun Wukong had ascended from Super Saiyan 2 to Super Saiyan 3, a quantum leap in power. Watching Gura soar backward, Sun Wukong instantly teleported after him. His fists descended like a merciless storm, thud after thunderous thud, each blow landing with devastating force upon Gura's body. "Take this." Sun Wukong slammed both palms downward, pressing a searing energy sphere directly against Gura's chest. In the next instant, Gura was driven headlong into the earth beneath him. The sphere detonated with cataclysmic force, shaking mountains and splitting the ground. Within a radius of several kilometers, the land was reduced to utter desolation. The earth itself groaned under the assault. A colossal mushroom cloud erupted skyward, swallowing all light and vision. The others hastily evaded, soaring aside until the blinding dust and smoke parted, restoring their line of sight. From the epicenter of the blast came Gura's booming, unrestrained laughter. Ha! 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 His aura surged wildly, escalating beyond all prior limits. "He's been holding back too." Piccolo stared stunned. "That accursed fiend." Gur. Vegeta clenched his fists until his knuckles turned bone white. Suddenly, a violent wave of violet energy erupted skyward, scattering the thick haze. Gura slowly rose into the air. His form had transformed. He now towered with newfound mass. His arms and thighs thickened, his stature markedly taller and more imposing than before. Moreover, his upper torso appeared sheathed in gleaming milky white armor, shielding his vital organs. From his cranium extended for backward sweeping horns. Even his face was encased in armor. His eyes, now burning crimson pupils, vanished, radiating pure, unrelenting malice. Twin protrusions jutted from his shoulders like breastplates, while 2 elongated horns sprouted from his back. Blade-like protrusions erupted from his forearms and ankles, deadly extensions honed for slaughter. And coiled behind him, a thick serpentine tail pulsed with violet energy, its razor-sharp tip glinting with lethal intent. Violet flames roared around Gura's entire body, licking at his skin like living fire. His overwhelming aura thickened, nearly solidifying, exuding sheer, terrifying dominance. All present were stunned, not merely by Gura's grotesque metamorphosis, but by the sheer magnitude of his aura. Now it eclipsed even Super Saiyan 3 Sun Wukong's, reaching a level of power that defied comprehension. Sun Wukong's expression hardened. He knew at last he faced a true rival. "Ha! Ha! Ha! This round is mine." Sun Wukong. Laughing, Gura became a violet lightning bolt, blasting forward at impossible speed towards Sun Wukong. "Ha! Ha! Ha!" Gura bellowed, sweeping a leg horizontally through the air, crackling shockwaves bursting forth with each motion. Sun Wukong barely raised his arms in time, only to be sent hurtling backward by the sheer impact. The crushing force sent a metallic tang flooding up his throat, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This was raw, incomprehensible might. Gura showed no mercy. His hands snapped together, and a colossal energy sphere pulsing with alternating violet and obsidian light rocketed forth towards Sun Wukong. Just regaining his footing, Sun Wukong looked up to see the dark-hued sphere hurtling straight at him. With a thunderous roar, he channeled every ounce of Super Saiyan 3 power, meeting the onslaught heated with both palms. I am Gura, the sole survivor of my bloodline, the most gifted warrior in my family. Let me speak plainly. Since childhood, our lineage had dwindled to just 3 souls. Myself, my foolish younger brother Frieza, and our father King Cold. 3 warriors, forming one dynasty. Does that not sound formidable? Yes, formidable in the coldest sense. Remember, this is no jest. Our names, like our natures, are forged in ice. Frieza, lacking mastery over his own strength, devised several deceptive transformations, feigning weakness to ambush the unwary. He presents himself as a fool, absurd, even laughable. Not so with me. From birth, I wielded power flawlessly. Absolute control, 100% efficiency. Such regression holds no purpose for me. My natural form is infinitely more formidable and infinitely cooler. A secret I share with no one, not even Frieza. Beneath this state lies yet another transformation, one that multiplies my combat prowess manyfold. He will always lag one step behind me. After all, as the elder brother, greater strength is my duty to shield him. Yet Frieza matured in time, a development I watched with quiet pride. When he rose to prominence in the North Galaxy, I chose exile, not rivalry, departing for the South Galaxy to forge my own legacy. There I became a sovereign among stars, the undisputed overlord of the South Galaxy. In mere years, I forged the legendary Gura Legion. At its heart stood the Gura Armored Squadron, my personal vanguard commanding the Legion's vast dominion. For over 2 decades, we swept across the South Galaxy, undefeated, unchallenged. Solitude indeed fell upon me like snow. Then came word from the North Galaxy. What? My inept brother had been defeated by a Saiyan. Worse still, seeking vengeance, he and our father were annihilated in one fell stroke. So, I am now the last, the solitary remnant of our bloodline. Damn it, I rarely curse, unless fury leaves me no choice. That wretched Saiyan monkey. You dare. I recall clearly, among Saiyan's 10,000 units marked the absolute ceiling of battle power. How then did a creature of 120 million power fall to an ant? Preposterous. Absurd beyond reason. Beyond the galactic rim, beyond the edge of the cosmos. Later I learned the truth. A warrior named Sun Wukong had awakened the fabled Super Saiyan and slain both Frieza and our father. What truly is this Super Saiyan my father once whispered of in awe? Is it real? Can one ascend from pennies to billions in mere decades? To hell with that. Such nonsense. I refuse to believe it. If an ant may mutate into an elephant, why cannot an elephant evolve further? You alone may break logic. I'll have none of your illusions. Die now. Neither father nor doctrine ever revealed the path. Yet, if power was already absolute, why seek more? Because now, disaster has struck. An anomaly has emerged. Though I surpass Frieza by a wide margin, what if this Sun Wukong, who defies reason, transcends again? What then? History offers grim precedent. He slew both Frieza and our father. Who is to say I shall not be served next, as mere appetizer? Thus I, the last of my line, must act with solemn resolve, to restore our dynasty's glory, to teach those arrogant Saiyans that the Frost clan's frost runs deeper and bites harder than they imagine. But how, truly, does one grow stronger? I pondered endlessly, until one day a vile sorcerer descended upon the South Galaxy. This wretch stirred chaos. I longed to erase him. Yet beside him stood a hulking brute whose power rivaled my own Dabura. I observed something intriguing. Those corrupted by the sorcerer Babidi grew vastly stronger. Was fate delivering the very key I sought? Brilliant. So I feigned submission, letting Babidi bind me. That contemptible insect never sensed my ruse, preening instead like a conqueror. Let him revel, for now. As expected, corruption amplified my might. Excellent. More importantly, this grotesque being possessed techniques worth mastering, such as aura suppression, a skill I found invaluable and promptly acquired. Years passed. Under Babidi's guidance, I traversed star systems, slaughtering and siphoning energy, fueling his mad ambition to resurrect Majin Buu. Such obsession beggars belief, yet I confess a grudging respect for his tenacity. Still, such ugliness deserves only oblivion. Yet soon I realized Babidi's corruption offered diminishing returns. My power plateaued once more. That hideous wretch, I yearned to end him. He ordered me to slay the South Kai, a task I welcomed. After all, I'd long wished to extinguish that ancient relic. A decrepit relic, why linger? Lazing on some barren world, recovering. Retiring. Nonsense. Racing. Listening to music. Utter folly. Erase him now? Babidi used his power to teleport me to the South Kai's planet. Yet I chose stealth, observing what this so-called god truly did. Day after day he remained idle, ignoring mortal affairs entirely. Ah yes, his apathy suited me well. Had he intervened, the Gura Legion would never have risen so unimpeded. This titan, arrogant, wielding strange psychic arts. Why does he squabble endlessly with the North Kai? Their bickering grows unbearable. Wait, training cultivates strength, physical discipline. So mere exertion refines the body, and thus the soul. And he boasts of Sun Wukong, the Super Saiyan, whose power stems from relentless training. Not mutation, but cultivation. Ah, I see the truth. He speaks of contests on Grand Kai's planet. What is this tournament? Explain yourself, you wretched fool. Your cryptic babble enrages me. Damn both North and South Kais. Enough. I severed the South Kai's head with a single blade strike. A useless relic, unworthy of existence. A waste of cosmic resources. Seeing my deed, Babidi, ugly as ever, beamed with delight. Very well. I shall spare you, for now. First I must master this cultivation. As the North Kai claimed, is it truly just physical discipline? Still, training sounds tedious. I shall test it. 1 or 2 days per month should suffice. Ho! Remarkable. I have grown stronger. Indeed. Impressive. Clearly Sun Wukong trained for months, perhaps years, to overcome Frisia. Gura and Frisia's rapid ascension follows 3 principles. First, their elite bloodline enables extraordinary progress in cultivation. Second, profound psychological torment acts as a crucible, accelerating latent growth through accumulated pressure. Sun Wukong was relentlessly driven back, forced to retreat before a searing crimson energy sphere. His palms braced against the sphere's crushing force. His feet carved twin trenches into the earth as he slid backward, straining to hold his ground. Damn it, Gura's power has surged beyond measure. Sun Wukong swallowed the blood rising in his throat, resisting with every fiber. Humph. Gura snarled and shoved forward. Instantly, the sphere's energy swelled, surging with renewed ferocity. No, I can't hold. Veins bulged across Sun Wukong's arms, his face contorted in agony. His aura flickered, waning rapidly. The tide had turned. Without reinforcements, he would be consumed by that sphere, utterly erased. Just then, sensing peril, Son Gohan blurred into the fray. Father, I'll take over. Son Gohan stepped forward, palms locking onto the sphere, immediately relieving Sun Wukong's burden. Without hesitation, he activated his full-power mystic form. Son Gohan, defeat him. Sun Wukong clutched his chest, sweat pouring down his brow, breath ragged as he gazed upon his son. Yes, I will. Son Gohan nodded, then roared. As silver-white energy erupted from his body. Gripping the sphere, he charged forward, dragging it across the ground at blinding speed. Ah, Son Gohan arrives. Gura observed, his tone layered with intrigue, as he watched the young warrior sprint, sphere in tow. Sun Wukong exhaled sharply, reverting from Super Saiyan 3 to his base form, then drifted slowly toward Piccolo and the others. Old son. Piccolo moved to support him. Sun Wukong waved him off, managing a weary smile. Piccolo, it's fine. I endure. On the battlefield, Son Gohan accelerated, then launched the sphere skyward with a mighty kick. It screamed toward Gura. Whoosh. Gura barely dodged, the sphere grazing his shoulder, carving a deep wound. It then vanished into the void of deep space, its detonation lost to eternity. Son Gohan gave no thought to its fate. In an instant, he teleported beside Gura, unleashing hundreds of blows in a single heartbeat. Relentless, furious, unstoppable. Under such overwhelming barrage, Gura staggered backward, step after step, driven by sheer, unceasing force. He struggled to parry the relentless assault. Then Gohan delivered a thunderous kick, sending Cooler hurtling through the air like a meteorite, sparks igniting as his body tore violently through the atmosphere. Gohan raised his hand and hurled a searing energy sphere which detonated with cataclysmic force upon Cooler's chest. Yet Cooler instantly erected a shimmering energy barrier. The deafening explosion shattered the barrier outright, sending a crimson arc of blood bursting from Cooler's lips. Yet even this grievous blow left him largely unscathed, a testament to his astonishing defensive might. But Gohan's attacks locked onto him with uncanny precision. Sphere after sphere crashed down in rapid succession, each impact landing with brutal accuracy, leaving Cooler increasingly overwhelmed. Unlike Prince-style barrages, dense yet ineffective, Gohan's assault bore the eerie certainty of an unbreakable targeting lock. Gohan is truly extraordinary. Indeed, Krillin murmured in awe. Just moments ago, I was being crushed beneath Cooler's might. Now it's Gohan who presses him relentlessly, Goku added with a warm, knowing smile. Goku, having caught his breath, felt fully restored. Trunks' eyes blazed with fierce excitement, as though he himself were locked in combat. Vegeta, arms crossed, observed coolly, that boy has possessed extraordinary talent since childhood. His current strength comes as no surprise. All present exchanged startled glances. None had ever imagined praise would pass Vegeta's lips. Meanwhile, Cooler raged, his golden hide now streaked with crimson, his aura flaring with incandescent fury. A roar tore from his throat as violet energy erupted from his body, radiating outward in pulsing waves that deflected Gohan's barrage in every direction. Energy spheres scattered wildly across the sky, detonating in thunderous concussions. The earth cracked and splintered beneath them, like a world trembling under successive nuclear detonations. Once again, Earth bore the brunt of cosmic violence. Ha ha ha. Gohan, I misjudged you not. You are indeed the strongest among them. Ignoring the blood streaming from his mouth, Cooler laughed triumphantly. Behold my ultimate technique. Supernova explosion. He thrust his hand skyward. A colossal golden sphere swelled into existence, vast enough to eclipse the sun, its diameter swelling to hundreds of meters in an instant. Gohan fought in silence. With blinding speed, he gathered his ki into a Kamehameha wave, his clasped hands at his waist blazing with incandescent light. Huh! Cooler bellowed, and instead of hurling the supernova at Gohan, he drove it downward, straight toward the planet's surface. Damn you! Gohan cursed, fiercely rocketing toward the ground and thrusting his Kamehameha upward in desperate counterthrust. Azure met gold. The heavens cleaved between two radiant hues. Veins bulged across Cooler's brow. Gohan's arms trembled with titanic strain muscles coiling like steel springs. Huh! Gohan unleashed a surge of power. The Kamehameha swelled more than twice its size, reversing the supernova's trajectory and driving the 100-meter golden sphere back into the sky. I can't hold on. Cooler cried out, his arms buckling. Run, flee now, or perish. He bolted sideways, but the colossal supernova he himself had conjured proved too vast to evade. Though his speed blurred into lightning, the energy waves still sheared clean through half his thick serpentine tail. Agony contorted his features. Crimson gushed from the stump, painting the sky in arcs of blood. Now battered and gasping, his wounds far exceeded Goku's earlier injuries. Boom! The supernova and Kamehameha collided midair and detonated. Blinding light and shockwaves engulfed half the globe. The earth trembled faintly, every continent shuddering as if struck by countless minor quakes. Fortune favored the world. Had the blast struck the surface, Earth would have been reduced to stardust, an ephemeral firework lost in the void. Cooler's chest heaved as he wiped blood from his lip, eyes locked fiercely on Gohan below. At that moment, Gohan flicked his fingers. Beams of pure energy lanced upward, seeking their mark. An infuriating opponent. Cooler dodged, yet a leg was pierced anew by energy. Rather than fear, his entire frame trembled, not with dread, but with exhilarated laughter. Ha ha ha! Gohan, I will end you today. Hiya! He roared, unleashing a shockwave of raw golden ki. Gohan pressed 2 fingers to his brow. The Mekanka Sappo began to coalesce. 079, the Golden Legend, Golden Cooler. Mekanka Sappo. A torrential beam, twined in violet and gold, roared forth, aimed straight at Cooler. Yet his aura thickened so intensely the air itself warped, distorting light and slowing the beam by 1/3. At that very instant, a blinding golden pillar erupted skyward, piercing heaven and earth. The Mekanka Sappo veered wildly, thrown off course by sheer pressure, and vanished into the distance. The overwhelming surge of Cooler's power sent shockwaves through every onlooker. Krillin's jaw dropped wide enough to swallow an egg. What monstrous aura is this? Cooler's energy has surged again, distorting space itself around him. Incredible power. Goku and Vegeta clenched their fists, bodies vibrating, not with fear, but with the electric thrill of confronting true greatness. This was no terror. It was the exultant tremor of warriors recognizing a peer. Though not kin by blood, pure-blooded Saiyans carried within them an indomitable, battle-hungry lineage. Their veins coursed forever with boiling courage. Uncle Goku, take this Senza bean. It looks like Gohan may need our help soon. Trunks frowned, offering the last bean. But before Goku could accept Dend, and the Supreme Kai descended from the heavens. "Allow me to heal Goku," Dend said, and placed a healing palm upon him. Goku's vitality surged back to its peak. Trunks quietly withdrew the bean. They'd assumed Dend and the Supreme Kai had already returned to the sacred world. Gohan's brow furrowed deeply. His palms flashed. Energy spheres launched in rapid volleys toward the radiant golden figure of Cooler. Yet those terrifying blasts vanished into him like rain into desert sand, failing to pierce the maelstrom at his core. And still his aura climbed, shattering prior limits, ascending beyond all known thresholds, to a realm never before witnessed. No wonder your defense is impenetrable, like an indestructible cockroach. You've reached that plane. I see now. Gohan's gaze burned with fierce, unyielding resolve as he stared into the golden inferno. Smoke dissipated, revealing Cooler's transformed form gold. Pure radiant, blinding gold. His skin had transmuted, his entire physique now cast in gleaming celestial gold, as though forged by the sun itself, a golden god of war. This was his new ascended state, Golden Cooler. He threw back his head and laughed, a deep, resonant peal of triumph. "Ha ha ha! Gohan, I must admit you are formidable. Only you could force me to unveil this form. Even I scarcely believed such power lay within me. So, shall we call you Gold-Plated Cooler now? Golden Cooler, that's my name. Tell me, does this invincible form astonish you?" "It does, though not entirely unexpected," Gohan replied calmly. "Humph." Arrogance incarnate, Cooler sneered, and fired twin beams of violet light from his eyes. Gohan twisted aside, but a primal instinct screamed danger behind him. Too late. He felt the wind shift as Cooler materialized behind him, delivering a crushing kick to his spine. With a sickening crack, his vertebrae snapped in two. Gohan shot forward like a bullet, agony flooding his senses. Cooler's speed was incomprehensible. Yet Gohan's innate regenerative power surged, reknitting bone and nerve in seconds. Whoosh! Gohan vanished mid-flight, reappearing instantly at Cooler's flank. Cooler smirked and slashed with a razor-edged hand chop. Gohan split cleanly in two, yet reappeared whole a heartbeat later. Then, 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8, 8 became 16, until 16 identical Gohans encircled Cooler, each pressing a luminous energy sphere against his body. Simultaneous detonations shook the heavens. "What is this technique?" Vegeta blinked in disbelief. Trunks answered, "It's the adrenaline technique of planet Arlia." "Adrenaline technique?" Vegeta frowned. "Reminds me of Tien Shinhan's four-way fist," Goku mused, stroking his chin. "Huh, child's play." From the epicenter of the blast, Cooler laughed, golden aura exploding outward, obliterating 15 copies into dust. But Gohan's true form had already repositioned above him. "Is that so? Then try this. Solar flare." As Cooler laughed up at him, mocking and triumphant, Gohan bellowed, and overhead the sky ignited as if a second sun had detonated. Only blinding white light remained, searing absolute. "Ack, my eyes!" Cooler shrieked, tears flooding his vision, pain burning like molten iron. Boom, boom, boom. Relentless energy bursts hammered his body. Shockwaves rippled across continents. Earth itself shuddered in protest. At the heart of the maelstrom, Cooler endured not only searing ocular agony, but blistering pain across his golden flesh. He was wounded, not gravely, but undeniably injured. Golden Cooler, invincible, transcendent, had bled. How could such a disparity in power yield even a scratch? Unthinkable. That accursed Gohan, resorting to underhanded tactics. As energy spheres slammed into Cooler's face in rapid succession, Gohan leapt backward, swiftly donning a heightened-style battle suit, then raised his palm skyward. A perfect moon-shaped sphere ascended, glowing with serene brilliance, before he clenched his fist tight. Explode! A thunderclap echoed across the heavens, and there, suspended in twilight, hung a flawless, luminous full moon. Cooler, barely recovering his sight, squinted upward at the celestial duality, sun and moon aligned, and asked, bewildered, "What did you do?" Gohan gazed at the artificial moon, and his body relaxed, returning to normal. Then, thump, 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 his heartbeat resounded strong and steady. Let me show you my transformation. Dare you face it?" His pulse hammered so fiercely his voice faltered. "Transformation." Cooler tilted his head, arms still folded. His pride forbade underhanded strikes. He would wait unflinching. Nearby, Vegeta froze once more. An artificial full moon. What is Gohan planning? What use is the Great Saiyaman form? His power pales beside his earlier state. Is Gohan transforming into a giant ape? Goku asked, puzzled. Trunks, resisting the urge to glance at the moon, explained, Gohan can ascend to Super Saiyan while in Great Saiyan form. Huh. Both Vegeta and Goku stood utterly dumbfounded. Dend and the Supreme Kai, however, had witnessed Gohan's golden great ape before and watched without surprise. When Cooler realized Gohan was shifting into the Great Saiyan form, he threw back his head and laughed. Foolishness. What good is that grotesque beast? Your strength wanes, and your speed plummets. Very well, I'll grant you your transformation. What harm could it do? He watched, arms crossed, as Gohan swelled rapidly, dismissing the act with open contempt, convinced of its futility. 080, Super Saiyan 4. Beneath the thunderous rhythm of his heart, his eyes absorbed the Blutz waves from the artificial moon. His tail responded instantly. Within moments, Gohan towered 25 meters tall, a jet-black Great Saiyan, eyes blazing crimson with feral bloodthirsty rage, his aura wild and savage. Ha! A guttural roar burst from his maw, golden flames erupting skyward. In an instant, his obsidian fur blazed into radiant gold. His mane rose and spiked, forming the unmistakable silhouette of a Super Saiyan. This was the Super Saiyan Great Saiyan, a fusion of primal might and divine evolution, power channeled through the Great Saiyan's form. Power multiplier tenfold from the Great Saiyan form multiplied by 50-fold from Super Saiyan. Total amplification 500 times. In this state, Gohan's aura eclipsed even his prior mysterious ascension. Yet it fell short in agility. Goku and Vegeta watched in stunned disbelief as this spectacle shattered their fundamental understanding of Saiyan physiology. Even so, Son Gohan's current combat power remained vastly inferior to that of Cooler. But the transformation was far from complete. Boom! Thunder cracked across the heavens. Crackling blue lightning danced across the golden ape's massive frame. Son Gohan, now fully transformed into a golden Great Saiyan, had successfully ascended to Super Saiyan second grade. His golden fur shimmered like countless steel needles forged from pure sunlight. This was a transformation Son Gohan had attempted before, but failed. Now at last he had mastered it. His base power level had grown exponentially stronger than it had been just a few years prior. Day after day, relentless cultivation had forged him anew, each sunrise marking another leap in strength. A savage aura raged unchecked, lightning split the sky, thunder roared without cease. Howling gales tore across the land, wailing like lost spirits. The Great Saiyan form multiplied battle power tenfold, while Super Saiyan second grade added another 100-fold, culminating in a staggering 1,000-fold surge. Amusing, but still far beneath me. Though mildly astonished by Son Gohan's bizarre metamorphosis, Cooler exuded unshakable confidence in his own overwhelming might. Boy, will you be ready soon? He demanded, growing impatient. What's the rush? Are you afraid of me? Afraid of you? Cooler sneered with undisguised contempt. With a mocking retort, the golden ape pounded his chest twice, clenched his colossal fists, and surged with raw muscle, transforming instantly into a hulking golden-muscled titan. The turbulent energy waves momentarily calmed, erupted once more, surging upward at breakneck speed. The ape's cranial fur erupted wildly, elongating uncontrollably. Goku stared dumbfounded. This is Super Saiyan third grade. When did Son Gohan master that? In truth, he had unlocked the third grade form 2 years earlier. Yet compared to his uniquely profound, ineffable state of cultivation, the third grade offered too many inherent drawbacks, and thus Son Gohan had never deployed it. Consequently, everyone assumed he lacked the ability entirely. An oppressive aura spread like a suffocating shroud. The very sky darkened. Lightning flashed incessantly, thunder shook the heavens. The entire planet trembled, groaning under the unbearable pressure of that titanic ki. Cooler's expression hardened, his composure finally cracking. The Great Saiyan's third grade ascension, a 10-fold amplification layered atop the third grade's 400-fold surge, yielding an unprecedented 4,000-fold enhancement. At that very moment, a profound, ineffable epiphany bloomed within Son Gohan's consciousness, a sensation of boundless serenity, absolute freedom, and effortless transcendence. Crack! A blinding flash seared across his mind. His crimson pupils contracted violently. His heart hammered anew, faster, fiercer, wilder. The 25-meter-tall golden ape rapidly shrank. In an instant, radiant gold light pierced the heavens, rippling outward in concentric waves, scattering storm clouds, and bathing the world in sudden, brilliant clarity. Sorry, I've never taken this form before. Still getting used to it. Son Gohan's voice emerged calmly from the heart of the golden radiance. Gradually, the onlookers discerned his new form. His height had increased from 186 centimeters to 210 centimeters. His entire physique enlarged, denser, more powerfully sculpted than ever before. Thick, unruly black hair cascaded over his shoulders with a bold fringe falling across his forehead. His eyes were deep and fathomless, once blood-red, now strikingly defined with golden irises blazing with unearthly brilliance framed by dark crimson eyeliner that exuded an enigmatic magnetic allure. His upper body was draped in dense dark crimson fur, arms likewise thick with coarse wild hair, while gray bracers encircled both wrists. Below the waist, he wore loose black tactical trousers and gray combat boots, exuding commanding presence. His dark crimson tail swayed behind him, thick-furred and alive with motion. Son Gohan carefully probed the immense power surging through his veins, 4,000-fold greater than before. Identical to the Great Saiyan third grade, yet now fully embodied in human form. Thus he retained all the strengths of both forms, while shedding every flaw inherent to either the Great Saiyan or the third grade. Every facet, endurance, speed, strength, defense, stamina, and energy efficiency, was now perfected. A flawless six-sided warrior. Energy consumption had plummeted to near negligible levels, yet his battle power soared beyond 4,000-fold. It was utterly terrifying. At that moment, Son Gohan finally grasped why Vegeta could bypass the third grade entirely and ascend directly to Super Saiyan 4th. Because Super Saiyan 4th was precisely this, the human vessel bearing the full might of the Great Saiyan third grade. Thus it was both the third and the fourth, unified, transcendent absolute. See, he wasn't certain, but for now this was his conviction. Everyone stood frozen, speechless, breathless, utterly astounded. Even Trunks was stunned. Weren't we supposed to transform together into golden apes? Then why does Brother Gohan suddenly look so damn cool? Piccolo was utterly flabbergasted. What is this transformation? Is this even Son Gohan anymore? Truly astonishing. His ki has grown so overwhelming, even his appearance has been utterly transformed. Goku himself marveled aloud. Son Gohan never ceases to amaze us. Vegeta's eyes gleamed, not with rivalry, but revelation. He saw a new path forward. Perhaps he could not walk it, but his son could. Trunks could. The Kaioken clenched his fist in exhilaration. Mr. Gohan's aura now rivals Cooler's. Surely he can win. Absolutely. Jibito nodded confidently. Yes, Brother Gohan will win. Trunks gripped his fists tight, more electrified than anyone else. Brother Gohan, truly magnificent. Cooler gazed upon Son Gohan's Super Saiyan 4th form. His fighting spirit ignited, his blood boiling with fierce anticipation. Come forth, Son Gohan. After keeping me waiting so long, do not disappoint me. He roared, golden aura blazing fiercely around him, warping space itself. Humph. Then come. Let's see who kills whom. Son Gohan's battle lust surged to unprecedented heights. In that instant, molten magma seemed to course through his veins instead of blood. Chapter 081. The Clash of Super Saiyan 4th and Golden Warrior. Two blinding streaks of light collided with cataclysmic force. Their fists met, releasing a shockwave so violent it fractured reality. Boom! Son Gohan staggered backward several steps. From this first exchange alone, he grasped the horrifying magnitude of Golden Cooler's brute strength. Golden Cooler's true power vastly exceeded even Son Gohan's current Super Saiyan 4th form. Truly monstrous. Is this all you can muster? Cooler snarled, lunging toward the retreating Son Gohan, only for Son Gohan to vanish and reappear instantly before him, driving a devastating punch straight into Cooler's face. Cooler's head snapped sideways, while Son Gohan absorbed a crushing blow to his chest. A maelstrom of energy detonated. Both spat crimson blood, then recoiled violently, hurled dozens of meters apart by sheer concussive force. But this was only the beginning. Once more golden and crimson auras blazed, both warriors charging headlong, heedless of consequence. Fists clashed, legs locked, tails coiled around throats. Every impossible technique was unleashed, again and again. Boom, boom, boom. Their speed surpassed mortal sight, leaving only seismic tremors and expanding rings of violent ki pulsing across the heavens. The spectators stood paralyzed, eyes wide, jaws slack. Powerful, frenzied, blindingly fast. What level of combat was this? It dwarfed them utterly. Whoosh! Cooler's eyes flared. Two violet death beams lanced forth, aimed point-blank at Son Gohan. Son Gohan ducked just in time. The beams scorched past his crown, shearing off strands of hair. Dropping low into a horse stance, he launched a right hook, ripping the air with explosive force. and slammed it deep into Cooler's abdomen. Raw energy erupted violently from Cooler's back, blazing like a star, obliterating a distant mountain range in its wake. Ugh! Fighting back agony, Cooler drove a brutal knee strike towards Son Gohan, only for Son Gohan to block it with crossed forearms. Another cataclysmic energy blast erupted. After the impact, both warriors shot backward, halting dozens of meters apart, suspended high above the earth. Huff, huff, huff. Breathing heavily after such intense combat, both warriors felt their internal reserves significantly depleted. Yet both were freakish anomalies, possessing extraordinary regenerative capacity and stamina far beyond mortal limits. Within seconds, they were restored to peak condition. Cooler stared, genuinely startled. How did you do that? No energy loss at all. Likewise, you show no signs of fatigue either. Inside, Son Gohan was equally astonished. Cooler's current form clearly operated at 100% energy output, yet his vitality showed no decline. Had Frieza attempted such a feat, his ki would have begun dwindling immediately. Clearly, Cooler's mastery over energy control far surpassed Frieza's. Let's continue. Cooler snarled, purple gold aura blazing anew. He charged Son Gohan, right hand drawn back, coalescing a glittering frost-edged energy sphere. Son Gohan mirrored the motion exactly. In an instant they collided, two spheres detonating midair in a cataclysm so vast it ripped open a prismatic fissure across the fabric of space. Both warriors convulsed at the epicenter, blood trickling from their lips. Son Gohan skidded backward, then gathered roaring golden energy into his right hand, forging a tumtor-long energy blade. Spirito attack form, energy blade, concentrating ki into a single razor-sharp point, doubling destructive potential to terrifying extremes. Whoosh! Instantly teleporting beside Cooler's, Son Gohan slashed the 2-meter blade through the air, cutting deep. Cooler's pupils contracted, barely raising his arm in time, yet the blade carved a deep, bleeding gash across his forearm. Excellent, it worked. Son Gohan grinned, slashing repeatedly, golden arcs flashing as the blade carved multiple wounds across Cooler's body. Furious, Cooler whipped his massive golden tail towards Son Gohan, only for Son Gohan to raise his arm, the blade flaring brilliantly, severing a large segment of the tail clean off. Only Cooler's prodigious durability saved him from worse devastation. Aya! Cooler roared, erecting a shimmering barrier that exploded outward, forcibly repelling Son Gohan from his immediate vicinity. He stared horrified at the energy blade in Son Gohan's hand, bewildered how such a technique could wound him despite his superior combat power. His current form had already breached the divine realm, yet he still couldn't defeat this flamboyant scion monkey. Impossible. Utterly impossible. This truth refused acceptance. For now, close-quarters combat was untenable. He would shift to ranged assault. As he thought it, violet destruction beams erupted from his eyes, while countless ki blasts streamed from his palms, the classic Prince's barrage. Son Gohan's blade vanished, replaced by a flowing silvery aura coating his skin like liquid mercury. Spirito defense form, energy liquefaction, sacrificing offensive potency to forge impenetrable defense, and absorbing a portion of incoming energy to replenish his own. Son Gohan slapped aside beam after beam, yet many ki blasts struck home. A surreal phenomenon unfolded. His silvery aura absorbed most of the energy before detonating harmlessly. The weakened blasts failed entirely to breach his defenses, and remarkably his own ki grew stronger with each impact. Cooler gaped, on the verge of shouting curses. Yet even this ultimate defense possessed limits, and after sustaining sufficient damage it dissolved entirely. Son Gohan decided to end the stalemate. Whoosh! He vanished, reappearing instantly beside Cooler. His energy blade flared anew, striking faster than light toward Golden Cooler. Danger! Every cell in Cooler's body screamed the warning. Boom! He erupted with overwhelming energy, launching skyward at impossible speed. Son Gohan's blade cut only empty air. Yet another teleport, and Son Gohan pursued relentlessly. Chaser and chased. Escape was futile. His blade struck again, shearing off another length of Cooler's tail. Triple supernova. Enraged, Cooler bellowed, 3 colossal golden energy spheres merging in the heavens. With a mighty thrust, he hurled the fused sphere downward, crushing towards Son Gohan and the earth beneath him. Hundreds of meters in diameter, the sphere plummeted with deafening roar, devouring surrounding air, spiraling into a vortex of raw cosmic power. The Sun family confronted the blast. Ah, such a colossal energy sphere. Earth will explode. This Frieza is going to destroy Earth. A few spectators watching the battle felt their eyes tearing open. Son Wukong, Vegeta, and Trunks each ascended into their ultimate forms, preparing to jointly counter Frieza's triple supernova. Piccolo was no exception. Even the Supreme Kai and Kibito began gathering their aura. Gohan stood beneath the immense golden energy sphere, his black hair whipping wildly in the gale, his trousers flapping fiercely. The searing heat wave of the triple supernova instantly vaporized all moisture in the vicinity, making the air scorching beyond endurance. Gohan's gaze remained resolute. There was not a trace of hesitation or retreat. His hands clasped tightly at his waist, already pulsed with terrifyingly immense energy. Tenfold Kamehameha. Ha! With a thunderous roar, an overwhelmingly powerful tenfold Kamehameha erupted forth. A colossal azure energy column surged skyward, meeting heat in the descending triple supernova. As the two titanic forces collided, the surrounding air vanished in an instant. Boom! From the epicenter of the collision, a cataclysmic shockwave exploded outward, unprecedented in ferocity, engulfing the entire planet. Son Wukong, Trunks, Vegeta, Piccolo, the Supreme Kai, and Kibito all unleashed their own energy waves, which soared heavenward to brace against the monstrous triple supernova looming above. In that instant, beams of radiant energy in every hue converged and charged forward, shaking the very souls of all who bore witness. Even Krillin, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu arrived on the battlefield. They joined the fray, unleashing their utmost energy blasts toward the colossal celestial sphere overhead. Though their strength now seemed negligible, not one of them entertained the thought of withdrawal. For behind them lay the home of everyone they cherished. Everyone is giving their all. Watching his loved ones fight desperately, Gohan's heart swelled with profound complexity, and deep within his body, a yet more formidable power stirred awake. He roared, his biceps trembling violently as the tenfold Kamehameha surged with renewed, overwhelming might. That celestial beam of dawn, piercing heaven and earth, forced Frieza's triple supernova backward. What? Above, Frieza's eyes bulged in disbelief. Veins erupted across his body, a sweat streamed down his brow, his face twisted into a grotesque snarl. Can't hold on anymore. Frieza felt his limbs go weak. He could no longer suppress the colossal energy sphere surging upward. He was about to be consumed by his own triple supernova. No, I cannot die like this. I will not die. Frieza's gaze hardened, then made a fateful decision. He abruptly withdrew his energy and bolted wildly outward, through the atmosphere and into deep space. Deprived of Frieza's sustaining power, the tenfold Kamehameha surged forward unimpeded, propelling the supernova at unimaginable speed beyond Earth's atmosphere. But Frieza, having just turned to flee, met catastrophe. His own supernova struck him full face, hurling him deeper into the cosmic void. Damn it! Frieza raged, pounding furiously upon the energy sphere. Boom! The colossal sphere detonated with cataclysmic force. Frieza's body was inevitably swallowed whole. His agonized scream vanished beneath the same deafening blast. That day the solar system convulsed with a terrifying surge of energy, rippling across half the North Galaxy. Scattered radiance lingered for minutes, its lingering shockwaves sending chills through all who witnessed them. Earth! Huff, huff, huff. Every warrior who had fought stood utterly drained, limbs leaden, energy completely exhausted. Son Wukong, Vegeta, and Trunks, the three Super Saiyans, had all reverted to their base forms. Even against a foe as monstrously powerful as Frieza, merely participating in the final energy clash left them with a profound sense of helplessness. Thank goodness, we've won. The Supreme Kai's words snapped everyone back to reality. A collective breath of relief escaped them all. Krillin and Yamcha abandoned all pretense, collapsing onto the ground without ceremony. Trunks stared at Gohan, puzzled. What's brother Gohan still doing? For Gohan still hovered high above, gazing up at the boundless star-strewn sky. Had the battle ended? And yet he remained lost in thought. Suddenly Son Wukong's expression shifted dramatically. Frieza's ki still remains, though greatly diminished. All present recoiled in shock. Their faces darkened instantly. How is it possible he's still alive after such a blast? A monstrous aberration. Truly terrifying. He'll surely return for vengeance. Amid their mounting dread, Gohan raised 2 fingers to his forehead and vanished in an instant. Vegeta, watching closely, blinked in astonishment. Where did he go? Master Gohan has pursued Frieza, explained the Supreme Kai, who perceived his trajectory. Saiyans cannot survive in outer space. Has this boy lost his mind? Vegeta's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Sun Wukong, however, remained calm. Gohan is far more astute than I am. He must have a method to reach him. He is no reckless fool. Unknown reaches of outer space. Only Frisia's upper torso drifted there, lacerated, mangled flesh torn, and raw, one eye blinded. Yet even so he lived, a testament to his astonishing vitality. Damn Saiyan. Whoosh. Gohan materialized before him. Frisia, half-lidded, he stared, convinced he hallucinated. A Saiyan in outer space. It was like a dream, utterly impossible. Frisia, your tenacity is truly remarkable. You survived even this. Gohan's voice focused into a narrow beam, pierced Frisia's ear. Frisia froze. This was no illusion. That red-haired monkey had truly entered the vacuum of space. How did he do it? Frisia was losing his mind. Yet Gohan himself felt no surprise. Surviving in space posed no challenge for him now. It wasn't because he'd ascended to Super Saiyan 4. His physique alone hadn't become impervious to the vacuum. Rather, it stemmed from a wish he'd made long ago on Namek, granting him a constitution akin to Majin Buu's. That wish bestowed extraordinary regeneration, rapid recovery, and survival capability in the vacuum of space. Even if Frisia grew stronger, Gohan believed he could simply outlast him. Damn you, you bastard. Frisia seethed, his remaining eye burning with infinite hatred. Gohan extended his right hand palm open toward Frisia and spoke coldly. Had you spared Earth earlier, I might have granted you mercy. A pity. Rest assured, I'll inform King Yama myself. No, Frisia's rage dissolved into raw terror. Was death truly inevitable? I don't want to die, damn it. Before Frisia's horrified gaze, Gohan's palm erupted with infinite energy, engulfing his severed torso in an instant. Ah, you accursed Gohan. Frisia screamed, then vanished utterly in the blazing inferno. Chapter 083, The Destruction God Awakens. Having watched Frisia vanish into oblivion, Gohan instantly teleported back to Earth, still maintaining his Super Saiyan 4 form. This state demanded minimal energy, imposing no hindrance on movement or thought. Gohan wished to savor it, to fully understand its effects on his body. Upon his return, everyone gathered around. They studied Gohan in his Super Saiyan 4 form, curiosity and awe mingling in their eyes. Gohan, did you finish him off? Yamcha asked first. Yes. He's probably en route to the underworld right now. Gohan nodded. Haha. Gohan's got quite the sense of humor. Yamcha laughed, scratching the back of his head. Gohan, you've changed so much. I barely recognize you. Krillin stepped forward, raising his hand, only to realize his bald head nearly brushed Gohan's chest. Gohan chuckled. It's merely a transformation. Revert it, and I'm back to normal. Incredible, Gohan. Sun Wukong offered no restraint in praising his son, clapping Gohan's broad shoulders. Vegeta said nothing, but observed Gohan intently. He knew someone would soon ask the questions burning within him. Sure enough, his own son, Trunks, began. Brother Gohan, what is this transformation? It's absolutely awesome. He longed to tug playfully at Gohan's dark crimson fur. This is an alternate mutation, achieving human form while containing the power of the Great Saiyan. We call it Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4. Gohan, can I master this transformation too? Sun Wukong asked eagerly. Gohan nodded patiently. In theory, yes. But father, you lack a tail, and retaining consciousness during the Great Saiyan transformation is essential. So for now it may remain beyond your reach. So a tail is required. Sun Wukong frowned, perplexed. This is my first time transforming, so details remain unclear. But I believe the prerequisite is attaining the form of a golden Great Saiyan. Vegeta interjected, a tailless Saiyan may achieve the Great Saiyan state by intensifying the Blutz wave. Then how does one intensify this Blutz wave? Sun Wukong asked, baffled. Vegeta shot him a furious glare. I don't know. Sun Wukong. First of all, I didn't provoke you, Vegeta. Nearby Trunks gazed with pure envy. Someday, I want to try this transformation too. It's amazing. Gohan smiled. Yes, if you strengthen your base combat power enough to reach Super Saiyan 3 levels, you should be able to achieve it. Trunks' eyes shimmered with yearning. Anticipation bloomed. The Supreme Kai patted his chest in relief. Phew, I was terrified just now. Thank goodness Gohan defeated Frisia, or I fear I'd have been slain. Frisia's elder brother possesses truly unfathomable power. Indeed. Haha. Laughter rang out, clear, unrestrained, filling the air with pure, unburdened joy. It was the release of a crushing weight, the exhilarating euphoria of surviving the unthinkable. Afterward, Gohan departed for the underworld. Others dispersed, to gather the Dragon Balls and restore what the battle had shattered. Meanwhile, in a distant supreme plane, the divine realm planet Xeno. Planet Xeno was shaped like an inverted triangle. Across half its surface coiled a colossal ancient dead tree. Leafless for eons, its cycles of decay and renewal spanning tens of thousands of years. Whether it ever bore fruit remained unknown. Here there was no distinction between day and night. The sky shimmered eternally in radiant kaleidoscopic hues. Its sovereign was none other than Beerus, the destroyer god of Universe 7. His existence flowed in monotonous repetition, day after day, year after year. Time left no mark upon gods. It was their most abundant possession. Beerus perpetually bored sought sleep whenever possible, sometimes slumbering for millennia. Gastronomy and sweet dreams were his eternal obsessions. At this moment, Beerus rolled over in bed, then tumbled straight onto the floor. He blinked awake, yawning repeatedly. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he stretched languidly, tightened his sleeping robe, and shuffled groggily from bedroom to living room. There in his living room dwelled a prophetic fish, one capable of glimpsing fragments of the future. Beerus flicked its forehead lightly with a finger. The fish winced, cradling its head, whimpering softly. Furious, but too timid to protest. Yawning again, Beerus ambled to the window, opened it wide, and gazed outward. Vados! Vados! He bellowed twice. A tall, elegant figure materialized instantly. Vados, the angel of Universe 7. Vados held a refined staff, its tip crowned by a vertical halo encircling a black magical orb the size of a Dragon Ball. His frame was exceptionally tall, his features strikingly handsome, his skin a soft cerulean. Around his neck hung a large pale blue angelic halo, his silver-white hair defied gravity, rising majestically skyward. His gender appeared male. Beyond that, little else could be discerned. His smile was radiant, gentle, humble, warm, as if sunlight blooming in winter, bathing all who faced him in serene comfort. Vados bowed respectfully. Lord Beerus, how may I serve? Beerus looked irritable, his face clouded with displeasure. Damn it. I just had a nightmare that jolted me awake. Oh, what did you dream, Lord Beerus? Let me recall. Beerus rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I dreamed someone killed me, my life gravely threatened. Vados stifled a chuckle. Ho ho ho. Surely no one could slay Lord Beerus. Dreams are but illusions. But I've heard dreams can foretell truth. Aren't they prophetic fish? Beerus tilted his head toward the fish swimming serenely in its tank. Huh, me. The fish popped its head above water and nodded solemnly. You see, Vados, even the prophetic fish agrees. Then tell me, Vados, how long have I slept? Beerus yawned again. Vados smiled. Less than 50 years, Lord Beerus. Ah, terrible. My sleep quality has clearly deteriorated. Beerus propped his chin on his palms, deeply troubled. Heh. Vados covered his lips delicately. Has planet Vegeta been destroyed? Beerus asked next. Yes, it was obliterated by Frieza. Frieza acted with surprising efficiency. And where is he now? Vados replied, Frieza was slain by a Super Saiyan named Sun Wukong. What a... Beerus' eyes widened in disbelief. A Saiyan actually killed Frieza? Vados shook his head. Not at all, Lord Beerus. This Sun Wukong transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, and thus defeated Frieza. The legendary Super Saiyan. Is he truly formidable? Beerus asked. How shall I put it? It's not about whether he's strong or not. In short, Frieza was slain by him, yet the surviving Saiyans are now exceedingly few. Beerus rubbed his temples in exasperation. I had planned to let Frieza destroy planet Vegeta first, then intervene myself to eliminate him. But this Saiyan has already done my work for me, he frowned. Tisk tisk tsk, he's done me a favor, so technically I should be grateful. Yet the more I think about it, the more unsettled I feel. Vados, where do the surviving Saiyans reside now? Beerus asked. I'll locate them at once. As Vados spoke, he lowered his staff and struck it firmly against the ground. The black magical crystal orb atop it flared with radiant light. Instantly, a dazzling starfield shimmered into view within the orb. Planets streaked backward at blinding speed before converging upon a single azure world. Vados studied the image briefly. Lord Beerus, the surviving Saiyans now dwell on a planet in the northern galaxy known as Earth. Earth? Wasn't this planet nearly wiped out long ago by those foolish dinosaurs? Beerus asked, puzzled. Ha. That was eons ago, Lord Beerus. You've slept through an entire epoch. Vados smiled gently. Is that so? Now that you mention it, the dream in which I was slain somehow feels connected to this Earth. Ugh, this is giving me a headache. Beerus slapped his forehead and slammed his head onto the windowsill, causing it to explode violently. Vados. The oracle fish trembled uncontrollably. Beerus strode over and flicked the oracle fish squarely on the forehead. Oracle fish, tell me, is there truly anyone capable of slaying me? Or rather, do you believe anyone in this cosmos could stand as my worthy adversary? Tears welled in the oracle fish's eyes as it clutched its head. No one in this world can slay you, Lord Beerus. But if you seek merely to stretch your limbs, perhaps someone could serve as your opponent. Huh. A flash of sharp light ignited in Beerus's gaze. Oh, who? Speak quickly. The oracle fish replied, the legendary Super Saiyan God may yet prove a match for you. Super Saiyan God. What is that? Beerus frowned. In any case, it's still a Saiyan. Haha. Vados, how dreadfully dull. Let's go to Earth. How far is Earth from here? Beerus laughed heartily, his sleeping robe slipping loose and sliding to the floor. Vados turned away, covering his eyes. Beerus felt no trace of embarrassment as he retrieved his destroyer robes and dressed methodically. Vados remarked calmly, not far at all, about the length of a single animated episode. Then let's depart at once, urged Beerus, fully clad. As you wish, Lord Beerus, Vados replied with a smile, and struck the base of his staff against the ground. In a blinding streak of white light, Vados and Beerus soared skyward, bound for Earth. Earth, all gathered atop the lookout. They summoned the eternal dragon. 100-meter-long cerulean dragon coiled majestically above the lookout, casting the heavens into profound darkness. Yet before they could voice their wishes, a brilliant light descended from the heavens, striking the plaza below with precise force, instantly materializing two figures upon its surface. It was Vados and Beerus. At that very moment, Gohan remained in the other world, still absent. Standing upon the lookout were all the Z fighters along with the Supreme Kai, Kibito, Dend, and Mr. Hoppo. Startled by the sudden appearance of two enigmatic strangers, everyone turned curiously, only for Vegeta to freeze, knees trembling violently. Even the cerulean dragon overhead broke into cold sweat, its face turning sickly green. Yet Supreme Kai, Shin, and Kibito remained utterly unaware of Beerus's identity. The dragon lowered its massive head, shrinking itself deliberately to appear smaller and less imposing. Deepest apologies, Lord Beerus. We never imagined your divine presence would grace Earth. We ought not address you from such a height. Indeed, it was truly Lord Beerus. Vegeta's brow glistened with sweat, his entire being reeled in silent distress. Trunks, sensing his father's unease, patted his back, startling Vegeta so sharply he flinched. Dad, what's wrong? Vegeta remained silent. Others, however, watched Beerus and Vados with keen curiosity, having sensed absolutely no aura emanating from either figure. Upon hearing the dragon's words, Beerus tilted his head upwards, studying it wordlessly, a portrait of aloof divine detachment. Then he turned, catching sight of Supreme Kai Shin. Gazing upon Shin's self-satisfied expression, Beerus's brow furrowed deeply. Ugh, this is unbearable. Had his recent nightmare been tied to this very being? What business does a Supreme Kai have dashing about aimlessly, especially mingling with Saiyans on Earth? Does he wish to die? Far away in the sacred world of the Kai, the elder Kai watched the scene unfold and froze, trembling, leaping about in abject terror. Ignorant descendant. Truly ignorant. How dare he fail to recognize Lord Beerus? This is unforgivable. Fury and anxiety warred within the elder Kai's breast. Meanwhile, on the North Kai's planet, the North Kai himself broke into beads of cold sweat. Lord Beerus's arrival stirred memories, unpleasant ones, long buried. Hi, I'm Son Goku. He stepped forward, offering a greeting. The dragon's voice had carried clearly, all had heard its words, including Goku. Yet he knew only the name, not the identity behind it. Seeing Goku's reckless advance, Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply. That fool Kakarot, has he lost his mind? Vegeta knew full well who Lord Beerus was. In his youth, he'd glimpsed Beerus once, and understood with chilling clarity just how terrifying this being truly was. Beerus regarded Goku with quiet fascination. So, you're the Super Saiyan who slew Frieza? Yes, that was me. What's wrong? Have you come to avenge Frieza? Ha ha ha, avenge Frieza. What nonsense is this? Beerus laughed, then abruptly stilled his expression, turning glacial. Boy, have you heard of the Super Saiyan God? Super Saiyan God? No, I've never heard of it. Goku shook his head honestly. He truly did not know. Oh, then let me see what power enabled you to slay Frieza. Beerus smirked coldly. So you want to spar with me? You may interpret it thus. Come then. Beerus folded his arms behind his back, eyes locked steadily upon Goku. Goku roared, and in an instant transformed into a Super Saiyan, golden aura erupting like wildfire across his frame. Oh, So this is a Super Saiyan. No wonder he felt Frisia. Goku lunged forward in a blur, fists flying like rain toward Beerus. But Beerus shifted ever so slightly. Every blow missed entirely. Goku realized this form was useless. He ascended to Super Saiyan 2, yet met the same result. He couldn't even graze Beerus's hem. Damn it, why won't you fight back? Goku bellowed, leaping backward in a somersault, then transforming into Super Saiyan 3. His hair cascaded down to his waist, his eyebrows vanished, his brow ridge protruded sharply, his entire body blazing with turbulent golden energy crackling with lightning. Oh, you want me to strike back? Beerus narrowed his eyes, a frost-laced smirk playing upon his lips. Yes, let me see your true strength. Goku shouted. Very well. Beerus nodded once. Huh. Goku unleashed the peak of his Super Saiyan might, then shot forward at light speed, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Nearing him, Goku suddenly saw Beerus's lips curl upward in a faint knowing grin, before a single finger extended, tapping lightly upon his forehead. Boom! Goku rocketed backward, slamming hard onto the ground, his golden hair instantly reverting to black as consciousness fled. What? A collective gasp tore from every throat, their eyes bulging in disbelief. Could it be true? Had Super Saiyan 3 Goku truly been defeated by a mere forehead tap? Would you dare believe it? Surely this must be a dream. Meanwhile, deep within the other world, where Gohan sat conversing amiably with King Yama, having just escorted Cooler to paradise, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Dad's key just flashed through the other world, then vanished completely. What on earth had transpired? Episode 085, Gohan arrives. Upon the lookout, all stood stunned, utterly speechless, as Goku lay felled in an instant. Who was this being? Who could accomplish such a feat? Super Saiyan 3 Goku. That was Super Saiyan 3 Goku. Since he lay unconscious nearby, Supreme Kai and Krillin rushed to his side simultaneously, Kibito close behind. Goku, are you alright? Krillin shook him urgently. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai pressed a healing technique onto Goku's body. As he channeled the restoration energy, his eyes remained fixed upon Beerus. Whoever you are, you will answer for this. When Gohan returns, he will show you no mercy. Beerus. He stared at Supreme Kai Shin with utter dismay, on the verge of unleashing a torrent of scathing rebuke. Infuriating. You're a Supreme Kai. What on earth has become of you? And who is this Gohan? Is he truly so formidable? Does the seventh universe truly harbor such a being, daring to declare no mercy upon me? Truly, what a revelation. Beerus glanced sidelong at Vados. One tilt of his head, and Vados instantly grasped his unspoken question. Vados smiled. Lord Beerus, Gohan is likely Son Goku's son. Oh, is that so? Beerus's eyes narrowed, radiating the unmistakable aura of a supreme antagonist, compressing the very air around him into suffocating stillness. Yamcha, Piccolo, and Kaiatsu had already surrounded Goku, examining his condition with urgent concern. Under the Supreme Kai's ministrations, Goku stirred slowly back to consciousness. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Trunks remained rooted in place. Dend and Mr. Popo stood beneath a tree, uncertain how to proceed. Vegeta's fists were clenched so tightly his knuckles blanched white. Beside him, Trunks rested one hand upon the hilt of his hero's sword, eyes sharp and watchful, scanning Beerus and Vados with unwavering vigilance. Beerus observed Vegeta and Trunks with quiet amusement, then fixed his gaze upon Vegeta, a faint, enigmatic smile playing upon his lips. Vegeta 4, do you remember me? Vegeta's body locked rigid. I do, Lord Beerus. Huh, Dad knows these strangers. Trunks's eyes widened with confusion. Others too exchanged bewildered, astonished glances, having overheard the exchange between Beerus and Vegeta. They could plainly see Vegeta's abject discomposure. How rarely did the fiercely proud, unyielding prince of all Saiyans appear so undone. This could mean only one thing: these two newcomers were beings of unimaginable stature, so terrifying that even Vegeta, the man who feared neither heaven nor hell, trembled before them. Beerus asked Vegeta, "Tell me, do you know of the Super Saiyan God?" Vegeta's clenched fists never relaxed. "No, I do not." Such was his nature, reserved, stoic, and ever mindful that silence spared error. Thus he answered only what was asked, refusing to utter a single unnecessary syllable. "Even you don't know? Then what of Gohan? Does he know?" Beerus pressed further. This figure so lauded by the Supreme Kai piqued his curiosity. Vegeta hesitated, then decided to add a few more words lest his brevity seem disrespectful and provoke Beerus's wrath. "Gohan will return shortly. We must ask him directly." "Oh, so Gohan is indeed Son Goku's son. Beerus continued. Yes. Then he is also a Saiyan. Yes, he is. Elsewhere. Goku sat up, cradling his head. Goku, how do you feel? The Supreme Kai asked. Fine, just a headache. Truly formidable. Goku winced, then rose shakily to his feet. At that very moment, whoosh, Gohan appeared beside Trunks, having teleported back instantly. He had returned via instant transmission. Only after confirming Beerus and Vados' identities did he exhale in relief. He'd feared, just for a moment, that Goku had been slain. Yet he had never imagined these two divine sovereigns would descend upon Earth. Beerus and Vados both turned immediately, regarding Gohan with open, intrigued scrutiny. Gohan stood before them in his natural state, no longer bearing the form of Super Saiyan 4. Beerus spoke without preamble. You are the Gohan they speak of. Gohan smiled warmly. Yes, I am Gohan. He leaned close to Trunks' ear, whispering urgent instructions. Once finished, Trunks hurried away without delay. Watching Trunks depart, Vegeta looked toward Gohan, mouth half open, words failing him. He feared Gohan might rashly provoke Beerus and doom Earth to annihilation. Yet warning Gohan outright felt impossible, lest others suspect he harbored affection for the boy. Just as he wrestled with indecision, Beerus asked again, Boy, do you know of the Super Saiyan God? Yes, I do. Gohan nodded. As he spoke, he felt a sharp poke at his waist. He turned, to find Vegeta standing close, voice hushed to a whisper. Brat, don't speak carelessly. This is Lord Beerus, the Destroyer God. He is terrifying. Be extremely cautious. I understand. Gohan blinked, oddly touched by Vegeta's rare concern. Hearing Gohan's affirmation, Beerus's attention sharpened visibly. He planted his hands on his hips and declared, Then where is he? Summon him. I demand battle. Meanwhile, both the North Kai and the Elder Kai projected their voices directly into Gohan's ears. Each relayed Lord Beerus's true identity and warned him in grave tones to tread with utmost caution. Listening intently to both deities, Gohan replied, Lord Beerus, the Super Saiyan God is not a single individual, but rather a transcendent state attainable by Saiyans who master divine ki. One who embodies the essence of godhood is the Super Saiyan God. At that moment, the eternal dragon's voice echoed softly from above, though lacking its usual resonance. The one who summoned me. Do you still wish for something? And Gohan lifted his gaze and shot at a sharp warning look. And the eternal dragon instantly clamped its mouth shut and resumed its role as mere background. Beerus scrutinized Gohan up and down, then spoke with palpable impatience. Oh, so you've mastered the divine aura. Have you attained this so-called Super Saiyan God form? Gohan honestly shook his head. Not yet. And then he added, but I know precisely how to achieve it, and can manifest it swiftly. Beerus waved a dismissive hand and snorted. Humph. Then do hurry. I've just woken up and my temper is frayed. If you test my patience, I'll reduce Earth to cosmic dust. That would be most unwise, Lord Beerus, Gohan replied, shaking his head. And at that very moment, Trunks reappeared via instantaneous teleportation. Why unwise? Beerus sneered, raising his right hand. Crackling violet-black energy already coalescing at his fingertip, poised, as if ready to obliterate Earth in an instant. A Lord Beerus may not yet know. Earth bears the honored title of Cradle of Culinary Excellence, unmatched across the cosmos. And the dishes prepared by Earthlings are masterpieces, exquisite in hue, aroma, and flavor alike. Their colors shimmer with radiant vitality, their fragrance intoxicates the senses. Merely glimpsing them stirs ravenous longing, and even a whiff makes one's nostrils twitch uncontrollably. In Beerus. Nas Gohan spoke. Beerus unconsciously swallowed. His fingertips' volatile energy dissipated without notice, and his eyes widened into saucer-like orbs. Gurgle. And is this true? And absolutely. Trunks now, Gohan declared loudly. And no sooner had the words left his lips than Trunks snapped his fingers twice. Two massive banquet tables materialized with a soft whoosh. In moments, both tables overflowed with a dazzling array of delicacies. At the sight of the feast, Beerus's nostrils indeed began twitching. And not only Beerus, but even the ever-elegant was found himself inhaling deeply, eyes gleaming with quiet awe. Gohan observed their reactions with silent, inward amusement. And gluttons, how effortlessly they could be swayed. Nate instructed Trunks to prepare this feast earlier. This was his decisive gambit. Once Beerus and Whis tasted Earth's cuisine, they'd refuse, even on bended knee, to destroy the planet. To oppose gastronomy is unforgivable. And this truly does look exceptional. Don't you agree, Whis? Beerus murmured, saliva glistening at the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha, indeed. One wonders how it shall taste, Whis chuckled. And, Lord Beerus Master Whis, please be seated and savor it for yourselves. Gohan pulled out 2 chairs with a graceful gesture. In Beerus and Whis promptly sat, and each draped a pristine napkin over his lap. And then, wow, this is delicious. And this too. Clattering cutlery rang out in cheerful succession. Beerus devoured his meal with unrestrained gusto, while Whis dined with refined poise. Yet his eyes shone with equal wonder and admiration. Meanwhile, Vegeta stood utterly dumbfounded, his 24-karat titanium alloy eyes practically blinded by Gohan's astonishing maneuver. And could even the god of destruction truly be tamed this way? Was this perhaps the ancient art of courtesy before confrontation? And Vegeta conceded. He'd learned something valuable. Ahem, Lord Beerus Master Whis, please continue enjoying your meal. Should you remain hungry, I'll gladly prepare more. For now, I must consult with my comrades regarding the Super Saiyan God. Beerus waved absently without glancing up. In truth, his heart already sang with delight. Even if Gohan failed entirely to produce the Super Saiyan God, it mattered not at all. These 2 tables of food had already resolved 90% of his existential woes. And, let's go. Over there, Gohan beckoned to Trunks and Vegeta striding toward Goku and the others. Approaching them, Gohan noticed the Supreme Kai's crestfallen expression. Just moments earlier, the Elder Kai had revealed Beerus's identity, leaving the Supreme Kai visibly shaken adrift in turbulent disbelief. Gohan surmised the cause and suppressed a smile. And he gathered everyone close, then formally introduced Beerus as the god of destruction. Upon hearing of Beerus's terrifying nature, the others paled, realization dawning with chilling slowness. Recalling how Super Saiyan 3 Goku had been erased with a single finger, they understood Gohan's account held no exaggeration. Beerus's true power far surpassed even their darkest imaginings. Once the introduction concluded, Vegeta couldn't restrain his curiosity. Gohan, what did you mean earlier when you told him you knew how to become the Super Saiyan God? What is the Super Saiyan God? I was about to explain precisely that. In this so-called Super Saiyan God requires 6 Saiyans, each embodying unwavering righteousness, to unite in ritual. What does that mean? Goku asked, perplexed. Gohan continued, 6 righteous Saiyans focus the radiant essence of their virtue upon a single individual, who then transforms into the legendary Super Saiyan God. Sounds rather odd. Like some arcane ceremony, Trunks frowned. And Gohan nodded. Indeed, it may be understood as such. Piccolo interjected, 6 Saiyans with righteous hearts. Do we have enough? Let me count. In Goku, Gohan, Trunks, Gotenub, Pan. Can children qualify? In beside him, Vegeta clenched his fists until his teeth ground audibly. In Trunks stepped forward, ahem. I believe Father possesses a righteous heart even now. Is that so? Piccolo eyed the fearsome Vegeta skeptically. In Piccolo, once Beerus departs, I'll end you. Vegeta snarled. And the others fell silent. In hearing Vegeta's threat, Krillin, Yamcha, and the rest found Piccolo's skepticism disturbingly justified. Vegeta remained fiercely intimidating, Knee's claim to righteousness still under rigorous scrutiny. And do you think I fear you? Piccolo retorted, unflinching. In seeing tempers flare, Gohan raised both hands to intervene. Enough, seriously. Is this truly the time for quarrels? I'll fetch Gotenub and Pan immediately. And please, stay calm. Yes, understood. And having issued his instructions, Gohan vanished in a flash of instantaneous teleportation from the lookout. And minutes later, Shishi cradled Goten. Gohan carried Pan, and Bulma held up. Goten, already toddling and babbling, was nearly 1 year old, whereas Infinub and baby Pan, both under a year, required carrying. Shishi set Goten down. He hopped eagerly to Goku's feet, clutching his pant leg and attempting to climb upward. And haha, Goten. Let Daddy lift you up. Goku laughed, bent low, and hoisted Goten high into the air. And suspended aloft, Goten erupted into peals of delighted laughter. And witnessing this, Pan tugged gently at her father's sleeve. Does Pan want to turn too? Gohan asked, smiling down at her in his arms. And she couldn't yet speak, but her giggle like porcelain chimes was utterly enchanting. All right then. Gohan lifted Pan skyward as well. Bulma's arms up, watched his slightly older cousin with quiet envy, yet deemed the act childish, turning his face away. Shall mommy lift up too? Silence implies consent, so up you go. And assuming Ub longed for his uncle's and sister's attention, Bulma raised him aloft as well. Ub flailed wildly midair. And after the light-hearted commotion settled, they reconvened to deliberate. Their sole topic: who among them should assume the mantle of the Super Saiyan God. All agreed Gohan must be the one. Ni's current strength surpassed Goku, Trunks, and even Vegeta. Thus his ascension would yield the greatest power, maximizing their odds against Beerus. Gohan, however, firmly shook his head. Ni's strength already eclipsed theirs by a wide margin, so he chose instead to grant Goku first passage through this divine threshold. After all, the Super Saiyan God was not irreplaceable. It could in essence be replicated, and Gohan knew he could attain this godly realm effortlessly at any time thereafter. But the pivotal truth was this: Gohan knew Beerus would never destroy Earth, not now. And thus Beerus transformed from destroyer into mentor, an invaluable guide. He could accelerate Goku's mastery of the Super Saiyan God state, a boon beyond measure. And crucially, Gohan wished to gauge Beerus's true limits through Goku's battle. In weighing all these reasons, he resolved Goku would become the first Super Saiyan God. The discussion concluded, and Gohan entrusted Pan to Piccolo, then approached Beerus and Whis. In that brief span, the two deities had devoured nearly all the food, displaying unmistakable Saiyan appetite. Yet most had vanished into Beerus's stomach. Whis had sampled only a modest portion. And Gohan smiled and asked, "Lord Beerus, Master Whis, how was it?" "Delicious," in burp. "And it's, passable." "Quite ordinary." "And you clearly meant exquisite, didn't you?" Gohan regarded him with quiet suspicion. "And how fares your deliberation? When might the Super Saiyan God emerge?" Beerus dabbed his lips with a napkin. "And we're merely awaiting your completion. Once we've finished dining, the transformation may begin." Whis smiled warmly. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Gohan, I await it with genuine anticipation." In 7 figures stood in 2 neat rows behind Goku. Gohan and Vegeta pressed their right palms against Goku's back. Vegeta's left hand clasped Trunks's, Trunks's other hand held Goten's. Goten remained cradled in Shishi's arms. On the opposite side, Bulma held Ub behind Gohan. Gohan placed one hand on Goku's back, and with the other grasped Ub's tiny hand. "It is the heart of righteousness, not ki," Gohan reminded them. Yet defining what the heart of righteousness truly was, and how to channel it into Goku, remained profoundly elusive. For righteousness was intangible. Unlike ki, it resisted conscious command or precise articulation. Its very existence defied rigid definition. After several minutes of fumbling, brilliant light first erupted from Goten, engulfing him in a radiant golden sphere like a luminous soap bubble. The light then surged outward, to Trunks, then to Vegeta, and finally enveloped Goku himself. Simultaneously, the same cascade unfolded along Gohan and Ub's line, triggering a chain reaction. Golden spheres fused, linking them all in a blinding, unified radiance. The formerly storm-laden sky transformed, the dark clouds transmuted into resplendent gold. Such celestial gold appeared only in the divine realm and near Snake Way. Never before had such auspicious clouds graced mortal earth. From the lookout, as its epicenter, the golden clouds churned, coalescing into a colossal, swirling vortex. At the vortex's heart and sunlight, spring rain, hailstones, and snowflakes cycled rapidly, seasons collapsing into seconds. After the final flurry of snow, Goku's body turned translucent and lifted weightlessly into the air. "Oh, the divine aura." Beerus's expression deepened with quiet significance. "And so, you have arrived at last, Super Saiyan God." All stared upward in stunned silence at the translucent Goku. Ni's entire form had become diaphanous, like living light, gradually suffusing with a delicate crimson hue. Soon he descended, landing softly upon the lookout's plaza. A profound hush fell. No voice dared break it. All eyes remained fixed upon him. Even the eternal dragon, still relegated to background duty, felt acutely awkward. Its obscurity shattered the sky, once pitch black, now blazed with golden light. Exposed beneath that radiant sun, it felt utterly vulnerable. Its prior investment in life essence, officially cancelled. A total loss. Investment authority. Goku's luminous aura gradually subsided, and at last his new form revealed itself fully. Goku's frame had grown markedly leaner and more alive, while his familiar black spiky hair blazed into vivid crimson. His eyebrows and irises, too, burned blood red. All trace of his former overwhelming aura had vanished. It was an uncanny sensation. As though he stood before you yet existed impossibly distant, as though he were present yet utterly imperceptible, his life energy completely undetectable. Was this the realm of the Super Saiyan God? Nor was this the very essence of the divine aura. Yet, Gohan could still sense the Supreme Kai's faint life pulse. But none whatsoever from Goku. Perhaps that observation borders on disrespect, toward the Supreme Kai. Goku looks less muscular now, Krillin ventured puzzled. And Gohan replied, perhaps this form simply optimizes combat efficiency. Dad, how do you feel? Gohan asked. And Goku inspected his body, then bounced lightly on his toes. My body feels astonishingly light. Whis smiled toward Beerus. Lord Beerus, it appears successful. And Beerus grinned, eyes alight. Ha ha ha, I find myself quite stirred. He strode forward. And, Goku, let us see the power of the Super Saiyan God. Do not disappoint me. Very well, Lord Beerus. And confident in his newfound divinity, Goku rose into the air. And before the watching eyes of all, he and Beerus soared high above, halting 10 meters apart. They locked gazes, neither blinked nor wavered. And after several seconds, Goku seized initiative and struck first. Boom! And clenching his fists, golden crimson aura ignited around Goku's body. And with a thunderous burst of ki, he launched forward, his right fist driving straight for Beerus's face with cataclysmic force. Beerus merely extended a single index finger and halted Goku's devastating blow. And, boom! At the point of contact, a shockwave detonated, raw seismic power unleashed. Smoke billowed instantly, thick and blinding. In violent gusts exploded outward, shredding swathes of golden cloud across the heavens. How do you feel now that you've ascended to the Super Saiyan God form? Beerus asked casually, effortlessly deflecting Goku's strike. Goku replied, I'm utterly astonished. Really? What astounds you? Beerus inquired. I'm astonished that my power has reached such heights, and even more so that Lord Beerus could block my attack with a single finger. Ha ha ha, truly. Beerus burst into hearty laughter. Come then, Lord Beerus. Let me witness the true might of a destroyer. Humph. Very well. Beerus grinned and instantly lashed out with his right leg toward Goku. Goku raised his arms to parry and immediately launched a counterattack. Goku landed a punch squarely on Beerus' chest. Beerus retaliated by striking Goku's head sideways with brutal force. Their legs clashed relentlessly. The first exchange was pure unrelenting hand-to-hand combat. Two radiant streaks flashed across the heavens, repeatedly colliding in violent bursts. Golden red energy and violet energy crashed together, unleashing tempests in their wake. Fierce gales battered the sacred world of the Kai, forcing everyone to shield their faces with their hands. Trunks murmured in awe, Uncle Goku appears evenly matched with Lord Beerus. He's a fool, Vegeta scoffed. They're merely warming up. Neither has yet unveiled their true power. Beside him, Whis smiled silently. True, Piccolo conceded. Yet even so, Goku is vastly stronger now than he was moments ago. Back then, Lord Beerus felled him with a single fingertip. Now they trade blows evenly. High above, Beerus and Goku clashed once more. Boom! Upon impact, both warriors were hurled backward, dozens of meters apart. Goku spoke wistfully. What a pity. This power wasn't earned through my own cultivation, but granted temporarily by the strength of my friends. How I wish I could attain it like Gohan. Oh, is Gohan truly that powerful? Then why did you choose to become the Super Saiyan God? Beerus asked. Goku erupted with energy once more, golden red aura surging violently around him. Because I wanted to fight you, Lord Beerus, truly earnestly, not be defeated by a single finger. Ha ha ha, bold spirit. Beerus roared with laughter. Then his expression hardened instantly. In the next breath, he vanished. He reappeared midair, driving a devastating kick into Goku's abdomen. Goku spat blood as he hurtled backward. Instantly, Beerus flicked his wrist. Two violet energy spheres shot forth, pursuing Goku relentlessly. Tumbling through the air, Goku swiftly stabilized himself, dodging frantically as the two violet spheres chased him without pause. Suddenly, Beerus materialized directly above him and slammed a crushing fist onto his back. Struck with overwhelming force, Goku plummeted toward the earth. Goku's body plummeted like a meteor, plunging deep into the ocean. The sea erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, water geysering hundreds of meters into the sky. Beerus descended at once, and the two resumed battle beneath the waves, exchanging over 100 fierce exchanges underwater. Naturally, Gohan and the other Z-fighters refused to miss such an extraordinary clash, and flew en masse to the ocean's surface to continue watching. Their underwater duel churned the sea into a monstrous tsunami, surpassing even a Category 17 typhoon in ferocity. Above, the skies convulsed torrential downpours gave way to blazing sunlight, then crackling thunderstorms, all within moments. Such surreal volatile weather sent shivers through every earthling. Life here demanded constant readiness, even for push-ups inside one's own coffin. Boom! Another colossal wave surged skyward, Goku and Beerus burst forth from the water, shifting the battlefield once more to the stratosphere. Ha-da-da-da-da-da. Goku unleashed a furious barrage, blows rapid and relentless, yet each was flawlessly blocked by Beerus. Oomph. Beerus snarled, driving a knee strike that sent Goku flying again. In an instant he closed the distance. Hands clasped, then delivered a thunderous spike like a volleyball smash, sending Goku hurtling away once more. Again and again, the cycle repeated. Goku was flung through the air like a shuttlecock battered mercilessly. Even the spectators winced, unable to bear watching further. Clearly, though, Goku's power had undergone a radical transformation upon attaining the Super Saiyan God form, he remained vastly outmatched against Beerus. Enraged by the relentless assault, Goku exploded with raw energy, his golden red aura detonating outward, breaking free from Beerus's onslaught, and launching his own furious counteroffensive. Yet to Beerus, Goku's attacks were laughably trivial, mere child's play. Though Beerus occasionally feigned being struck by a few punches, careful observation revealed he was merely toying with him. Gradually, the divine aura surrounding Goku dimmed, fading steadily until it vanished entirely, reverting him to his natural black-haired state. He remained unaware, continuing the fight without pause. As time passed, Beerus's gaze grew increasingly intrigued. Though Goku had lost the Super Saiyan God form, he fought with escalating intensity, on the very cusp of a breakthrough. Beerus sneered, hurling Goku skyward with a single punch, then rocketed upward himself. A massive golden red energy sphere descended toward the ocean. Ah no, Goku can't possibly withstand this. Gohan, what do we do? Piccolo cried urgently to Gohan. Only Gohan stood a chance of intercepting that sphere, otherwise Earth would be obliterated. They all knew it. Among those present, Gohan alone possessed the power to halt that colossal sphere. Even Vegeta and Trunks stared at him, tense and expectant. Awaiting his decisive intervention, Gohan calmly replied, "No need to panic. Look, Father's energy is rising." Indeed, amidst a cascade of primal roars, Goku transformed once more into a Super Saiyan and charged headlong toward the descending energy sphere. Though now only in his base Super Saiyan form, his energy output dwarfed even his peak Super Saiyan second stage, surpassing it entirely, though he himself remained oblivious to this surge. Goku braced the sphere with both hands, roaring defiantly, "Lord Beerus, I will not let you destroy Earth." His bellow shook the seas. Miraculously, Goku ascended once more, flamered hair, crimson eyes, scarlet eyebrows, golden red aura erupting skyward as he reawakened the Super Saiyan God form. Beerus's eyes gleamed, just as he'd foreseen. Boom! The colossal energy sphere detonated under Goku's overwhelming force. The heavens stilled. Goku's hair faded back to black, his clothes hung in tatters. Breathing heavily, he locked eyes with Beerus, who hovered serenely high above. Beerus descended, landing before Goku. With keen interest he observed, "You haven't realized it yet, have you? You can now transform into the Super Saiyan God form, entirely on your own." Huh? What? Goku blinked in disbelief. Only then, prompted by Beerus, did he sense the anomaly within himself. Within his body now resided a new presence, a divine essence. A trace of that godly aura had lingered after his transformation. In other words, through diligent practice, he could master this form independently, no longer reliant on the collective spiritual energy of his allies. Under Goku's stunned gaze, Beerus continued, "Impressive. It's been ages since I've enjoyed a workout this much. You've drawn out 70% of my strength." Wah! Lord Beerus hadn't even used full power earlier. Goku gasped in shock. Meanwhile, far off, Gohan's lips twitched. Surely Lord Beerus measures his strength in hundreds. It was painfully obvious. Beerus grinned broadly. Of course, not every destroyer is limited to such modest power. Ha ha ha, indeed. Thank you, Lord Beerus, for your guidance. Goku scratched the back of his head and laughed heartily. Beerus then turned toward Gohan, calling out loudly, "Gohan, it's your turn now." Beerus still harbored quiet resentment over the Kaioshins and Goku's effusive praise of Gohan. He was determined to see for himself just how formidable this young warrior truly was. If Beerus wished to spar with him, Gohan welcomed it wholeheartedly. Where else could one find such an exceptional mentor? Didn't they see? His father had already begun mastering the divine essence. Even Master Kato couldn't teach better. Gohan soared to Goku's side, then halted before Beerus. Beerus glanced at him coolly. "Go ahead, transform into the Super Saiyan God. I'll wait." Gohan beamed. "No need just yet. Why not try this transformation first?" Beerus, which transformation? As dark question marks swirled above his head, Gohan clenched both fists tightly. His energy surged violently. A deafening roar tore from his throat. Behind him, a colossal golden ape manifested as a shimmering spectral silhouette. From his core, waves of golden energy rippled outward, spreading concentrically across the ocean's surface beneath their feet. Clouds churned violently overhead. Crack! Lightning split the horizon. The golden ape's form rapidly contracted, then plunged inward, merging completely into Gohan's body. Instantly, Gohan underwent a dramatic metamorphosis, re-emerging as a Super Saiyan 4, thick, wild, jet-black shoulder-length hair. A towering, powerfully built frame, muscles sharply defined and bulging. Dark crimson fur covered his exposed skin, radiating untamed primal might. Beerus narrowed his eyes, studying Gohan's transformed state. For some reason, this form felt eerily familiar. What is this? A Saiyan bloodline regression? Beerus spoke coldly. Very well, Gohan. Show me the strength of this transformation. Goku withdrew, shifting from combatant to spectator. Gohan's golden aura blazed skyward, churning clouds into vortexes. Beerus raised his right hand, palm facing Gohan. In an instant, his fingers glowed with eerie light, and a searing energy sphere shrieked forward. Gohan tilted his head, evading the violet sphere, and vanished. He reappeared instantly before Beerus, swinging a fist larger than a cooking pot with full force into Beerus's chest. Boom! Blinding light erupted. Beerus was blasted backward. Then Gohan flicked his wrist, launching 5 energy spheres that screamed toward the retreating destroyer. Haha! Mid-flight, Beerus twisted his body upright, his right hand flashing in rapid succession, batting all 5 spheres aside. The spheres struck the sea, triggering thunderous detonations, hurling seawater skyward and unleashing torrential rain. Not bad at all. Indeed, far stronger than Goku. Beerus praised without reservation. Though only the opening exchange, Beerus had already recognized Gohan's extraordinary nature. This transformation, though neither the Super Saiyan God nor infused with divine essence, far surpassed Goku's earlier power. So this one truly possessed remarkable ability. No wonder the Kaioshin and Goku had spoken so highly of him. Could a mortal truly shake the foundations of divinity? Fascinating, truly fascinating. As this thought crossed his mind, a flash of icy light pierced Beerus's gaze. He leapt skyward, appearing instantly beside Gohan. Danger! Every cell in Gohan's body screamed the warning. He raised his arm to block. Beerus's sweeping leg strike connected perfectly with Gohan's forearm, its impact point calculated with surgical precision. Numbness shot up Gohan's arm, and he staggered backward. Beerus pressed his advantage, closing in. Gohan instantly gathered energy, forming the spirit sword technique. A hunter-long blade of condensed ki erupted from his right hand, slashing toward Beerus. Beerus reached out, grasping the blade barehanded. Sparks erupted in rapid succession, metal and metal clangs ringing out incessantly. A flicker of surprise crossed Beerus's eyes. The blade's sharpness exceeded all expectations. He'd assumed he could shatter it with a casual grip. Instead, he endured a flurry of slashes that left his skin tingling. In an instant, Gohan shifted from cutting to thrusting, the blade lunging forward with lethal intent. Seeing the blade spear toward him, Beerus clapped his palms together, locking the blade between them. Just as he scoffed, preparing to snap the weapon in half, he realized the blade had vanished from his grip, reappearing instantly in Gohan's left hand. The same thrust came again, from the left. Beerus nearly groaned in exasperation. Though incapable of breaching his defenses, who would willingly endure repeated jabs from such a razor-sharp weapon? That would be unbearable. Beerus leapt backward, then flung both hands outward, launching 2 energy spheres simultaneously at Gohan. Whoosh whoosh. Dual spirit sword strikes cleaved the spheres cleanly in half, 4 fragments exploding behind Gohan with deafening blasts. Interesting. Beerus chuckled darkly and began ascending his power level. Clearly, the strength he'd used against Goku would prove insufficient against Gohan. Purple flames ignited around Beerus, warping the very fabric of space. His power surged. He laughed. Haha. You wield a curious technique, but against absolute power it holds no meaning. He shot forward, blazing faster than instantaneous movement itself. Fast. Unbelievably fast. The thought had barely formed in Gohan's mind when Beerus's fist arrived, its wind tearing at his skin. Gohan held nothing back, his right fist coalescing every ounce of his strength before launching forward. Their fists collided. Pong! Lightning cracked across the heavens, a tsunami erupted skyward. From their epicenter, a shockwave of terrifying magnitude radiated outward in all directions. Viewed from orbit, Earth's surface flared with a brilliant ring of light, terrifying waves of energy rippling outward in concentric circles. The deep space of the universe trembled. The earth shook once again. The ocean beneath their feet was instantly evaporated, and the earth shrank by 1/10 of its area in an instant. The spectators were filled with trepidation. The aura that Sun Wukong unleashed now was far more terrifying than when he fought against Gula earlier. They found it hard to understand how Sun Wukong's aura had elevated once again in such a short time. However, recalling Sun Wukong's strength from earlier, they soon became at ease. As everyone knows, the Sun family has always been quite extraordinary, and this was not something that developed overnight. After their fists clashed, both Sun Wukong and Beerus were knocked back several steps. Sun Wukong looked down at the earth with a wry smile and said, "Lord Beerus, let's fly a bit higher." All right. The two of them flew into the higher skies, one red and one purple. Boom, boom, boom. They kept colliding, chasing each other. The clouds in the sky were shattered. This intense hand-to-hand combat ignited Sun Wukong's blood, making him braver as the battle continued. Initially, his transformation into Super Saiyan 4 was not skilled, but his proficiency skyrocketed, and his aura was constantly strengthening. This battle was exhilarating. Knowing that Beerus possessed unfathomable strength, Sun Wukong held nothing back, exerting 100 of his power in every move. He was trying to push his limits. He was eager to see just how far his limits extended. Every cell in his body was rejoicing, as if reborn, greedily absorbing the divine aura emitted by Beerus during their combat. After half an hour of fighting, Sun Wukong's aura showed no signs of diminishing. Instead, it grew more abundant and purer. Boom. Beerus and Sun Wukong each gathered an energy sphere and clashed them together. After a violent explosion, their heads collided fiercely once again. Stars twinkled above them, but the fighting spirit in their eyes was at its peak. They separated. Beerus looked at Sun Wukong with an increasingly strange expression. He noticed that the Sun Wukong before him seemed to be unaware of fatigue. Growing stronger with each battle, he was becoming increasingly courageous. Not only that, but Beerus gradually realized that Sun Wukong's attacks began to include a trace of divine aura. What is happening? Sun Wukong hadn't transformed into a Super Saiyan god. Moreover, after such a long battle, Beerus was gradually understanding Sun Wukong's transformation. Sun Wukong's transformation was completely different from that of a Super Saiyan god. If the Super Saiyan god represents the path of divine energy cultivation, then the Sun Wukong before him seemed to be traversing another extreme, enhancing and purifying the Saiyan bloodline. His endurance was astonishing, and his defensive power was incredibly abnormal. It was as if he was born for battle. But what was this hint of divine aura mixed within his power? Could it be? Is this Sun Wukong trying to merge both paths, cultivating his bloodline and divine aura simultaneously? Moreover, the trace of divine aura within Sun Wukong's body was peculiar. It was not obtained through a ritual like Sun Wukong's. The trace of divine aura within Sun Wukong's body clearly belonged to that of a destroyer god. In an instant, Beerus found it hard to assess. 090, the great battle ends. Beerus felt as if his own child had been taken away. In short, it was somewhat absurd. It was something unheard of and unseen, a tremendous shock to the world. Lord Beerus, should we continue? Sun Wukong asked earnestly. Continue? Of course we will continue, Beerus replied, coldly, preparing for another round of combat. He felt quite displeased and needed to vent through fighting. Come on, haha. The two laughed heartily in unison and then engaged in intense fighting once more. As they fought, they burst through the atmosphere and into the vast universe. As they fought further and further away, they completely vanished from sight. The spectators became anxious. They were unable to venture into the universe and could only return dejected to the plaza of the heavenly temple. Observing their expressions, was chuckled and asked, "Would you like to watch the battle?" "Yes, indeed," Sun Wukong nodded, asking, "Do you have a way?" "A trivial matter," Whis replied, lightly tapping his staff on the ground. Instantly, the black magic orb atop Whis' staff emanated light and projected into the air. In the sky, the scene of Sun Wukong battling Beerus appeared. The spectators couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Now Sun Wukong and Beerus found themselves in a lifeless star system. The two were fighting on a small asteroid. Sun Wukong threw a punch at Beerus, who soared into the sky to evade it. Sun Wukong's fist struck the ground directly. The planet beneath them exploded violently, turning into dust. Beerus raised his hand towards the sky and hurled a golden fiery energy blast down at Sun Wukong, who stood in the void. Sun Wukong's aura surged fiercely. The tenfold Kamehameha transformed into a swirling mix of red and blue, charging towards the golden energy sphere capable of obliterating the star system. Boom! The two energy blasts collided. The image projected by Whis turned into a blinding white light obscuring the battle scene. In the unknown depths of the universe, the tenfold Kamehameha wave clashed with Beerus' fiery energy blast, reaching a stalemate. The overwhelming energy waves rippled outward, turning several small asteroids into beautiful fireworks. Sun Wukong began to elevate his aura once again. The tenfold Kamehameha wave grew even stronger, and the energy column became thicker. Feeling the change in the Kamehameha wave, Beerus was taken aback. He wondered how this kid Sun Wukong could still elevate his energy. It was simply unbelievable. He could tell that Sun Wukong was only about 25 or 26 years old. How could he reach such an extraordinary level of power? One must understand that a destroyer god like him had existed for countless ages. To have grown to Sun Wukong's current level in just over 20 years was simply defying the heavens. If he were given several more millennia, what would happen then? Cannot say nor dare to say. In short, it was unimaginable. Seeing Sun Wukong increase his energy output and push back his fiery energy blast, Beerus also pressed down with his hand. The fiery energy blast surged again, bearing down on Sun Wukong. After Beerus applied pressure, Sun Wukong's face twisted in anguish, veins bulging on his hands, and his blood boiled. He heard the sound of his heart pounding fiercely and the rushing of blood flowing. His body became extremely hot, radiating terrifying heat. Suddenly, boom! The fiery energy blast and the tenfold Kamehameha wave erupted violently between them. The powerful energy swept out, instantly erasing this star system. Puff! Sun Wukong spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing in the vast universe. Beerus also clutched his chest and staggered backward several steps. Beerus. Looking at the direction where Sun Wukong collapsed, Beerus felt a bit complex. Good lad, you've made my blood surge. I wonder how he is, probably heavily injured. As he thought this, Beerus flew towards Sun Wukong to check on his injuries. However, halfway there, he saw Sun Wukong jumping up as if nothing had happened, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Beerus. In a short time as a destroyer god, he was left speechless twice. This kid's potential was too astonishing. Who knows how far he will grow in the future? Since he had flown close, Beerus still asked, "Kid, how are you? Are you alright?" I'm fine. That was quite a shock to me." Sun Wukong replied. "Not just you were shocked, I was shocked too." Beerus couldn't help but complain inwardly. Cough, let's leave it at that for today, no more fighting." That's fine." Sun Wukong nodded, stretching his muscles, making popping sounds all over his body. "I want to ask you, what transformation is this?" Beerus looked at Sun Wukong curiously. "Super Saiyan 4, Sun Wukong replied honestly. Beerus nodded. "Super Saiyan 4, not bad. Lord Beerus, I also want to ask you, how much of your strength did you use in that fight?" Sun Wukong asked curiously. Cough, let's keep that a secret for now," Beerus replied, placing his right fist under his nose and coughing lightly. "Are we still playing this game? Preparing to cover it up later?" Sun Wukong felt somewhat powerless to complain. But it was fine, there was no need to dig deeper, because it held no significance. Let's go back to Earth." Then Sun Wukong took Beerus back to the heavenly temple with an instant teleport. Upon seeing Sun Wukong and Beerus return, Trunks and the others looked at Sun Wukong with even more admiration. If Sun Wukong's fight with Beerus had opened their eyes earlier, then Sun Wukong's battle with Beerus left them utterly astonished. Such a battle. Could a Saiyan actually reach this level? It completely overturned everyone's understanding. Upon seeing his father return, Little Fong insisted on returning to her father's embrace. Sun Wukong took Little Fong from Piccolo, pinching her delicate little face. She was satisfied, giggling and burying her head in Sun Wukong's chest, determined not to come out again. Looking at the pitiful Shenron in the sky, Sun Wukong couldn't help but remember a classic line, once again attacked by memories of the deceased. "Hey Shenron, come out and clean up." Then the intelligent Piccolo began making wishes to Shenron. The first wish was to resurrect those humans who died due to Babiti's machinations. The second wish was to restore the Earth, which had experienced 2 great wars. When making the third wish, he consulted Beerus. Regarding the planets that were destroyed during the battle, Beerus stated that those planets were dead stars that should not exist, thus there was no need to restore them. Therefore, the third wish was to reinforce the Earth's core, solidly strengthen it. All 3 wishes were successfully granted. Shenron finally breathed a sigh of relief, respectfully bidding farewell to Beerus before transforming into 7 streams of light and soaring away. At this time, Beerus was gorging himself. Seeing Beerus eat, Sun Wukong rubbed his stomach, realizing he was feeling a bit hungry too. After all, after such an intense battle, it was reasonable for his body to send signals indicating the need for energy replenishment. Holding Little Fong's son Wukong walked towards Whis and Beerus. Son Wukong thought Beerus and Whis were eating the food they hadn't finished earlier. But when he got closer, he realized it was a new table full of steaming dishes. What's going on here? Who prepared this? Just as son Wukong was filled with questions, he noticed Bobo and Dandy continuously bringing out food from the heavenly temple. Wow, Dandy and Mr. Bobo are indeed impressive. They really know how to handle things. Dandy chuckled. Mr. Bobo prepared a lot everyone can eat together. Well, it felt just like a post-battle gathering. Good food always lifts one's spirits. It was son Wukong's turn now, and the King Kai raised his hand, conjuring several square tables and a bunch of chairs. Everyone got busy setting tables, serving dishes, dishing out food. The first Heavenly Temple Food Festival officially commenced. Skirt 82531668091 Piccolo's worries. After eating and drinking, Whis asked with a smile, Mr. Wukong, who did you learn your martial arts from? Looking at the inscrutable angel son, Wukong did not hide anything. I learned from Uncle Piccolo and my dad when I was young, and since then I've been exploring and practicing on my own. It's evident that Mr. Wukong has surpassed his teachers. It's truly impressive. Hee. Beerus glanced over and said, Whis, have you developed a fondness for talent? Are you planning to guide him? Hee, you saw through me, Lord Beerus. No way, I disagree with that. Beerus shook his head. Oh, why not? Whis' inquiry was still accompanied by a smile. Why? Because this kid obviously suits my path better. It would be better to leave him to me. Though he thought this way in his heart, Beerus would not express it. There's no reason. He crossed his arms and looked up at a 45-degree angle. Son Wukong appeared to see another Vegeta shimmering. Yes, Beerus indeed wanted to teach son Wukong something. However, he wanted to observe him a little longer. Seeing that he might miss out on guidance from the angel son, Wukong was not anxious. There would be ample opportunities in the future. He was well aware of the weaknesses of Whis and Beerus. Mastering them was only a matter of time. Eat, everyone eat to your heart's content. Cough, cough. Later, son Wukong successfully summoned the two big shots with food. As they were about to part ways, Beerus walked up to the King Kai, glaring at him with a displeased expression, and said, You brat, try to run around less in the future. It's dangerous out there. Okay. The King Kai was completely puzzled, not understanding what Beerus meant. Concern, intimidation. Or both concern and intimidation. Although he didn't understand, he could only nod in agreement. The other party was simply too powerful. Powerful to the extent that it transcended comprehension. A few minutes later, Whis, carrying 2 bags of delicious food on his shoulders, took Beerus and transformed into a beam of light, shooting into the sky, disappearing into the vast galaxy. They returned to the Destroyer God planet. In the following days, everyone continued to train hard, returning to a peaceful life. 2 months later, Vegeta underwent a Super Saiyan God ritual, experiencing the thrill of being a Super Saiyan God. However, after fighting with son Wukong, he discovered that despite being in the same Super Saiyan God form, son Wukong's power was significantly stronger than his own. But there was nothing he could do. After all, Kakarot had much more experience in cultivation than he did. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Kuririn unexpectedly found his unforgettable first love launch. The two reignited their old flame, embarking on a middle-aged romance, and completed a lightning wedding a month later. From then on, Kuririn enjoyed the life of having a lovely wife, feeling light and carefree. He felt envy and longing, yet he did not wish to seek a marriage partner. In his own view, he wanted to live as a free-spirited wanderer. The entire earth was his home. As for Tianjin rice and dumplings, those were needless to mention. 2 devoted cultivation enthusiasts were unlikely to settle down in this lifetime. Perhaps this was their life. Life was never defined. Not everyone was destined to marry and have children. Some people come to this world to admire the beautiful landscapes, while others are here to continually challenge and surpass themselves. Tianjin rice and dumplings clearly belonged to the latter. Though their power had become negligible in this era, they made progress every single day. Simply put, they felt very satisfied. Another month quietly slipped away. Trunks finally broke through his bottleneck and achieved the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Trunks' Super Saiyan 4 was somewhat different from Gohan's Super Saiyan 4. After transforming, Trunks was not as tall and robust as Gohan, but he reached over 1.8 meters. His hair was not the fluffy black, but retained its original purple color, merely changing in style. The body hair exposed was the same color as his hair, a similar grape purple. In summary, he still looked very handsome. Up until now, aside from Piccolo, the battle power of several Saiyan fighters had significantly increased. On this day, Gohan arrived at the Kai's temple. Sensing Gohan's aura, Piccolo, who was meditating cross-legged in the air, awoke. He opened his eyes and floated down to the ground. Gohan, what brings you here? I came to see Uncle Piccolo and Dondi. Gohan smiled as he observed him. At that moment, Piccolo wore a troubled expression. Seeing this, Gohan asked, Uncle Piccolo, are you facing any difficulties in your training? Piccolo nodded bitterly, saying, although I don't want to admit it, it seems that my strength can no longer keep up with you Saiyans. Even the weakest Vegeta is now learning to harness the power of Super Saiyan God, while I remain stagnant. Gohan, it seems I've encountered a bottleneck that I cannot break through, and I fear my strength cannot improve any further. Gohan had never seen Piccolo like this before. He appeared somewhat insecure and a bit depressed. A series of recent events left Piccolo feeling helpless, leading to a shift in his mindset. If we follow the narrative from some novels in his past life, it seems that Piccolo is now facing an inner demon. He was once a formidable figure in the world. Looking at him, Gohan said earnestly, Uncle Piccolo, you don't need to worry. Do you remember when you taught me back then? You said that a strong warrior must possess an indomitable spirit and be willing to continuously embrace new challenges. Piccolo, being exceptionally intelligent, certainly understood that Gohan was trying to encourage and enlighten him. Reflecting on the past, he had educated the 4-year-old Gohan in this manner. However, the roles had now reversed. Gohan had grown up, and he had become the one to be guided. But Gohan, what should I do now? Piccolo looked at Gohan with a complex expression. Uncle Piccolo, I actually think there is a way to help you, Gohan said. A way? Upon hearing Gohan's words, Piccolo's spirit lifted, his breath quickening as he stared intently at Gohan, waiting for more. Gohan continued, Uncle Piccolo should still remember the Namekian elder from long ago, right? He could activate others' potential. If Uncle Piccolo were to activate his potential now, that so-called bottleneck would naturally be shattered. But the elder has already passed away, Piccolo replied, but before Gohan could respond, his eyes lit up. Gohan, are you suggesting I use the dragon's power to unlock the potential within me? Yes, Uncle Piccolo is still as clever as ever, Gohan smiled. It was truly easy to talk to an intelligent person. Right, the dragon and the dragon. With this thought, Piccolo's heartbeat quickened, and he felt hopeful for the future. Let's go, Uncle Piccolo, accompany me to the hyperbolic time chamber for a year or two of training. Gohan laughed heartily. All right, Piccolo replied with a powerful voice. 092, breaking the limits. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Gohan was sparring with Piccolo. Now Gohan no longer needed to transform. Even in his ordinary state, he could press Piccolo to the point of gasping for breath. After years of uninterrupted training, his normal battle power had become terrifyingly strong. After an exhilarating battle, Piccolo sighed. Gohan, you are truly too strong now. When I first taught you, I noticed your potential was incredibly frightening. As expected, it has reached such a terrifying level now. Haha, I've been training all these years, so it's not surprising, Gohan chuckled. Let's not talk about me, Uncle Piccolo, you also broke through your bottleneck after just half a year in here. The issue of being unable to break through no longer exists. This is a good thing. Hehe, this is still thanks to you, Gohan. If you hadn't been training with me all this time, I wouldn't have been able to break through. Yes, after half a year in the hyperbolic time chamber, Piccolo made a breakthrough and regained his former confidence. Now, using his full strength, his aura surged, crackling with electricity. He resembled Vegeta, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Fighting is always the best way to enhance one's battle power. This was the mutual conclusion they reached. However, Piccolo was also feeling somewhat troubled. He said, Gohan, each person can only stay in the hyperbolic time chamber for 2 days in their lifetime. I don't know if you have already exceeded that time. What if we can't get out? He was quite worried. Gohan laughed heartily. Haha, Uncle Piccolo, you don't have to worry about me. This hyperbolic time chamber can no longer trap me. I can break through the time-space barrier of the hyperbolic time chamber at any time and leave here. Really? Piccolo looked skeptical. Having once been a Kai, he knew the rules of the hyperbolic time chamber. Breaking through the time-space barrier was no easy feat. However, Gohan's firm nod reassured him, of course, Uncle Piccolo believes in me. In the monotony of training, another 6 months passed. One day after battling with Piccolo, Gohan stood quietly in place for a long time. While Piccolo wondered why Gohan remained still, he saw Gohan slowly close his eyes and then clench his fists. When he opened his eyes again, his body underwent a strange transformation. His figure became slimmer and his hair turned fiery red. Red hair, red eyes, red eyelashes. A golden red aura. This was the form of Super Saiyan God. Even though Gohan had not undergone that peculiar ritual, through his own exploration and effort, he too could transform into Super Saiyan God. Gohan sensed clearly that the divine aura he had absorbed from Beerus had grown exponentially, reaching an entirely new realm. Piccolo could no longer sense Gohan's aura and couldn't help but widen his mouth in shock. After all, he knew Gohan hadn't gathered the righteous hearts of the other five. This was a form he had cultivated through his own efforts. The significance was entirely different. The experience was also completely unique. Gohan bounced around, stretching his limbs, feeling the new changes in his body. It was quite novel with its merits, but also some unavoidable drawbacks. His body was very agile and light, and his spirit became sharper, which were the advantages of this form. However, his physique was still lacking somewhat. While endurance was quite good, it couldn't compare to Super Saiyan 4. Moreover, Gohan intuitively felt that this transformation's overall combat ability was still significantly inferior to that of Super Saiyan 4. The transformation into Super Saiyan God is strictly speaking not an advancement within the same system as Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan has multiple power multipliers. For example, Super Saiyan 1 is 50 times the normal state, Super Saiyan 2 is 100 times, Super Saiyan 3 is 400 times, and now Super Saiyan 4 is 4,000 times. Even Gohan's unique ultimate mystical state has a boost between 450 to 500 times. However, Super Saiyan God is different. It does not have a conceptual multiplier. Although it relates to the battle power in its normal state, the relationship isn't particularly significant. It leans more towards the magnitude of the divine aura and how thoroughly it is utilized. Therefore, Gohan couldn't articulate how much his current state had increased. Because the systems are fundamentally different. It is not a conceptual thing. Uncle Piccolo, come and give it a try, Gohan invited. All right. Piccolo stood up, resolutely charging towards Gohan, without a second thought, initiating a new round of combat. After half an hour of fighting, Gohan deepened his understanding of Super Saiyan God and its divine aura. Gohan's philosophy was simple. Only by deeply analyzing and thoroughly understanding could it be effectively utilized. Time flew by and another 6 months passed. Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 4 with a loud bang. Although it was not the first time Piccolo had seen this transformation, he was still greatly shocked. The visual impact of this transformation was incredibly strong. It was filled with wildness and ferocity, resembling a super warrior from ancient times. It gave a powerful sense of strength. Moreover, Gohan's aura had changed drastically compared to a year ago. He had become immensely stronger. Feeling the overwhelming pressure radiating from Gohan, Piccolo nearly felt suffocated. Gohan was too strong. The golden aura surrounding Gohan twisted and distorted the surrounding space. Gohan's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Huh!" Piccolo's pupils quickly contracted. With the shout, he sensed a strange change in Gohan's aura. It was elusive yet undeniably real. Furthermore, the surging golden aura began to change. It no longer shone in the previous golden hue, but shifted to pink, ultimately becoming rose-red. Gohan's skin sparkled with fluorescent dots, shining brightly and exuding a strange luster. The originally dark red fur became a bit brighter. However, the most noticeable change was Gohan's thick, messy shoulder-length hair. It was no longer black. Instead, it transformed into a glowing orange-red. Super Saiyan 4, breaking the limits. This was Super Saiyan 4 with the divine aura. A brand new form. This time, Gohan also did not absorb anyone else's energy, because now he could achieve this step without relying on others. His physique had become stronger and lighter. The energy consumption was minimal, perfectly merging the advantages of both transformations without any obvious shortcomings. A transformation that gathered the strengths of both forms, doubling his battle power and forming an unbeatable super warrior. Seeing Gohan like this, Piccolo felt utterly powerless. After a year in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had broken through his original bottleneck and become more powerful than before. But when he looked at Gohan, what did that even mean? Was Gohan really just training alongside him? Piccolo was starting to doubt his life choices. Just then, Gohan's voice rang out. "Uncle Piccolo, do I look handsome now?" Skirt 825316682. Lanchi 093. Bulma has a second child. Handsome. Piccolo nodded vigorously, acknowledging his handsomeness. Hearing Piccolo's answer, Gohan was finally satisfied. Another month passed. The two planned to leave the hyperbolic time chamber. Gohan first walked to the door, only to find that the door had vanished. This was likely some form of rule power. Although Piccolo had not exceeded his time, they were both trapped inside. In the next moment, to Piccolo's astonishment, Gohan punched the air, tearing open a rift in the void. The aura from outside the hyperbolic time chamber seeped in through the rift. Did he really break through the space barrier this easily? Piccolo, astonished, followed Gohan through the rift and arrived at the Kai's Temple Plaza. Although over a year had passed inside the hyperbolic time chamber, only a day had elapsed outside. Therefore, there were no changes on Earth. Piccolo said to Gohan, Gohan, there are still a few months until the next summoning of the dragon. Do you think I still need to rely on the dragon to enhance my potential? After all, my bottleneck has already been broken. Gohan replied, that depends on you, Uncle Piccolo. If you want to improve your strength quickly, then activating your potential is certainly the best method. I understand, Piccolo nodded. Gohan then left the Kai's temple first, returning home. Just stepping across the threshold, Son Gohan was greeted by his younger brother Son Goten, who came sprinting out upon spotting him. Big brother, where did you go yesterday? Why didn't you come home? I had something urgent to attend to at the Divine Realm. I visited Uncle Piccolo, Son Gohan replied with a gentle smile, crouching down to ruffle Goten's hair. At 2 years old, Goten already bore an uncanny resemblance to a miniature version of his grandfather Son Goku. At just 2, Goten could already run like the wind and spoke with remarkable fluency. Indeed, he had even mastered the art of flight. You didn't take me along, he pouted, voicing his quiet grievance. Haha, I had important matters to handle. Next time I'll take you to the amusement park, all right. Hearing this promise, Goten's frown melted into pure delight. Goten, where are little Ub and Pan? Son Gohan asked. They were catching bugs in the backyard just now, Goten replied, pointing toward the garden. Indeed, their key signatures shimmered faintly from that direction. I'm going to find Pan and Ub. Would you like to come along, Goten? Yes, absolutely, Goten chirped and flashed a playful grimace. The brothers, separated by over 2 decades, strolled together into the garden. There Goten spotted Ub and Pan chasing butterflies and dashed over to join their joyful game. Laughter rippled through the air like sunlight on water. Every corner hummed with unguarded mirth. A glance revealed Videl reclining on a lounge chair, eyes half-closed, basking serenely in the golden warmth of the sun. Son Gohan approached silently, bent low, and pressed a tender kiss to her smooth, sun-warmed forehead. Stirred by the gentle heat, Videl slowly opened her eyes. You're back. She immediately wound her arms around his neck and clung to him like a sleepy sloth. Her gaze, hazy with affection, lingered on him, a mature beauty deepened by motherhood, now imbued with a rare, luminous grace. Son Gohan called out to Goten. Goten, could you please ask Mom to watch Pan and Ub for a moment? Okay, big brother. Whoosh. In an instant, Son Gohan vanished, carrying Videl away. 2.5 hours later, they lay side by side on the expansive bed of a 5-star hotel. You didn't come home last night. Where were you? Videl traced slow, teasing circles across Son Gohan's chest. Soft blankets draped over them, both her voice warm and honeyed, carried a subtle, intoxicating tremor. A delicate flush still bloomed across her cheeks, a lingering echo of recent intimacy, and her serene, knowing expression radiated quiet, fulfilled contentment. Under the covers, her form curved with elegant, undeniable grace. Son Gohan gave a light, affectionate squeeze before replying. I went to consult Uncle Piccolo about something. Didn't you have duty at the precinct today? Oh, silly, you forgot. Today's my day off. Videl shifted closer, nestling against him. All right, it is my day off. Time had blurred during his year within the hyperbolic time chamber. He'd long since lost track of days and weeks. Shall we resume our lesson? He asked, fingers already stirring with gentle mischief. This particular lesson was endless, yet profoundly satisfying. No more. I've already earned full marks. Her eyes, glistening with dewy tenderness, held his with quiet triumph, the look of one utterly cherished, wholly claimed. All right then, we'll continue tomorrow. Son Gohan nodded. After Videl rested and refreshed herself with a shower, they returned together to Mount Pozu. Upon seeing them return, Shishi, who had been watching the children, excused herself to check whether dinner was ready and headed toward the kitchen. Pan, Ub, come here, Daddy. Son Gohan knelt, arms wide open. Daddy. The 2 children darted forward like gusts of wind. With effortless ease, Son Gohan scooped them both into his arms, one cradled in each arm, and gazed down at them. Little Ub tilted his head curiously. Daddy, where did you take Mommy when you came back? Oh, Mommy was hungry, so Daddy took her out for a bite to eat, Son Gohan chuckled. Ub pouted. You 2 always sneak off to eat and leave us hungry. You never think about me or my sister. Aha. Then Daddy will take you all out to eat right now. Eat. Videl raised an eyebrow and pinched a fold of Son Gohan's waist with a sharp, playful twist. But Son Gohan, ever resilient, barely flinched. Yes. The children leapt up, bubbling with excitement. Their earlier grudge instantly forgiven. Big brother, I want food too. Goten tugged at Son Gohan's pant leg. Of course, you're coming too. Son Gohan promised warmly, while Videl reached down and gently took Goten's hand. Together the family strolled happily toward the dining hall. Dinner hour had arrived, and the chef surely awaited them with a feast. 3 months passed. Then to everyone's astonishment, Bulma quietly discovered she was pregnant. Vegeta walked with head held high, gazing skyward at a precise 45-degree angle, his usual stoic mask intact, though inwardly his joy threatened to burst its bounds. He rewarded every employee he met. Even passing dogs received fragrant, succulent chicken legs. Trunks rushed straight to Mount Pazu to boast to Son Gohan, his grin stretching ear to ear. He chattered incessantly. I wonder if it'll be a baby brother or sister. Honestly, I hope for a sister. After all, Goten's already my little brother, so a sister would be perfect. Brother Gohan, do babies always take 10 months to be born? I wonder if this one will arrive right on schedule. How impatient I feel. Son Gohan fell silent. Please, she's only just conceived. If I told you about a child who spent 3 years nestled in his mother's womb wearing nothing but a belly band, would you lose your mind? Episode 094, Journey to the Destroyer Planet. Nearly a year had passed since their last visit. Beerus and Whis returned to Earth, drawn once again by their insatiable appetites. They arrived just in time for the celebratory banquet hosted by Trunks' family. Starving as ever, the two divine gluttons devoured everything in sight, so voraciously that bystanders might easily mistake them for distant, penniless relatives crashing the party. Delicious, delicious. Lord Beerus tried this jiggly, velvety custard pudding. It's exquisite. Whis enthusiastically recommended the dessert. You've nearly finished them all, Whis. Only one remains. Beerus' eyes bulged like bronze bells as he snatched the last pudding from Whis' grasp. Rude. Beerus shot Whis a scorching glare, while Whis merely smiled unruffled. Just then Son Gohan arrived bearing a fresh platter of puddings, placing it before the two deities. Lord Beerus, allow me to introduce myself, the culinary warrior. I have secured for you the final sacred custard pudding. Ho ho ho. Thank you, Mr. Gohan. Whis covered his mouth with a soft, amused chuckle. Beerus opened wide and tossed a pudding into his mouth, crunching, chewing, and swallowing with unrestrained gusto. Wow, truly divine. So smooth, so sweet, it almost wriggles on the tongue. Son Gohan settled casually beside the two gods. Seizing the moment, while Beerus basked in culinary bliss, Son Gohan grinned. Lord Beerus, I have a humble request. He brought thumb and forefinger together, illustrating just how infinitesimally small his ask truly was. What? You want this? Beerus instantly clutched the pudding to his chest, instinctively guarding his treasure. No, my request has nothing to do with pudding. Then speak freely, Beerus declared, waving a magnanimous hand, startling even himself with his own grandeur. Son Gohan beamed. Would you consider training us? Trunks, my father, Uncle Vegeta, and Uncle Piccolo all possess extraordinary talent. Surely you and Master Whis wouldn't let such brilliance fade unrefined. That's it. Beerus studied Son Gohan intently. Yes, that's all. So you're agreeing. As you know, Earth faces formidable threats far too often, and our strength remains tragically insufficient to safeguard it. Son Gohan spread his hands, an open, honest gesture. This was no deception, only transparent, earnest strategy. Hee. Whis continued to smile softly, eyes crinkled with quiet amusement. Beerus munched thoughtfully on another pudding and nodded. Fine. Consider it done. In truth, he'd been waiting for this very moment. Wasn't it infinitely more gratifying to be asked, rather than to offer unsolicited instruction? Yet this young man had delayed for a full year, long enough for Beerus to nap through an entire afternoon. Beerus added, all of you may train on the Destroyer Planet. Whis will occasionally guide your progress. Son Gohan turned to Whis. Whis simply smiled, eyes half-lidded, serene, and ageless. Sensing Son Gohan's unspoken question, Beerus clarified, though Whis serves as my attendant, he is in truth my master. Son Gohan feigned astonishment. Then Master Whis must surpass even you, Lord Beerus. Beerus turned his face sharply away. Though the statement rang true, his pride, delicate as spun sugar, needed soothing. 2 more puddings would suffice. Crunch, crunch, crunch. When may we depart for the Destroyer Planet? Son Gohan pressed. Whis smiled. We may leave at once, Mr. Gohan. Excellent. I'll inform the others and pack some provisions. Son Gohan hurried off. Do pack generously. Once Son Gohan had vanished into the distance, Beerus turned to Whis. Whis, do you believe I've made the right choice? Whis chuckled softly. He. You've slumbered long, Lord Beerus. To awaken and act, surely that is wisdom itself. Indeed, the 7th universe's martial strength remains alarmingly weak. We must elevate it, urgently. And Son Gohan and his companions, they are rare, luminous talents. The future rests squarely upon their shoulders. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Elsewhere, Son Gohan gathered the Saiyans and Piccolo in one place. I've just asked Lord Beerus to train us, and he's agreed, Son Gohan announced without preamble. Really? Goku's eyes widened in genuine surprise. He'd fought Beerus, and afterward, reflecting on their battle, realized the destroyer hadn't even deployed 70% of his power. Beerus' strength dwarfed his own beyond measure. To receive instruction from such a being was a gift beyond imagining. Goku's heart swelled with quiet elation. May I join too? Piccolo pointed to himself astonished. I'd assumed I'd fallen behind. Yet Gohan still thinks of me. Truly, I'm moved to tears. Son Gohan smiled warmly. Uncle Piccolo, you harbor immense power within you. Never underestimate yourself. Tears shimmered at Piccolo's lashes. Vegeta and Trunks too stood electrified, though Vegeta quickly sobered. Training meant leaving Bulma. He asked, Gohan, will we train on the Destroyer planet? Yes, why? Bulma is expecting. I fear I cannot accompany you. His voice faltered, uncharacteristically hesitant. Son Gohan paused, silent for several long seconds. Seriously, where's your legendary cool? Your reputation's crumbling, Uncle Vegeta. Is this level of devotion really appropriate right now? Son Gohan reassured him gently. It's perfectly safe. Bulma is only just beginning her pregnancy. And we won't vanish forever. We can return every few days, or weekly if needed. That works. Vegeta and Trunks exhaled in unison. We depart shortly. Trunks, could you handle provisioning? You're up to the task, yes. Absolutely. I've got it covered. Trunks thumped his chest proudly and sprang into action. Meanwhile, the others gazed upward awestruck, imagining the Destroyer planet. What did it look like? Were there delicacies there? Goku and Vegeta wondered. No, certainly not. They swiftly dismissed the notion. After all, Beerus and Whis seemed positively starstruck by instant noodles. The odds of gourmet fare on the Destroyer planet hovered near zero. Their hopes now rested entirely on Trunks' packing prowess. Within half an hour, everyone had bid farewell to their families. True to his word, Trunks returned laden with provisions. They gathered beside Whis. With a soft tap of his staff upon the ground, Whis sent them soaring skyward in a radiant streak of light, hurtling toward the distant legendary Destroyer planet. Thus began their new odyssey. Episode 095, Sparring with Whis. Approximately 20 minutes later, they arrived safely on the Destroyer planet. Son Gohan privately wondered why Whis hadn't simply teleported them back. After all, even the low-tier deity Jocko wielded super instant transmission with ease. As an angel, Whis possessed authority far surpassing Jocko's, so why lack this ability? Was it possible divine roles dictated strictly limited skill sets? Yet shouldn't higher-tier powers be backward compatible? Jocko's ignorance of Whis techniques was understandable, but Whis lacking Jocko's technique felt deeply illogical. A glitch, undeniably a glaring inconsistency. Newcomers to the planet gazed about in wonder. The air thrummed with potent spiritual energy. Prolonged residence here conferred longevity and vitality. No wonder it ranked among the holiest realms. Its majesty rivaled even the Kaioshin realm. As Whis introduced the planet, Son Gohan activated his communication orb to contact the Elder Kaioshin. Moments later, the Elder Kaioshin's face appeared on the orb. Beerus leaned in, grinning broadly, only for the Elder Kaioshin to shriek in terror and hurl the orb away. Son Gohan stared speechless. Is he truly that afraid? Ugh, what a coward, Beerus muttered, nearly raising his middle finger in exasperation. Son Gohan subtly stepped between them, shielding Beerus from view. Clearing his throat, he tried again. Elder sir, we seek your counsel. No reply came. Only the face of Kaioshin Shin appearing on the orb. Suddenly he emerged. He smiled and asked, Gohan, what's wrong? Is there something you need? Gohan said, it's like this, Lord Kaioshin. We are currently training on Destroyer Planet with Lord Beerus, so we would appreciate your help in keeping an eye on Earth. If there's anything, could you please notify us? Lord Kaioshin smiled and replied, of course, no problem. Even without Gohan saying it, I will keep an eye on Earth. I'll let North Kaioshin know as well, just to ensure everything is safe. Thank you, Lord Kaioshin, Gohan said. You're too polite, Gohan. Please send my regards to Lord Beerus. Sure, absolutely. Gohan turned to Lord Beerus and said, Lord Beerus, Lord Kaioshin said he misses you. Oh really? Let me take a look. Beerus leaned closer. On the other side, Kaioshin almost dropped the communication orb due to a sudden tremor. Hello, Lord Beerus, Kaioshin said somewhat awkwardly. Just don't run around too much, Beerus remarked, and then vanished from the communication orb, ignoring him afterwards. Wiping non-existent sweat off his forehead, Kaioshin let out a sigh of relief. Beside him, Gohan found this pairing quite amusing. It was just too entertaining. Kaioshin continued, Gohan, the magical beans you planted have ripened, and I had Jebbet gather them. I counted, and this time we harvested a total of 456 magical beans. I also had Jebbet plant another 10, which are now with me. I will hand them over to you next time you come. That's great news. Gohan exclaimed joyfully. Haha, Lord Kaioshin, why not plant the leftover 56 beans as well? Only planting 10 makes us seem stingy. Next time I come, I'll bring you guys some delicious food. Oh, that sounds fine. Kaioshin nodded. Sighing, he thought about how Kaioshin planet has turned into a vegetable garden. However, it felt wasteful to leave it barren, and it was quite boring. Planting crops turned out to be quite fun. From sowing to harvesting, it felt like a cultivation game. Holding the emerald magical beans in his hands, the sense of achievement was overwhelming. He put away the communication orb. The group had arrived at the Destroyer's palace. They entered the main hall. The prophecy fish, which was blowing bubbles, emerged from the water and became unusually lively. It was blowing bubbles while chattering non-stop, Saiyan Superman, Mass Saiyan Superman. Gohan's forehead broke out in a few black lines. Damn it, what did it see? Beerus flicked the fish on its forehead, and it finally quieted down. Beerus pointed to those empty rooms. You can choose any room, you might have to stay here for a while. As he spoke, Beerus mimicked Gohan, pinching his thumb and index finger together to demonstrate a tiny size. Moments later, next to a huge lake on Destroyer Planet, a pink water creature poked its head out, curiously observing the figures on the shore. At this moment, Beerus leaned against a nearby rock board while holding a bucket of chicken wings, tossing a chicken wing that he then tried to catch with his mouth. Meanwhile, the others were preparing to take turns sparring with Whis. Currently, Trunks was sparring with Whis. Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 4, launched a fierce attack, but all of his strikes were easily dodged by Whis. As expected, Whis gently tapped the back of Trunks' neck, and he instantly reverted to his normal state, defeated. Impressive, he easily defeated Super Saiyan 4. Everyone except Gohan and Beerus was astonished. This Whis' strength is even more terrifying than Lord Beerus. Next, who will come? Whis stood there calmly, striking a pose. Just shy of saying, I shall go next. I will. Goku stepped forward. Seeing how easily Whis had defeated Super Saiyan 4 Trunks, Goku felt it necessary to be cautious and instantly transformed into Super Saiyan God. His body was engulfed in a golden red aura. Whoosh. With a sudden movement, Goku appeared beside Whis and threw a punch. Whis' body seemed to react automatically, perfectly dodging Goku's attack. Gohan's eyes lit up. Is this the Ultra Instinct? Let me observe closely. After dodging Goku's punch, Goku launched a second wave of attacks. This time it was a kick. The kick was fierce and the wind howled, but it was also easily evaded by Whis. At that moment, Whis seemed like a gust of wind, a cloud of fluff. He was untouchable, seemingly without any pressure points. He had no flaws. While dodging Goku's attacks, Whis smiled at the remaining few and said, Hee hee, why don't you all come at me together if that's all right? Using the gentlest tone while saying the most formidable words, that was probably Whis' current demeanor. Since Whis said so, they felt free to oblige. Vegeta quickly transformed into Super Saiyan God with red hair, red eyes, and red eyebrows. Piccolo's body burst forth with a silver aura, his muscles expanding with crackling lightning flashing around him. Gohan also exclaimed, transforming into Super Saiyan 4. His body and aura quickly changed again. The surging aura turned into flickering rosard points, scorching the surrounding air into a continuous distortion. The dark red fur on his body became brighter, continuously shimmering with luster. His thick, long black hair turned into flickering orangered. Super Saiyan 4 limit break form. This was Super Saiyan 4 fused with divine energy. Beerus, holding the bucket of chicken wings, suddenly stood up. What is this? It has only been a year. Even Whis curiously looked at Gohan, thinking to himself, it's only been a year, yet Mr. Gohan's energy has undergone such a tremendous change. What an incredible human being. Indeed, the limit break may seem simple. It's just Super Saiyan 4 with divine form added. But in reality, it's not that easy to achieve. After all, this is the fusion of two different systems. The effort required is beyond what an ordinary person can imagine. If they knew that Gohan's divine aura was cultivated by himself, they would be even more astonished. After the limit break, Gohan could sense Whis and Beerus' auras more clearly. Moreover, he could faintly sense the weak divine aura coming from the Kaioshin realm. This means he could now teleport directly to Kaioshin planet. Then Jebbet could take him back to Earth. Wonderful, truly wonderful. The whole process only took a few seconds. There was no need to wait for 20 minutes. With that thought, Gohan couldn't help but laugh heartily. I'm a man who knows how to take shortcuts. Vegeta glanced numbly at Gohan, knowing that Gohan had not undergone that bizarre Super Saiyan God ritual. Thus he was the most shocked. Shocked to the point of numbness. Destroy me, I'm really tired. Vegeta clenched his teeth and charged at Whis, teaming up with Goku for the first time. But something miraculous happened. Although it was their first collaboration, the two managed to coordinate seamlessly, leaving Vegeta even more silent. Piccolo, filled with rage, charged in as well. Gohan instantly teleported to join the fray, turning it into a 4-0 against Whis. But soon Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo were eliminated one by one. It ultimately devolved into a 1v1 scenario. After the fight, Gohan had a more direct sense of Whis' terror. Whis exuded immense pressure with every move he made. This situation was entirely different from fighting Beerus. When fighting Beerus, Gohan could at least feel that the future was promising and that he would definitely surpass Beerus one day. However, after sparring with Whis, Gohan realized the severity of the situation. Whis' strength had reached an unimaginable level. If Gohan were to consider himself a flowing stream, then Whis was the endless ocean. All-encompassing, yet silently able to swallow him whole. He simply had no means to contend with Whis. Ah-da-da-da-da-da. Gohan's every strike was like a gazelle's horns attacking at the most bizarre angles. Yet Whis danced gracefully in the storm, elegant and calm, unruffled and at ease. Gohan couldn't even graze his clothing. Phew. A tumtor-long energy sword erupted from Gohan's right hand, wildly slashing toward Whis. As Whis dodged, he laughed. Mr. Gohan's competitive spirit is quite strong, but you won't be able to hit me like this. Gohan blurted out, what can I do to hit you then? Your heart must be calm, as still as a lake, yet when it moves it should be like ocean waves, surging and relentless. This familiar phrase, are you teaching me Ultra Instinct? Gohan. Mr. Gohan, am about to make my move, Whis said with a narrowed smile. Whoosh. Whis suddenly vanished from sight, his presence disappearing as well. Gohan felt his hair stand on end. Danger. A chill ran down the back of his head, frantically sending danger signals to his brain. Gohan clenched his teeth, activating the Spirito defensive form energy liquidation. The energy sword in his hand vanished instantly. His entire aura rapidly liquefied and compressed, forming a grayish-silver liquid at the back of his neck. Whis suddenly appeared, his finger just poking at it. Boom. The liquefied energy exploded. Gohan was violently thrown back, nearly falling into the lake. Edge. Whis paused in place. He actually couldn't finish off Gohan in an instant. How could this be? Although he hadn't seriously attacked. Yet that earlier move could not be withstood even by some weaker destroyers. Beerus, who was watching from the side, was also stunned. He remembered clearly that long ago when he first began training with Whis, he had been instantly defeated by that very move countless times. Boo-hoo-hoo. For some reason, Beerus felt a pang of sadness. Even the chicken wings in his hand tasted sour. Gohan was panting as he looked at Whis. He was not feeling well. That last explosion had nearly consumed 90 of his energy. He felt severely drained. Even though his body was rapidly recovering energy, it would still take a moment to replenish his health and energy. After all, his health and energy bars were both quite extensive. The Majin Buu-type's super recovery seemed to be slightly outdated. Whis smiled. Mr. Gohan truly has impressed me and pleasantly surprised me at the same time. Hee, that's because Senior Whis has been merciful, Gohan continued. Shall we continue? No more fighting today. Oh, I've gathered all the information I need about your conditions. Whis nodded. Next we need to formulate a training plan. Then, how about a meal? I feel a bit hungry. I wonder who quietly suggested that. Mealtime, mealtime. This suggestion was immediately agreed upon by most. Well, a small portion disagreed, namely Piccolo. Time flies during training. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Gohan took a trip to Kaioshin planet and stored 400 magical beans in the dimensional space. Of course, everyone had a fixed day of rest each week to return to Earth and spend a day with their families. It felt a bit like a job with single rest days. Everyone called it Food Supply Day. On this day on Destroyer Planet, Whis arranged for training tasks that consisted of 1v1 battles. Piccolo vs. Trunks. Goku vs. Vegeta. Gohan vs. Beerus. 3 spectacular battles. The first was the fight between Trunks and Piccolo. Trunks did not transform into Super Saiyan 4, as that would be too unfair. He only used the Super Saiyan 2 form. The two fought back and forth, very exciting. However, Piccolo ultimately conceded voluntarily. His strength was still quite inferior to Trunks. Even though Trunks deliberately lowered his strength, merely transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Piccolo still could not win. After all, their inherent strengths created an insurmountable gap. However, it was only due to Trunks fighting him that Piccolo willingly conceded. If it were Vegeta instead, Piccolo believed there would only be 2 outcomes. Either he would be killed or knocked out. Conceding. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The second match, Goku vs. Vegeta. This was a pair of sworn enemies. Besides Bulma, Vegeta thought of nothing else but defeating Kakarot, giving Kakarot a good beating. Therefore, even before the battle began, without even transforming into Super Saiyan, Vegeta's eyes turned bloodshot. Damn Kakarot, come on, let's settle this once and for all. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly and transformed into Super Saiyan. Goku said, speechless, "Hey Vegeta, it's just a friendly spar, no need to settle it like this, is there?" Boom. The two fists collided, unleashing an intense wave of energy. Goku and Vegeta engaged in a fierce battle. Both were in Super Saiyan forms, making it highly entertaining to watch. Moreover, their strengths were not too far apart. Therefore, the fight was particularly intense. If Goku's strength was rated as 6, then Vegeta would be a 4. Yet Goku's combative nature forged his battle style. He wanted to prolong the fight a bit. Thus, regardless of who the opponent was, it always gave the impression of being evenly matched. If it were just a spar, that would be fine. But if it were a battle to the death, it would be incredibly explosive. Just like now. Even though Vegeta's strength was significantly weaker, the battle lasted a full 30 minutes before concluding. Furthermore, history tends to repeat itself remarkably. The final outcome of the fight was Vegeta lost to the wave. Gohan tossed a magical bean to each of them, and then prepared to battle Beerus. "Lord Beerus, please guide me," Gohan said with a smile. "Come on," Beerus nodded, walking towards Gohan with his hands behind his back. "Stand 10 meters directly across from the meal." Gohan stretched his limbs, then clenched his fists tightly. Golden red aura flickered and roared to life around him. Crimson hair, crimson eyebrows, crimson eyes. The form of the Super Saiyan God. Beerus paused, momentarily stunned. "You intend to fight me in this form?" Its overall combat capability falls short even of Super Saiyan 4. Goku and the others exchanged glances, equally astonished. They had never seen Gohan assume this appearance before. He seemed markedly smaller, less imposing than before. "No. I wish to attempt an advanced evolution of the Super Saiyan God form," Gohan replied, shaking his head. "What do you mean?" Beerus asked, utterly baffled. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta's eyes lit up simultaneously. Could it be? Both men seemed to grasp the same thought, exchanging a silent, knowing look. "Huh." Gohan let out a thunderous battle cry. The divine aura radiating from his body surged violently. Raw explosive energy erupted from within him, surging outward in turbulent waves, while an overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens. PSHH, PSHH. His golden red aura began to shift and transform. After assuming the Super Saiyan God form, the previously diminished musculature swelled back with renewed power and definition. His crimson hair rose upright, gradually shifting into a natural vivid sapphire hue. The blazing aura likewise transmuted, adopting the same deep azure tone. His eyebrows followed suit, while his eyes deepened into the profound blue of the ocean. Gohan now appeared enveloped entirely in cobalt flame, his divine aura erupting wildly in all directions. Ripples spread concentrically across the lake's surface. The pink aquatic creature, which had been floating idly on the water, instantly dove beneath the waves. Beerus watched curiously as Gohan transformed into this azure variant of the Super Saiyan, and spoke aloud, "What peculiar transformation is this? Do Saiyans truly delight in such flamboyant displays?" Gohan flexed his fists, bounced lightly on his feet, then answered, "This is the Super Saiyan, built upon the foundation of the Super Saiyan God." Indeed, Goku and Vegeta wore expressions of sudden comprehension. Having awakened divine aura, they had undergone prolonged, arduous cultivation. In truth, both had long entertained similar ideas. Yet their own divine aura remained insufficiently potent, and they had yet to discover the method for harmonizing it with the Super Saiyan transformation. Thus, they had refrained from attempting such a fusion, uncertain whether it was even feasible, until now witnessing Gohan's successful execution. Their hypothesis had been confirmed. All that remained was to advance steadily along this path. "Come, Lord Beerus." Gohan assumed a ready stance, poised to strike. "By all means," Beerus grinned, baring his teeth. Boom. Gohan drove his right foot hard into the ground. The earth shattered violently, and he shot forward like a comet. Whoosh. Across the mere 10-meter distance, in less than 1,000th of a second, he stood face-to-face with Beerus. His right fist, wreathed in raging cobalt energy, rose high and slammed toward the god of destruction. "Oomph." Beerus snorted coldly, meeting the blow with a fist of his own. Crockum. Their fists collided. Shockwaves exploded outward in every direction. Spectators, save for Whis, raised their arms instinctively to shield their foreheads from the gale force wind. That razor-sharp wind lashed against their skin like countless blades, cutting, stinging, searing. Compared to Goku and Vegeta's earlier bout, this clash radiated far greater power, ferocity, and intensity. "Fine, lad. You always fight with such unrestrained aggression," Beerus remarked, retracting his fists swiftly and launching his own assault. Krakrakra. Energy spheres hurled forth in rapid succession. Gohan launched himself skyward, darting and weaving midair to evade each incoming sphere. Beerus flicked his wrist. Suddenly the spheres veered sharply, pursuing Gohan with relentless manic precision. Determined to end the battle swiftly, Gohan charged forward and fired several of his own energy spheres in return. The opposing spheres collided midair, detonating in thunderous, cascading explosions. Black smoke billowed thickly into the sky. Meanwhile, Beerus shot upward, closing the distance to strike Gohan point blank. They exchanged blow after blow. Lightning crackled ceaselessly across the heavens, their afterimages flickering everywhere they clashed. Moments later, Beerus seized an opening and slammed an energy sphere squarely into Gohan's chest. Gohan plummeted from the sky, crashing into the lake with cataclysmic force. Water exploded skyward in a towering geyser. A devastating blast detonated deep beneath the surface, choking the air with dense, acrid smoke. The entire lake vanished in an instant, vaporized. The pink aquatic creature was hurled skyward by the shockwave, its flesh charred and smoking before descending slowly, carrying with it the unmistakable mouth-watering aroma of roasted meat. Whis instantly erected a protective barrier shielding the onlookers. The smoldering creature struck the dome and ricocheted off, tumbling dozens of meters away before lying motionless. "Ho ho ho! Quite the spectacle indeed," Whis chuckled, clearly relishing the chaos, as if watching theater. Gohan burst forth from the epicenter of the explosion, hovering midair, his garments half-shredded, wisps of white smoke curling from scorched fabric, his breath ragged and labored. Meanwhile, Goku, drawn by the savory scent, sprinted toward the creature's carcass, while the others stared unblinking at Gohan's airborne figure. Gohan pressed his right hand over his chest, gasping heavily. His energy reserves were dangerously depleted and his physical stamina nearly exhausted. Compounded by the damage inflicted by Beerus's blast, his injuries demanded immediate attention. Rather than wait for natural recovery, he deliberately reverted from the ultra-blue state and swallowed a senza bean. The moment the bean dissolved, his body surged back to peak vitality. Gohan exhaled deeply, marveling inwardly at the staggering energy cost of the ultra-blue form. At full output, it could sustain him for only a fleeting span. Holding back, playing coy, might extend its duration somewhat. Yet such restraint ran contrary to Gohan's very nature as a warrior. He fought with absolute commitment, unleashing 100% of his power in every strike, delivering explosive, unrestrained force. Thus, the ultra-blue state simply could not endure prolonged combat. Against foes weaker than himself, he would obliterate them instantly. But against equals or superiors, the form offered no endurance for extended engagement. Unless, of course, he kept consuming senza beans. Beerus floated closer and settled opposite Gohan. "Young man, your transformation yields formidable raw power, but lacks both stamina and finesse." Gohan nodded. Beerus spoke truthfully. While Ultra Blue undeniably surpassed the Super Saiyan God in sheer strength, its energy consumption was terrifyingly steep. Conversely, the crimson-haired Super Saiyan God possessed slightly less brute force, but excelled in technique, agility, and remarkable endurance. Thus, overall, the Super Saiyan God emphasized perceptive defense, dodging attacks through fluid movement and prevailing through tactical mastery. Ultra Blue, by contrast, embraced overwhelming force, seeking to shatter adversaries outright. Gohan knew well that its extreme drain stemmed not only from his full power output, but also from his recent discovery of the form, still lacking refinement and control. Moreover, the power amplification of Ultra Blue did not reach the 50-fold multiplier of the Super Saiyan God. Though it borrowed the Super Saiyan transformation framework, its underlying path diverged fundamentally. This form still held vast, untapped potential, far from perfected. Yet even in its fully realized state, Ultra Blue would remain vastly inferior to the limit breaker form of Super Saiyan 4. Beerus chuckled. "Had enough playtime. Now, let me test that transformation you used against Whis." "Ha ha. Very well." Gohan grinned and without hesitation shifted instantly into Super Saiyan 4. Then seamlessly evolved further, achieving the limit breaker state. A radiant rose-gold aura blazed around him. His body shimmered with luminescent sparkles, and wild tawny-orange hair cascaded over his shoulders. The effect was breathtakingly majestic. This time, Beerus chose to strike first. Violet aura roared about him, warping the very air. He breached the sound barrier in an instant. launching a sweeping kick horizontally through the void toward Gohan. Gohan raised his arm to block, commencing the first true exchange of blows since his full transformation. After his kick was deflected, Beerus flipped backward into the air, flung his hand forward, and loosed a violet energy sphere straight at Gohan. Gohan twisted aside. The sphere missed completely, slamming into the planet's surface with catastrophic force. Cracks spiderwebbed violently across the ground as a colossal mushroom cloud erupted. Another massive crater formed. Fortunately, the destroyer planet proved resilient enough. Had this occurred on Earth, the devastation would have been unimaginable. Evading the blast, Gohan retaliated, hurling wave after wave of energy spheres toward Beerus. In an instant, the sky filled with a dense constellation of glowing spheres. With a deafening concussive roar, they detonated simultaneously. Beerus vanished beneath the blinding maelstrom. Light eclipsed half the sky, and the thunderous echo reverberated endlessly. Yet Beerus soon tore free from the smoke, trailing black soot as he lunged once more. Each warrior gathered immense energy into a single sphere, then hurled them at one another. Violet and rose-gold spheres collided, triggering another cataclysmic detonation. The heavens themselves trembled. From the smoke, they streaked past each other, fists striking home on each other's faces with bone-jarring impact. Both were blasted backward, tumbling violently through the air, only to rebound and crash together again, grappling fiercely. Two brilliant, contrasting energies spiraled and collided relentlessly, spewing torrents of destructive aftershocks. Ha ha ha! Remarkable young man, you're truly extraordinary. You'll surpass certain incompetent destroyers before long. Beerus laughed heartily, retreating mid-combat. Though ambiguous in reference, his remark alone testified unequivocally to Gohan's staggering might. After 30 minutes of fierce combat, Beerus landed a decisive punch, sending Gohan hurtling away. Gohan spun midair, then stamped his right foot hard against empty space. The void itself fractured, and he launched himself forward anew. A piercing straight punch rocketed toward Beerus, ripping the air with a sonic boom. Beerus caught the fist effortlessly and declared, "Enough for today. I'll resume tomorrow." He sounded thoroughly sated. "Ah, very well." Gohan withdrew his hand and casually wiped blood from his lip. Despite over half an hour of relentless combat, his breathing remained steady and his stamina undiminished. His innate regenerative capacity fully compensated for the form's immense demands, making him akin to a perpetual engine capable of endless, unwavering battle. That was his most terrifying attribute. Moreover, Beerus noted something else. Gohan's divine aura had grown denser still, now subtly tinged with traces of his own destructive energy. This boy evolves mid-battle. Having sparred with Gohan multiple times, Beerus affirmed this truth beyond doubt. They returned to solid ground. The battle concluded, each observer resumed their own pursuits. Whis began repairing the scarred terrain of the destroyer planet. Vegeta stood leaning against a tree, arms crossed, cultivating an air of aloof stoicism. Goku beckoned Trunks over with a wave. The two crouched beside the creature's massive carcass, debating whether it was edible. Piccolo sat motionless atop a boulder, eyes closed in deep meditation, reconstructing and analyzing every moment of the battle. "What are you two up to?" Gohan approached Goku and Trunks. Goku pointed at the elephant-sized fragrant creature. "We're investigating whether this thing is safe to eat. It looks like a pink gelatinous invertebrate. I find it rather unsettling." "Surely not. It smells delicious." Goku fanned the air with his hand. "Lord Beerus, could you come over here?" Gohan called out. Gohan, you want Lord Beerus to taste it? Are you absolutely mad?" Goku recoiled in disbelief. Trunks, apparently infected by Goku's absurdity, flinched just as violently. Gohan ignored the pair, whose imaginations had clearly spiraled far beyond reason, and addressed Beerus, who was approaching. "Lord Beerus, what kind of creature is this? Is its flesh toxic?" "How should I know? Wait, this is a mutated electric eel, isn't it?" Beerus replied, uncertain. "Indeed, it is an electric eel," was confirmed, having completed his repairs and now joining them. "So, can we eat electric eels?" Trunks asked curiously. "Can electric eels be eaten?" At that very moment, Kakarot had already begun gutting the colossal creature. In sum, the eel departed this world in serene dignity. Its meat nourished every person present, fulfilling its final noble purpose. Truly, its sacrifice embodied boundless compassion. In the days that followed, the five continued rigorous training on the destroyer planet. Trunks' Super Saiyan 4 form matured steadily, and he began learning to channel divine aura. Goku and Vegeta explored the advanced evolution of the Super Saiyan God, the Ultra Blue form. Piccolo, constrained by his distinct biology, followed a divergent cultivation path, progressing more slowly than the Saiyans. Yet Piccolo never wavered, not for a single day. He trained with unmatched discipline and resolve. Only Gohan truly understood Piccolo was accumulating power in silence, preparing for an imminent exponential leap in strength once Shenron unlocked his latent potential. Still, why not have Shenron awaken everyone's hidden potential at once? Wouldn't that elevate all the Z fighters uniformly? Foolish. How utterly foolish we were. This must be scheduled immediately. Public tender announced one wish, to unlock the full latent potential of all Z fighters. Another month passed. Goku and Vegeta succeeded, sequentially, in mastering the Ultra Blue state, unlocking this new transformation. On that day, Whis was instructing the group on newly discovered principles of divine aura, when suddenly a beam of pure white light descended from the sky. Two figures materialized upon the ground. All turned intrigued to observe the newcomers. Resembling Beerus with striking similarity, yet amplified as if Beerus refined and intensified, this figure threw back his head and laughed uproariously. Ha! Beerus, it's only been a short while, and already your domain resembles a bustling marketplace. What on earth are all these people doing here? At the sound of that detestable voice, Beerus sprang to his feet, storming forward with palpable fury, clearly spoiling for a fight. Damn you, Kampa. What business brings you here? And address me as brother, not by name. The two locked foreheads, jaws clenched, teeth bared in mutual hostility. Nonsense. I am the elder brother. You are the younger. You fool. Do you even comprehend what you're saying? What? The person who came was indeed the god of destruction, Kampa from Universe 6. And accompanying him was none other than the angel of Universe 6 of Vados. Vados bore a resemblance to Whis with long silver hair. Her long hair was tied in a high ponytail cascading neatly down her back, presenting a very capable appearance. She wore a matcha-colored robe and long socks with a red belt cinching her slim waist, stepping elegantly in black-heeled shoes. In short, she was an extremely beautiful woman. Like Whis, she always wore a smile, but her inadvertently emanated cold demeanor seemed to keep others at arm's length. Beerus and Kampa were both too proud to yield to one another, and every time they met they would inevitably end up arguing. Whether it was over who was the elder brother, or who slept more, or whose food was tastier. In short, there was no end to their squabbles. The two angels had no choice but to endure as they were stuck with these twin brothers who couldn't stand each other. However, occasionally watching their antics was quite entertaining. As Kampa and Beerus argued, Vados approached Whis with a cheerful smile and asked Whis, "Are these your new disciples?" "Yes, sister." Whis nodded with a gentlemanly smile. "Sister, did you hear that, Vegeta?" Whis just called that woman sister. Goku raised his hand to poke Vegeta and whispered, "No kidding, don't touch me." Vegeta swatted away his hand. Their conversation was overheard by Vados. Vados looked over, covering her mouth with a light laugh. "Ho ho ho, because I am indeed Whis' real sister." Alright, another ho-ho monster. Gohan couldn't help but scoff internally. Whis continued smiling. "Let me introduce you. This is my sister Vados. She is the angel of Universe 6, and that over there is Lord Kampa, the god of destruction of Universe 6. And he is also Lord Beerus' twin brother." "What? That chubby guy is also a god of destruction?" Vegeta exclaimed. "Few almost called him the fat guy that was close." "Huh, twin brothers. No wonder they look so alike," Goku continued. "But who is stronger, him or Lord Beerus?" "Ho ho ho, don't ask such impolite questions. Just look at their sizes, don't you know?" Vados covered her mouth, smiling, looking somewhat mischievous. "Ah, then I know Lord Kampa is bigger and should be stronger, right?" Goku struck his right fist into his left palm. "A scheming frog, always probing your belly." Everyone, well, that does sound reasonable. But Kampa was not happy. He glared at Vados' hands on his hips, fuming. "Damn it, Vados, stop talking so much." Vados shot him a sidelong glance, but seemed to completely ignore Kampa's words. Two uncouth fellows. Kampa glared at Goku and Vegeta. These two daring to discuss the god of destruction. Cough cough. Gohan coughed to interrupt someone trying to stir up trouble. "Lord Kampa, Vados, how about you try this? It's sweet and tastes amazing," Gohan said as he took out 2 rainbow lollipops. His approach was reminiscent of a kidnapper about to abduct a child. "Oh, what's this? It looks beautiful." Vados leaned in closer. Gohan handed one to her. Let me see, let me see." As soon as food was mentioned, Kampa was no longer sleepy, or rather no longer angry. He reached out and snatched the other rainbow lollipop from Gohan's hand, without even tearing the packaging. "Then, it has no flavor, kid, you tricked me." Kampa bared his teeth, veins popping on his forehead. To insult food is unforgivable. Gohan. Ho ho ho, Lord Kampa is really silly. You didn't even tear off this layer of plastic packaging. Vados smiled, demonstrating by tearing off the transparent outer packaging of the rainbow lollipop before placing it in her rosy mouth. "Wow, it really is delicious," Vados exclaimed in surprise. This sweetness reminded her of the youth that had long since passed. "Oh, really? I was so silly." Kampa did not feel embarrassed, re-tearing the packaging and began to munch. "Wow, so sweet. I've never eaten anything this good before. Kid, where did you get this? It's quite nice." In just a second, Kampa's fondness for Gohan increased dramatically. Foodies are the easiest creatures to win over in this world. Gohan laughed. "This is just a snack that can be found everywhere on our Earth, nothing special. Our Earth has countless other types of even tastier food." Proud. JPG Earth. Vados, we should also have an Earth in our Universe 6, right? Hurry and search for it. Kampa showed a sense of urgency. "Okay, right away." Vados licked the lollipop and waved her staff. The black magic sphere at the top of the staff began to vibrate. It was hard to imagine what she normally used this staff for. "I found it, Lord Kampa. We also have an Earth in Universe 6, but what?" Kampa asked anxiously. "But it seems that due to a foolish battle, all humans have been exterminated." Vados looked regretful. "Oh. What did you say? Exterminated?" Kampa let out a desperate cry. The hope that had just appeared was ruthlessly crushed. Oh, why was this world so cruel? "No, this is bad." Kampa thought of a more serious issue. What would he use to compete in the food duel he would inevitably have with Beerus? Would he compete using his head? He would surely lose. The delicious, marvelous egg made from the dondokos he prepared would be completely overshadowed by this rainbow lollipop. What kind of competition is this? Damn it, this is really frustrating. Watching the two gods of destruction and angels licking lollipops like children, Gohan felt that this world was utterly absurd. What a pitiful alien who has never tasted anything good. At this moment, Beerus walked over with his hands on his hips, chin raised at a 45-degree angle, wearing a smug expression, and said, "So, Kampa, are you still going to compete this time? Are you ready to admit defeat?" Ha ha. He was completely confident. That annoying expression made Kampa want to punch him. "Yeah, if the rainbow lollipop is this delicious, I can't imagine what other explosive food the Earthlings could produce." He was destined to lose. What to do? Should they compete or not? This was a serious question. Losing would be embarrassing. Just forfeiting would be even more embarrassing. Why did Earth and Universe 6 have to be gone? Kampa was almost cracking. But then he suddenly thought of a brilliant idea. Beerus, after competing in food for so many years, it has lost its novelty. How about we compete in something else this time? Kampa placed his hands on his hips, mentally applauding his own cleverness. "Oh, compete in what?" Beerus glared at him as if saying he wasn't afraid of whatever Kampa wanted to compete in. Kampa declared loudly, "Let's settle it with a battle." Beerus. "What do you mean by settle it? So what exactly do you want to compete in?" Beerus was speechless. He hated it when people spoke half-heartedly. Kampa, biting his lollipop, said with arrogance, "Let's decide the winner through a duel. If I win this time, we'll exchange our Earths. How about that? For the sake of food, Earth is a must for me." "Ha ha ha, you want to fight me?" Beerus laughed heartily, looking at Kampa like he was an idiot. "This is my forte, Kampa, how dare you?" Kampa continued, "No, well, select the strongest humans from our respective universes to compete a 5-man team battle. How does that sound? Let them engage in unknown duels, and the last one standing wins. What do you think?" Hee. Beerus grinned and pointed at Gohan. "Kampa, I suggest you fight this guy first before making that decision." 100, Gohan versus Kampa. "Him? You want me to fight him?" Beerus, "I'm a god of destruction. Are you insulting me by making me fight a human? I advise you not to do that, you bastard." Kampa angrily licked his lollipop again. "You might not even be able to beat him." Beerus continued to sneer. "What did you say? Damn it, then let's do it." Talking to Beerus made Kampa furious. Kampa focused on Gohan and said, "Kid, let me see what you're made of." Vados' gaze also locked onto Gohan. They were both seeing Beerus respect a human for the first time. There must be something going on here. "Oh, a duel. There's going to be a show." The group instantly perked up, standing up in preparation to watch. "What about food? My snacks. Arrange something." Gohan hadn't expected this fire to suddenly burn onto himself. But it didn't matter. He also wanted to see the strength of God of Destruction, Kampa. If there was going to be a battle, it was better to comply than to refuse. "Lord Kampa, please instruct me." "We'll go easy on you later," Kampa said, then rose into the air. Gohan flew up to follow him. The two stood in the air, their eyes locked on each other. The opponent was a god of destruction, so his power was certainly extraordinary. Therefore, Gohan had no reason to hold back. If they were to battle, they would go all out. With a loud shout, Gohan's aura surged, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Then he layered on the divine energy, achieving a boundary breakthrough. The sky crackled with thunder, and the winds howled. Gohan entered combat mode, his rosered aura scorching and distorting the surrounding space. Divine aura. Kampa's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. What would happen now that a human possessed divine aura? Was he still a human? Beerus on the ground chuckled to himself. Vados stared at the rosered figure in the sky, laughing, ho ho ho, Lord Kampa, be careful. Crack. Gohan stomped down hard into the void, causing the space to shatter, and in an instant, he dashed towards Kampa. In just 0.0000001 seconds, Gohan was already in front of Kampa. His fist enveloped in a fierce aura struck Kampa's face before he could react. Boom. A massive collision sounded. Kampa was sent flying from the force of the punch, crashing down onto the ground. The tremendous weight of the blow seemed to penetrate even the god of destruction's planet. Thick smoke billowed up and a deep, bottomless pit appeared. Oh, Vados' expression became even more delightful. In an instant, a purple energy sphere shot out from the pit, aimed at Gohan in the sky. Gohan's right hand produced a Tumterlong energy sword slashing towards the incoming purple energy sphere. Puff! The purple energy sphere was split in two by the energy sword zooming past Gohan's sides, then exploding behind him, dramatically changing the sky. Then Kampa charged out of the huge hole. At this point, his god of destruction attire was covered in dust, and a trickle of blood even escaped from the corner of his mouth. He looked a bit disheveled. Kid, you're quite capable. Kampa wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, no longer daring to underestimate Gohan. He admitted that he had underestimated Gohan earlier, and due to his carelessness had been successfully hit by Gohan losing face. Truly unforgivable. Gohan was stronger than he had imagined. Kampa's expression grew serious and he became determined. As a god of destruction, today's match was not just his battle, but also a matter of pride. He clenched his fists, enveloped in a purple aura, entering combat mode. The two figures flickered simultaneously, charging towards each other. They both unleashed the same move. Their fists collided with a thunderous crash. Boom. The surrounding air exploded, the space trembled, and waves of energy rippled out in all directions. Humph. Kampa snorted coldly, and his other hand moved to strike at Gohan. But he wasn't the only one with two hands. Now Gohan was no longer one-armed, he was a full-fledged fighter. Thus their four fists continued to clash, the sound of explosions ringing out in the sky. Fortunately, they were in the realm of the god of destruction, which was extraordinarily solid. If they were fighting in the universe, it could be said that they were fighting to the edge of the cosmos, obliterating even the great Tao. Oh wait, maybe the prestige of the Dragon Ball world still falls short. Two energy spheres collided violently, resulting in a fierce explosion. Gohan and Kampa were both blasted out from the epicenter of the explosion. Cough, cough. Gohan coughed up a mouthful of blood, but his fighting spirit grew even sharper. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his right thumb, laughed heartily, and in an instant teleported behind Kampa. He conjured two massive energy waves in his hands and pressed them towards Kampa. Kampa immediately sensed the danger and instinctively felt a strong sense of impending doom from behind him. Without time to think further, he dashed forward and flung an energy sphere behind him. Gohan's tenfold Kamehameha had already formed, and he unleashed it. The thick red aura roared out, devouring Kampa's energy sphere, chasing after Kampa, intent on consuming him. What kind of move is this? Kampa was shocked. Damn it, don't underestimate me. Kampa was getting angry. He was the god of destruction of Universe 6, and did he not care about his pride? Thinking of this, Kampa turned around and unleashed an energy wave with both hands to counter Gohan's tenfold Kamehameha. The classic Dragon Ball battle scene emerged, a beam struggle. Boom. Two energy waves of different colors, one red and one purple, collided, sending energy flying everywhere, the fierce winds swirling, and the entire planet of destruction trembled slightly. Debris soared into the air. Such an impressive human. Vados on the ground couldn't help but praise. She had never seen such a powerful human before. This was her first time. Others were also astonished. They discovered that Sun Wukong and Kampa's battle performance was far more ferocious than when fighting against Beerus. For some reason, it felt as though this situation was the true equal match. It appeared to be more thrilling and filled with passion. Two streams of energy were locked in a stalemate in the air. Both sides roared, their veins bulging on their arms and foreheads. Boom! With a violent collision, both streams of energy exploded. In the high sky, the spatial barriers cracked open, releasing a chilling wind. The aftermath of the explosion ravaged the area, and the howling winds echoed. The god of destruction planet had never experienced such devastation. Sun Wukong and Kampa both spat blood and fell from the sky. At this moment, Beerus made his move. With a gentle wave of his staff, the rifts in the sky instantly closed. The rampant energy waves quickly dissipated. The god of destruction planet regained its former tranquility. On the ground, Kampa stood there with a pale face, his legs trembling slightly. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong lay fallen in the grass, face up and motionless. "Cough, Wiseco, check on that guy, don't let him die," Kampa said as he plopped down on a rock. At that moment, Sun Wukong shakily began to rise. "No, no, 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 no." Kefla goes berserk. "No, no, 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 no." The decisive battle begins. The second stage of the Demon Scion. Broly emerges victorious.